The man with a face covered in countless scars. This is our protagonist, Zeke Draker. He is the direct first descendant of the Dragon Slayer family. But he failed to awaken, possessing the talent of a healer instead of a swordsman, resulting in him being expelled from his own family, and right now he's preparing to end his damn life. Because of some mysterious divine artifact, he's currently been cornered deep inside a cave in the snowy mountains by a group of villains. Looking at his pathetic state, one of the thugs let out a mocking laugh. "You idiot, did you really think you could escape our encirclement? Where did you hide that ancient relic?" As they spoke, they glared at Zeke with eyes full of warning. In front of them, Zeke had both arms severed during the fight, yet his face showed not a trace of fear. In fact, he mocked the bandits right back. "You morons, if you were me, would you even say anything?" Hearing this, the hooded man couldn't hold back his rage at Zeke's refusal to grasp his dire situation. "You arrogant bastard," he snarled, looking ready to lunge and stab Zeke a few times, but thankfully his more level-headed comrade grabbed his arm to stop him. "Forget it. We need to contact the main team first." With that, he pulled out a communication stone and spoke into it. "We've captured the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates." A voice replied from the stone, "Coordinates confirmed. We'll be there soon." After contacting their allies, he had to grudgingly praise Zeke's stubbornness. "You really are tough to the point of being unbelievable. Can't believe you're still holding on even after both arms got chopped off. But why would the Northern Phantom be after the artifact the Emperor's searching for?" he asked curiously, but before Zeke could answer, the hooded comrade cut in. "What other reason could there be? He's just trying to cause trouble. We've put up with him long enough. Let's have some fun before the main team arrives and pay him back for all the hardship he's caused us. Get ready, Northern Phantom. We won't stop until you're begging for death in despair." As he spoke, the thug calmly drew the sword at his hip. Meanwhile, the hooded one thought of something and excitedly suggested, "Let's decide who goes first. No time to waste." He pulled out a coin and flicked it into the air. "All right, heads and I go first," the hooded man grinned. While the two were focused on the spinning coin, Zeke wasn't about to just sit there and take it. He seized the moment, clamping his mouth down on one of his severed arms nearby. He pressed it against his wound, and then something miraculous happened. At the stump, a burst of light erupted, rapidly reconnecting the separated parts before their eyes. "I won't let it end like this without doing anything. The first failed awakener of the Draker family. That's me, Zeke Draker. Born into the great Dragon Slayer family with a body incapable of using aura, I failed to awaken. What should have been obvious for any knight. I was treated like trash and cast out of the family, so I did whatever it took to become stronger and survive. Someone once said that pursuing only power leaves you with nothing in the end. But that nonsense is only spoken by the strong," Zeke muttered to himself inwardly, and the moment his right arm regenerated, he swiftly grabbed the sword from the ground and charged forward with wind-tearing speed. Unaware of this, the two villains were still happily checking the coin's result. "Nice, heads," the hooded one said cheerfully, realizing he'd be the one to deliver the finishing blow to Zeke. But the instant he saw the coin land, Zeke's sword swept across his neck, cleanly decapitating him. Everything happened so fast that the comrade beside him couldn't react. After a second of stunned silence, he hurriedly gripped his sword and prepared to fight. Unfortunately, that didn't buy him more than a few seconds. Right after taking down the hooded one, Zeke spun and charged at him. With one simple swing, Zeke's sword effortlessly cleaved through the bandit's blade and left a bone-deep gash across his body, sending him to the afterlife before he could even utter a sound. Staring at the corpse still gushing blood in front of him, Zeke reminded himself inwardly, "The weak get crushed by the strong, and everything they own gets taken. That's the truth of this world." At the same moment, countless footsteps echoed from outside the cave, drawing Zeke's attention. The arrivals were the comrades of the two he'd just killed. Seeing himself surrounded, Zeke picked up his left arm, reattached it to the wound to regenerate, and clicked his tongue. "Looks like I can't escape this time." In front of him, the bandit stared in disbelief as Zeke reattached his arm just like that, exchanging stunned glances. What the hell, he just reattached his arm. "This freak is disgusting, but anyway, if we cut off his head, he's probably done for real," murmurs rippled through them. Enemies meeting means no need for pointless talk. Right after, both sides charged into greetings with blades. No one knew how much time passed, but when the battle ended, the ground was littered with the corpses of the bandits in pools of blood, while Zeke himself had countless swords stabbed into his back. By now, no matter how strong his regeneration was, he knew he'd reached his limit. Damn it, looks like I'll be meeting the King of Hell soon. Even if I couldn't get revenge, at least I managed to steal the artifact the Emperor was after. Maybe I accomplished something after all. As he thought this, Zeke pulled a purple crystal shard from his pocket, engraved with the image of a dragon. He gripped it tightly, his hand trembling as he whispered an apology. "I'm sorry, Alicia." With that, Zeke's eyes slowly closed, as if preparing to bid farewell to this world forever. At the same time, blood from his forehead trickled down the bridge of his nose and dripped straight onto the stone. Then, in that instant, the crystal suddenly erupted with intense energy. Along with it, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, the soul of an ancient dragon etched into the will of the persistent. Emergency measure activated. Zeke Draker, do you agree? To Zeke, these words meant nothing, meaningless babble when he was on the verge of death. "Shut up and do whatever you're gonna do," he muttered inwardly, and as if receiving his confirmation, the voice continued. "Awakening agreement confirmed. An irreversible power is being activated. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time flew by quickly. Now Zeke, in a child's body, stared at his reflection in the mirror, stroking his chin as he pondered everything that had happened. So I look like this. I've gone back to the past, hard to believe. I can still clearly feel the sensation of swords piercing my stomach. This place is so familiar. This is the Draker Family Training Academy, the Cradle. The Draker Dragon Slayer family is one of the 3 supreme great families, originating from Terrakin Draker, the hero who saved the entire continent by slaying the vicious dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants established the current Draker family, likely because they are descendants of the Dragon Slayer Terrakin Draker. All Draker bloodline heirs are blessed with aura. They can easily awaken high-level aura and become holy knights. Except for me, Zeke mocked himself inwardly before that mechanical voice rang again in his head. System management initializing. Awaken a soul identified. Awaken a soul confirmed 100% compatible. Awaken a soul selected. Acceptance of the ancient dragon's will and full integration confirmed. You have access to a portion of the system. Nice to meet you, Zeke Draker. Activating status window view. Opening status window. Low-level administrator status window. Name, Zeke Draker. Occupation, rare healer. Title, blessed by the ancient dragon. Healing school skills, calm mind, vitality, recovery, sensory enhancement. Skills, precise thrust, low E rookie, /E rookie, critical strike D rookie. Dragon technique, cannot view, requires 10 points to unlock. Current karma points none. Back to Zeke, the sudden screen made him curious enough to observe it closely. A lot of things look like magic videos. An artifact has been activated, can navigate through it like a magic video, and control it similarly. Also, occupations and skills. Dragon language isn't used in modern times anymore. Master once said that in ancient times, people classified themselves into occupations based on what they were good at. Each occupation trains specialized techniques called skills. Since your occupation is healer, you can use a skill called healing. Remembering his master's words, Zeke couldn't help but shudder at the memory of training with her in his previous life. After awakening, she trained him to the brink of death. But anyway, according to the status window, I'm a healer. Let's test if the status window is right. In my previous life, I became a healer in my 20s, right after unlocking the Ether Hall. If that's the case, thinking this, Zeke closed his eyes and focused on sensing the energy inside his body. Then right after, his entire body began radiating energy. Seeing this, Zeke couldn't hide the joy on his face. As expected, my Ether Hall has been opened. With this, I understand, even though my trained body from before is gone. I've returned to the past with my skills and memories, so compared to before the regression, I'm in a much more advantageous position now. And to make the most of this, I need to figure out exactly what I have in hand. With that, Zeke focused on studying the system screen, but before he could dig deeper, a man's voice came from outside the door. "Young Master Zeke, may I come in? Pretending you're not here won't work anyway." The familiar voice made Zeke jump in panic as he frantically tried to close the system window. Not good. I haven't read it all yet, but how do I turn this off? Outside, the unfamiliar man didn't wait for an invitation. He pushed the door open directly, coming in. "Can't believe you're still not ready. What are you even thinking?" The big, old man dressed like a butler was Zeke's personal attendant, Decker. Turning towards Zeke, seeing no abnormality from Decker, he sighed inwardly in relief. Looks like he didn't see the window, thank goodness. Thinking this, Zeke asked, prepare for what?" In response, Decker's voice turned angry. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he growled back at the protagonist. "Are you seriously asking me that, young Master Zeke? The words were ordinary, but for some reason they sent a chill down Zeke's spine. Thinking back, he really was terrified of Decker as a kid. Even with the mind of a 32-year-old, he couldn't shake the deep-seated fear etched into his body. As he thought this, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, until the system detected his agitation and automatically activated the healing school skill Calm Mind, finally clearing Zeke's mind. Healing school skill Calm Mind, the user's mental state remains unshaken regardless of the situation. They can maintain composure. Back to Zeke, his anxiety vanished in an instant. This is a skill too, super convenient that it activates automatically. Zeke nodded thoughtfully, but unaware of this, old Decker continued. I've repeated it many times, this is a very important event. Are you even listening, young Master Zeke? In response, Zeke gave a smile. Of course, Decker, you're talking about the Parcration evaluation test, right? Speaking of that assessment test, we must mention a rather interesting tradition. All Draker family members have to go through a training system called the Cradle, starting from age 7, where for the next 5 years they undergo strict basic training. The instructors evaluate new students every year through swordsmanship competitions as well as no-rules pancration matches. Opponents are chosen by the instructors, but sometimes students can pick their own if both agree. Since there are no rules, some fights end with serious injuries or even death. But because this competition determines which class the students will join in the academy, the kids have no choice but to fight with everything they've got. The scene shifts to a vast arena. Right now, a group of children is gathered here preparing for the pancration evaluation test. Up on the fighting platform, an adult man shouted to the group, as everyone knows, today is the pancration match day. I trust all of you know this is the final part of the evaluation, correct? Yes, sir, the kids below shouted in unison. Hearing that, the brown-haired guy nodded in satisfaction and continued, good, looks like everyone's spirits are high. Then let's get started right away, get ready. He was the head instructor. Panmark inside the crowd, Zeke was present too, and around him the other kids looked at him with contempt and judgment. There's Zeke, got humiliated last year and still showing up this year. If I were him, I'd have run away already. How the hell is he direct bloodline? Poor guy. Hey, I can hear all of that, Zeke grumbled inwardly. But he didn't bother responding to the taunts. Back up on the platform, Pan began calling the first names. Aaron, Goda, up here. Yes, sir. Both candidates replied and quickly ran onto the arena. Then, once they were in position, Pan shouted, prepare, begin. The words had barely faded when the brown-haired kid Goda charged forward like a leopard to seize the initiative. However, before his fist could land on his opponent, Aaron fired a straight kick right into his chin, rattling his brain nonstop and sending him rolling unconscious instantly. Up in the stands, Zeke watched the scene and yawned boredly. That match is already over. That's what happens when you don't defend properly. Zeke muttered to himself, and sure enough, just as he predicted, after taking one hit, Goda couldn't get back up. Goda can't continue, Aaron wins, Pan announced loudly. Just like that, the matches proceeded one after another, and the more Zeke watched, the more bored he got. I think back then as a kid I was scared to death of this, but these guys are nothing. With that, he covered his mouth and yawned hugely again. Whether he noticed or not, right now on another stand there was a freckle-faced kid staring at him with eyes full of excitement, like looking at prey, his hands trembling nonstop from thrill. Very quickly, Zeke's turn arrived, and coincidentally his opponent was that very freckle-faced kid. Zeke, Leon, both of you ready? Yes, sir, both replied, on one side. Zeke saw his pancration opponent and rubbed his eyes in boredom. Meanwhile, Leon looked at him with pure contempt. Look at you back again. Guess last year I didn't take care of you enough, huh? Leon's words made Zeke recall last year's match. When the weak Zeke had to kneel and beg him to stop, I'm sorry, Leon Conrad, please spare me this time. Back to reality, Zeke felt zero worry toward him now. Well, whatever, he's always been my opponent every year anyway. I'm sure he pulled some dirty tricks behind the scenes. His family probably spouts nonsense like you have to overcome filthy tactics to become a true dragon slayer. Why the hell is trash like that my cousin? In my previous life, the 4 direct bloodline siblings never even met. But I had a whole bunch of cousins always ready to bully me. Thinking about this, Zeke cracked an indescribable smile. Across from him, unaware of Zeke's thoughts, Leon kept spewing contempt. I gotta admit, Zeke Draker, you've got guts coming back after getting beaten to a pulp last time, or maybe you're just too stupid to learn your lesson. As he spoke, the kid tapped his own head, and to this provocation Zeke felt a flicker of anger inwardly, but calm mind erased it instantly. Been a while since I heard his stupid insults again. Zeke sighed and glared warningly. Hey, I won't go easy if you call me that one more time. In response, Leon stepped forward, ruffled Zeke's hair, and taunted, so what are you gonna do about it, you damn shorty loser? Hearing that, Zeke decided words weren't going to convince him anymore. In a flash, he swung his fist straight into the idiot's face, sending his whole body flying like a torn sack. Meanwhile, the system notification popped up. Critical strike skill activated. D-rank critical strike inflicts critical damage on enemy, may be countered if attack failed. Up ahead, Leon clutched his face and howled in pain like a kicked puppy. My face, he whimpered tremblingly. Meanwhile, Zeke himself was a bit stunned by the power in his own punch. I only meant to knock him out, but the skill activated on a normal hit. I really can't control it well yet. Back to the head instructor Pan, he saw Zeke strike first and questioned sharply, "What are you doing, Zeke Draker? You attacked before I even said begin." In reply, Zeke sighed at the teacher's naivety, who waits for ready, set, go on a real battlefield. "Whoever strikes first gets the advantage," he said, flashing a sly grin. That made Pan feel an invisible danger enveloping him. Was that killing intent I just sensed? He asked himself inwardly. Meanwhile, Leon, having suppressed his pain, shouted, "I'm fine, sir. Please start the match." "I'll handle this damn shorty loser," Leon said with a face twisted in fury, while Zeke gave a mocking smile. "Looks like you're the one too stupid to learn a lesson." Standing beside them, Pan saw both sides were itching to tear into each other and had no reason to stop it. Then prepare, begin. The words had barely left his mouth when Leon channeled power into his legs and charged like an arrow. However, looking at Zeke's calm face ahead, for some reason he felt a twinge of fear. What the hell, am I scared because of that punch earlier? But that punch didn't have enough damage. If I stay alert, he's nothing. What I need to watch for is his left hand counter. It's way too obvious, he thought. Leon smirked inwardly and immediately dropped low to dodge Zeke's incoming punch. At the same time, he reached out, grabbing Zeke's thigh with one hand while the other clamped around his waist, pushing forward to throw him off balance. "Die, you damn shorty," Leon roared triumphantly, as if he could already see his victory. But a second later, he suddenly realized his body wouldn't stand still. When he looked again, Zeke was already several meters away. What just happened? Leon wondered, still not processing what had occurred. But unlike him, head instructor Pan, watching from the side, had seen everything. And that's why he was utterly shocked. No way is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old kid. The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down, I thought Leon had it won for sure, but Zeke punched his chin and slipped out of his grip. That was Leon's mistake for dropping his guard thinking he'd caught Zeke. But Zeke was way too calm despite the failed counter. The focus and precision to land such effective, accurate damage. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? Pan wondered inwardly, staring at the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar figure ahead. Back to Leon, a dizzying haze still clouded his mind, making it impossible to act steadily. Damn it, like this I can't do anything. First I need to create distance, he thought. But before Leon could retreat, Zeke was already closing in fast with a powerful hook kick straight to his thigh. It made his whole body buckle slightly. Dead, this kid's so small, how is he this strong? Leon cried out inwardly, then he recovered his stance and threw a punch straight at Zeke's face. "You damn shorty, how dare you?" As he spoke, Leon thought confidently, "All right, this time I've got my power under control." Across from him, Zeke activated his sensory enhancement skill, temporarily boosting all his senses. At that moment, through his eyes, Leon's incoming fist suddenly moved in extreme slow motion. Feels so familiar. Now that I'm used to controlling ether, let's end this match. With that, he lightly blocked the punch, but it wasn't over. Right after, Zeke grabbed Leon's arm with both hands and executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. The slam was so powerful that when Leon's body crashed into the arena floor, it cracked into countless pieces. But Zeke wasn't done yet. He immediately activated his precise thrust skill. Precise thrust targets the enemy's weak point to inflict critical damage. Right then, Zeke's elbow struck straight into Leon's sternum, causing countless cracks to spiderweb across his bone structure. Then Zeke mounted him, raising his fist high. "Even an idiot like you can learn something from this, right? Try it and find out. Break a little sweat and your mind clears up. I can finally recognize the people here. Stop looking around. If you've got something to say, come down here," Zeke said, sweeping his gaze over the weaklings up above with a full-on provocative stare. In response, a red brown-haired kid spoke arrogantly, "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my pancration opponent because, like you said, I have something to say." Hearing the voice, the protagonist turned and recognized him, Jakin Vardek, another cousin. Thinking this, Zeke casually accepted, "Fine, but just you would be boring." "Liam Stone, you join too," he said, staring straight at the big guy behind Jakin, his personal servant. "I think like this the match will be fair." With that, Zeke flashed a contemptuous smile, making Jakin grind his teeth audibly. "Did you just insult me?" he snarled. Zeke replied with an adorably innocent face, "Yeah, idiot." He said it in a cheerful, teasing tone, but that only made Liam even more furious. "Zeke Draker, I'm definitely going to kill you." Jakin muttered inwardly. Next, both of them stepped down into the arena, and before the match began, head instructor Pan anxiously reminded Zeke, "Don't do anything before I signal, Zeke Draker." Yeah, Zeke nodded casually. At the same time, he focused on observing the big guy in front of him. Interesting to meet him again here. Future mercenary King Liam. Even in my previous life as Jakin's servant, he joined the cradle and the academy. But as distant bloodline, he was left out of advanced education. He begged to join the advanced program at Valhalla Academy. But in the end, he joined a knight order in a small nation called Baranal. And after Baranal fell, he became a mercenary. During the chaotic era where people flocked to the strong, after a long time as a mercenary, he became a Crimson Knight and founded his own mercenary corps, Stone. He unified the three largest mercenary groups and quickly earned the title Mercenary King. Hired by the Empire, Stone Mercenary Corps joined the Continental War, and I, with the Northern forces, faced Liam as an enemy. Zeke thought inwardly, unaware of these thoughts. Pan saw both sides were ready and announced, "Prepare, begin." The words had barely ended when Jakin launched a lightning-fast attack, his punch so powerful it cracked the air. However, that punch wasn't enough to trouble Zeke. He caught it cleanly in his hand. "I said come at me together, did I?" Zeke said with an icy expression, radiating dangerous aura that made Jakin break into a nervous sweat. "You think I'll fall for your cheap trick?" As he spoke, he fired a high kick straight at Zeke's head. But right after, he felt sharp pain shoot straight to his brain. The reason his kick had slammed directly into Zeke's elbow. "Look carefully before you kick." Zeke teased, and because of that injury, Jakin was temporarily unable to attack. Taking advantage of him staring at his leg, Zeke closed in to check on his health. Looking where? As he spoke, he balled his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing that, Jakin immediately raised both hands to guard. However, this was just a feint from Zeke. "Looks like you're overreacting a bit. Can't even spot a fake attack." "That's why I said come together, one person isn't enough," he said, casually kicking straight into Jakin's knee, throwing him off balance. With that, Zeke spun to the side and delivered a punch to his ribs, making Jakin cough up blood in pain. Out of options, realizing his own weakness had no effect on Zeke, he immediately called for help from his subordinate behind. "Liam, kill this bastard." The dog howled. Now facing the future mercenary king, Zeke dropped his contemptuous attitude. "He's only 12 like us, huh? The most annoying thing fighting him is his insane reach. If he strikes first, I won't be able to do anything. I have to seize the initiative," he thought. Right when Liam was about to swing his arm for a strike, Zeke shot forward like lightning and threw a straight punch, intercepting the attack before it could fully launch. Right after, Zeke activated his slash skill, D-Rank Slash, a technique that unleashes a flurry of attacks on the opponent while obstructing their vision. At that moment, Zeke's body suddenly split into countless purple afterimages, raining down continuous strikes from every angle toward Liam's body, forcing the big guy to curl up defensively with no other choice. Watching the scene, the expressions on the observing students' faces gradually shifted. "Holy crap, what the hell is that?" they muttered in stunned confusion. Among the entire crowd, only instructor Pan recognized the technique. "Yes, you kids must be very surprised because this is something you've never seen before. Northern fist-fighting technique from the Central Lands, but in a place dominated by swordsmanship like this, how could Zeke possibly know it?" Back to the protagonist, unleashing the barrage of attacks put no small strain on his body. Right now, he was already cursing his trash physique inwardly. "Damn it, my body was garbage when I was a kid, and just this much already has me aching all over." But forget that, the monster stamina on that guy is the real problem. He's not countering, not dodging, just tanking everything head-on. He's even more relentless than he was as the mercenary king, and my body's already hitting its limit. Now I finally see just how tough his body really is. Still, I'll break through his guard and take him down. Thinking this, Zeke took a deep breath and channeled power into his right fist. Across from him, Liam's eyes narrowed slightly as if sensing the change in Zeke. So Liam raised his focus to the absolute maximum. Then, without any warning, Zeke's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. At the same time, he threw his punch. but with terrifying reflexes, Liam tilted his head just enough to the side. Simultaneously, he slammed his palm into Zeke's forearm to redirect the blow. The failed attack left Zeke feeling bitter. He dodged it, even though he can't see ether with the naked eye. All the people here have insane senses, he thought inwardly while Zeke was still dazed in thought. Liam used his left hand to clamp down tightly on Zeke's right wrist. Then the big guy leveraged his monstrous strength to hurl Zeke's body like tossing a chair. However, the protagonist wasn't one to go down easily. The instant his body was thrown forward, Zeke tucked his legs up, using the momentum to drive a powerful knee straight into Liam's head. After that, he activated his sensory enhancement skill to boost perception speed and clamped both legs tightly around Liam's neck. No matter how strong the body is, if the brain doesn't get oxygen, it can't do anything, Zeke thought inwardly while tightening his leg lock. Even so, Liam wasn't about to just take it. Right then, he started hammering his left fist repeatedly into Zeke's ribs, making the boy cough up blood. This crazy bastard. Fine, let's see who outlasts who. He gritted his teeth and endured. Just like that, the two began a raw contest of endurance, and in the end, the one who gave in was Liam, who rolled over unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Up in the stands, another kid watched Zeke's victory and cracked a delighted smile. Nice, I was expecting at least this much from you. Only then is it worth bringing you down, Zeke Draker. Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to Zeke's private room. Right now, old butler Decker was attentively asking, I heard you were seriously injured during the pancration match. Are you all right, young master? If it's not too rude, may I check your pulse? He asked calmly, but how could this question fool Zeke? The boy immediately guessed his intention. He must want to check if I've awakened aura. Knowing the purpose, Zeke told him to wait a moment, so he could finish changing clothes before extending his hand for the check. Seeing this, the old man didn't forget to thank him. Thank you, young master. Then Decker gently touched Zeke's hand and slowly channeled his own energy into the boy's arm to examine. But the instant he felt Decker's energy moving inside his body, Zeke couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds in shock. Wait, he's a blue knight. When checking if someone has awakened, people usually just look at the dantian, but he's doing it so thoroughly. Just channeling aura into someone else's body is already difficult, yet he can control it with such precision. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They're classified by martial prowess and mastery of aura manipulation. White swordsmen are the basic level. Most kids before the blessing ceremony are white swordsmen. Next is yellow swordsman, the level when you awaken aura and open the dantian. All students in the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. Once you learn to freely control aura, you're granted the title of knight. Purple knight is the level where you can infuse aura into your sword. Blue knight is when you can manifest an aura blade. And the realm of transcendence, the limit Liam reached in his day as mercenary king. And before my regression, I had reached Crimson Knight. There's also Black Knight, but on the entire continent there are only a handful of such monsters. So how could someone that strong end up as my caretaker? No, more importantly, he shouldn't be able to detect my ether. Only 2 people in the world can use it. Zeke muttered inwardly, and just as he predicted, after a thorough check, old Decker found nothing and had to stop probing. However, his instincts still told him Zeke was hiding something. Young master. Are you hiding something from me? He asked, staring sharply at Zeke. Zeke didn't answer directly but shot back. Why, what are you hiding from me? The sudden question made Decker fall silent for a moment. Before he could reply, the protagonist waved it off. I was just kidding. Hearing that, old Decker exhaled and turned to ask, why have you changed so suddenly, young master? In response, Zeke looked at him with the gaze of someone superior. Wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why it took me this long to change. A lot of things are going to change from now on. Everything will return to its proper place, so all you need to do is follow me. Across from him, after hearing this, Decker fell silent for 2 seconds as if evaluating the words. Then he bowed his head. Understood, young master. I've prepared the training room as you requested. Good, I like how efficient you are, Zeke said with satisfaction. Then see you later, rest up, young master. Zeke waved casually and quickly left the room. At the same time, Zeke vaguely guessed why someone this powerful was by his side. If he was ordered to monitor me, then I just need to keep him close and extract information when the chance comes. The question is who gave that order. I don't think it's from my mother's side. It's definitely one of the siblings, Zeke reasoned inwardly. The scene shifts to the training room. It seemed this was Zeke's first time here, so he was a bit surprised by its sheer size. Whoa, is this a personal training room? This family really lives up to its reputation, he marveled. He muttered and quickly opened the status window to check. Then Zeke immediately noticed the changes in his status. My slash skill has gone up to proficient. It levels up the more I use it. Skills activate naturally based on actions, so I already had it before. If I learn something new, will it get added here as a skill? What's the difference between regular skills and school skills? They activate similarly. And this too, dragon person technique. Right now, I can't view it and need 10 points to unlock. Thinking this, he tried tapping the karma points button to check, and the system quickly displayed an explanation. Karma points: you can earn karma points by killing monsters. Current karma points: none. After reading the description, Zeke's face showed a thoughtful expression. Monsters, huh, in dungeons there are tons, but I need to at least become a purple knight to go there. Also, I'm more curious why I regressed to the past and what this system even is. The skills and occupation stuff tell me it's definitely related to that ancient artifact. But I have too little information right now. The more he thought, the more curious Zeke became. But for now, I can't figure anything out, so I'll just put this aside and look into it later. Whatever, as long as it helps me get stronger, I'll use it, whether it's this system or being a Draker. He muttered and forced himself to lift the sword in front of him. But his whole body trembled non-stop just from its weight. Then, while holding the sword, Zeke reviewed knowledge from his previous life's training. There are two known powers in this world: Knight's Aura and Mage's Mana. Knights strengthen aura in the Danshin, while mages channel mana through magic circles. These two powers are at opposite extremes, so if you awaken one, you can't awaken the other. However, I was unlucky enough to awaken neither Danshin nor magic circle, so the family rejected me and I met Master during my wandering days. He taught me many things, but the most useful was healing skills and the ether cavity, which Master developed. Through the ether cavity, I was able to use natural energy, ether. Master and I were the only two users in the world. While thinking, he swung the sword wildly to train. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, Zeke was dog-tired, panting heavily. Just 2 hours of training and I already feel like I'm about to pass out. Guess that's fine though. As he spoke, he propped himself up with the sword to keep from collapsing and to deal with his exhaustion. Zeke activated his healing skill and vitality recovery, instantly making his exhausted body feel refreshed as if he'd never been tired. Healing is such a rare skill. I didn't even know it existed until I met Master. If I used it in front of others, they'd think I'm some freak. That's why I couldn't use it during the fight with Liam. I have to heal myself as soon as I get back to my room. Now that I'm recovered, let's keep going, he said, diving back into training once more. Time flew by until evening. Only then did Zeke stop because his stomach started growling for food. Ha, dinner time already. Zeke exhaled lightly before looking at the floor now covered in countless sword marks and wondering how to explain this to Decker. Just like that, time passed quickly. 1 week later, the scene shifts to the Cradle's dining hall. Right now, people were starting to gossip about Zeke's change. Hey, have you heard about Zeke? He's completely different now. Someone spoke up, making the person next to them surprised. That failure. Maybe he dabbled in black magic. Hope he gets wrecked by the stronger ones. Yeah, another agreed. The scene shifts to a luxurious dining room. Right now, 4 young masters were eating together. Meanwhile, the kid Riene Tirun was devouring food like a demon. On the other side, a handsome boy spoke up to remind Leon, you might not feel like eating, but eat anyway. You need energy for the swordsmanship duel. This handsome boy was Owen Zimmons. In response to the kind words, Leon clenched his fist and jutted his chin. You trying to piss me off? I'm just being friendly, but looks like your inferiority complex is really bad. Owen replied coldly, making Leon unable to hold back his rage. He slammed the table and shouted, "What?" The slam sent Riene's steak flying off the plate, and Leon started receiving an annoyed glare from him. The icy stare made Leon too scared to meet his eyes. Putting that aside, Jakin spoke up about Zeke. So what's everyone's plan? Zeke Draker. In response, Owen's expression immediately changed. I'm not sure. The Pancration match was barbaric but impressive. However, he'll be pathetic when it switches to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword properly? Hearing that, Leon jumped on the excuse. Exactly, he's so weak they had to make him a custom sword because regular ones are too heavy for him. Right, no way I lost to that shorty loser. Everyone who watched knows, he only beat me in Pancration by sheer luck. Back to Riene, seeing these weaklings constantly making excuses for their failures, he stood up from his seat. Luck. If you really believe that, none of you deserve to become Draker family knights, he said contemptuously and left the table immediately. A sword duel, not like Pancration, swordsmanship is used and it's the cause of most accidents in the Cradle. It's also where the skill gap between students is most clearly shown, and 1 month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony will be held, the event where Draker family members awaken aura. The scene shifts to the arena. Right now, head instructor Pan announced, "Zeke, step forward." Hearing that, Zeke carried an unusually long sword and walked forward. The absurdly long sword in his hand made everyone feel strange. What's with that ridiculously long sword? Does he think using a giant sword makes him stronger? Murmurs began rippling through the stands. Across from him, Zeke's opponent was that girl Riene. "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent," she said with blazing battle spirit. While Zeke wasn't afraid of anyone, so he accepted immediately. "Sounds good. I accept your challenge," he said, pointing his sword straight at his opponent's face. Upon hearing this, Riene calmly drew her own sword while assessing Zeke's strength. "He's holding that sword two-handed with ease, now facing him, I can say. This is no longer the Zeke I know, the one who could barely lift a sword. Has he grown that much? His aura." The more she thought about it, the more unsettled Riene felt. Then very quickly, she clenched her jaw and reminded herself, "What am I even thinking? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight even starts. I accept with confidence." Back to Zeke, even though he declared it so boldly just now. Deep down, he didn't feel it was going to be that easy, like I've always done, but clashing with the Thunder Knight is going to be pretty intense. Riene Tirun, she was also known as the Thunder Knight, one of the knights who built her reputation during the Continental War and recognized as one of the strongest in the next generation of the Draker family. Because she was one of those who awakened aura before the blessing ceremony, she must have awakened it a few years ago at this point. But she never used it in the cradle. She said she wanted to improve her fundamentals first. Zeke thought inwardly next. Seeing both sides had settled into position, head instructor Pan shouted loudly, "Begin." The moment the word left his mouth, Riene's body flashed like lightning and thrust her sword straight toward Zeke. However, Zeke used the sword in his hand to deflect the strike to the side. Seeing that, Riene immediately retreated to keep distance. Then, she leveraged her superior speed to circle around behind Zeke and unleashed another powerful thrust. But Zeke raised his sword horizontally to block it. Still, the attack's force was nothing to scoff at, because Zeke's body was nearly blasted out of the arena after taking it. "She's better than I expected," Zeke praised inwardly. Meanwhile, Riene gave him almost no time to think and pressed forward with a relentless barrage of attacks. Up in the stands, the idiot Leon, unaware of either's true strength, shouted, "Stop messing around and finish him already, Riene." Hearing that, Jakin beside him reluctantly tried to explain to the pig-headed fool, "You're so dumb. Does it look like Riene's just playing with him?" Back to Riene's perspective, while launching attacks to pin Zeke down, she was also calculating ways to break through his defense. "Even though it's narrow, I can still sense the openings. But no matter how fast I try to seize the advantage, his sword meets mine as if anticipating every effort. And right after, another gap appears. Yes, this feels like a training duel meant to teach me." The more she thought, the more Riene doubted her own senses. Then, after another sword clash, Riene's body was pushed backward, and both sides temporarily paused their attacks, because sweat was pouring down Riene's face from the constant assault. While our protagonist hadn't even broken a sweat, he even felt a bit bored. So this is how the Thunder Knight fights in the cradle. Her sword is straightforward, just as expected from someone obsessed with fundamentals, but that's exactly what's holding her back. "Let's see, why don't I help her break out of her shell?" Thinking this, Zeke lowered his stance like a leopard ready to pounce. Across from him, the swordswoman saw this posture and immediately went on high alert, an extremely low attack stance. "He's planning to close the distance in one move. My speed isn't ordinary. Come at me, Zeke Draker," Riene muttered inwardly. And right after, Zeke launched his attack. His body flashed once and appeared right in front of her. But as long as there was distance between them, reacting to his move wasn't impossible. Riene thought inwardly and hurriedly dodged the incoming downward slash from the protagonist. However, she couldn't predict Zeke's next action. Right then, he swung his sword diagonally, slicing across the arena floor and straight toward Riene. The strike dragged countless stone fragments flying along with it, and successfully struck her face, leaving Riene's face streaked with blood. Still, there was no time to dwell on it. Riene quickly regained her posture. But Zeke seized the moment she lost balance and charged forward without hesitation. He swung straight for Riene's throat. "I'm done for," she thought inwardly. Yet in some miraculous way, her speed and power suddenly surged beyond imagination. She instantly knocked Zeke's sword flying. Around them, the crowd watching her victory went wild, screaming like maniacs. Zeke lost. As expected of Riene, she didn't even use aura, just like always. Unlike them, Instructor Pan, who had observed everything from the start, had completely different thoughts. No, that's not right. The students didn't notice. But when Zeke's attack closed in on Riene, she used the tiniest possible amount of aura, such a small amount it was almost undetectable. Riene, who swore never to use aura until officially entering the academy. He forced her to do it, he said while looking at the dazed Riene on the side. Meanwhile, Zeke took advantage of her momentary lapse in focus and charged straight in without hesitation. What are you doing? The fight isn't over yet. With that, Zeke unleashed a strike aimed straight at Riene's throat. It made her bleed instantly and dropped to her knees before him. Up in the stands, people seeing this action from him started hurling insults. This is proper sword combat. We won't tolerate such a cowardly attack. Exactly, a knight throwing away his sword. This is Riene's victory. You don't have the qualities to be a knight. Shameful. Insults rained down one after another, however. Zeke didn't pay much attention to the jeers. For him, as long as he won, that was enough. Across from him, after a few seconds of rest, Riene struggled to push herself up. Seeing that, Zeke asked, "Wanna keep going?" Hearing this, she felt some internal conflict. I haven't lost yet. He only hit because I let my guard down. Let my guard down. If he'd had a dagger instead of bare hands, I wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Thinking this, though reluctant, Riene finally admitted, I lost. Upon hearing her concession, the entire stands fell deathly silent. As referee, Pan quickly declared the result. The winner today is Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker, the one called human trash just days ago, has achieved victory over one of the most talented children in the prestigious family. The scene shifts elsewhere to a ruined castle where countless soldier corpses lay scattered everywhere. It seemed the place had just suffered a monster attack. While others were cleaning up, inside one room, two men sat drinking tea together. The black-haired man among them looked at his counterpart with a deeply pained expression. Abel, in a situation like this, you can still drink tea. Zeke, they say that bastard defeated Riene, he said while glancing at the letter on the table. In response to his question, the man named Abel gently shook his head. William, you're always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We still have time until the next full moon. William replied, then it seems now is the perfect time to visit home. Abel said calmly as he walked toward the door. His words startled William. What? You're going there personally? It's piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to know what kind of awakening my youngest brother has gone through, he said, gazing coldly out the window. Back to Zeke, even though his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to his quarters and continued training. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, right now Zeke was still buried in his training, and the more he trained, the more puzzled he felt. I really don't understand how in my previous life, with this trash body, I managed to become a Crimson Knight. He opened the status window and muttered. The screen immediately appeared before him. After a month of relentless training, Zeke's skills had improved significantly. Precise thrust had reached proficient, critical strike had risen to mastered, agile footwork to mastered. Looking at the descriptions on the screen, Zeke was reasonably satisfied. As expected, one of my skill proficiencies has surpassed proficient. When a skill ranks up, proficiency resets. I even raised agile footwork to mastered, a skill I gained from combat. Thinking this, suddenly a knock came from outside the door, and even without turning, Zeke knew who it was. Decker, what do you want? He asked. The old man had come to remind him about the blessing ceremony. We depart in 2 hours. Decker said calmly. Got it, I'll join soon, so prepare everything. Zeke nodded in reply. Just like that, after getting ready, Zeke boarded a carriage and headed to the main mansion where the blessing ceremony was held. Sitting in the carriage, Zeke stared blankly ahead and thought, it's been a long time since I've been to the main mansion. It belongs to the Draker family in the territory of Duke Troy. Though the main house is at the center of the continent in the Four Seasons Fortress in the Central Lands, the blessing ceremony must be held at the main mansion, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. The scene shifts to the main mansion of the Draker family, the Dragon's Lair. Inside the Grand Hall, all the children of age had gathered here in preparation for the ceremony, and while the entire crowd stood solemnly, Zeke kept glancing left and right, observing his surroundings and assessing the situation. I never noticed this before, but all these distinguished guests are big names you'd only hear about through continental news. I'm sure the family sent people to monitor me as well. No matter what their intentions are, once they see I failed to awaken, I'm certain they'll just ignore me. Thinking this, suddenly Zeke sensed a gaze fixed intently on him, making him turn to look. Then, upon seeing the owner of that gaze, his face immediately twisted with rage. Why the hell is that bastard here? In another corner of the Grand Hall, 2 men were shaking hands in greeting. It's been a while, huh? Ha ha, indeed it has, Abel replied. Hearing that, the man across from him asked curiously, "So what brings you to the blessing ceremony? Did someone in this class catch your eye?" In response, Abel immediately waved it off. "No, I have other reasons. It just so happens my adorable youngest brother is here too," he said, glancing down at Zeke below. This man was the second son of the Draker family, the Lion Sword, Abel Draker. Back to Zeke, though furious at the sight of him, he reminded himself to stay calm in the current situation. The Butcher Knight, "Abel, calm down. Right now I can't do anything anyway. In my previous life, Abel never came to watch my blessing ceremony. Has my actions changed the future? If that's the case, this could be an opportunity." Thinking this, Zeke's hand clenched so tightly it trembled. Unaware of Zeke's thoughts, the voice of the ceremony officiant rang out. "All right, we will now begin the blessing ceremony." Aaron stepped forward. "Yes, sir." The boy Aaron replied and quickly moved ahead to where a knight statue stood holding a massive greatsword. In front of the statue was a giant chalice filled with water. Then, as if knowing what to do, Aaron rolled up his sleeve and dipped his arm into the chalice. Next, a few drops of blood seeped from his palm, and immediately after, the water began radiating light. That flowed up his arm to help him open his dantian. Through the blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker bloodline awaken the aura sealed within them upon graduating from the cradle at age 12. Compared to ordinary knights who awaken around age 20, this is astonishingly fast. Among them are rare cases where, along with aura, they also awaken a dragon slayer trait called mana suppression. They at minimum reach yellow swordsman level, and a select few even match crimson or black knights and undergo true blood awakening. Nearby, seeing Aaron had finished awakening, Pan nodded and said, "All right, next." Hearing this, the swordswoman Riene stepped forward, and in her case, the light emitted from the knight statue was red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy. He immediately ordered a nearby soldier to fetch him a pair of gloves. To explain, because of mana suppression, all such individuals are required to wear special gloves crafted by the family. Otherwise, they cannot live a normal life. When someone proves themselves a true blood descendant, they are granted the Draker surname in their name, along with unimaginable support from the family and countless privileges. Just like that, one child after another stepped up to awaken their aura until it was the protagonist's turn. Since he was direct bloodline, everyone was eagerly waiting to see what he would awaken. Oh, finally the main event. "Wonder what awakening he'll get," someone said curiously, while another immediately chimed in. "Obviously true blood awakening, he beat Riene after all." Back to Zeke, hearing the constant murmurs around him, he laughed inwardly. "I never thought I'd stand before this damn statue again. Last time was horrific. Though the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, I ended up with a humiliating title. But this time everything's different. I not only have healing but also ether. Above all, I didn't give up or surrender. I stood up through my own will, so help me out here." "You damn statue," he thought, then he dipped his hand into the cool water. Next, the knight statue trembled non-stop, but just a few seconds later, it suddenly stopped without warning. This left the observing guests exchanging stunned glances, confused. It stopped. What's going on? This has never happened before. In another corner, Abel looked at his little brother with a dazed, unreadable expression. Back to Zeke, though he'd expected the result, experiencing it again made him unable to hide the rage on his face. "As expected, I shouldn't have hoped things would change. Because of that bastard, I got overconfident." Thinking this, he pulled his hand from the giant chalice and took out a cloth to dry his arm. Around him, the guests began looking at Zeke with skeptical eyes. What? He failed to awaken? Is that even possible? But why? "Looks like even the family head's bloodline can't suppress the cursed blood," someone sneered, but was immediately cut off by another. "Hey, shut up, then how did he beat Riene? He must have used some trick. What a disgrace to the family." Hearing the jeers, Zeke wasn't surprised. He was all too familiar with it. These people never change. "Doesn't matter, there are plenty of ways to get stronger without awakening," Zeke told himself inwardly, but right then the system sent him a notification. "I apologize, Zeke Draker, due to an error in processing, a message was hidden. Essential information was found missing from the identification system during professional identification. Occupation information has been input using system administrator privileges. Essential information detected as missing, occupation input completed. The system has identified the user's talent as healer. Your occupation has been unlocked. Received occupation confirmed as rare." A series of notifications flooded in, leaving Zeke somewhat confused. "Something's different from my previous life. Essential information missing. No way." Thinking this, he immediately turned back toward the statue. And now it was radiating a red light exactly like when Riene had awakened. This made the guests once again exchange wide-eyed glances. "Red. This is true blood awakening." He started with red. Ignoring that, the system continued with more notifications. The system has established a connection. The ancient dragon's blessing sealed within the user's soul has been activated. The bloodline fighter lineage talent has awakened. Your awakened talents have combined. A new occupation has been created. Unique occupation, immortal. Meanwhile, over by the group of onlookers watching from the side, they stared at the statue that had been glowing red just moments ago, suddenly shifting to golden light. And honestly, their minds were completely blown. They were total chaos inside. Golden radiance, what the hell is this? Is this really the true blood awakening or not? Earlier there was definitely red light, so yeah, that checks out right. Someone muttered uncertainly from the crowd, and off to the side Zeke overheard the whispering and wasn't all that surprised. Of course they'd be doubting everything, it was only natural, but if he opened his mouth right now it'd only screw him over, he told himself silently. While the guests kept murmuring among themselves, there's no spiritual energy fluctuation at all, so maybe the sword statue glitched. No chi suppression means it can't possibly be true blood awakening. In response to those questions, for some reason, suddenly Abel stepped forward, pretending to be the nice guy by clapping his hands to grab everyone's attention. Why is everybody acting so serious? We've got 2 true blood awakenings in the same batch here. Isn't that something worth celebrating? Hearing those words from him. Hearing that, the people inside the grand hall started exchanging probing glances with each other, and pretty quickly they caught on to what the other was thinking. It seemed like if someone from the Draker family failed to awaken radiant chi, it'd be a massive embarrassment. So in this unclear situation, the smartest move was to just let Zeke's successful true blood awakening stand and preserve the family's honor. The surrounding guests picked up on that too and immediately started clapping along enthusiastically. That's right, 2 true blood awakenings, what a blessing, they cheered while applauding. Seeing that, Abel nodded in satisfaction before turning to head instructor Pan. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and bring the gloves for our newest member already. Yes, sir. Pan bowed and quickly had someone fetch a pair of gloves, tossing them over to Zeke. Looking at the gloves in his hands, the protagonist gave them a quick feel and muttered, "These are kinda heavy, huh?" With that said, he swiftly stepped away from his spot to make room for the others still waiting to awaken their radiant chi. And even though he'd received help from Abel, Zeke still felt nothing but discomfort wrapping around him. The guy's intentions were way too obvious, but accepting help from Abel felt like stepping in shit. Time flew by quickly, and once all the kids from the family had finished the awakening ceremony, Pan stepped forward to announce, "This concludes the blessing ceremony. We'll soon have a celebratory banquet prepared for everyone, so please enjoy yourselves." Around them, the kids lit up at the mention of a feast and started grinning ear to ear in pure excitement. Looked like their harsh life back at the cradle was finally getting a tiny bit better. Only Zeke couldn't care less about any of it and turned to leave the grand hall. Stupid banquet. There has to be a training room somewhere around here, right? Zeke muttered under his breath and hurried off to find the training room, but he hadn't even taken a few steps before his big brother Abel's voice rang out. "Hey Zeke, the party's just getting started and you're already wandering off somewhere," he said with an extremely gentle expression, yet to the protagonist it felt exactly like being stared down by a venomous snake. "I didn't expect him to approach me this fast," he whispered to himself. Then Abel, playing the perfect older brother role, extended his hand forward in congratulations. "Congrats on awakening true blood, little bro." In response, Zeke forced a smile and reached out to shake, because he knew refusing right now would instantly reveal his hostility toward the guy. So for the moment he had to play along, and just like that, as their hands were about to meet, Zeke suddenly recalled some painful memory from the past, causing the air around him to shift noticeably. And Abel picked up on it immediately. "Haha, this feels pretty forced, doesn't it?" Zeke, on the opposite side, gritted his teeth thinking, even if it's just to save face, I can't bring myself to shake hands with this piece of trash. Back to Abel, he acted like he didn't notice Zeke's furious expression and waved it off. "Guess we'll have to skip it then. I'm satisfied just seeing your face. So see you later, Zeke." With that, he gave Zeke a quick pat on the shoulder and walked away right after. Meanwhile, Zeke waited until the guy was gone before frantically wiping his shoulder clean. As if terrified the other had contaminated him. "Fine then, see you later," he gritted out bitterly in his mind. Inside the banquet hall, people were still buzzing about Zeke. 2 new true bloods, huh? Yeah, Zeke's golden light was pretty shocking. This is the first time that's happened, right? I seriously thought he failed the awakening. So where'd he go anyway? Someone wondered aloud. At the same moment, our protagonist was back in his private room, tiredly stripping off his formal attire. Phew, I thought I was gonna suffocate in there. Putting that aside, how come I'm completely fine? every true blood awakening is supposed to come with chi suppression. It's the ability that proves you're an enemy of dragons, the source of spiritual chi, but since most machinery runs on chi as fuel, true bloods are required to wear the family's special gloves. If I really am true blood, then the moment I took the gloves off there should have been a problem. Thinking that, he pulled up his status window to double check, and sure enough there were massive changes. His class had switched from healer to immortal, new skills appeared, a rank rookie chi reversal and A rank rookie overall buff, and his current karma points sat at 100. Staring at the info, curiosity welled up inside Zeke. This is completely different from what they say. It's not chi suppression, it's chi reversal. Gotta read the details carefully though. With that, he focused on the chi reversal skill and the system quickly popped up an explanation. Chi reversal creates a distortion field that nullifies nearby spiritual chi. After reading the description, Zeke's eyes gradually lit up with understanding. So chi reversal is classified as an active skill. That's why the chi lamp didn't react. It's not a passive. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healing mage, but now I'm the one and only immortal. Wait a second, all the regular graduates awakened normal blue radiant chi. Only Riene awakened true blood with red light. Mine started out red too, but then it turned golden. The system mentioned the identification device lost essential data. Identification device, does it mean that bronze statue? The moment the system fed in the info, the stalled statue emitted red light. Damn, so that's how it is, huh? That bronze statue doesn't determine whether you awakened or not, it identifies the user's trait and class. Red is for rare classes and golden is for unique ones. The bronze statue is an ancient artifact used even before Terrakin, the founder of the Draker family. Back then, the concept of classes didn't exist, so it was only used to confirm awakening. They probably mistakenly took red light, the sign of a rare class, as the marker for true blood. Seriously, no family had ever figured this out. Now I've got karma points. I received them back then, huh? Let's give it a try, thinking that. To satisfy his curiosity, Zeke quickly tapped confirm on using dragon skill points. His dragon skill points dropped from 100 to 90, and right away a flood of system notifications appeared. Your dragon skills are now available for viewing. Opening dragon skills, level 1 dragon eye. Allows user to view detailed information on an individual after careful observation. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Level 1 dragon might. Allows user to make enemies submit using radiant chi. Locked. Requires 30 points to unlock. Level 1 devour. Allows user to consume and digest large amounts. Locked. Requires 50 points to unlock. Back to Zeke. After reading through the skill info, he muttered which one to unlock first. With his current points, he could only unlock 2. Let's see, right now I've got Dragon Eye and Dragon Might. Better to grab the obviously useful ones instead of gambling, thinking that he swiftly unlocked Dragon Eye and Dragon Might for himself. Dragon Devour looks risky anyway, better save it. Let's test Dragon Eye first. Right after activation, one of Zeke's eyes instantly turned golden like a dragon's eye. Whoa, I was expecting more since it said detailed info, but honestly nothing seems different. Zeke said in disappointment before stepping out onto the balcony for a better look. Then the scene in front of him left him stunned. Haha, this is straight up ridiculous. The statue in the garden looks like it's right in front of my face. This could actually be super useful. Zeke chuckled, then suddenly the system sent him a reminder notification. Would you like to receive detailed information on the detected target? Seeing that, Zeke felt a spark of curiosity and tapped yes. Immediately a bunch of info popped up in front of him. From the Oliver wood furniture to the drawer cabinet crafted in the Merc Empire. Back to Zeke. Before he could study it further, the light in his eye slowly faded. Then he felt a wave of dizziness hit him. What the, my body? Do all dragon skills do this? Guess I can't spam them then, Zeke said exhaustedly as he slumped into a chair, but right at that moment, his healing and vitality recovery skills automatically activated, making his fatigue vanish instantly. Still, Zeke was curious about the auto trigger. I didn't even intend to use healing. The young master said curiously and checked his status. Right after his eyes widened at the changes in his skills. Hold on, all my healer class skills turned passive and their levels jumped up. This is way too broken. Before, healing was already considered a very strong skill, but it wasn't something I could spam endlessly and its healing effect had limits. Now though self-healing is unlimited, I gotta test this. No sooner thought than done, Zeke grabbed a nearby fruit knife and immediately sliced across his forearm, blood pouring out non-stop. Yet just a few seconds later, the wound closed up completely, looking like it never happened. Looking at that skill, Zeke suddenly felt like he might need to tweak his plans a bit. No way, it takes 5 years to graduate from the academy, right? 5 years. But I'll only need 2, Zeke said with a grin. Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, a place where aspiring knights willingly pay any price to enroll. the Duchy of Troy territory, where the academy grounds burst with life every new spring semester. At this time, Zeke's group, having awakened their radiant chi, had enrolled here, and while strolling around, Zeke casually sized up the other students his age. The senior students looked like full adults because of their perfect training. Still, compared to those from the cradle, they were a bit lacking. But they were still kids from major families. Thinking that, Zeke glanced at the groups already clustering into cliques and factions and shook his head in exasperation. Looks like they've already marked their territories. This family rot goes right to the roots. Among the countless branch families supporting the Supreme Draker family, 3 held the most influence and were known as the 3 great families. First was the Tirun family, renowned for strength, the Zims family, representing wisdom, and finally Vardek, the family famous for being loaded with money. Even the kids from those 3 big families were in this kind of state. But whatever, it has nothing to do with me. He shrugged mentally and quickly headed back to the dormitory. His dorm was the highest tier one, Platinum Tower. Platinum Tower was a dormitory with training halls, a library, and all kinds of top facilities. It was reserved for senior students, and even cradle graduates couldn't easily get in. As for True Blood Awakeners, they were granted special privileges as floor masters of an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. Right then, as soon as he stepped into the building, a maid who had been waiting bowed deeply. "Welcome back, young Master Zeke Draker. We've been awaiting your arrival. We will escort you to your assigned floor." Beside her, 2 lines of servants bowed in unison. "Welcome back, young master." Back to Zeke, being treated like this left him feeling a bit awkward and unused to it. In his previous life, he wouldn't have dared dream of something like this even in his wildest fantasies. "Isn't this a little over the top, even for True Blood, haha?" Zeke gave an awkward laugh. Then an old man spoke up to remind him. "Lord Decker is waiting for you in your room." Following that, Zeke hurried back to his room and asked the old man Decker, "What's up, Decker?" In response, the old man said there was something he needed to hand over to the protagonist and presented him with an elegant box. Inside was the premium pair of gloves specially prepared for True Bloods. The gloves he'd received earlier right after awakening were just temporary ones. Over here, Zeke slipped on the new pair of gloves and felt the sensation they gave off before nodding in satisfaction. "Oh man, these are on a whole different level compared to those temporary ones. Glad you like them, Zeke," Decker said with a smile. Hearing that, Zeke continued right away, "I've got the new gloves now, so I figure might as well get a new sword while we're at it. What do you think, Decker?" In response to that, old man Decker said Zeke's choice was absolutely perfect. Because the Duchy of Troy's territory is right next to the massive mountain range full of high-quality iron and top-tier blacksmiths, to the point where a lot of people even say the first weapon a graduate gets is a masterpiece. Next, Decker offered to find Zeke a highly skilled blacksmith, but the protagonist turned it down since he'd already picked someone for the job. "No need for that. I've already got my guy in mind. I'll go handle it myself, so please set up a meeting." With that, he scribbled the other party's info on a piece of paper and handed it to his butler. After reading the name on the paper, Decker's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. "Galleon Halbert. I've never heard that name before. I'll contact them right away. Also, classes start tomorrow, so please review the related materials beforehand." "Always nagging, I know, Zeke grumbled. After that, once Decker left to get in touch with the blacksmith, Zeke took the chance to go over the documents while thinking. With the Platinum Floor being completely isolated, I'll have way more freedom to develop my dragon skills. Thinking that, suddenly a knock came from outside, interrupting his train of thought. "Come in." Zeke called out, and once he gave permission, a maid stepped inside to announce, "Excuse me, young Master Floor Master Riene has sent an invitation for dinner." Hearing the news, though a bit curious why, Zeke still nodded in agreement. "All right, take me there." Scene shift to the rooftop of the building. The setup here looks just like those fancy flower gardens used for tea parties. Pretty interesting, huh? Kinda feels like those Southern Gang territories. On the opposite side, the swordswoman Riene saw Zeke arrive and nodded in greeting. "Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family is a bit unusual. Sorry about that." With that, she snapped her fingers, signaling her subordinates to leave. Over here, Zeke was a little surprised, but didn't really mind. "Thanks for the concern. So let's eat first and talk business after." Riene added. Then back to Zeke. While she was ordering, he frowned, observing her Thunder Knight. She's optimizing her Danshin to control Radiant Chi, and already eyeing the position of Violet Knight, huh? So why is her swordsmanship stuck? What a waste of potential. Zeke sighed inwardly, and just like that, the two calmly ate together. Then, after seeing Riene's stack of plates 3 times taller than his own, Zeke felt existential doubt. Haha. I'm already a big eater, but her appetite is way beyond what I expected, Zeke thought while glancing at Riene with a weird look. Meanwhile, Riene seemed oblivious to the stare, calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin, and got straight to the point. "We finished eating, so let's get to the main topic." Except support from the Turan family. Zeke Draker on the opposite side, the protagonist's expression instantly changed after hearing that. Then he reminded her with a heads up, "Seems like you've forgotten, but both of us are true blood awakeners." In response, Riene almost burst out laughing at Zeke's naivety. "Looks like you've misunderstood what true blood awakeners really are. Sure, we get a ton of privileges, just this platinum floor alone is proof enough. But when it comes to actual growth, we don't get any real benefits. Centuries of accumulated academic and practical knowledge in the academy, a personal instructor to efficiently boost strength. Without those, no matter how rich you are, you'll still fall behind. That's why support from the family is necessary." Pausing for a beat, Riene gave a living example to drive the point home. "Even Abel Draker, a true blood like us, the youngest ever to achieve White Knight and currently Black Knight titles, also received support from his mother's family, the Zims family. Though the Turan family head didn't tell me the reason. He said you won't be getting any support from your mother's side. I'll say it again, except the Turan family support." Zeke Draker, the swordswoman, said with completely serious eyes. However, even after she laid out all the benefits, Zeke still waved it off. "No thanks." Hearing that, Riene's face went blank in shock. Then, unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "Why, though accepting Turan family support isn't bad for you at all?" In response, Zeke stood up from his chair and answered softly, "It's not about that. I don't need anything more than what I've already gotten as a true blood awakener. This is plenty, but enough to repay you for the meal. I'll give you some advice right now. Your sword has too much raw power behind it. I'm guessing you're too fixated on that person. Listen carefully, Riene. Your greatest strength is the flexibility that comes from your supple body. Don't take direct hits and crush opponents with brute force. Instead, flexibly deflect their attacks to the side and deliver a precise, refined strike. If you can do that, you'll grow far beyond your current self." As he spoke, Zeke lightly waved his hand through the air, causing all the leaves around him to swirl like a mini tornado. After doing that, Zeke waved goodbye to the swordswoman. "That's it, thanks for the meal." Back to Riene. After hearing Zeke's words, she unconsciously clenched her fist. "The Turan family stands for strength. I'm just following tradition. It's not because I'm fixated on others." But he was right. I've been obsessed with becoming worthy of the Turan name, and as a result, it's unconsciously seeped into my swordsmanship. He simply saw right through it. When I was young, everyone called me a genius, and no one ever gave me real advice. "Zeke Draker, just who are you exactly?" she muttered curiously. Back to Zeke's side. By now, he'd left the dorm building and was wandering around the school grounds. "All my class skills have changed their efficiency. Is insane. How am I still fine after staying up all night training?" Zeke complained aloud. This was thanks to his infinite vitality class skill. It lets all fatigue be instantly compensated with unlimited vitality, an upgraded version of abundant vitality. Back to the story. While strolling, Zeke glanced at the students training around him and thought, "In my previous life, I thought this place was hell. But now that I'm a proper awakener, it's turned into paradise. Money and power aren't everything. But nothing beats this," he marveled inwardly. At the same time, suddenly Owen called out from behind Zeke Draker, "So you're in the special class too?" Hearing someone call him, the protagonist glanced back, observed, quickly recognized the other party, Owen Zims, the third young master of the Zims family, one of the three great families. Thanks to his family's scheming specialty, he used others to bully me while cunningly maintaining a perfect image. But why is he acting so friendly now? On the opposite side, Owen pretended to be the nice guy. "I invited you to dinner yesterday, but you didn't reply. Did you not get the letter in response to that?" Zeke smirked, remembering the letter on his desk. "Oh, that thing on my table, huh?" Seeing Zeke had noticed, Owen pressed, "So why didn't you reply?" Hearing that, Zeke let out a snort and said with a cold face, "Man, you're hilarious. Why the hell would I reply?" Seeing Zeke's attitude, before Owen could even order, one of his lackeys stepped forward to show his attitude. "You're so rude, even though the young master treated you so kindly." Zeke Draker, the owner of that voice, was a hulking bodyguard-looking guy with an arrogant face, but since he was just a small fry, Zeke had no idea who he was. "Who is this guy?" he muttered, and the big guy, hearing that, clutched his face, laughing like an idiot. "Haha, how do you not know me? Looks like cradle trash really has no value." Back to Zeke. Before the guy could finish, Zeke already understood the lapdog's intentions. But he had no time to play along, so he turned to leave. "I get it, you want to show off in front of your young master, but remember who you're talking to." Behind him, the big guy seemed done talking, so the moment Zeke turned his back, he launched a sneak attack, throwing a thunderous punch straight at Zeke. Luckily, Zeke reacted in time. His body was pushed back, but he took no damage. Through that hit, he got a decent read on the opponent's strength strength, looks like senior students can handle basic radiant chi manipulation. Back to the big guy. Seeing Zeke unharmed after his punch, he shouted loudly, "My name is Durbin Roswell around here. They call me Mighty Durbin. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson," he declared proudly, unaware danger was closing in on him. Mighty Durbin, a student who's not even a knight yet has a nickname. How ridiculous, the protagonist said mockingly. Then in a flash, his body vanished from the spot and instantly closed in on Durbin. At the same time, Zeke channeled power into his fist and unleashed a mountain-shattering punch straight into the guy's gut, making the big man spew blood from both nose and mouth non-stop. Next, his body flew backward like a cannonball. But that wasn't the end. To keep these annoying flies from bothering him, Zeke scanned Owen's entire group of lackeys and challenged after Mighty Durbin, "Who's next?" Hurry up and pick young Master Owen. On the opposite side, just as Zeke had assessed famous for his cunning, Owen showed zero anger even when his subordinate got wrecked. Instead, he calmly led his dogs past Zeke and said, "You really love basking in glory, huh, Zeke Draker?" Hilarious, Zeke muttered, watching the retreating backs. Draker Academy is mainly split into two classes. The normal class teaches that if you lack talent, you overcome it with effort, so they follow a strict regimen from dawn to dusk. The second is the special class, where you can freely choose subjects beyond the basics. Even in this academy, where the greatest elites gather, the special class is where they truly shine. So I was kinda looking forward to it. But most people here are just former Cradle students. Special class, my ass, more like Cradle class, Zeke mocked, inwardly scanning around, seeing only familiar faces he'd grown sick of looking at. Then, while the class was still chattering noisily, suddenly, the professor's loud voice rang out for order to encourage our new special class students. Today, we have a very special guest. Not only was he the supreme commander in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but he also single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion with his sheer ingenuity. Please welcome General Howard Draker. As the professor's voice faded, an old man with a big belly stepped into the classroom and waved to the students. "Nice to meet you all." Back to Zeke. With his knowledge, of course, he recognized who this was: the Academy's headmaster, Howard Draker. War hero Howard Draker. They worship him as a war hero and tactical genius. But the truth is, he leaked info to the enemy to save his own skin. Though it accidentally threw them into chaos, he's just a lucky traitor. That rat isn't any hero. He's the mastermind who got me expelled from the Academy. I lost the only place I could call home and ended up wandering all over the Duchy of Troy until I got captured by slavers and sold to the Southern Cartel. I'll make him pay in full, Zeke silently vowed, staring at the fat old man's annoying face ahead. After that, once Howard had greeted the students a bit, he quickly left the classroom while the teacher continued with the lecture. "I believe you've all memorized the headmaster's words now. We'll start the basic class right away, so grab your swords and head to the arena." "Yes, sir," the whole group shouted in unison. Scene shift to the indoor arena of the special class. Even though it's indoors, the place is insanely huge. Meanwhile, Zeke was wearing an extremely bored expression during the teacher's lecture. Who would have thought even the special class has to learn basic dragon-slaying knowledge? In my previous life, just because I couldn't use radiant chi, I wasted 2 whole years learning stuff that a normal person could master in 3 months. Please just go easy on us. While thinking that, Zeke rubbed his face in utter misery. At this moment, in front of them, a young knight spoke up. "Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker, and I'll be teaching you the basics of dragon slaying. This is Rose Knight Andre Draker." However, since he's so young and hasn't built much of a reputation yet, the students didn't recognize him. "Who is that guy? He's too young. That's the official Draker family uniform." Whispers started spreading among the crowd and among everyone. Only Zeke knew this guy's true identity. Rose Knight Andre, even though he's not a pure-blooded awakener, he graduated early from Valhalla as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius, granted the Draker surname. Even the special class instructors are on another level. He's famous for his uncompromising, strict personality, Zeke thought to himself, and just as he mentioned. The moment Andre noticed the noisy, disorderly students below, he barked out, "Order. If you're done chatting, then I'll start the class. Draw your swords." Below, the students, sensing he wasn't someone to mess with, hurriedly obeyed. Right then, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. "Student, what's with that sword?" Hearing that, Zeke casually swung his sword, creating strong gusts of wind around him, and shrugged like this, "Sir, I use this sword in response response, Andre ordered him with a cold face step up to the arena. "Student, don't you know you should choose a sword that suits your body?" Hearing that, Zeke shook his head and sighed. I knew this would happen, so I deliberately made an impression when drawing the sword, but it still didn't help. Better to just show him the skill, thinking that the protagonist calmly said, "I can defeat you with this sword, sir." Zeke's calm statement instantly changed the atmosphere around Andre then. He started releasing mental pressure onto Zeke. Too bad it got completely blocked by Zeke's unyielding mental defense skill. Next, seeing his mental attack had no effect, Andre calmly touched the sword at his hip and spoke, "I see, student. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword even grazes my body even a little, you won't just get excused for your rudeness. You won't just get excused for your rudeness. Don't worry, I have no intention of using radiant chi on a student," he added to keep Zeke from panicking, unaware that this proposal made the protagonist go wild inside. Woo, free from class. Hell yeah, I can beat Andre because I know his weakness. But with Abel watching, if I draw too much attention like back at the cradle, it'll be dangerous. I'll just graze his clothes, then take the loss, thinking that Zeke gripped his sword tightly and said, "Fine then." With that, his body shot forward like lightning, and the moment he closed in on Andre, he swung his sword full force, aiming straight for the throat. The swing so powerful it tore through the air with a sharp whoosh. However, it still wasn't enough to trouble Andre. With just a simple swing, he easily deflected Zeke's sword outward. Seeing that the protagonist wasn't too disappointed, as expected from a blue knight, this won't be easy. With that, Zeke started moving continuously, attacking from every angle, but no matter the approach, he couldn't break through the Rose Knight's defense. As time passed, the students below had been watching the two fight for a full 30 minutes now. A real Draker Knight is on another level. Yeah, 30 minutes, and the kid hasn't even touched his clothes. Someone exclaimed. However, they didn't know that after fighting continuously for so long, Andre's body had started trembling from exhaustion. He began looking at Zeke with eyes full of confusion. What kind of stamina is this? Ridiculous. Even while suppressing my radiant chi, I never expected to lose to a student. Truly, the existence of true blood is unfair. The more he thought, the more bitterness rose in Andre's heart. On the opposite side, Zeke noticed Andre's breathing getting heavier and knew his plan was going perfectly. Haha, his stamina is still trash as ever, and suppressing his radiant chi like this only puts him at a bigger disadvantage. The Draker family's radiant chi training method is famous for its peculiarity. You have to keep radiant chi activated during practice, in daily activities, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically maintain it like breathing. In other words, for Andre, it's like holding his breath. His inconvenient swordsmanship drains his stamina even faster, but losing like this doesn't feel right. No choice, I have to force him to use radiant chi. Creating an easily handled situation is pointless. I need something to make him use radiant chi unconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. Thinking that, Zeke activated his agile footwork skill, making his body move like lightning, flickering in and out around Andre from all sides, leaving the man's eyes dazed, unable to pinpoint Zeke's exact position. Impossible. How can a student use agile footwork like that? Andre thought in panic, and right when his guard dropped, Zeke's figure instantly appeared behind him, simultaneously activating his critical strike skill. Sensing the danger, Andre immediately spun around. No choice, he was forced to use his radiant chi and slowly backed away. At that moment, Andre raised his sword high overhead to unleash his technique, Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 1, Section 1, Skyrending Slash. Just like that, Andre's earth-shattering slash came crashing down straight towards Zeke. Seeing it, the protagonist reacted lightning fast, raising his sword in front of his chest to block. Then a deafening explosion rang out through the air, and after blocking that strike, a huge gash appeared on Zeke's sword. He himself was heavily injured. Zeke's eyes bloodshot. Damn, that hurts, but now I can pass out. Thinking that, Zeke let go of his sword and collapsed to the side, ending the fight. Seeing this, Andre slowly sheathed his sword, and though a bit unwilling, he had to admit, this student no longer needs to attend observer class. Any other students want exemption. Below, witnessing the battle, the entire class fell dead silent, knowing the teacher was seriously pissed. Right now, if any idiot raised their hand, they'd definitely die with him up top. Andre, seeing no one step up, started venting his anger on the whole group. Fine, then I'll take that as no one. Now raise your swords. From this moment, students will receive one full round. Time flew by. Scene shift to the infirmary. Right now, the protagonist was leisurely resting, while the remaining students were dog-tired back at the training ground. Gotta say, that was a pretty solid performance. Even though I didn't graze his clothes, I forced Andre to use radiant chi, which he said he wouldn't, and he acknowledged my ability. In the end, Andre got lectured and I got free time, so we both win. But that final attack from Andre was the most basic one of of Dragon Slaying Art Chapter 1 Section 1, Skyrending Slash. Even though it came from a blue knight, its power wasn't that impressive. Still, I managed to beat a blue knight thanks to infinite stamina and healing. But this still isn't enough. To live freely without restrictions, I need unstoppable power, the kind that makes no one able to make me submit. Zeke said silently in his heart. At the same time, suddenly, a strong smell of alcohol hit his nose, then a voice spoke. So you're Arthur's youngest son. Lying on the bed, Zeke suddenly saw a drunk guy appear beside him, his eyes bulging wide. Who the hell is this guy? Zeke thought, warily eyeing the stranger, and this amused the man. You have the exact same eyes as that arrogant bastard Arthur. I couldn't detect him even with such a strong alcohol smell. Not to mention that arrogant bastard, he dares call the current Draker family head like that. Thinking that, Zeke spoke up. Who are you? Instead of answering, the red-haired man asked back, how did you do that earlier, kid? With that, he started chugging alcohol nonstop, making Zeke increasingly unable to figure out what kind of person this was. He's clearly acting on a whim, Zeke thought, and asked back, what do you mean? In response, the stranger set his bottle aside and looked at him with sharp eyes. Playing dumb, huh? Earlier you took internal damage, but how did it heal so fast? Back to Zeke, this unknown guy's observation ability made him a bit panicked. Inside, he noticed the healing. Can't let myself get exposed. No one in the academy knows about my healing skill. Thinking that, he clenched his fist and decided to keep playing dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. On the opposite side, the redhead wasn't too surprised at Zeke's answer. Fine, so the story continues like this. With that, without any warning, he swung his hand, chopping straight towards Zeke's neck. Luckily, the protagonist had stayed on high alert against this guy, so he reacted in time, dodging to the side. Otherwise, he might have been sliced in half, just like the pillow behind him. Next, Zeke grabbed the blanket beside him and threw it straight into the guy's face, blocking his vision. Instinct was screaming at him, if you don't kill him, he'll kill you. Thinking that, Zeke unleashed his full power simultaneously, using agile footwork, precise thrust, and critical strike to attack the opponent. However, against this assault, the other party simply extended his hand, lightly grasping Zeke's sword, firmly stopping it from moving even a centimeter. He even praised Zeke, your adaptability in situations is impressive. Just like a mercenary, those words hit right in the heart, making Zeke scream inwardly, just who the hell is this guy? Over here, Zeke saw his sword being held firmly, so he immediately let go of it and lightly stepped back to keep a safe distance. Then he stared warily at the opponent and wondered, just who the hell is this guy? A mercenary? Does he know something about my previous life? Zeke muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy started playing with Zeke's sword, twirling it around, and said amusedly, a Draker, dropping his sword and backing off, I think you'd fit better as a mercenary than a knight. With that, he flicked the sword lightly, sending it flying back toward the protagonist, who casually caught it, but Zeke's guarded stance didn't drop even a bit. So that's what he meant. I've never felt this way since meeting my master after that brief clash. There's an enormous gap between our abilities, so huge that if he wanted, he could kill me easily. He's at least a red knight, no, maybe even stronger. Thinking that, Zeke lowered his guard a little, because with his current strength, there was no way he could deal with this guy. Anyway, up ahead, unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, the redhead asked that two-handed sword is standard issue from the cradle, right? You have talent, so why use trash like that up ahead? Before Zeke could even answer, the door to the room swung open. Then Rose Knight Andre stepped inside, and as if recognizing the redhead's identity, he spoke up, so you're here after all, Gardener Dexter. Hearing that, Zeke started feeling suspicious, wondering if he'd misheard. Did he just say gardener with that kind of power? Zeke wondered inwardly. Next, the guy named Dexter picked at his ear and complained to Andre, that persistent leech, how'd you know I was here? You were in the training room earlier. Andre replied, you're annoyingly sharp, Dexter said boredly. At the same moment as Andre passed by Zeke, he told him to scram. If you're healed, then get out, kid. Hearing that, even though Andre's tone was irritating, Zeke had zero desire to stick around facing that red-haired monster. Yes sir, got it. With that, Zeke hurried out, but before he could leave the room, Dexter called after him, hey kid, if you have time, come to the western greenhouse. I'll teach you some useful stuff. Hearing that, Zeke paused thoughtfully for a moment, then shook his head. Nah, forget it. With that, he quickly walked out of the room without any hesitation, leaving Dexter behind fuming. Hey, look at that attitude, just like that damn Arthur. Back to Zeke. After closing the door, he immediately racked his brain, thinking, Gardener Dexter, who are you trying to fool? If he's on a level where he can casually call the family head Arthur Draker by name, then he must be the one with only one disciple, Andre, his whole life. If I'm not mistaken, this has to be Duke Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, one of the Black Knights whose martial prowess could take on an entire kingdom alone. He was big news when he suddenly vanished one day, but I never imagined he'd be hiding out in the academy, probably why Andre came here too. Duke is known for his terrifying decisiveness. There's even a rumor he got the Black Knight title just because he liked the color black, but that's probably nonsense. Right now, Duke is showing strong interest in me, but accepting ordinary lessons just out of curiosity isn't something I'm into. If I'm gonna learn anything, it'll at least be his secret techniques. I'll turn that interest into determination, thinking that Zeke cracked a sly grin and silently started scheming how to play Duke in his mind. Time flew by. Scene shift to the magic theory class. Right now, the Academy's magic theory professor Fanon was struggling to lecture. In a situation like this, do you know what happens? No one knows, he said awkwardly, while looking at the students sprawled on their desks, dozing off with zero interest in the lesson. Seeing that Fanon had to answer his own question, haha, alright, when you form a spirit formula through resistance, you really get hurt. His words weren't even finished when suddenly Zeke raised his hand. I don't understand the law of spirit chi energy flow you just mentioned, sir. Up at the podium, Mage Fanon saw someone actually paying attention. His face lit up like a flower, to the point Zeke had to remind him again before he snapped out of it. Sorry, this is the first time I've gotten a question. As for spirit chi flow, it's blah blah. He started explaining in detail for Zeke to understand, and just like that, time passed quickly until the class ended. The students were still boredly chatting among themselves, wondering why they had to sit through this dull magic theory class in a night academy. Why do we even learn magic theory here? It's basically nap time. Someone else laughed back to Zeke. Unlike the lazy bums beside him, he had to praise Fanon's ability. That was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor. Thinking that while he was packing up his books to leave, suddenly Professor Fanon's voice rang out. Wait, Zeke. Hearing the call, Zeke turned back and asked, "What's up, Professor?" In response, the professor took a deep breath to steady himself and said shyly, "It's nothing much. It's just been a long time since I felt like I was actually teaching a proper class with someone like you, so if you have any questions, feel free to come to my research lab anytime. I'm a former scholarship student from Delphoa Magic University. You know, I know a lot of stuff." Hearing that, Zeke couldn't help but rate him even higher. I already thought he wasn't an average mage, but a former student from Delphoa Magic University, the birthplace of magic. Thinking that since Fanon had offered, Zeke wasn't dumb enough to refuse. Got it, Professor, he said with a smile, inwardly thanking his luck. Getting close to a mage is never a bad thing. Mages are great at math and usually think flexibly. They're better colleagues than knights. Fanon, huh, let's see if he's useful, Zeke muttered inwardly while still thinking about how to best exploit this connection, when he noticed that Uncle Duke was already lounging on a bench like he'd been waiting the whole time. He's less patient than I thought. It's only been about a week, right? Zeke shrugged mentally. Meanwhile, Duke spotted him stepping out into the courtyard and glanced over. Done yet, kid? Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? You definitely understood what I meant by teaching you useful stuff. In response, Zeke activated his acting mode and let out a long sigh. I told you I'm not interested. On the opposite side himself, a full-fledged Black Knight getting rejected over and over by Zeke, Duke couldn't hold back and started losing it. Why, he shouted. Seeing that, Zeke kept throwing out excuses he'd just come up with. I know you're incredibly skilled, but right now I'm busy with personal training. Oh, so that's it. Of course, personal training can't be neglected. You think I'd say that? The words had barely left his mouth when Duke's tall frame suddenly appeared right behind Zeke, making the protagonist's eyes widen. But before he could react, Duke swung his hand, chopping straight into the back of Zeke's neck, knocking the young man out cold with his eyes rolling back. Time flew by. Scene shift to the flower garden Duke was tending right now. Zeke slowly woke from his daze, rubbing his still aching neck. I didn't expect him to actually knock me out. Guess 1 week was too long for him. So this is the western greenhouse, huh? As he spoke, he took the chance to look around. Up ahead, the red-haired uncle saw Zeke wake up, so he stopped watering and turned to take a swig of alcohol. Up already, kid? You kidnapped me? Zeke asked coldly. And the red-haired uncle admitted straight up, yeah, I kidnapped you. I'm interested in you, kiddo. As he spoke, Duke flashed a grin full of amusement. I'm interested in you, kiddo. As he spoke, Duke flashed a grin full of amusement. Thinking that, Zeke immediately activated his agile footwork skill and dashed straight forward like a gust of wind. However, how could his speed possibly compare to Duke's? He'd barely run a few seconds when the man's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling Zeke and making him backpedal. The guy still sees me as a joke. I need something to spark his interest. Thinking fast, Zeke probed out loud, what exactly about me interests you so much? I already asked how you healed internal injuries. That fast, Duke replied. And after hearing that, Zeke broke into a smile like he'd found the way to make Duke truly interested. So that's what bugs him, huh? If you're that curious, then make me answer. On the opposite side, Duke's face turned thoughtful for a moment like he was considering. Next, his figure vanished right before Zeke's eyes, making him wonder to himself, he's gone, where is he? As he spoke, Zeke scanned all around, unaware that from afar a sword was spinning and flying straight toward him. Luckily, at the last second, Zeke sensed the sword's presence and quickly leaned aside to dodge. Then he grabbed the sword, turned around, and asked Duke, "What are you doing?" In response, the uncle tossed him a proposal. "You told me to make you answer, but that's too easy. How about we bet? If you can graze my clothes even once, I'll grant you one wish, but if you give up during this fight, you'll tell me everything you're hiding." As he spoke, Duke wore a crazed grin. Just like that, the two sealed the deal. Time flew by until late afternoon. By now, the greenhouse scene was choked with dust from their intense clash, and after fighting for a while, even Duke had to admit inwardly, what the hell is this kid doing? It's been 3 hours. Not only does he have insane stamina and endurance, his injuries and fatigue recover without limit. The more he thought, the more baffled Duke became. No matter how many times Zeke got knocked down, he'd stand back up almost instantly like nothing happened. Back to Zeke, though he hadn't lost, yet he also hadn't found a way to win. "I could do this all day, but I still can't beat him." Thinking that, Zeke started considering whether to use the dragon might skill he'd learned earlier. Dragon might seems dangerous, so I've never used it, but against a black knight, it shouldn't be an issue. Thinking that, Zeke gripped his sword tightly, and the air around him turned colder than ever. Seeing that look in Zeke's eye, even Duke broke out in a cold sweat on his face. "Good, that's more like it," he said, exhilarated. Then, right after, Zeke activated his agile footwork skill, sending his body shooting forward like lightning. And the moment he closed in, Zeke swung his sword without a shred of hesitation. Over here, Uncle Duke saw the sword coming straight at him with zero fear. In fact, he even had time to think randomly, the kid's repeating attacks, he's fast. But compared to that starving leech or the Tirun girl, he's nothing. But this malice, his malice surpasses persistence. I love it. Guess I'll use a bit of radiant chi, huh? Thinking that, the red-haired uncle got a little excited and started coating his palm with radiant chi, preparing to block Zeke's sword. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly unleashed dragon might, making Duke feel like something utterly terrifying was staring him down. On instinct, Duke's body swung his arm hard, smashing straight into the sword, snapping it in half. Then, before he could even process what that feeling was, Zeke up ahead pulled off a dust veil technique, blanketing the entire area in dust clouds. "He blocked my vision, but it'll be hard for him to find me," Duke thought inwardly. But he didn't know that with his dragon eye skill, Zeke could easily spot his position and instantly closed in from behind. Then swung his sword straight at Duke's neck. Just like that, the blade sliced through the uncle's body. However, Zeke immediately realized his sword hadn't cut anything real. What he'd slashed was just an afterimage left by the uncle. Sure enough, right after that, the man's figure vanished before Zeke's eyes, and now surrounding him on all sides was a swirling dust storm. Looking at the scene, the protagonist recognized it. This is Duke's secret move, a simple high-speed dash creating a massive wind. This is why they call him the Whirlwind Knight. Thinking that, though, Zeke still couldn't find a way to counter the technique. Then a second later, Duke's voice suddenly rang out right behind Zeke. Hearing that, Zeke immediately swung his sword backward, but the uncle's figure vanished once again. Then he suddenly appeared right in front of Zeke and proposed, "Let's call this a draw, kid." Even as he said that, the uncle still bitterly landed a punch square on Zeke, sending his body flying backward like a cannonball. And because Duke had tormented him to this extent, even Zeke's recovery skill was starting to give out due to overuse. "Your exhaustion has exceeded acceptable limits. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down while talk about fitting the pattern." "Damn it," Zeke muttered before his vision went completely black. Time flew by. Scene shift to Zeke's private room. Right now, he was holding his head as he woke up, observing all around. "This is my room. Duke brought me back, huh?" Thinking that, the protagonist let out a regretful sigh. "Ha, almost won too. Truly worthy of a black knight. I thought I'd done everything possible right now, and it was useless. I tried making Duke drop his guard by repeating attacks hundreds of times, then at the decisive moment unleashed dragon might to create an opening. On top of that, I used dragon eye to strike him, and still it wasn't enough. The skill Duke used at the very end must be his secret technique. Sure enough, I lost consciousness from overusing dragon skills, but if I'd held on a bit longer, I could have seen his secret manual, that absurd high-speed movement technique he uses with his extremely trained body. That secret move is definitely what allowed Andre, with his poor stamina, to reach Red Knight rank. Too bad I lost the chance to learn his secret technique, but it was still worth it. Dragon might with pressure that even a Black Knight felt for a split second. Most small fry would collapse the moment they touched this skill. Thinking that Zeke felt pretty satisfied with Dragon Might's power, then suddenly a notification screen popped up in front of him. "You have one unread message. Confirm to open unread message." Zeke said curiously and quickly tapped confirm. Then a bunch more notifications appeared before him. D rank agile footwork skill has been upgraded to C rank high-speed movement. Your soul has grown thanks to your strong display of will, along with your soul's development system functions have been activated. You can unlock the next function by using additional karma points. Minimap geographical and terrain features can be viewed in map form. Locked requires 20 points to unlock storage. Can store as many items as capacity allows. Locked requires 20 points to unlock infinite questbook. Includes guides and quests for efficient low-level administrator development. Locked requires 45 points to unlock. Current karma points 40 back to Zeke. So many new things popping up, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. A whole bunch showed up according to the description. Storage sounds pretty cool. Let's check storage first, thinking that he spent 20 karma points to unlock the new function. Right after the system returned a notification. If you select the item you want, it will be stored in storage. When retrieving a stored item, think of its name or appearance. The space an item occupies in storage depends on its size and weight. To get a larger storage, you can use karma points to expand your storage capacity. Back to Zeke after reading the description. Even a cow could understand how to use it. Select an item I want. I can activate skills by thinking about them, so storing items is probably the same way. Thinking that, Zeke casually picked up his broken sword and silently said store in his mind. Next, the sword in Zeke's hand suddenly vanished and transferred into his inventory. Two-handed sword disappeared, taking up 2 slots in the 28-slot storage, so that's what the system meant by space occupied depending on size and weight. To retrieve, think of the name or appearance. Thinking that, Zeke focused a bit, and right after the sword reappeared in his hand once more. I thought it was a subspace pouch, but this is way better. That treasure was super expensive obviously, but hard to find a container for it. And I can even expand storage size with points. This insanely advantageous function is just for low-level administrators. What'll it be like at higher levels if these points are this valuable? I can't waste them recklessly. Looks like I need to change my plans. Zeke stroked his chin, thinking for a bit. At the same moment, old butler Decker's voice came from outside. May I come in, young master? Hearing that, Zeke nodded. Come in. What's up? In response, Decker pulled out a small note and explained, there's a message for you. He said you'd know who it's from if I mentioned Gardner Dexter. On the opposite side, Zeke quickly took the note and looked at it. The note read, kid, if you want to challenge me again, come anytime. Looking at those words, Zeke broke into a grin like he'd hooked a big fish. Looks like it wasn't a total failure, so that's what he meant by draw. Either way, it means there's still a chance. Thinking that, Zeke clenched his fist, feeling Duke's secret technique calling out to him to learn it. Back to old man Dexter right now, he continued, reminding the protagonist, one more thing to tell you. I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing that, Zeke's eyes lit up with joy, and he asked right away, oh really, when's the appointment? In response, the old man's voice hesitated a bit. There's a problem with that. The blacksmith refused the meeting. He doesn't forge weapons anymore. Time flew by. Scene shift to some small rundown forge. Right now, Zeke's carriage stopped here because this forge was where the person he'd targeted was living. Looking at the familiar scene before him, the protagonist's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence. It's been so long. Breath of Papnir Shore is a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking that, he opened the door, stepped inside, and called out, anyone home? Inside the forge, the place was a total mess with countless armor pieces scattered across the floor, and at the table a young man was drunk, slumped over his bottle. Graham, the radiant sword, it was the masterpiece Galleon forged. He said it was the price for saving his life, worthy of the title soul blacksmith. It's known he reads a blacksmith's soul before crafting weapons for them, because he lived up to that reputation, creating swords with exactly the abilities needed most. The ability to substitute radiant chi with ether. The continent's greatest blacksmith forged that sword. But what's with his current state? Zeke said curiously, looking at the drunk Galleon before him. This guy was the sole blacksmith, Galleon Halbert. Right then he noticed Zeke's arrival and said, surprised, what a kid, this ain't a playground for children, get out. Back to Zeke, he didn't respond to that, instead started scanning the room, frowning in annoyance. Even though he's a very emotional guy, it shouldn't be this extreme. What happened to him before meeting me? Zeke wondered inwardly. Then, unable to accept his chosen blacksmith lying around drunk, Zeke immediately grabbed a large bucket of water from somewhere and splashed it straight onto him, making the young man's eyes bulge wide open. Next, Zeke smiled and greeted, you awake now? I want to know why you refused my request. Up ahead, after the water splash, the young blacksmith sobered up a bit. Then, noticing the dragon emblem gloves on the protagonist, he instantly recognized Zeke's identity and hurriedly bowed, apologizing. Draker family, I'm sorry for my disrespect. Please forgive my rudeness, but right now I don't accept any requests. How can a piece of trash trash like me create what someone wants when I can't even make what I want myself, saying that the young blacksmith's whole body trembled helplessly. Looking at his current state, Zeke felt like he was seeing his past self, so even Galleon went through a phase like this. Thinking back, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith when I met him, and Galleon never told me about his life before, probably didn't want to share this embarrassing past. But I can't wait another 10 years for him to snap out of it, Zeke said inwardly. Meanwhile, Galleon was still scratching his head, self-blaming, why am I so useless, can I even make weapons anymore? A blacksmith who can't make weapons. The more he thought, the more his mind fogged up, until Zeke's loud shout snapped him back. Sorry for my disgraceful behavior earlier, Galleon hurriedly said, but Zeke didn't mind much and shook his head. Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed products. Hearing that, though, Galleon was a bit confused why Zeke would ask that, he quickly led him this way. I'll take you to the back to Zeke, of course. He asked this to gauge Galleon's current level. No choice, I'll have to guide him onto the right path myself, he thought inwardly. Next scene, shift to the forge's backyard, an empty lot with countless identical swords stuck into the ground. Looking at the messy scene, Galleon felt a bit guilty and said to the protagonist, sorry, I shouldn't have let it get this cluttered. Haha, no worries, it's actually kinda captivating. Zeke nodded in response. Next, Zeke walked into this sword garden, casually pulled out one sword and examined it carefully behind him. Galleon worriedly warned, sir, please be careful, even though they're failures, they're still very sharp. Back to Zeke, of course Galleon's warning was unnecessary, how could these swords possibly hurt him? After checking several swords, Zeke got a general sense of the weapon's quality. This one, and this too, they're not failures, their quality matches what he forged when called the continent's greatest blacksmith. Thinking that, Zeke started wondering why Galleon considered them failures. Then, to check deeper, the protagonist used his dragon eye skill to observe the sword in hand and quickly spotted some odd points. Sure enough, just as I thought. Your forge has a problem, right? Zeke said, making Galleon's eyes widen in shock for a second. And he hurriedly asked, how did you know? In response, Zeke didn't explain in detail, but continued with the sword issue. Let me ask you. You've optimized your own metallurgy style, right? Looks like you added certain metals to make lighter and more refined material, but the durability is trash. With that, Zeke casually swung the sword hard, then abruptly stopped his arm. The sword's recoil caused it to shatter into countless fragments. As for why the sword broke, Zeke guessed and muttered, in cases like this, it's because impurities weren't properly removed during heat treatment. Back to Galleon's perspective, hearing the protagonist say this, his face went blank because not a single word was wrong. Incredibly accurate. He not only recognized my metallurgy method, but pinpointed the critical flaw and cause. If it's this person, maybe he can help me. Thinking that, instinct urged the young blacksmith on. Next, he clenched his fist and said with a slightly anxious voice, sir, this is a bit very sudden, but I have a request. What is it? Zeke frowned, asking. And to explain, the two returned to Galleon's private workshop. Here the blacksmith pulled a blueprint from a drawer and spread it on the table for Zeke to see. The moment he looked at the blueprint with his future knowledge, Zeke instantly recognized what it was. This is Galleon's secret, the thing he revealed years later, the blueprint for a magic forge. Thinking that, he recalled the moment in his previous life when the blacksmith shared this info. Haha, why hide it from the guy who saved my life? This is a forge where temperature can be freely adjusted with magic. That's my secret, he said with a smile. Back to reality, since he already knew what it was. Zeke nodded in praise. With this, your metallurgy method would work perfectly. Hearing that, Galleon's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I knew you'd recognize it. With this, your metallurgy method would work perfectly. Hearing that, Galleon's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I knew you'd recognize it. Next, Zeke asked why, even though Galleon already had a complete blueprint, he still hadn't built it. Hearing that question, the smile on Galleon's face instantly vanished, and he explained bitterly, the most important part of the blueprint, the spirit chi energy law, is still there, but the implementation cost for the magic forge is 10,000 gold. On the opposite side, Zeke's face froze stiff at that sky-high number. To put the value in perspective, a normal family of 4 has monthly living expenses of 10 gold coins, and building that forge costs 1,000 times that amount. So it took him 10 years to scrape together that money. Thinking that, Zeke let out a heavy sigh and said that price is downright ridiculous. Back to the blacksmith, of course he understood that with the income from this tiny forge, who knows how many lifetimes of saving it'd take to afford that thing. So he had no choice but to pin all his hopes on Zeke. I have a request for you. You're from the Draker family, and you're a true blood awakener. So if you build this forge for me, I'll fulfill any request you have for free, unconditionally, until my last breath, Galleon said with eyes full of utmost seriousness. As for Zeke, hearing this proposal, he fell into deep thought, because even as a Draker, and one of the two true blood awakeners of this generation, it didn't mean he could just throw around that kind of massive sum. This is really tough. It'd be feasible if I were the family's guardian knight, but getting 10,000 gold in support is impossible even as a true blood. But I can't give up on Graham. That radiant sword trouble is the spirit chi energy law. Thinking that, suddenly a light bulb went off in Zeke's head, and he broke into a slight smile. Next, he gently rolled up the blueprint, stuffed it into his pocket, and agreed, "All right, I'll accept. I can ask a mage acquaintance of mine. If there's an answer, I'll get back to you." "Oh, and quit drinking," Zeke waved, casually saying before his steps halted. Because Galleon had suddenly grabbed his leg, crying like a child. "Thank you, truly thank you. Galleon will serve you for life as my lifesaver." He sobbed, snot and tears smearing everywhere, even getting some snot on Zeke's pants. "Good grief, I get it. Stop already. When it's done, I'll let you know," Zeke shouted. Time flew by. Scene shift to the research building area for professors inside Draker Academy. Right now, Zeke was heading here to seek help from that mage Fanon. While walking, he inwardly cursed the magic tower mages. Why do those bastards charge such insane implementation fees? The structure looks simple enough. Fanon's specialty is spirit chi energy law design. Let's see where his lab is, Zeke muttered to himself, before his body came to a stop, upon hearing beating sounds coming from not far away. Sounds from that alley over there. The noise brought back some unpleasant memories from his previous life, when he had to kneel and beg Leon, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please, I apologize, Sir Leon." "This lowly scum dared to touch your body," Zeke said, forcing a smile, and in response to those words, Leon didn't hesitate to stomp down, saying, "Well said, Zeke. As a reward, I'll give you the chance to clean the ground you dirtied." "Thank you, Sir Leon," Zeke said weakly. Recalling those memories, Zeke started grinding his teeth in rage. Scene shift inside the alley. Right now, Leon was relentlessly throwing punches at someone while cursing non-stop, "Bugs like you only exist to block others' paths." Damn it, Zeke was the same. That unprecedented golden light reaction, a true blood awakener, surpassing all. Damn it. Thinking that, rage surged in his heart, and he stomped straight down on the bullied person's head. Losing to that lowly scum was unavoidable because of his surprise attack before the fight even started, but how the hell did that lucky trash who humiliated me become a true blood awakener? Thinking that, Leon bit his lips so hard it bled in fury. However, right at that moment, Zeke's voice rang out from the alley entrance. "Wow, Pockface, already found my replacement, huh?" Zeke said with a bright smile, but after seeing who the victim was, Zeke's expression flipped 180 degrees. "I give you all 3 seconds. Get your heads down on the ground or else." On the opposite side, Leon, seeing Zeke appear, broke out in a cold sweat. However, he still gritted his teeth. "What's this? Your arrogance has gone through the roof since you awakened true blood." "Zeke Draker, are you sure you really awakened true blood?" Before he could finish, Zeke had no patience for this lapdog. "Shut your mouth. If you don't bow, don't blame me," he said with ice-cold eyes, making Leon's face pale as he sucked in a terrified breath from Zeke. He began feeling an invisible pressure, making sweat pour non-stop. "What kind of pressure is this? Just a few months ago, he was crawling between my legs, and now I'm scared." Thinking that, an invisible flame of rage ignited in his heart, fueling him to confront the protagonist. "How dare you talk to me like that, you lowly scum? What are you waiting for? Beat him!" He roared at his lackeys, and those loyal dogs, unaware of Zeke's strength, grinned as they charged to take hits facing their assault. Zeke just sighed in annoyance at their stupidity. "Ha, don't blame me later, got it?" With that, he sidestepped, dodging a punch from the bald guy, and while the guy hadn't even realized what happened, Zeke threw a straight punch right into his ugly face, making him spew blood nonstop and flop to the ground. Next, he followed with an uppercut hooking straight into the chin of the guy behind, sending more blood flying. At the same time, another student balled his fist, attacking Zeke from above, but Zeke instantly caught his arm, then spun and hurled the guy's body straight into the one beside him. Next, he delivered a knee kick, smashing another guy's face, making his eyes roll back. Just like that, this group of weaklings started getting curb stomped by Zeke without a shred of mercy against trash like them. One move each was enough to drop them flat. From behind, Leon, watching his lackeys get taken down so easily, went slack-jawed. "Impossible. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know?" he wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, after dealing with the trash, Zeke turned to Leon. "Don't be scared. I believe you already know it'll only hurt for a moment," he said casually, like it was nothing. Seeing that, Leon hurriedly drew his sword with trembling hands. "Stay back. If you come closer, I'll cut you," he bluffed loudly, but his shaking body betrayed his terror. Back to Zeke's view, seeing Leon draw his sword, his eyes turned colder than ever. "You really drew your sword on academy grounds. You know what that means, right?" To confront the killing intent of Leon, Conrad, the one who drew his sword on sacred training grounds, "I, Zeke Draker, will respond with my honor. The following duel ends only when one of us dies. Full responsibility lies with ourselves, and the opponent bears no liability for the outcome. Liam Stone, you'll be the witness." However, before the protagonist could make a a move. Leon, on the opposite side, wet himself in fear, dropping his sword, and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker, please spare me, please forgive me," he whimpered pathetically, making Zeke not even bother taking his life. Right then Zeke swung his sword, grazing past Leon's left ear, making Leon scream in pain and clutch his ear desperately. As for Zeke, he sheathed his sword, grabbed Leon by the hair, and warned, "I'll take your ear as payment. If your ear's reattached when we meet next, what I take won't be an ear, it'll be your head." With that, he slammed Leon's face into the ground, letting him taste the dirt kissing he'd forced on Zeke in the previous life. Done with that, Zeke shrugged and walked off like nothing happened back to the big guy Liam. Before Zeke left, he struggled to his feet and asked Zeke, "Why did you help me?" Hearing that the protagonist gave a faint smile, "Don't think about it, I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself," Zeke whispered, bidding farewell to the weak shadow of his past. After exiting the alley, Zeke scratched his head, reminding himself, "Damn, Galleon must have rubbed off on me, almost said some cringy lines there." Time flew by. Scene shift to Mage Fanon's lab. Right now Zeke had met him and shown him Galleon's blueprint. "Is it feasible, Professor?" Zeke asked. And after looking it over a bit, Fanon replied, "Let me be straight, yes, it's feasible." Hearing that, Zeke's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I'd like to entrust it to you," he said excitedly. However, things are never that easy or smooth. Fanon didn't rush to take on the task, but reminded Zeke, "Hold on, I think it'd be better if you hear my explanation first. As you said, the overall structure can be called simple, however the issue is the core responsible for energy output. The core is the heart of this machine, but the circuit paths have extremely troublesome restrictions. Though small, they require sufficient energy and will need a way to adjust output without delay. This is unprecedented." As he spoke, he pointed at the blueprint on the table, while Zeke's smile gradually faded, and he probed, "But it's still feasible, right?" "Yes, there are two options based on the core's conditions. I can personally adjust your design. However, it'll take at least a decade to revise the core design." "No, probably around 15 years. 15 years, Zeke yelled like the house was on fire. "Yes, it'll consume a significant amount of time. The second method, we can bypass the core design and use equivalent materials, though that saves a lot of time. The required material is high-grade compressed spirit stone." Hearing that, Zeke got so agitated he couldn't sit still anymore. "What, isn't that an ancient treasure impossible to create with current technology?" On the opposite side, Professor Fanon replied calmly, "Yes, that's right. Ancient treasures are already rare, but searching ruins for them is even harder. Finding a spirit stone that can withstand our design would cost over 3,000 gold. Summing it up to go fast, it's still all about money." And after Zeke heard it all, he felt like all life had drained from his body. "I might get kicked out if someone discovers I can't use radiant chi, but 15 years is way too long. But 3,000 gold is also an astronomical number. Unbelievable, insane. I can't give up on Graham the Radiant Sword. Most people think I'm a radiant chi user because of what happened at the blessing ceremony, but that was just a reaction from healing skill and ether. In reality, I still can't use radiant chi. Ether is considered a power extremely hard for humans to control. However, except for the soul spirit skill my master taught, I can't use any sword techniques that utilize radiant chi. With that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body. Compared to others, radiant chi is much easier and more versatile to use. That's why I need Graham the Radiant Sword. Damn it, how am I supposed to find high-grade compressed spirit stone?" The more he thought, the darker his future seemed. As if not seeing Zeke's expression, Mage Fanon was still admiring the blueprint and praising incidentally, "Whoever created this design is extraordinary. Even considering the complex core, it's still a superior design. It'll be hard to replicate even among Golden Age treasures." Back to Zeke, Fanon's words made his body tremble. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Golden Age treasures, right? Why didn't I think of that sooner?" Zeke grinned like he just realized something. And to not waste time, he immediately stood up, asking the professor, "Please keep the design safe until I return." Professor, hearing that, Professor Fanon looked at Zeke like he was an idiot. "What do you mean you want me to spend 15 years perfecting it?" In response, Zeke, of course, wasn't dumb enough to choose the time-consuming method. "Haha, of course not. I'll bring one. I mean, a high-grade compressed spirit stone," Zeke declared confidently, as if he already knew exactly where to find it. The Golden Age, that was the era of the Liberation War, fighting to escape dragon domination. And that era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut. The one who defeated him was Tarakan Draker, the first head of the Draker family. Thanks to that humanity gained a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in dragon lairs, relics from the Hero King's era, the peak of magic. All those treasures featured techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards. Among them, high-grade compressed spirit stones containing essential spirit chi to sustain an entire village, a treasure from the Hero King's era. Scene shift to the Central Library of Draker Academy. Though rarely used, the Central Library was still maintained, because it was believed to have been personally founded by Terrakin during the archive expansion phase. Ancient treasures from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to involvement from the Magic Tower and Grand Mage Nirvana, a member of one of the three great families, in the excavation. During those days, countless Golden Age treasures were unearthed, and news spread through continental newspapers. Or at least that's what was supposed to happen 10 years from now. But right now, no one had discovered any treasures or even realized they existed, thinking that Zeke started wandering around the archive room. However, after packing back and forth for a while, he could only sigh, I could fumble around all day and still not find it. Out of options, he had no choice but to activate his Dragon Eye skill to search for more clues. And sure enough, Dragon Eye didn't disappoint. After using the skill and observing around a bit, Zeke spotted a tile with a strange red glow. So the protagonist rushed over, tapped it to check. Here it is. It makes a hollow sound when knocked. Exactly, this is it. Thinking that, without wasting another second, Zeke used his power soul spirit of the primordial, the only way to apply ether he'd learned from his master for the soul spirit skill. Since ether materializes the users while applying certain properties like cutting and using it in various situations is possible. However, it has limits. The user must expend ether for any action. Right now, the energy blade in Zeke's hand easily sliced through the tile floor. However, after doing so, he was drenched in sweat from the effort. Looks like using it is still too much for me right now, Zeke whispered. Next, he carefully lifted the tile, slipped underneath, and placed the tile back in position so no one would notice. Below was a pitch-black underground palace, forcing Zeke to use a torch to light the way. As he walked, he grumbled, the papers didn't say it was this deep. His words had barely finished when suddenly he heard footsteps, making Zeke startle and hurriedly extinguished the torch. Next, he carefully listened to the sounds approaching and thought silently, at least a decade from now before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found it early, he muttered, then slowly poked his head out to look. And what met his eyes were two skeletons holding pickaxes and shovels. Skeletons, huh? They're holding pickaxes and shovels, alright, looks like not made by a lick. If that's the case, this should be easy. Thinking that, Zeke drew his sword from inventory, activated critical strike, and charged straight at the two skeletons. And in just 1 second, he easily decapitated the pickaxe-wielding skeleton. Next, he followed with a downward slash, cleaving the shovel-wielding skeleton in half. Right after defeating the two monsters, a notification screen appeared before him. For defeating 2 skeletons, you have gained 2 karma points. Current karma points 22. Looking at the text, Zeke felt like he discovered another treasure. Oh right, I can earn points from killing monsters. I totally forgot while focusing on the treasure. Isn't this the best way to farm points? Come to me, my beloved points, Zeke said excitedly as he grabbed his sword and went hunting for more cute skeletons to send them to reincarnation. What Zeke loved most about these monsters was how ridiculously weak they were. They provided karma points without posing any real danger. Just like that, Zeke comfortably started collecting karma points. While thinking about how to best use them, this is easy, gotta think carefully in case I find something worth unlocking. The beginner quest book is 45 karma points, minimap is 20, Dragon Eye Devour and locked level 2 skills all require 50 points. Looking at current prices, I can only afford the minimap. Thinking that, he activated the minimap function. Right after, a simulated screen displayed a minimap of the area. Looking at the red dot marking his current position, Zeke quickly understood how to use it. Seems similar to magic maps. Thinking that, Zeke's eyes showed a bit of amazement and noticed an area in the corner of the map. What's this, he wondered, and tapped the spot. Next, the system switched the minimap from 2D to 3D for easier viewing. Looking at this flexible transformation capability of the system, Zeke couldn't help but give it a mental thumbs up. Awesome, this is exactly what I wanted, he exclaimed excitedly before his eyes locked onto a room glowing red. But why is only that room a different color? As he spoke, he tapped the room, and the system displayed a notification. Do you wish to navigate to the selected location? Storage room. Looking at this, Zeke's eyes widened. Storage room. In the past, the search team took many days to find this place, yet now I can locate it so easily. Thinking that, Zeke didn't hesitate and tapped confirm. Next, the system returned, now providing the fastest route to your designated location. As soon as the notification appeared, the 3D map in front of Zeke automatically drew a path leading to the room, making Zeke unable to hold back a triumphant shout, "Haha, unbelievable with this, how could I ever get lost just like that following the map's guidance?" Zeke arrived in front of a massive door. "Guess I'm here, but how do I get inside? Looks like waiting won't open it," he frowned, saying, and reached out to touch the giant door. And the moment his hand touched it, suddenly some kind of magic on the door activated, flinging his hand away. Seeing this, Zeke realized what it was: security spell. The reason the Magic Tower and Grand Mage Nirvana got involved must be because of this door. If not for the gloves, I might have lost my hand, huh? "I can't bypass this spell system, can't you open it for me?" Zeke asked casually, just to vent his frustration. But unexpectedly, the system actually responded to his question. "Request from administrator received, connecting to security device, security spell deactivated, automatic device activation failed, now switching to manual activation." With no time to care about the door, Zeke hurriedly asked, "Wait, you're responding to what I just said?" "Yes, do you have any further requests?" Administrator Zeke Draker. The system's confirmation notification left Zeke stunned for a moment. He never expected he could actually talk to the system. Then, after a few seconds to regain composure, Zeke asked the question he was most curious about. "If that's the case, then why force me to reincarnate?" "I cannot answer that question," the system replied. Hearing that, Zeke asked another, "So what exactly is this administrator system?" "I cannot answer that question." "Then who created you?" "I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests?" Administrator Zeke Draker back to Zeke. The system's repeated "I cannot answer" was giving him a headache. Damn it, no answers to the important questions. Zeke sighed and requested the system to open the door. Administrator request confirmed. Tomb of the Dragon Slayer storage room unlocked. As the notification appeared, the massive door rumbled and slowly opened. Behind the door was an enormous room filled with countless wooden chests neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Looking at those wooden chests, Zeke's eyes widened like he'd struck gold. Treasure chests, as the name implies, these are chests full of valuable treasures and artifacts. Finding even one treasure is already miraculous. Thinking that to verify, Zeke opened the nearest chest, and sure enough, it didn't disappoint. Inside were various jewels and gems glowing brilliantly, nearly blinding Zeke. "Haha, so there are hundreds of treasure chests like this," he exclaimed excitedly and started rushing to open the rest, quickly stashing all the valuables. "I'll take this one. Oh, this looks pretty good too. This one's for Fanon. Finally found it. 4 high-grade compressed spirit stones, even better. I'll use 1 point to expand storage by 4 slots, but I still don't have enough space to hold everything. Looks like I'll have to come back regularly until graduation," Zeke muttered and began storing all the precious treasures in his inventory. Done with that, he comfortably stood up to prepare to leave. "Today's haul should be enough," Zeke muttered. However, right at that moment, he sensed an unusual aura appear in the room, making him whirl around. What is this creepy feeling?" Zeke frowned, thinking, while reaching out to touch the wall to check. Instantly, an anomaly occurred. A complex magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet, and just 1 second later, the formation activated, teleporting him somewhere. Next, when he reappeared, Zeke found himself inside another storage-like room. Seeing he'd been suddenly teleported, Zeke warily scanned around and asked the system, "Where is this?" In response, the system quickly answered, "Administrator is currently inside the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary." Back to Zeke. Since the room seemed to have nothing dangerous, he lowered his guard a bit and thought back to his previous life's knowledge. Dragon Slayer's sanctuary, according to the previous life, newspapers never mentioned a room full of chests. With that, he pulled up the minimap to check his position and silently calculated. Just as expected, it's not too far from the old spot, but there's no path leading to the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. If so, this must be an undiscovered location from my previous life. "I can't pass this up," Zeke thought excitedly. Next, he pushed aside the lid of a stone coffin in the room, revealing a full-body armor inside. At the same time, the system displayed a notification: exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer discovered. Looking at this, Zeke curiously lifted the armor and examined it from all angles. "Exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer, it sure doesn't look like any Golden Age armor I know," he muttered. Before noticing at the back of the armor's neck, there was a slot that looked like it was meant for inserting something. Then a light bulb went off in Zeke's head and he pulled out a high-grade compressed spirit stone from inventory. "Wait, could it be? But I can't leave it like this, right?" Zeke guessed aloud, and tried inserting the power stone into the slot, and sure enough, his hunch was completely correct. Right then, the stone began emitting intense energy to activate the armor. High-grade spirit stone installed into Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment, activating equipment as the notification appeared. The armor's eyes suddenly glowed brightly. Next, its body automatically stood up, startling Zeke to ensure safety. He backed up a few steps, then somehow. Suddenly, the armor exploded. Equipment malfunction due to overload activation failed. Expected small explosion, please. Evacuate immediately, the system warned in panic. However, by the time it gave the notification, the armor had already blown up spectacularly. It's already exploded. Zeke complained. Sorry, the system said apologetically. Putting that aside, Zeke couldn't help but marvel at the armor. So one high-grade compressed spirit stone is just the power source for this armor. What functions does it have that require such terrifying energy? I'll ask Fanon later. For now, let's explore this place first. With that, Zeke started moving around the storage room. However, he found nothing. The other rooms were empty. This is the last room, Zeke muttered. And from his view, it was a spacious room with only a single glass case placed right in the center, the whole room, and only one glass case. Zeke complained boredly. At least compared to that treasure room, this one deserves to be called the beggar's chamber, or so he thought, until the system displayed a notification. You have discovered the legacy of Terrican Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Staring at the notification with no warning at all, cold sweat poured down Zeke's face from sheer tension. Terrican Draker, that guy was seriously insane. Leaving the heart of the dragon he defeated as his legacy, so that creepy feeling I sensed back in the storage room earlier, that was this. But right now it feels completely different. Zeke sighed, without noticing the strange aura he'd felt was growing thicker than ever and starting to affect him. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. Back to Zeke. The black dragon's aura began twisting his thoughts. All right, I hear you. Looks like no other choice. Then I'll just slaughter them all. A strange thought started creeping into Zeke's mind. But right at that moment, the system activated his unyielding mental defense skill, making Zeke's eyes clear up instantly, and he immediately realized a pitch-black malevolent aura was enveloping him all around. What the hell is this? He shouted. And for the first time, the system issued him a quest. Sudden quest: Terrican Draker's trial. Overcome the mighty curse engraved on Bahamut's heart. Quest: reward ownership of Terrican's legacy. Back to Zeke. Right now, one of his eyes had been dyed black from the evil dragon's influence, and even though the system tried activating unyielding mental defense again, it failed. Now Zeke had to fight the aura's influence alone. Countless voices rang in his head, demanding destruction, annihilate everything, making his head feel like it would split in two. Then to stop it, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass case in front, shattering the case into pieces. Annoying chatter, so damn irritating. You call this freedom? Freedom is something you seize, you fool, the protagonist snarled with blood streaming down his face. And with that action, the strange aura stopped bothering him. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Sudden quest completed. Quest: reward ownership of Terrican's legacy obtained. As the system notification appeared, the glass case shattered completely, revealing before Zeke a heart burning within flames. With no time to care about it, Zeke collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Damn it, I almost died for real. Can't believe my skill failed activation. What was that just now? Zeke wondered inwardly while still lost in thought. The system automatically handled some things. Self-healing class skill activated. Infinite stamina class skill activated. Beginning absorption of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Up ahead, Bahamut's heart suddenly trembled and shot a beam of light straight into Zeke's chest, causing him excruciating pain, like his body was being torn apart. What is this? Pure concentrated spirit chi is flooding straight into me, but I don't have spirit chi meridians to receive it. This vast chi has nowhere to go, and it's destroying my body. I have to do something. Zeke reminded himself, then gritted his teeth, enduring the agony to handle its soul-body ultimate sealing technique. Envelop the chi in ether, then seal it in the ether space. Zeke gritted out thinking and poured all his body's ether energy to seal the massive chi. Then a terrifying explosion erupted where he stood, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Inside the smoke, Zeke's body remained unharmed. However, the violent energy still relentlessly ravaged him. Then after a few seconds, the intense energy finally quieted down, and only now could the protagonist breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, guess I'm alive now, huh? With that, he looked around at the devastated scene and pondered. The heart disappeared. So that chi was Bahamut's, huh? The protagonist deduced right at that moment. From the reflection in a broken glass shard, Zeke saw right in the center of his chest the evil dragon's tattoo, making him unable to resist reaching out to touch it and mutter, is this because I sealed Bahamut's chi? The words had barely left his mouth when countless system notifications flooded in. Spirit chi absorption has refined the administrator's body. Administrator's physique has changed to heavenly bone body. Excessive power detected beyond processing processing capability compressing and sealing 95% of power. As successor, you have gained access to Terrakin Draker's Secure Vault, activating beginner-level quest, providing guidance for low-level administrator. Back to Zeke, too much new info coming at once. He couldn't process it all. Heavenly Bone Body, Terrakin Draker's Secure Vault quest guidance, another pile of weird stuff. As usual, I'll check later. First, clear this out, Zeke waved dismissively. But right then, another screen popped up, making his eyes change. Wait, hold on. Leave this one, my ancestor really was generous. Huh, he stroked his chin with a sly grin. Because the notification before him read, do you wish to unlock another of Terrakin Draker's legacies? Time flew by. Scene shift to Zeke's private room in Platinum Tower. After carefully stowing away a few precious pieces of jewelry in his personal cabinet, Zeke finally had some free time to check his status again. Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look, he said cheerfully, and quickly pulled up his status window again. Then he noticed some changes in his info. In the title section, a new line appeared: successor of Terrakin Draker, sovereign ruler of dragonkind, physique heavenly bone body, dragonkin skill soul speech, transmitting power through words, locked unlock when conditions are met. Looking at these status lines, Zeke nodded approvingly. There sure are a lot of expansions. Let's check them out. With that, he started tapping each new description to inspect them. And the system immediately provided explanations. Sovereign ruler of dragonkind allows summoning and commanding. Tamed dragonkind heavenly bone body optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances ether conduction. Reading these descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Just the descriptions don't tell me much, and earlier I caught a glimpse not only of Terrakin's second legacy, but also a whole system window related to Terrakin. System, show me all notifications related to Terrakin, he said softly. In response, the system instantly returned to access Terrakin's Secure Vault data. Synchronization required. Please move to a synchronization location. Would you like synchronization coordinates displayed on the minimap? Terrakin's Secure Vault. Huh, what is this? So I have to go to a designated spot to access it. Show me the location, Zeke grumbled. And immediately the minimap appeared before him. The designated spot made Zeke unable to hide the shock on his face. This is Valhalla. Valhalla, the top knight training academy. No one except authorized individuals can even approach it, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't in my plans, but if something like Terrakin's legacy is there, then it's worth revising my plans. Looks like I'll have to stick around this cursed family longer than expected. Thinking that, he tapped another new description. This time, the Beginner Questbook begins guiding low-level administrators. After guidance, quests will become available to support administrator development. Completing quests grants additional rewards after reading the system's explanation. Even an idiot could understand it, so I accept quests and get rewarded upon completion. Structure similar to adventurer guilds or mercenary jobs, but what does this guidance mean? He wondered inwardly, and as if to answer Zeke, the system automatically activated the guidance: begin guiding low-level administrator. As soon as the notification appeared, the space around Zeke suddenly shifted, turning into a simulated space like inside video games. The sudden scene change made the protagonist curiously look around. What is this? Where am I? Did I get teleported again like last time? No, this feeling is very different. It's like the entire space changed, Zeke guessed anxiously before growling roars erupted from behind him. Hearing the sound, the protagonist hurriedly turned and saw a group of massive ferocious orcs slowly being generated by the system. Along with that, a guidance notification appeared: guidance quest, defeat appearing monsters within time limit using at least 2 skills. Reward system shop, access points, time limit 60 minutes. Looking at this, Zeke's mind instantly raced, and he figured out its purpose. Suddenly orcs appear with a corresponding quest tied to this guidance. It's creating situations for me to actively use the system. This should have been provided earlier, he complained, while still dazed in thought. The orcs had already surrounded him, and at the same time swung their massive spiked clubs straight at him, the blows so powerful they exploded against the floor, sending dust flying everywhere. Luckily, even though his mind was on the system quest, Zeke never lowered his guard, knowing he'd been surrounded by monsters. So the moment they attacked, he simultaneously activated high-speed movement and chain slashes to dodge and counter right after. His sword flashed like lightning before the orcs could react. Their bodies were sliced into countless pieces. Zeke managing this so easily was partly thanks to Heavenly Bone Body optimizing physical capabilities, accelerating martial learning, and enhancing ether conduction. The sword in his hand felt light as a feather. So this is Heavenly Bone Body's effect. At this level, I can easily take down commander-level enemies, he thought silently. And after finishing off the orcs, the system displayed guidance guidance quest completed next, the simulated space around him slowly faded as if it never existed. Oh, I'm back. So it was all an illusion. The realism is no joke. The protagonist nodded and stored his sword back in inventory. Then the system gave rewards for completion, critical strike bonus added to rewards, time bonus added to rewards, quest reward 40 points, shop category unlocked. Back to Zeke right now. He excitedly checked his new function. I can buy items through the system. What is this so convenient? Looking through Zeke's eyes the moment he tapped shop, he saw extremely useful items. First, giant skin, 10 points a potion similar to giant's tough hide, temporarily boosts defense. Giant fire breath, 20 points a potion containing concentrated fire. Giant breath unleashes inextinguishable flames. Low-grade ancient rune speedstone, 7 points a magic stone engraved with runes, slightly increases movement speed. Wings of the sky, 5 points a potion from bird feathers, temporarily boosts agility. Looking at these items, Zeke was stunned. Giant skin, fire, giant breath, all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just selling shop items alone could make me filthy rich. Over here, the system also gave a reminder. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items in your storage can also be sold. Practice dual swords item cannot be sold. Elven dagger, do you wish to sell this item? Sale price 4 points. Back to Zeke. The meager price for the dagger made him freeze. Selling seems only for ancient treasures. 4 points for this dagger. I could get at least 100 gold auctioning it. Selling items won't be useful unless I desperately need points. With that, he swiped away the screen in front, stretched lazily. Phew, what an exhausting day. Tonight I'll sleep like the dead, the protagonist sighed. Time flew by until the next morning. Scene shift to the professor's research area. Right now, Zeke went to see Professor Fanon to hand over the power stone. Seeing Zeke bring it out, the young professor couldn't hide his shock. You really brought back a high-grade compressed spirit stone in just one day. How did you manage that? In response, Zeke naturally couldn't mention the dungeon, so he brushed it off. It's a long, complicated story. So when can the device be fully operational? It's already complete, Fanon replied softly. Already done. You're amazing, Professor, Zeke praised, while the professor praised back. Bringing this here is even more amazing. Back to Zeke's view. While sipping tea, he glanced at the professor and silently assessed. Suspicious indeed. Whenever high-grade compressed spirit stones are discovered, major continental powers register diverse ancient runes as serial numbers and manage ownership of valuable stone. So by checking the serial number, you can determine excavation time, location, and current owner. But the one I brought could never be registered in that book. It's a completely new discovery of my own. Putting aside the suspicious part, he does have excellent evaluation and skill though. Back to Professor Fanon. After finishing final checks, he spoke. Serial number verified. We're ready to begin. Next, the two headed to Galleon's forge to complete the forge activation. And now with a power source, the forge began emitting intense energy. Looking at his forge finally operational, Galleon couldn't hold back the joy on his face, while Zeke and Fanon behind him shared in his happiness. Then seeing everything stable, Professor Fanon bid farewell to teach. I have class. Thank you, Professor, Zeke quickly replied. Back to Galleon. From start to finish, he couldn't stop grinning. I never imagined in my lifetime I'd see a fully functional magic forge. Truly, thank you, he said happily. Hearing that, Zeke shook his head lightly. Just business, no need to go that far. You haven't forgotten our prior agreement, right? Of course, please make your request, Galleon quickly responded. Over here, the protagonist pulled an item from his bag and requested, make me a sword with this. What he took out was the hardest fang of the evil dragon Bahamut. With a seasoned blacksmith's eye, Galleon instantly recognized the material. Dragon fang, wow, with this size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where on earth did you get this? For Zeke, this was Terrakin Draker's second legacy from Dragon Heart. To this fang, he felt like a grave robber. It's complicated to explain, Zeke said softly, before noticing the blacksmith in front of him trembling non-stop like he had malaria. Not only did you give me a magic forge, you gave me the chance to forge Dragon Fang. I will repay your trust. I, Galleon Halbert, will stake my life on your sword, he said, radiating a blinding aura that nearly blinded Zeke. Those words brought back memories for Zeke. In his previous life, Galleon had said something similar. He's really resolute. Zeke thought silently and decided to leave everything to Galleon. All right, I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you'll make. I'm really looking forward to it. Scene shift to Zeke's bedroom. Right now, he was still excited, anticipating the sword Galleon would forge. Making a sword really gets me pumped, Zeke said cheerfully before remembering Duke's message. It's been a week since I got the note telling me to come back after the bet with Duke ended. Guess it's time something happened, Zeke muttered inwardly. And sure enough, right then, Uncle Duke's figure suddenly appeared on the balcony outside, glaring at him with fury. Why didn't you come this time, kid? Answer honestly. Looking at the red-haired uncle's face, Zeke's whole body trembled uncontrollably. He looks like he wants to kill me. Thinking thinking that he tried regaining composure and replied, you said come back if I wanted to challenge naturally. Since I had no intention, I didn't come. Up ahead, Duke couldn't accept that answer, so he lunged, grabbed Zeke by the collar, and demanded, I said be honest. Next, without giving Zeke time to react, he hurled him straight out the window, making the protagonist's face go blank for a moment. Too high at this height, I'll die without chance to heal. Thinking that to save his own life, he twisted midair, reaching for the balcony railing. However, before his hand could grab it, Uncle Duke's arm shot out, gripping his neck tightly, and said coldly, you don't want to challenge me again? I don't think you're dumb enough to not understand my meaning. Either way, it's the opposite. You didn't come after losing, didn't even go to the infirmary, like you're deliberately provoking me. I give you 5 seconds this time, answer honestly. His words dripped with killing intent, making Zeke realize he'd pushed too far this time. What he knows, but still went along with it. Thinking that he looked at the other with a teasing gaze. Ridiculous, you didn't even reveal your true identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter? Hearing Zeke's words, suddenly, the uncle broke into a smile, and immediately threw Zeke's body back inside like tossing a chair, shattering furniture everywhere. Alright kid, you got me. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker. With that, he extended his hand toward Zeke, and once he introduced himself, Zeke placed his hand over his chest in greeting. Respected elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect as a knight, he said calmly. But this unsurprised expression made the uncle suspicious. This is the face of someone who already knew. What is that supposed to mean? Hearing that, Zeke quickly switched to a dumb look. Nothing, haha. He laughed awkwardly before turning curious about the earlier words. But Duke, what do you mean you were a Black Knight? In response, the uncle shrugged. Simply, I was black before, now I'm red. Behind him, Zeke felt his mind short circuit. Can ranks go down? I never heard of that. Back to Duke, as if unwilling to dwell on it, he cut the topic short. Kid, don't bring that up anymore. As he spoke, his hands trembled like he was holding himself back. Seeing that Zeke quickly understood this might be Duke's taboo, so he wisely didn't pursue it. Alright, since you've been honest, Duke, I'll be honest too then. Zeke began explaining why he deliberately avoided meeting him. After hearing everything, the uncle's eyes grew even more intrigued. So right from the start, you figured out my identity and deliberately provoked me to become my official disciple, huh? You've got some guts, kid. Alright then, I'll take you as my disciple, the uncle said, slapping his thigh loudly, making Zeke's eyes widen in front. Huh, just like that. Before he changes his mind, I need to act fast. Thinking that, Zeke immediately dropped to one knee in front of him and started firing words like a machine gun. I, Zeke Draker, offer my disciple oath to the great Duke Draker, knight among knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with utmost dedication, cultivating virtues, learning diligently, and striving to uphold and elevate my master's honor. He spoke so fast it was like a machine gun, making Duke a bit exasperated at this quick turnaround. You even know the disciple oath? That's rarely used these days, Duke said in surprise, while Zeke calmly replied, cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, isn't it, sir? What a cunning little brat. I'll take that as a compliment, Zeke said smugly before remembering something and turning to ask, but master, may I ask one question? On the opposite side, Duke sighed, calling me master so quickly? Huh, fine, ask away. Seeing that, Zeke quickly voiced his question, master, what exactly about me made you decide to take me as your disciple? Saying that, Zeke recalled memories of Duke from his previous life. Duke was famous for never taking disciples. Even the once-in-a-century genius Andre had to beg for years to become his only disciple. So why accept me so easily? I have a guess. He must have seen my potential during the bet, something far surpassing Andre's talent. He's clearly sharp-eyed. Thinking that, Zeke unconsciously broke into a grin. Meanwhile, Duke on the opposite side didn't rush to answer, but asked back, what do you think, disciple? Guess. In response, Zeke bluntly stated, of course, because I'm an unparalleled genius, right? Hearing that, Duke laughed so hard his whole body shook. Your confidence is truly admirable. Haha, if that were the reason, I'd have taken Riene as disciple already. It's because of your determination. Not all so-called geniuses can reach Red Knight or Black Knight level. Those who grow up without setbacks will crumble at the smallest challenges. Up ahead, Zeke completely agreed with his master's words. He's right. Many expected geniuses at minimum reach red level, but end up stuck at orange or blue. Back to the uncle, after explaining to his disciple, he eagerly wanted to start teaching. Enough chit-chat. Follow me, your first lesson starts now. Yes, master, Zeke replied enthusiastically, clearly looking forward to Duke teaching him him that secret technique. Next, the two hurried to the training ground under the western greenhouse. Looking at the spacious training area, Zeke was a bit surprised. Who would have thought there was a place like this under the greenhouse? What does he plan to make me do? He said run, so I ran. But it's been 3 hours, Zeke frowned, guessing. At the same time, Duke's face beside him looked thoughtful and suddenly told him to stop. Hearing that, Zeke jogged in place and turned to ask, so I can stop running now? Yes, but I want to ask something. Duke nodded. Yes, master, what would you like to know? Zeke continued. It's nothing much, Duke said as his body suddenly appeared behind Zeke. Then he reached out to grab Zeke's hand. Then, as if by body instinct, Zeke immediately swung his arm hard, knocking Duke's hand aside and retreating straight back to keep distance. Looking at his slightly reddened palm, Duke sighed. Checking your energy isn't easy, huh? Alright, from the beginning, something was off from the infirmary during the test, and even in the greenhouse during the bet, and just now, after 500 laps around the training ground, I didn't sense any radiant chi from you when I tried checking your meridians, you dog. Kid, don't tell me you can't use radiant chi, he guessed aloud, making Zeke's heart skip a beat at those words. Next, without waiting for Zeke to react or explain, Duke continued. The bronze statue reacted right. That unprecedented golden light caused a stir and brought you here. So why did you stop me from checking your meridians? As he spoke, he looked at Zeke's face with great interest, while Zeke felt a bit uneasy, avoiding direct eye contact. After a few seconds, Zeke calmed down a bit and glanced to assess his master's expression. Curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker unable to use radiant chi is serious, but his interest seems the biggest. Lucky for me, the one I'm dealing with is Duke. Once I have Graham, no one will suspect my lack of radiant chi. Until then, I must be cautious. No need for a long lie, unlike my previous life when I was the family's first failed awakener. Thinking that, Zeke made his decision, then slowly removed his gloves, simultaneously activating his chi reversal skill, causing red lightning sparks to appear in the surrounding space. This truth will cover my tracks. A fitting reason for this situation, Zeke thought silently, and began explaining. Yes, as you said, master, I even have the ability to affect spirit chi, a mark of true blood. But for some reason, I can't use radiant chi. I'm sorry for being scared earlier. If a Draker family member unable to use radiant chi gets exposed, I'll be expelled. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Looking at his pitiful expression, no one would think he was acting. But of course, Duke wasn't that easily convinced. He channeled his radiant chi into Zeke's body to check his condition, and after finding nothing, withdrew his hand. Seeing that, Zeke quickly asked, so what do you think, master? Without answering, Duke's brows furrowed tightly. I'm a kid with such determination at this age, but why can't I sense any radiant chi despite him having awakened? Duke stroked his chin, pondering, while Zeke anxiously waited inside. Even checking my meridians, he can't be certain. The blessing ceremony is crucial for the Draker family. Even if I truly can't awaken radiant chi, he'll likely find a reason to explain it himself. Zeke silently guessed, and sure enough, just as he predicted, Duke later explained that he was a variant. Hearing the answer, Zeke wasn't too surprised. A variant, huh? Of course, that's the direction. If he doesn't understand the concept of classes, that conclusion makes perfect sense. Thinking that to complete his act, Zeke asked, what is a variant, master? In response, Duke began explaining. A variant refers to those with abnormal abilities. For example, users of both radiant chi and spirit chi, or those who can see the future, things that defy common sense. Because of that, variants are often treated poorly, so don't go around saying you're a variant. So why do you think I'm a variant, master? Zeke asked. Next, for this question, Duke explained, because of your abnormal stamina and instant recovery. No matter how minor, internal injuries take time to heal, but you recover immediately. Duke was certain an enormous amount of energy was consumed, and asked Zeke what he thought that energy was. Radiant chi, Zeke probed, and the uncle nodded, agreeing. Yes, my hypothesis is any radiant chi you produce is instantly consumed by your stamina and recovery, leaving no trace for you to sense behind. If not for knowing his own class, Zeke would have believed it hook, line, and sinker. Oh, when he puts it that way, it sounds pretty convincing. Thinking that, he continued, so does that mean I'll never be able to use radiant chi, master? Up ahead, Duke burst out laughing. Haha, no need to worry. Whirlwind technique doesn't require radiant chi, it's a special technique. Special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights, usually involving application or enhancement of dragon-slaying techniques that require radiant chi, but my whirlwind is based purely on physical training. I'll demonstrate demonstrate once, so watch carefully." As he spoke, he tapped his toe on the floor. Next, a deafening whoosh sounded, and Duke's figure instantly vanished from Zeke's sight, followed by countless rapid impacts. The protagonist couldn't even track where he was. Then, after a few seconds, the uncle returned to his original spot and asked, "Did you see that?" In response, Zeke asked back, "I just need to follow your footsteps, right?" "Well, if that's all you think, then no need for further explanation. You've seen enough." Zeke nodded extremely confidently, making Duke's face show anticipation for his performance. "Your confidence rivals a Black Knight. Impressive. Let's see what you can do." Back to Zeke right now. He slightly crouched into a ready stance. Next, he channeled power into both feet and began copying Duke's earlier motion by stepping exactly where the uncle had left footprints. Following those steps, previously invisible paths appeared. Each step purposeful, whether for attack, evasion, closing distance, or creating space. Not a single step wasted, Zeke thought inwardly. Meanwhile, Duke beside him started rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things unbelievable. Just 1 week, the kid has talent, but this level. What on earth happened in a week? This is a prodigy, truly perfect, Duke thought, sweating a bit. Looking at the uncle's expression, Zeke broke into an extremely smug smile worthy of Black Knight level confidence. With that, he didn't forget to thank his heavenly bone body. Thanks to it, his martial arts learning speed reached new heights. That's why Duke was so shocked. Back to Uncle Duke, seeing the disciple's smug face, veins bulged on his forehead as he muttered inwardly, "If only this brat dropped that annoying attitude, it'd be perfect." Thinking that, he lunged, grabbing his disciple by the neck. "You little punk," crying 1 minute and smug the next. "You're not planning to show off because of that, right?" Zeke asked nervously. "That depends on your attitude, you arrogant disciple," Duke replied, making Zeke's head hurt. "Former Black Knight and zero subtlety," he complained inwardly. Time flew by. Scene shift to the academy dining hall. While munching, Zeke thought about the past period. "It's been a month since I started training under Duke's guidance. My food portions keep increasing." Thinking that before he finished eating, suddenly Instructor Andre's voice rang out. "Can you spare some time?" Zeke Draker, hearing that, though the protagonist was curious why this genius came looking for him, he shrugged. "If here, then sure, I'm busy otherwise." Hearing that, Andre nodded and got straight to the point. "Fine, how did you convince Dexter?" "Straight to the point, huh? Looks like he's shocked I became a disciple, even though I haven't really yet." Zeke thought inwardly and replied, "Convincing wasn't necessary. Dexter chose me himself." Zeke's answer made Andre's eyes flash with anger, and he spoke sarcastically. "Ultimately, it's because you're true blood, huh?" On the opposite side, the protagonist, hearing that, stopped his hand and stared wide-eyed at the rose knight before him. "Would you feel that confident, huh? Is that all you wanted to say?" Andre replied, his hands trembling with rage. Ignoring that, Zeke continued, "No, that's only half. Even if he was initially attracted by bloodline, do you think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I could become his disciple, setting aside interest, is my talent. So instead of wasting time on petty jealousy to boost your confidence, why not strive to become someone worthy of being chosen?" Zeke lectured, making Andre's face twist, unable to retort. Scene shift to the training ground in the greenhouse. Watching the knight running like a madman in front of him, Zeke turned to the red-haired uncle and asked, "What's going on with this master?" Hearing the question, even Duke himself was puzzled. "I'm wondering the same thing. What's wrong with that kid?" "I don't know. He begged to stay close, even offered to handle logistics if needed. I told him to run 300 laps without using radiant chi if he wants to stay, and now he's doing it." That guy's a certified lunatic," Duke sighed, while Zeke had to reevaluate Andre with new eyes. 300 laps without radiant chi. "I thought he was just arrogant, but looks like he has real determination after all." Scene shift to outside the academy gates. Right now, countless people stood in solemn formation, while murmurs spread around. "What's going on? Why call all students out like this?" In response, someone else looked at the questioner in disbelief. "You idiot, did you forget what day it is? The family head is visiting today." Just like that, amid everyone's anticipation, very quickly a carriage bearing the Draker family crest arrived, and the moment its silhouette appeared, a young knight shouted loudly, "The family head is arriving." Hearing that, the fat Howard stroked his beard and said, "Everyone prepare yourselves." "Yes, headmaster," the group responded in unison. Next, from inside the carriage, a silver-haired man stepped down and nodded in greeting to the old man. "Long time no see, Howard." Hearing that, the plump old man hurriedly bowed. "I humbly greet the master of the Draker family." As his words rang out, everyone around simultaneously shouted, we humbly greet the master of the Draker family. Up ahead, family head Arthur approached, patted Howard on the shoulder, and said, "You've been through a lot, I can imagine." In response, the fat old man shook his head. "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, family head." "Then I'll continue to count on you." Back to Howard after the greetings ended, he suggested Arthur go inside since the sun was blazing today. However, before he could finish, Leon reached out to stop him. Next, he stepped up to a high vantage point where all students could see him, and spread his arms wide, declaring, "O young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train even harder, your growth is the growth of Draker." Hearing the family head's reminder, the students surged with spirit and shouted back, "We will engrave these words in our hearts, family head." Seeing that Arthur nodded in satisfaction, turned and left. "All right, let's go." "Yes, family head," Howard replied. Time flew by. Scene shift to Arthur's private room. For some reason, Zeke had been summoned to meet him. After entering, Zeke hurriedly bowed, "Master of all knights and honored guardian of dragon slayers Arthur Draker, I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, humbly offer my respect and greeting." Up ahead, seeing his son so formal, Leon laughed, "Haha, even folks at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea. I brought something exceptional. Hope it suits your taste." With that, he handed Zeke a freshly poured cup back to Zeke. Being summoned to meet the family head like this put immense invisible pressure on his mind. Just as I thought, even my tea preferences got reported to the family. There's a saying the emperor might not know, but the Draker family knows everything now. I'm feeling it firsthand. Thinking that he prepared to sip the tea to ease the tension. However, the family head's next words killed any mood for tea. "The reason I called you here is I heard unexpected news. Duke has taken a disciple." Hearing that, Zeke could only give an awkward inner laugh. "Haha, straight to the point, no beating around the bush." Thinking that, Zeke calmly replied, "It's just Duke showing generosity toward me, sir." Up ahead, Arthur knew full well things weren't that simple. However, he didn't dig deeper. "If that's what you say, then so be it. I don't know your goal, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings." His words weren't finished when Zeke suddenly cut in, "I'll become the strongest on the continent." Hearing that, the family head's eyes shifted slightly. As if unaware of that gaze, the protagonist continued, sharing his dream. "So I can live freer than anyone else, that's my goal." The words ended. Family head Leon set his teacup down and said coldly, "So that includes surpassing me, right?" As the words rang out, an overwhelming pressure poured from him, making Zeke's biological alarm bells scream nonstop. His whole body broke into a cold sweat. A feeling like death could come at any moment gripped his mind. Could this be? Within this range, the life and death of all existence is controlled. Heavenly soared, the pinnacle of radiant chi manipulation, achievable only by Black Knights. Next, though scared enough to wet himself, Zeke gritted his teeth and said, "Of course." Looking at the stubborn face, for some reason, family head Arthur broke into a faint smile and slowly released the pressure, then spoke. "Of everything I've heard lately, this is the most interesting. I came to visit the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, encouragement alone isn't enough." With that, the uncle reached into his pocket like he was about to take something out. Back to the protagonist, Zeke eyed this unfamiliar father. "This is the current master of the Draker family, a true Black Knight. I thought Duke's level was ridiculous, but this is on a completely different plane." Unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, Arthur pulled out a black card and placed it on the table. "Consider this a gift for becoming Duke's disciple." This is a black card. Looking at it with previous life knowledge, Zeke naturally knew what it was. That's why he was shocked, sweating profusely. "Father, you're giving me this?" Looking at the stunned face, Arthur didn't need to explain much. "Your reaction says you already know what it is." Over here, Zeke picked up the card, still unable to believe his eyes. This is a black card issued to very few VVIPs, known for insane benefits and unlimited spending. Never thought I'd see this legendary card with my own eyes. Beside him, Uncle Arthur smiled. "I'll add you as a co-user, so feel free to use it." Hearing that, Zeke wasn't dumb enough to refuse. "Thank you, Father, I'll use it wisely." Saying that, Zeke still felt wary of this kind words, but obvious intentions. Since this card tracks information, it means easier monitoring of my action. Still, since he used a gentle approach instead of forceful coercion, it means he doesn't care too much about me. Yet, Zeke thought inwardly. Meanwhile, Arthur's tone shifted slightly. "All right, Scram, I can't waste any more of your precious time, Zeke, the one who will become the strongest. You may leave now." "Understood, family head." Zeke bowed and quickly left the room. Not long after Zeke left, his master Duke appeared in the room, grumbling, "What a hateful guy." Hearing the familiar voice, Arthur calmly replied, "Why so heated, Duke? Do I even need to ask? That kid abandoned at the cradle, and now you show up playing the caring father." Duke's voice dripped with sarcasm, however, like he was too used to his old friend's personality. Arthur didn't get angry as family head. "I have no other choice, you know that. and your words just now insult the family head. Hearing that, Duke slumped into a chair and waved dismissively, "Ha, fine, whatever, drag me along." Back to Arthur. Duke's laid-back attitude made him chuckle. "Haha, that's why only with you can I talk freely. Then let's drink and talk." With that, Arthur pulled out a rare bottle of wine. Just seeing the label made Duke's eyes light up like headlights. "Dragon breath, and red too, see you do have taste after all." Next, while drinking together, as if remembering something, Arthur's tone shifted and became serious. "You've heard about the continent's strange situation, right?" "I'm holed up in the academy, how would I know?" Duke sneered, but Arthur didn't believe it at all. "Your eyes and ears span the continent, they're still alive, aren't they?" Hearing that, Duke grumbled a bit. "You already know, so why ask, you sly old fox?" "The emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching the entire continent like a madman." "Yes, do you think it's possible?" Arthur asked back, and for this question the uncle affirmed with absolute certainty. "Of course not. Eternal youth can be achieved through magic, but true immortality is absolutely impossible." On the opposite side, Arthur agreed with that. However, his voice hesitated slightly. "I agree. But what if it involves an ancient dragon artifact?" Hearing that, Duke sobered up instantly and shouted, "What?" At the same moment, while the two were having a serious conversation, they had no idea that every word they spoke was being eavesdropped on by Zeke from a room not far away. Using an ancient artifact called listening, the voices of both began transmitting directly into Zeke's head. "If it's really an artifact related to an ancient dragon, then maybe," Duke said hesitantly. "Don't tell me you've already pinpointed its location?" the uncle probed, and family head Arthur gave a slight nod, confirming exactly. "Exactly. According to the report from Black Veil, the highest probability is it's located on the northern continent." Hearing that, Duke's expression turned thoughtful before asking further. "This is information the Empire hasn't obtained yet, right?" "Yes, that's correct, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. It reminds me of the old days, that mad emperor who started a war right after ascending the throne with the ambition to unify the continent. I thought he'd given up that ridiculous dream as he aged, but clearly not if that artifact can truly grant immortality." At this point, without letting Duke finish, Uncle Arthur interjected, "Then the continent will once again sink into seas of fire. Since this is a critical matter, I've decided to head north myself." Hearing that, Duke panicked and quickly reminded, "What if you leave your position? That emperor will act even more freely." In response, Arthur looked at Duke with expectant eyes. "That's exactly why I came to see you." "You're such a bastard," Duke sighed, having already guessed his old friend's intentions. With that, the two raised their glasses together as expected. "I can't think of anyone but you." Arthur smiled, while Duke already felt trouble coming his way. "You always pick the hardest jobs for me." Back to Zeke. Having listened to their conversation up to this point, his head throbbed like it was about to split open. Out of options, he had to temporarily deactivate the listening artifact. "I've used this item too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't avoid its side effects." "Ancient dragon, huh?" The voice I heard in my head before dying, and the system message right after reincarnating. "Now everything makes sense. I stole the artifact the Emperor desperately wants. He even sent hunting dogs after me back then. I didn't even care what it was. However, I still found one clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon artifact, but who created it and why?" In the end, more questions pile up. Thinking that, Zeke leaned against the wall and let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Duke and Arthur's conversation wrapped up. "I'll act right away, Arthur," the uncle waved and quickly left. "Yeah, I'm counting on you," Arthur replied. Next, as he passed through a door, for some reason the Draker family head suddenly stopped and looked at it with suspicious eyes. Inside the room, Zeke, unaware his father was standing right outside, was still pondering that artifact. If it's really what the Emperor is searching for, does reincarnation have anything to do with eternal life? He wondered aloud before hearing footsteps outside. Then the uncle abruptly opened the door and stepped in. However, the room was now completely empty, no one there. This made Arthur curious. "Did I imagine it?" he whispered, unaware his son had just jumped out the window to escape. Time flew by. Scene shift to Zeke's private training room. While he was practicing, suddenly Dexter's knock came, forcing him to stop and complain. "Didn't I say not to disturb me during training, Dexter?" In response, old man Dexter apologized sheepishly. "Sorry, young master, but a fellow student came looking for you. Should I send them away?" Hearing that, Zeke's eyes showed curiosity. "A classmate, but I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Riene?" Thinking that curious about the visitor, Zeke agreed. "All right." With that, very quickly Zeke found out out who it was. Turns out it was the big guy Liam, of all people, Liam Stone. Why would I be your friend? Zeke wondered inwardly while Liam knelt before him, head bowed. Please accept me. Seeing this posture, Zeke inwardly blamed himself. I should have just walked away back then. Alright, he sighed and asked, accept you as what? As a subordinate, yes, young master. I swear loyalty to you, Liam hurriedly said. Then what about Jake? Zeke asked. Next up ahead, thinking of what that guy did to him, Liam clenched his fist in anger. I've given up on him. I need to get into Valhalla, he said with a pale face, as if Zeke was his last hope. This only made the protagonist more confused. In the previous life, it was the same. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Please accept me, Liam continued begging. In response, Zeke waved his hand. Are you stupid? You should have chosen Zims or Turan instead. I have no family backing, meaning I'm useless in helping you get into Valhalla. And why should I trust you? To be blunt, you could be a spy sent by Jake. Zeke's words made Liam's face turn deathly pale. Next, he suddenly drew the dagger from his waist and held it up, slicing off one of his own ears. Of course you suspect me. I'll prove it any way I can. If you order me silent, I'll cut my tongue. If you order me crippled, I'll cut my Achilles tendon. I'll entrust my life to you, young master. Please accept me, Liam said with unwavering determination. Those words made the protagonist recall his past self when he too had said similar things to his master. I want to become stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master. Thinking that Zeke decided to give the big guy in front of him another chance. Right then, he tossed his sword forward and raised one finger. One move. If you can withstand one strike from me, then I'll accept you. Next, Zeke let Liam get his wound treated before starting the test. But facing Zeke directly, Liam realized enduring one move wasn't as easy as he'd thought. I really thought one strike wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a radiant chi user from the Draker family. But is this really someone my age? Even breathing feels exhausting, Liam thought, his whole body trembling with fear. However, without letting him think too much, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. Seeing that the big guy had no choice but to roar loudly and swing his sword to block. The clash was so powerful it produced a deafening explosion in the air, sending all the dust on the training ground flying outward. Next, Liam's sword was knocked flying out of his hand by Zeke. Looking at Liam's wretched state, the protagonist said disappointedly, so that's all you've got? Truly pathetic. Seeing Liam still dazed sitting on the ground, Zeke waved lazily, reminding the young man, you might have high determination, but if it's Valhalla, you should give up on it. With that reminder, Zeke turned to leave the training ground, ignoring Liam's desperate pleas behind him. As he walked, the protagonist thought, confirming one thing, looks like Liam really was abandoned by Jaken. If he wasn't Jaken's subordinate, he couldn't have entered the cradle. Just a guy from a low-born lineage. That's the academy where even someone with legitimate status like me got expelled. If Liam gets kicked out now, it wouldn't be surprising. No wonder he's so desperate. Thinking that, Zeke's footsteps suddenly halted. More accurately, because the big guy Liam had dropped to his knees, grabbing Zeke's right leg, begging. This made the protagonist turn back and rethink, is this really worth clinging to so desperately? In the previous life, Liam got expelled from the academy. His mercenary corps collapsed, but he still reached Red Knight realm and earned the title Mercenary King. Down below, Liam couldn't hold back tears, crying pathetically, please give me one more chance, Lord Zeke. Looking at his current state, Zeke guessed the young man had no intention of giving up at all. Then, whether out of pity or not, Zeke decided to give him one more chance. All right, I'll give you one more chance, but with one condition. If I want you mute, you'll cut your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll cut your legs. Right? If that's the case, then cut off your right arm now, Zeke said coldly, patting the big guy's shoulder. Zeke's order made Liam's face freeze in shock. What's wrong? Regretting it? Zeke's voice dripped with mockery, while Liam's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, lips clenched tight as he waged an intense inner struggle. This didn't surprise Zeke much. It was a demand forcing him to abandon a swordsman's life. Normal people couldn't accept it. Thinking that, sensing Liam was about to give up clinging to him, Zeke stood and said, I still have countless training sessions. If you can't do it, then scram. With that, his body slightly crouched, slowly drawing his sword back, as if preparing to train. At the same time, Liam, behind, like having made his decision, slowly advanced. Seeing that, the protagonist glanced over and thought, even if I don't know why he's so desperate. Don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still achieve excellence. That's what Zeke thought inwardly. However, Liam's next action made him unable to hide his surprise. Right then, from Zeke's view, Liam grabbed his previously knocked away sword, slowly raising it high while extending his right arm, teeth clenched like he was about to sever his own right arm. Seeing the big guy's expression, the protagonist instantly realized Liam wasn't joking. This lunatic, he roared inwardly and hurriedly lunged to stop him. At the same moment, Liam's sword swung swung down hard, but luckily at the most dangerous instant, Zeke gripped his own sword, swinging it forward with wind-tearing speed. With one clash, Liam's sword snapped in two, the broken tip flying out of the training ground. Looking at his still intact right arm, Liam panted heavily from tension. However, before he could recover, Zeke stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and demanded, "Hey lunatic, what if I change my mind, swinging your sword already?" In response to Zeke's words was the big guy's face full of emotion that, "Because there's something more precious than this arm, I can't afford to lose." Hearing the answer, Zeke looked at Liam like he was looking at an idiot. But then he shrugged, punched Liam lightly, and reminded, "If you pull any more stupid stunts, no matter how loyal, I'll kick you out, remember that." Back to Liam's view, after hearing that, his eyes lit up with joy, asking Lord Zeke, "So that means?" Without answering, the protagonist just reminded, "Hurry up, Liam, if my subordinate only has one ear, what will others think of me?" "Yes, I understand, Lord Zeke," Liam replied enthusiastically. Time flew by. Scene shift to the protagonist's private room. Right now, he was sitting drinking tea with Liam. Currently, Liam's previously severed ear had been reattached by medical staff, the only visible trace a faint scar where it had been cut. Over here, Liam gently touched his restored ear and asked, "Can I really use medicine this good?" In response, Zeke said, "This is an investment in your value, so no need to worry." Next, Zeke calmly set his teacup down and asked in a serious tone, "So what exactly is it?" "Something more important than your right arm. No, even more important than your life." In response, Liam's gaze dropped slightly after hearing that. After a few seconds, the big guy shared his story. "It's about my mother. A few days after Jakin abandoned me, I got news. She collapsed from a high fever. Luckily, the fever broke quickly, but her body was covered in red spots like roses, and her health kept deteriorating. The village doctors didn't even know the name of the disease." The more he spoke, his body trembled with emotion, while Zeke asked back, "So that's why you want to get into Valhalla?" "Yes, exactly. The medical benefits for students and their families at Valhalla are the best on the continent," Liam said in awe. On the opposite side, Zeke sighed after hearing it all. Next, the protagonist called a servant for paper and pen, then slowly wrote something on the sheet. "Red spots like roses. Periodic high fever. These are symptoms of the disease that will sweep the Central Lands in 5 years. It's called rose disease, a highly contagious illness with an extremely high mortality rate. It once claimed countless lives, but a timely cure was developed and eradicated it." Thinking that, Zeke handed the freshly written paper to Liam and explained, "This is the method to make the medicine for your mother's illness. It's not too difficult, so village doctors can prepare it easily." In response, Liam hurriedly clutched the paper, stammering, "Thank you, sir, but how do you know the cure for a disease even doctors don't know the name of?" Hearing the question, two familiar figures suddenly appeared in Zeke's mind, the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. They invented the medicine to save the decaying Central Lands. However, the greedy Alchemist Association exploited desperate people's lives for profit. When they learned the truth, the brothers publicly released the formula, making even mercenaries like me aware of it, and it spread across the continent. Thinking that, Zeke gave a faint smile and said casually, "Just say you know an alchemist. So now you have the medicine for your mother. No need to go to Valhalla or serve under me anymore," Zeke said while gently sipping his tea. Meanwhile, Liam wasn't the type to forget kindness. Right then, he suddenly stood up, knelt on one knee before Zeke, and swore, "I swear to dedicate my life to Lord Zeke. I vow eternal loyalty to my master." Those words made Zeke quietly pleased, realizing he hadn't helped the wrong person. An oath of loyalty. The mercenary king from my previous life becoming my subordinate really puts my mind at ease. Thinking that, Zeke quickly hid his pleased expression and said sternly, "If you fall behind, I'll abandon you, so follow me properly." "Yes, I understand, Master," Liam shouted enthusiastically. Time flew by until late afternoon. Scene shift to the headmaster's office. Right now, he was receiving a visitor. "What's the matter, student Owen?" Before him stood Owen the schemer. No one knew what he came for. Hearing the headmaster, Owen bowed and stated his purpose. "Yes, headmaster. I came with a suggestion. Could we increase the difficulty of this semester's exam?" On the opposite side, the plump headmaster Herod stroked his mustache and asked why Owen proposed this. In response, Owen confidently explained, "You might think I'm crazy, but this year's first-year students are exceptionally talented descendants of noble families are all here, including 2 pure-blooded awakeners. If the exam is held at last year's difficulty, it won't truly distinguish real ability." Back to Howard's view. After listening, he pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Makes sense. Truly a Zim's descendant. I'll consider it." Positively negatively, "Yes, thank you, headmaster." With that, the schemer quickly left. If other students learned, he deliberately went to the vice headmaster to raise exam difficulty. They'd tear him apart. Over here, after watching Owen leave, Howard swiveled his chair, looked out the window, and thought silently, "Ha, bloodline really can't be faked. Never thought I'd think like him. If we consider future consequences, best to cut dangerous sprouts early." Time flew by. Today was the day of the dungeon exploration midterm exam. About this exam, it's Draker Academy's semester test, where pairs must cooperate to escape a dungeon within a set time. Each dungeon's difficulty is randomly assigned per group, and each has completely different challenges. Among the group, Zeke turned to Liam and asked, "You scared?" Liam, in response, Liam couldn't hide his anxiety and nodded, "Yes, I'm a bit tense." Hearing that, Zeke chuckled and said, "Fair enough. Too much tension causes mistakes, too little leads to complacency, but just enough prevents both, so tension is necessary." Elsewhere, swordswoman Riane was adjusting her breathing to stay calm, while other students chatted and laughed without a care. Then very quickly someone shouted, "Next, Zeke." Draker, Liam, Stone. Hearing the call, the two hurried toward a dungeon gate entrance. However, before they could enter, an exam proctor blocked them and pointed elsewhere. "Wait, you two go that way." Back to the protagonist's view, seeing someone suddenly block him, Zeke stared hard at the guy, sensing some conspiracy at play. But the proctor acted like he didn't see Zeke's glare, still coldly saying, "Hurry up and go. What are you standing there for?" Hearing that, Zeke quickly withdrew his icy gaze, shrugged and replied, "Yes, yes, we'll follow orders." With that, master and servant quickly entered the prepared dungeon. Inside the dungeon was a long descending staircase. As they walked, Zeke mentally reviewed the test. Though dungeon difficulty varies, since these are controlled test dungeons by the Draker family, there's no major danger. The goal is to escape within the time limit. Each group gets a countdown timer starting upon entry. All have 96 hours. Since basic combat ability is part of evaluation, bringing back defeated monster parts earns bonus points. But the most important is escaping the dungeon. If you fail to exit within the limit, you officially fail the test. Time passed quickly now. Zeke and Liam had set up camp to rest. After eating, Zeke turned to the big guy, "Eat your fill, then rest a bit." Liam, in response, Liam hurriedly waved, "No, you've done everything from setting camp to preparing food, so rest first, sir." To Zeke, he explained he could go 4 days without sleep, so Liam should rest easy. Hearing that, the big guy finally accepted. "All right, I'll rest first, then yeah, rest. If anything happens, I'll wake you." Zeke nodded. Next, well, and watch. Zeke pulled out his pocket watch, checked remaining time, and thought 16 hours since entering the dungeon. After 3 days of pre-exam training, I've been awake nearly 90 hours. Infinite stamina only recovers physical fatigue, not mental, in a dungeon where anything can happen. Best to minimize risks. When Zeke wakes, I'll switch with him. Thinking that, Zeke's face looked dazed, eyes showing visible exhaustion. Then at some point, the protagonist slipped into a dazed state. In his mind appeared images of a snowy battlefield. There, a beautiful golden-haired girl dressed like a noble lady lay in a pool of blood. At the same time, a strange bell suddenly rang, snapping Zeke out of the daze. Realizing he'd fallen asleep on watch, Zeke rubbed his face, self-reproaching. Damn that dream again. But right after Zeke's eyes turned ice cold, he'd noticed something and reminded himself, wait, that sound earlier was definitely a bell. Thinking that, as if realizing something, Zeke quickly grabbed the water jug beside him and dumped it all on the fire ahead, extinguishing it. At the same time, he warned Liam, "Wake up, Liam, enemies are here. I'll scout first. Don't light the lamp inside the tent." The big guy hurriedly woke and replied, "Yes, master." Back to Zeke now, he cautiously approached the room's entrance, where he'd strung bell wires to alert. If monsters intruded, the bells would ring. Right now, Zeke had no intention of using Dragon Eye. Immediately using it in a 4-day exam was too risky. Better get used to the dark, the protagonist reminded himself. Next, a strange scent wafted into his nose, and the moment he smelled it, Zeke froze. That's sulfur, no way. Monsters with a sulfur smell that hunt in packs, dangerous. Level 3, Hellhound. Even in the previous life's exam, Riane hunted an orc, but I didn't expect hellhounds here. Thinking his dungeon's abnormal difficulty, Zeke quickly deduced someone targeted me. He gritted his teeth, gripped his sword tight, preparing for the danger ahead. And very quickly, countless heavy footsteps echoed toward him. But this puzzled Zeke. Wait, something's off. Hellhounds, even the alpha, only weigh a few hundred kilos. That sound means dozens of tons. Could it be a mutation? Thinking that, to check, Zeke slightly extended his sword, using the blade's reflection to observe. Then, seeing something he couldn't help cursing, "Motherfucker." Right as he thought that, suddenly a massive explosion erupted at the entrance, dust and smoke flying everywhere. Zeke was blasted backward. But the protagonist calmly landed, stabbing his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. Seeing that, Liam Liam hurriedly ran over asking Master, "Are you alright?" Without answering, Zeke scowled, looking ahead, silently cursing 18 generations of the Zims family's ancestors. "What the hell are those Zims bastards plotting behind my back? They definitely want me dead." Right then, from both their views, a gigantic troll stepped in from the entrance holding a hellhound's head in its hand. The moment it spotted Zeke and Liam, it tossed the head aside and roared forward, its echoing bellow enough to dizzy and deafen normal people. Troll, a level 1 dangerous monster that can easily kill hellhounds or even orcs. Its blood is key for recovery potions, giving it unbelievable regeneration. Just imagining facing a building-sized monster with such terrifying healing is enough to despair others. But even against such an opponent, Liam showed no fear. He stepped forward and told Zeke, "I'll be bait, meanwhile use the chance to escape." Behind him, Zeke, hearing that, broke into a satisfied smile. He stepped up, lightly patted the big guy's shoulder and shook his head. "What are you saying? How could I abandon my subordinate? Trust in your own effort, not mine, Liam. You're not weak. I'll support you, do whatever you want." Hearing Zeke's words, though Liam was worried, he forced a response, "Yes, master." Then both gripped their weapons and charged proactively at the giant troll ahead. With lightning speed, the two landed countless slashes on its massive body while the troll couldn't even react. But as Zeke had said earlier, against such an enormous body, Zeke and Liam's wounds were no more than scratches. And with its regeneration in seconds, all injuries healed. But the protagonist inwardly praised Liam. Not bad. Causing wounds on the troll's thick skin is praiseworthy, but targeting joints is even more impressive. Did he study monsters in his spare time? Right after the troll's huge body staggered slightly. At the same moment, the troll also swung its massive spiked club straight at Liam, catching him off guard with no time to react. However, right then, Zeke instantly dashed in front of him. From above, he used his sword to knock the club flying to the side. Seeing that, Liam said guiltily, "Sorry, master." In response, Zeke advised, "It's fine. For your first real combat, that wasn't bad at all. Targeting weaker joints is a good choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. Remember this, small wounds on a troll's body heal instantly with normal attacks. You can't keep up with its recovery rate." On the opposite side, the troll looked at its weapon, now only half remaining, its eyes rolled back, face flushing red like a furnace in rage. No choice, it hurled the remaining weapon behind, then used its giant hand to smash straight at both of them at the same time. Zeke also wanted to finish it quickly. "Looks like you're still struggling. Then let me end it," Zeke said, gripping his sword tightly. Time flew by now. The blood-stained skull of the troll lay dangling to the side with no trace of life left. With its sacrifice, Zeke gained an additional 30 karma points. Looking at the system notification, Zeke nodded in agreement and turned to Liam. "This species should give quite a few bonus points. Hurry and collect it." Liam, "Yes, master." The big guy quickly replied and hurried over with his backpack to gather the corpse. Meanwhile, suddenly, the system sent Zeke another notification. "Sudden quest: double kill 1 arrow 2 birds, defeat 100 monsters of 10 different types in the dungeon. Time limit 72 hours. Reward upon completion, receive double karma points from quest. Reward 2 random gift boxes. Current progress 2 types /14 monsters. Only attacking capable monsters count." Looking at these lines, Zeke couldn't help being surprised. Talk about a beggar finding a mat. What the heck, double karma points. 79 hours left until the exam ends. The 100 monster condition isn't a problem, but getting 10 different types is really tough. No matter how big the dungeon, if it's a normal test, there'd only be 3 to 4 types at most. But if this is a trap set by those damned Zims, carefully searching should yield all 10. Gotta finish the quest and escape the dungeon. Gonna be rushed, Zeke muttered to himself. Not long after the big guy, Liam finished his task and returned, reporting, "Everything's done, master." The huge bag on his back was the recovery pouch issued with the countdown timer, far inferior to spatial storage, but enough to carry loot. Seeing his subordinate complete the task, Zeke nodded, "Good job, let's move." Liam, no more dawdling. With pressure from both the system quest and passing the family exam, Zeke couldn't leisurely stroll through the dungeon anymore. The two sped up, pouring full effort into clearing the dungeon. Just like that, time flew faster than a dog running across fields. Now Zeke and Liam paused briefly to rest when suddenly Zeke spoke. "How's it going?" Liam hunted so many monsters. "Looks like you're getting used to real combat, right?" Up ahead, Liam tied the bag shut and replied, "I'm still not sure." In response, the protagonist gave a faint smile. "Fair enough, adapting takes time, it's normal." With that, his face face turned thoughtful, observing the map before him. 50 minutes left on the quest. Current progress 9 types 99 monsters. The quest stalling right before completion. Frustrated, Zeke immensely even caught a finger-sized blood-sucking leech, yet still only 9 types, no place left to search. Seriously, those Zims bastards are useless. Why not prepare one more type? Thinking that, Zeke irritably swiped the minimap away. Then, as if answering his prayer, suddenly the ground began shaking non-stop. Next, the earth split open right in two, nearly throwing Zeke off balance. He hurriedly shouted at his subordinate Liam, "Quick, drop that bag." On the opposite side, the big guy still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Right then, Zeke charged forward using his sword to slash the recovery bag in two. At the same moment, from underground, a colossal monster burst upward, sliding past their position and flinging both aside. Luckily, Liam was unharmed, but after recovering, he noticed Zeke's left arm drenched in blood. "Zeke, are you alright?" In response, Zeke shook his left arm reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's just monster blood. This time, just stand back and watch." "Liam, I'm afraid I can't look after you anymore." Right then, from both their views, the monster that just attacked was a gigantic worm with a mouth full of fangs. Its entire body emitted a wild, ferocious aura, making even Zeke raise his vigilance to maximum. This is Dungeon Worm, a high-level dangerous monster. It takes a dozen experienced Violet Knights to kill one. Those damned Zims bastards, they prepared thoroughly. Zeke silently cursed them inwardly. Meanwhile, the Dungeon Worm gave no time for thought. It charged straight at the protagonist, as if confirming he was the greater threat, not Liam. Its massive body slid forward powerfully straight towards Zeke. Liam, watching from the side, worried, sick, a sense of helplessness spreading through his mind, seeing his master struggling in battle while he could do nothing. Then, as if thinking of something, he hurriedly rummaged through his backpack to find a way to support the protagonist. Scene shift to Zeke's position. Right now, gritting his teeth, he used his sword to block the Dungeon Worm's razor-sharp jaws while its body relentlessly pushed him back. Being constantly forced back like this was dangerous, so Zeke poured power into both arms, swinging hard, knocking the worm's head aside. However, the worm seized the chance, burrowing back underground, its movement making the cave shake non-stop. Zeke still didn't know how to attack while it was underground. Even a blue knight would hesitate facing a dungeon worm here. Due to its burrowing movement, if killing it takes too long, would be buried alive immediately. At the same time, a cracking sound suddenly rang behind Zeke. Hearing that, he hurriedly turned and immediately witnessed the worm's massive mouth bursting from underground, charging straight at him. Seeing that, Zeke used a godlike reflex to duck, succeeding in evading this deadly bite. Next, not giving the worm a chance to burrow again, Zeke lunged, stabbing his sword deep into its body. Then, gritting his teeth, gripping the weapon tightly, he charged forward, dragging the blade, leaving a deep gash on the worm. "This time, I'll split you in half," Zeke muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, the giant worm, hit with such a deep wound, roared in agony, its body writhing and rolling violently. Finally, it launched itself forward like a spring, while Zeke, holding the sword, was pulled upward along with it. Seeing this, Zeke inwardly cursed, "This damn worm." With that, without waiting for any reaction, the giant worm coiled spirally and tightly wrapped around Zeke's body. Terrifying pressure crushed him from all sides, making Zeke's bones creak non-stop while he spat blood. Wrapped so tightly, even Zeke couldn't find a way to escape, but luckily he still had subordinate Liam. The moment he saw his master in danger, the big guy charged, stabbing his sword into the giant worm's body, making it shriek in pain. Along with that, the pressure Zeke endured eased significantly. "The force has lessened a lot," Zeke said happily. Seizing the chance while the giant worm writhed in agony, Zeke instantly broke free from its coils and jumped down with his regeneration ability. The injuries from the giant worm healed at astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Liam hurriedly asked, "Are you alright, master?" In response, Zeke curiously said, "What did you do, Liam?" I applied anesthetic on the sword," Liam said, showing Zeke the anesthetic vial in his palm. Hearing the answer, the protagonist understood why the worm reacted so violently. "Got it. The main ingredient in anesthetic is belladonna. It only mildly paralyzes humans. But for worms, it acted like a deadly poison instead." In that critical moment, he remembered belladonna, the very thing that was the natural enemy of worms, and used it. His reaction really was insanely quick and sharp. That judgment and adaptability totally lived up to his title as the king of mercenaries. Liam, taking him under my wing really was the right call, Zeke thought with a smile as the idea crossed his mind. Then he gave instructions to his big buddy. "Liam, the moment I give the signal, stab that sword into the worm's body one more time." Right after saying that, the protagonist poured power into the soles of both feet and accelerated, sprinting straight up along the worm's massive body. He kept running until he reached the very top of its head, then let out a loud shout to signal. Down below, Liam got the message, gritted his teeth, and drove his sword deep into the body of the dungeon worm. That made it scream like its house was on fire, and purple liquid, almost like blood, started spraying out of its mouth. But suddenly the worm froze for a split second, because right then it sensed a danger far worse than the pain from before. Right in front of it, Zeke had already gathered energy into his sword and activated his skill, Soul Blade technique. A massive energy blade slashed straight down onto the dungeon worm's body. The death blade sliced its body clean in two in the blink of an eye. At the same time, to reward the protagonist's efforts, the system popped up a notification: unexpected quest completed. Karma points received from quest rewards doubled. 2 random gift boxes awarded as quest rewards. Current karma points 780. Time flew by, cutting to the outside of the central training ground. By now, countless trainees had already returned after escaping from their respective dungeons, and in front of them stood several wooden tables set up to display and verify the monster-slaying proofs they brought back. Trainees who have escaped, come here to receive your scores. Anyone who's finished can leave, some instructor shouted to remind them. At the same time, the swordswoman Riene also arrived with her own monster proofs for verification. Seeing that, the instructor glanced over the items on the table and said, "All right, I'll start scoring now. Base completion score for the exam, 30 points. Goblins 20, Hobgoblins 2, Orc 1, total score 180. Hearing her score, the surrounding trainees couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat and started whispering to each other. She almost hit the highest record of 200 points that Sir Abel once set. Purebloods really are on another level. Not just the trainees, even the instructor couldn't hide his delight as he praised her. As expected of Riene, exceeding the passing mark by a full 130 points. In response, Riene and her group placed their hands over their chests and replied, "You're too kind, sir." Next up, the sly Owen brought his own proofs forward for scoring. "All right, starting the evaluation now. Total score 120, exceeding the passing mark by 70 points. Excellent," the instructor nodded approvingly. Hearing that, one brown-haired teammate in Owen's party looked thrilled like he'd struck gold, but Owen himself just looked pissed. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Because compared to Riene, he was behind by a whopping 60 points, roughly half his entire score. Right then, he shot a cold glance at Riene. "Riene, to run, you can't stay arrogant forever. Whatever if anything happens, just handle it the same way as with Zeke and we're good." Thinking that, he broke into a sinister grin. By now, Zeke was probably dead and gone somewhere inside that dangerous dungeon. Typical weaklings, always resorting to dirty tricks to trip others up. But what Owen never saw coming was Zeke's voice suddenly ringing out right behind him. "Man, how long has it been since I last saw sunlight?" Hearing that familiar voice, Owen's face instantly filled with panic. He whipped around, and sure enough, his worst fear had come true. Zeke and Liam had returned to the assembly point completely unscathed. In fact, the big guy Liam was even dragging the giant worm's head behind him, because their storage bag had been sliced in half by Zeke earlier. Seeing the head Liam was hauling, every trainee's eyes went wide. "Am I lagging or something? No way, that's a dungeon worm, right? Wasn't Orc supposed to be the highest scoring monster? Did those two actually hunt a dungeon ruin?" Doubting murmurs started spreading everywhere. Next, Liam dragged the worm head over to the instructor's verification area and dropped it heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zeke turned to Owen and spoke in a tone dripping with sarcasm. "You look pretty shocked there, Owen. Happy to see me again. Where'd that ice-cold face of yours go?" "Actually, this version might even suit you better." Zeke watched Owen's expression with clear amusement. The guy's face had turned purple-black with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth grinding, fists clenched tight. But before Zeke could tease him anymore, Owen spun around and stormed off. Seeing that, Zeke felt a little disappointed and called after him, "Hey, leaving so soon?" In response, Owen silently cursed in his heart. "Damn it, those cursed purebloods, you'll pay for looking down on me." On the other side, Owen's little pack of lapdogs saw their boss storm off in a huff and hurriedly chased after him. Watching their retreating backs, Zeke just shrugged dismissively. "Haha, they sure look tense, huh?" At the same time, the swordsman instructor Andre standing in front of Zeke spoke up to remind him. "Done trash-talking yet, trainee?" Hearing that, Zeke quickly turned forward and replied, "Ah, yes sir, long time no see, Instructor Andre." Andre didn't bother with small talk and cut straight to business. "I'll start scoring right now." Beside him, Zeke glanced at the giant worm head and explained, "Besides this one, there's nothing else. Do you need to score them separately, sir?" In reply, Andre pulled out a pair of gloves and stated firmly, "I'm the examiner, so don't expect me to go easy or half-ass it." That made Zeke curious. Didn't the recovery bag get swallowed by the worm? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'll check everything thoroughly, Andre nodded. Next he began inspecting with both gloved hands extremely carefully. Droplets of blood splattered everywhere, making the watching trainees feel disgusted and run away. From Zeke's perspective, seeing Andre so dedicated to his job, he naturally sighed inwardly at his own good fortune. Lucky me. Because that damn dungeon worm attacked, I lost every single head I'd collected over the past 3 days. I couldn't afford to fail, so I had no choice but to use the dungeon worm's head as a replacement. But aside from Instructor Andre, who else would be careful enough to check every little piece of meat stuck between its teeth? Time passed quickly and soon Andre finished his inspection. He tossed the gloves aside and announced the result. The monsters confirmed so far include gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and finally a troll. What? A troll too? The trainees buzzed with pale faces. The giant worm was already terrifying enough, and now a troll on top of that. They couldn't help feeling horrified at the dungeon Zeke had entered. Ignoring their reactions, the swordsman Andre wiped the blood off himself with a handkerchief and continued. Judging by the amount of blood, there were probably dozens. But counting everything would be unfair to the others, so I'll only count one of each type. Also, although trolls and dungeon worms aren't in the standard scoring categories based on the info, their strength is roughly equal to 3 orc groups and 6 orc groups respectively. So I'll assign 90 points for the troll and 180 for the dungeon worm. Total 368 points. Congratulations, you passed. On the other side, the 2 remaining instructors heard the score and looked stunned. Hey, back when we were trainees, how many points did we get? The one on the left asked. The instructor holding the pen confirmed. In our time, they didn't even count hellhounds. Elsewhere, the other trainees stared at Zeke like he was some kind of monster. 368 points, how is that even possible? In another corner of the assembly ground, a dumb, black-haired trainee who couldn't accept the result stood up and yelled, "Cheating! All there's proof of is that one dungeon worm head." Another trainee looked at him like he was an idiot and explained, "Dude, the dungeon worm alone is already worth 180 points. But what does that even mean? Think about it, whether it's the dungeon worm or the troll. Would any of you have survived coming back after facing them? Has Zeke Draker really gotten that strong?" The whole group marveled silently. Meanwhile, Zeke glanced at the weak trainees around him and smirked inwardly. So noisy, feels completely different from before when they were mocking me. Not bad, but I just pulled off another big stunt. In this exam, the Zims family deliberately tampered with the test dungeon, cranking up the difficulty to try and eliminate him. But was it really just Owen acting alone? No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with an academy exam. The real issue probably lies with the Zims family itself. Looks like I'm being watched more closely than I thought. If I hide my strength too obviously, it'll backfire. For now, I'll keep it moderate and observe the situation. Zeke quietly reminded himself, sweat beaded on his face as he felt the pressure of so many eyes on him. Then, while he was still worrying about the future, the swordswoman Riene and her followers walked past him and spoke up. "Zeke Draker, you win this round," she said with a sour face, then quickly walked away. That left Zeke standing there stunned, not quite understanding. Win what exactly? What's she talking about? Time passed quickly. The scene shifted back to the familiar training ground, where Zeke was now preparing to test a new skill he'd never used before. "Guess I should start here, huh?" As he spoke, Zeke looked at the system screen. The skill he was referring to was Dragon Skill Level 1 Devouring Fury. It allows the user to eat large amounts and digest much faster. It costs 50 points to unlock, and Zeke's current karma points stood at 780. After getting rich quick in just a few days, Zeke decided to unlock the skill. A useless skill I ignored before, but now dropping 50 points on it is no big deal. With that, Zeke quickly unlocked the skill. After reading its description again, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a second, the skill description changed. Right now, in Zeke's view, the system screen displayed Dragon Skill Level 1 Devouring Fury. While in Devouring Fury state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Moreover, if you digest a monster with a bloodline skill, you can absorb its abilities. After reading that, a bead of sweat rolled down Zeke's face as he silently regretted it. Absorb monster abilities. I should have activated this skill before the exam. Convert energy. Gotta test it to find out. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of fresh meat from his inventory and activated Devouring Fury. Immediately, something like a stream of black smoke shot out and plunged deep into the meat, startling Zeke a little. Looking back, he noticed that from his own shadow, a black smoke was spreading, glowing faintly gold. Right now, the fresh meat he'd taken out was slowly sinking into the smoke. What the hell? It's like it's being sucked into quicksand. the meat gradually shriveled up and completely vanished into the darkness. Zeke frowned and thought. The moment the meat fully disappeared, the system sent a notification. Confirmed, energy absorbed, restoring depleted energy. Right after, Zeke felt a cool surge of energy flowing through his entire body, instantly improving his condition like he'd just taken a short nap. His headache eased. Even if only a little, the mental fatigue in his brain had noticeably lessened. Not only that, his whole body felt revitalized again. Even his ether pool had partially recovered. These 50 points were totally worth it, Zeke thought excitedly. With this skill, I can minimize all the risks from my other abilities. Mental fatigue gets handled by devouring fury, and infinite stamina counters physical exhaustion. That means even if I go 24 hours without eating, drinking, or sleeping, I can still keep training at full focus. Zeke immediately decided to act. Let's get started. He felt like his future path had just opened up wider than ever. But his joy didn't last long before his smile vanished, followed by Zeke's complaining voice. Hey, Dexter, I told you last time, when I'm in the training room, don't bother me unless it's really important. The old butler Dexter immediately bowed and apologized. My apologies, young master, but I have urgent news that must be reported to you immediately. Zeke frowned. Urgent news, what is it? Dexter's calm voice continued. Your sword has been completed. Hearing that, Zeke's face lit up with a smile again. After all, he needed the sword that Galleon had crafted for him to conceal the fact that he couldn't use aura. Without any hesitation, Zeke immediately rushed to Galleon's forge. The moment he stepped inside, he eagerly asked, Galleon, the sword's done, right? Galleon nodded and replied, Ah, yes, it is. Please wait just a moment. With that, he hurried inside, brought out a wooden box containing the sword, and tossed it to Zeke. But when Zeke looked at the sword's appearance, he couldn't help stroking his chin thoughtfully. In the previous life, what Galleon made for me was a sword forged from mithril and pure steel. It was the Sun Sword Graham. Just looking at it, anyone could tell it was an incredible blade. This time, even though dragon fangs were used as material, I thought it would at least be similar to Graham, but Zeke took a deep breath, his eyes showing disbelief. What the is this thing? Right now, sitting inside the wooden box in front of him was a black-green sword that looked pretty ugly. Next, he reached out, gripped the sword tightly, and raised it in front of his face for a closer look. But after staring for a while, Zeke could only shake his head. On the surface, it just looked like an ordinary sword. Did you deliberately leave the blade unsharpened? Zeke asked. Galleon explained, this is simply how the sword turned out. Those words made Zeke narrow his eyes slightly. But then, thinking of Galleon's skill, Zeke broke into a smile and asked, So this is the form you think suits me best? Exactly. Galleon nodded in confirmation. Seeing that Zeke didn't question the sword much, Galleon felt a bit surprised. Most people would probably find it confusing, but this one had already seen through his intentions. If it's him, it'll definitely suit the sword. Thinking that, he pointed at the sword and said, Actually, this sword still doesn't have a name. I tried coming up with one, but nothing felt right. Could you name it? Me, Zeke said, pointing at himself. At the same time, he recalled a memory from his previous life. Holy Sun Sword Graham was the name Galleon himself had chosen, yet now Galleon couldn't name a sword. I thought this was still Graham, just with a different look because of the dragon fang material. But it seems this is an entirely different sword from Graham. With that thought, for some reason, Zeke suddenly pulled a dagger from his inventory and slashed it hard across his own wrist, making blood pour from his arm nonstop. Across from him, Galleon panicked and shouted, What are you doing? Quick, stop the bleeding! Ignoring his panic, Zeke focused his mind to prevent the wound from healing. Even though the healing factor was always active, with the skill he was using now, he should be able to control it, Zeke thought to himself. And as if hearing his thoughts, the system provided assistance. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily suspending continuous activation of professional skill, healing factor. After that notification appeared, Zeke's regeneration stopped immediately. All right, done. Now let's do this. As he spoke, Zeke extended his hand toward the sword, letting his blood drip onto its body. Seeing this, Galleon instantly realized what Zeke was trying to do. Could it be the sword nomming ceremony? The sword nomming ceremony is a traditional ritual of the dwarf race. In it, the owner drips their own blood, carrying traces of aura or mana onto the sword. That activates the ritual. Once the ritual begins, the performer falls into a deep subconscious state. They wander endlessly until they find the sword's name. But because it's so dangerous, the ritual has almost been forgotten. But how does he know the ancient dwarf ritual? How in the world did he learn it? Galleon thought in shock, eyes full of astonishment. Back to the protagonist's perspective. Just as Galleon said, Zeke was now sinking deep into his inner mental world. The place looked like a bottomless lake with countless names floating everywhere. Among all these names rushing toward me, I have to pick the one single name that will walk forward with me. A new name for a new sword, Zeke told himself. And so he began swimming through the lake until he found the fitting name, Black Sword Bahamut. At the same time, the system announced, Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Looking at this, even Zeke himself felt a twinge of existential doubt. The name I picked, it's that evil dragon's name, is my subconscious even okay? Back to reality, Zeke had just finished bandaging the wound on his left wrist while the blacksmith Galleon lavished him with praise. You're amazing. Even among dwarves, hardly anyone knows about the sword-nomming ritual. In response, the protagonist waved it off and explained that he'd only learned it by chance while studying dwarf history. Across from him, as if remembering something, Galleon suddenly shouted, "Want to take a quick break? I've got something I absolutely have to give you." That got the protagonist curious, but he nodded anyway. Sure, yeah, take your time looking. With that, Galleon rushed off somewhere while Zeke glanced at the wound on his hand. Being able to control his own regeneration let him hide his uniqueness. Controlling it even when it was always active meant a ton. If I'd known this earlier during that bet with Master Duke, I could have hidden my abilities without having to show everything I've got. Sorry, Galleon, but I'll unwrap the bandage once I'm back home. Right now, the priority is testing this thing out. As he said that, he glanced at the sword beside him. Next, all the info on the sword popped up in front of the protagonist via the system. Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master blacksmith using Heavenly Eye and Azure Flame magic made from the cursed dragon's hardest fang. Bahamut unique skill, indestructible, aura conversion. Note, currently sealed, will unlock gradually based on the user's growth. Seeing those details, Zeke, who had seen all kinds of weird stuff in his past life, still couldn't help being shocked. The seal unlocks with the user's growth. I've never heard of a sword like this. Plus, it's indestructible, even made from a dragon fang. That's just ridiculous. But anyway, the most important part was the aura conversion ability. Pushing himself to make mana batteries for Galleon and have him forge the sword was partly because of his exceptional talent and the core function of the Graham sword. Aura conversion, a special ability that converts ether mana or any energy into aura. That very power had let him, born unable to use aura, reach the crimson rank. As he thought that, Zeke closed his eyes, focused his energy into the sword, and began converting it to aura. At that moment, Blacksmith Galleon returned with a scabbard in hand, flustered as he said, "Phew, finally found it. Sorry to keep you waiting, right?" As he spoke, he noticed Zeke's sword enveloped in a blue glow and froze in shock. A sharp aura stream surrounding the sword. Has he already surpassed the purple night boundary? Up front, seeing the blacksmith frozen, Zeke cheerfully praised, "Back already? This is one hell of a sword. You worked hard on it, Galleon." In reply, Galleon held out the scabbard and said, "Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But check this out. This scabbard was made by my master himself." Hearing that, Zeke frowned and stroked his chin thoughtfully. In his past life, he'd never heard of Galleon's master. Let's see. The name engraved on the scabbard, Gallen Jober, Zeke muttered. But then his eyes widened as he suddenly realized what it meant. What? Gallen Jober, the greatest blacksmith ever. Gallen Jober, a legendary dwarf blacksmith hailed as the continent's greatest. Right now, his works all reached perfection with special properties. To collectors, they fetched tens of thousands of gold. Thinking that, Zeke bumped up his opinion of Galleon. "I had no idea you were Gallen's disciple." Hearing Zeke say that, Galleon looked surprised. As expected, you can even read Dwarven script. Brushing aside the Dwarven language, Zeke probed, "If it's Gallen's, this can't be an ordinary scabbard, right?" "Of course not. If you turn the roller on the scabbard mouth like this, it turns into a shield. Made from mithril and wyvern bone, it can take any hit without a scratch. Turn the roller on the shield handle back and it reverts to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you did me, this gift is still lacking. But please take it, it's my gift to you." He pushed the scabbard forward as he spoke. Seeing that, Zeke sheepishly accepted it and asked awkwardly, "But if you sold this, you could build your forge, right?" "Haha, I can't just sell my master's work to anyone." Galleon grinned. "But it's worth tens of thousands of gold," Zeke pressed. Hearing that, Galleon broke into a sweat, not realizing its value. "What, for real? Anyway, I'll take it, thanks," Zeke said gratefully. Then he looked at the scabbard and his oversized sword. Compared to the sword, the scabbard looks kinda small. But if it's Gallen Jober's work, it must be something special. As he thought that, Zeke tried sliding the sword into the scabbard. Sure enough, it automatically reshaped, enveloping the entire blade and forming a sleek new sheath. As expected, it exceeds even my imagination. "I've got an incredibly valuable gift, thanks Galleon." Zeke smiled, and for some reason Galleon looked thrilled too. Glad you like it. Time flew by, shifting to the familiar training ground. Now Zeke was examining the new gauntlets he'd received. Gauntlet info: forged from cloud iron, tough yet lightweight. Special ability: none. Feature: equipping the full cloud iron set activates the special ability. Reading that, Zeke couldn't help admiring it. Cloud iron, that's super rare stuff. This was from the random gift box, the surprise quest reward. He thought it was just treasure, but it held way more valuable items. Alright, time to check the second box. With that, Zeke eyed the remaining box and slowly opened it. But what was inside piqued his curiosity even more. What Zeke pulled from the second treasure mirror was a tattered, incomplete map that made him wonder if it was even a map at all. But before Zeke could think much, the system pinged a notification. You have found a map bearing traces of the great sword Saint Kaishir. Seeing that name, the protagonist's interest skyrocketed because Kaishir was insanely famous. If it's Kaishir, don't tell me it's Hero King Kaishir. Hero King Kaishir and the Knights of the Clock Tower. That's the continent's most famous book, chronicling Kaishir and his knights' journey from founding the Chronos Kingdom, once a glorious civilization. However, due to its outlandish content and zero proof of authenticity, it's just seen as fiction. Realizing he had a map tied to that hero, Zeke's hands trembled with excitement. Did Hero King Kaishir really exist? He said shakily. Meanwhile, the system began analyzing the map and notified, restoring and decoding damaged sections of the item, decoding complete, location marked on minimap. At the same time, the minimap appeared automatically in front of Zeke. Glancing at the markers, the protagonist quickly recognized the spot. Giant mountains, that's barbarian territory. Looks like this might be easier than I thought. As he spoke, before he could dwell on the marked location, the system pinged another notification. Guidance ends based on user level. You have found an item linkable to a quest, achievement quest, vision of Hero King Kaishir. Seek Kaishir's vision at a relic bearing his traces. Time limit: none. Rewards: quest rewards, system admin privileges upgrade, junior admin to mid-tier admin. Reading that, even a cow would get it, let alone Zeke. So that's it. Guidance was just to level me up to a certain point. Now it's the real start. This is the true game. Rewards are on a whole other level from guidance. Nice, so that's how it is. I'll sweep everything, leave nothing behind. First, use the accumulated points. The protagonist grinned and splurged to upgrade his skills. 50 points used to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. View Dragon Skill Level 2 info. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form ultra-tough armor, granting superior magic resistance. Unlock 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summon mighty dragon claws, shredding enemies with one swipe. Unlock 80 points. Seeing those, though Zeke was tempted to unlock more, he held back. I've got plenty left for now, but who knows when I'll farm this much again. Shame. But for now, invest in some potions and these two skills. Keep 400 as backup. With that, he unlocked Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zeke immediately tested them, starting with Dragon Claw. He whispered and activated Dragon Claw. Right then, energy surged from his palm, forming a massive dragon hand. Then Zeke spun and swung hard forward. That single casual swipe gouged huge claw marks into the tough floor over 10 meters away. Seeing the damage, Zeke could only laugh awkwardly. Ha ha ha, this skill is nuts. Alright, next skill time. With that, he activated Dragon Scale Armor, golden dragon scale phantoms appearing on his left arm. To test its defense, Zeke pulled the black sword from his inventory and slashed his arm hard. But surprisingly, the sword bounced right back off the armor. The skill's defense was so strong the protagonist could hardly believe it. Even without aura, my slash could have torn anything apart, yet the blade rebounded. Feels just like wearing full heavy plate armor bare-skinned. Dragon Claw for offense. Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple but insanely effective. Bodies warmed up, let's keep going. Zeke grinned and dove into his routine training. Time flew by, cutting to Draker Academy's central arena. Today was the semester evaluation exam. Countless training dummies lined the upper platform while trainees stood rigidly below. Seeing that, an instructor's voice boomed. Today is the semester evaluation exam. Before we start, I'll briefly explain the rules. See those dummies behind me? They're specially made, normal strength barely scratches them. But infusing aura into your strikes destroys them easily. However, if you can't even scratch one, you're out immediately. All prior evaluations are voided, and you'll have to start over from scratch. The instructor said it stone-faced, making the trainees below suck in cold breaths and whisper worriedly, "Start over, doesn't that mean no promotion?" Ignoring their chatter, the instructor barked after his warnings. "Quiet, when your name's called, step up." "First Aaron." "Present," Aaron replied and hurried up. Meanwhile, sly Owen in the crowd smirked inwardly. It's normal for first-timers to worry. But for me, the Academy's training is just like my family's aura system. The Academy's aura training was set up by us Zims anyway. Even pureblood awakeners can't match my aura control. He thought that while glancing back at Zeke and Riene. Soon after, the instructor called him. Next, Owen, ready, begin. In response, the punk confidently drew his sword and assumed a slashing stance. But what stood out was his body now cloaked in blue glow. Seeing it, trainees broke cold sweats and shouted, "Sword resonance." At just 13, using sword resonance, truly extraordinary, the instructor said, glancing at his bearded colleague behind, who nodded. Indeed, noble bloodlines make a difference. Then, under everyone's gaze, Owen's body shot forward like lightning and unleashed a barrage of relentless slashes on the red dummies, each strike carving massive gashes into them. Below, the other trainees paled, mouths agape in sheer shock. After Owen finished his test, an instructor stepped up to inspect the dummies and praised, "Incredible, as expected of a Zims. At this speed, surpassing Sir Abel is just a matter of time." He grinned, oblivious that his words beforehand had turned Owen's face pig-liver purple. Owen bit his lip, swatted the instructor's arm aside roughly, pissing them off a little. "What a rude little shit, what's his problem?" they whispered to each other while Owen's face twisted in fury. Ignoring him, the tests rolled on as usual, but the results weren't looking great. After checking the dummies, the instructors shook their heads, everyone struggling hard, probably shaken up from Owen dominating. Still, no one's flunked yet, even if just a trickle. Every trainee channeled aura into their sword. Special class lives up to the hype. But even in a genius hub like this, the weak get weeded out. Now it was swordswoman Riene's turn. She bowed to the instructors and made her request, "Please guide me." "Sir, I have a request. I want dragon-slaying strike evaluation." Her demand widened the instructor's eyes in surprise, then he warned, "That's for advanced trainees." "I know," Riene nodded resolutely. Below, sly Owen heard it and sneered inwardly. Turned pureblood awakener and now she's sky-high arrogant, huh? Channeling aura into a sword and pulling off dragon-slaying strike are worlds apart. Maintaining aura on the blade alone demands laser focus, but dragon-slaying strike? Beyond control, it needs precise aura regulation per move. She'll swing a few times and it'll fizzle out. Her own competitiveness just shoved her into a grave, Riene Tyrann. Picturing her flop, Owen grinned ear to ear. Up top, the grizzled instructor double-checked. Dragon-slaying strike means way harsher failing standards. You sure? Absolutely, Riene nodded again. Seeing her ironclad gaze, he dropped it. "Haha, your funeral. Thank you, sir," Riene bowed slightly. Next, before this over-the-top test, the whole arena went pin-drop silent. Everyone gulped, eyes glued to Riene, not missing a beat. Under their stares, Riene cloaked herself in glow and slowly hoisted her sword overhead. Then, at blinding speed, her wind-dripping strikes exploded like a tempest. The assault was brutal, not just scarring the dummies, but shredding them into chunks. Finishing her dragon-slaying technique, Riene smoothly sheathed her blade as the dummies lay mangled beyond recognition. Seeing that, trainees could only laugh awkwardly. Wow, even competitive spirits toast. Thought Owen topped aura control, turns out he's light years behind. Those murmurs drilled into Owen's ears nonstop, leaving the idiot biting his lip bloody, eyes bugging out like he was seizing. But then his gaze snapped as Riene lowered her sword. "What the hell, damn it, she mocking me?" Owen wondered, but his face blanked. He whipped around behind him in panic. "Wait, she never even glanced at me." Riene pointed straight at Zeke. Looked like this swordswoman was locked in rivalry with the protagonist. Back to Zeke, spotting Riene's challenge, he awkwardly scratched his head, sweat streaming like he'd sprinted miles. Inwardly, this is awkward AF, stared down like this, how do I play it off? Fine, meet some expectations or it's embarrassing. Deep breath, hand raised determinedly, he boomed, "Instructor, dragon-slaying strike for me too." Some listeners paled, faces puckering like they'd chomped a rotten lemon. The nearby instructor eyed him dubiously, stepped close, voice gravelly. "You're Zeke. Think it's a joke 'cause Riene nailed dragon-slaying strike." Trainee Riene's a pureblood, but a colleague waved him off, cutting in firmly. "Same as Riene, no problem." Zeke flashed a dazzling angelic grin, of course. Then Zeke strode center stage for his show, ignoring the beehive buzz of whispers. "Why approve, instructor? He's rostered, but I've never seen him in class," a baffled voice piped up. The instructor shrugged casually, like spinning yarns, from his bet with instructor Andre. "Heh, you're new, so no wonder you don't know." Unprecedented golden pureblood awakener. Dungeon exploration record smasher over Sir Abel, that's Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke shut his eyes, sensing power surging through him. Suddenly, system chimed coldly, Black Sword Bahamut detected. Activating unique, Black Sword Bahamut's aura conversion. Converting, detected to radiant aura. Boom, radiant aura flared, sheathing his sword. Staring at the blazing blade, Zeke muttered stunned, holding back's tougher than all out. Alright, this'll do. Then the kid hoisted the sword high, gripped white-knuckled, hands quivering with thrill. Rene watched, ice saucer-wide jaw dropped, that. First dragon-slaying strike move, Heaven/Genesis. Not just topping me, matches instructor Andre. Simultaneously, Zeke's blade lightning slashed the dummy in half, wood cracking dryly. Relentless, he sword danced in his zone, strikes fluid and crisp. Mind flashing, drilled dragon slaying strike 2 years pre-regression. Sword arcs, foot placement, radiant aura flow, body autopilots without brain input. Technique that bored me silly, but basics refresh ain't bad. Performance done, Zeke paused, eyed around. This oughta fire Rene up good. But crowd buzzed, whispers cresting, he really radiant aura coated his sword. Yeah, a whole greatsword, Zeke's purple knight rank. Protagonist caught it, jolted, sweat beating. He'd reigned in power but slipped. Panicking, too focused. Let radiant aura leak subconsciously. Meant to match normies, that damn grin spotlighted me again. Even instructors gawked shell-shocked, eyes popping, muttering, first year purple knight, how's this absurdity even real? Unwittingly crushing someone's psyche deep. Owen stood helpless, heart hammering, shamed tsunami washing confidence to smoke. But opposite Owen, Rene buzzed with Zeke fascination, eyes gleaming. Knew I picked right. Cut later to principal's office. He grabbed tea, sipped, rumbled, heard your semester eval show. Astounding results. Zeke there, casual, just luck, sir. He chuckled softly, set cup down. 13-year-old purple knight is luck. So Zeke, thoughts on skip grade exam? Protagonist blinked wide-eyed, skip grade, jump a year. Principal nodded, yes or more for standouts like you. Zeke quiet thinking, faster than planned. Yeah, been too flashy. Then confident smile, I'm in. Zeke bounced quick, soft door close, stepping out, musing he's scheming. Sly grin, game on then. Inside, principal dazed, pocket fumbling something. Muttering, Rene Draker and Zeke Draker. Both pureblood awakeners in the exam. Clear voice, got it sir, proceeding per orders. This is getting fun. Cut to advanced academy or a training room. Rene and Zeke both present. Tension thick as fog, everyone breath held for explosion. Rene flushed pale, at least fake glance me. Suddenly door creaked open, deep authoritative voice. You two waiting already. He entered adding, overseeing today's skip grade exam. Family advanced knight Sir Owl Draker. Handsome guy with irresistible icy allure. Spotting Owl, Zeke disbelieved, heart quaking. That's Woodflow sword. Memories crashed, gloomy day soul matching, Owl cradling seemingly dead guy, heavy steps, deep sorrow. Zeke there then shocked outburst. Draker, that damned empire dog, why here? But closer look at corpse face surprised Zeke. Owl silent, just dug earth layers quietly. Zeke realized something, stood mute amid icy gravestones. Suddenly Zeke snatched shovel, startling Owl, need a hand. No wait for reply, Zeke dug. Refuse or not, I'm helping. As I dig, I'm Zeke Morida, Northern Alliance, you Draker folk, right? All days, no ditch the Draker name. Zeke empathized more, soft laugh, like me huh, what to call you? Stammer, Woodflow swords fine. Back present, hearing oddish name, protagonist stunned. Owl, perfect for Woodflow swords chill vibe. Anyway, advanced knight proctoring first year skips. Both bowed quick unison. Greetings, Sir Owl, advanced knight. Elite rank, Draker pillar for unmatched power, fame, experience. Proctor crisp, sword dual cradle familiar. Challenge till KO or quit, all out. Rene stepped up confident, I'll start. Owl haughty, nano singles. Rush together. Challenge fired, Rene up, eyes resolve flaring, lunging wild beast style. Zeke swift blocked like fly swatting. Easy. Urgent teasing yell, you know the gap. Test started already. Unrestrained rush earlier, we'd be docked bad. Rene sharp glanced, Proctor scribbling board, quill spell dancing. Deep sigh, misty breath chillaring. Reluctant but voice down, what now Zeke Draker? Protagonist turned, cocky half smirk, thinking, Rene judgment genius, lightning reflexes. Nod sure, perfect plan here, land him a real crit. Plan sync duel kicked off official. Proctor Knight sword-eyed, Zeke squinted brain analyzing. Odd single-edge, Eastern Empire hallmark, ring Dao. Always wielded it, he muttered. Rene stood beside him, face tense like this was a matter of honor, but Zeke just smirked inwardly. Honor and pride mean jack to the weak. Screw personal stuff, focus on the plan. A second later, both swung their swords in unison, charging forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Metal clanged sharply as their blades crossed in lethal slashes from different angles, tearing through the air with vicious whistles. but the knight just tilted his body lightly, moving fluidly like he was dancing in the wind. His blade slipped through the gap between their attacks and countered lightning fast, swinging down in an instant. Riene leaped back just in time, the slash grazing a few stray hairs on her forehead, while Zeke stayed pumped, eyes blazing, charging without hesitation. They kept up the assault, swords raining down relentlessly, yet the knight didn't budge an inch. Sword clashes rang out everywhere, drowning out the wind, until one powerful strike from the knight sent both Riene and Zeke flying backward. Riene shot Zeke a glance, thinking, this is advanced knight power. Even following Zeke's lead, constantly aiming for his blind spots, we couldn't land a hit, not even a scratch. Gritting her teeth, Riene unleashed Dragon Slaying Technique Chapter 3, First Form, muttering to herself with fierce resolve, fight with the intent to kill. She swung hard, her blade roaring through the air like a dragon's bellow. It seemed like the strike would connect, but at the critical moment, the knight casually leaned aside, evading with water-like grace. Carried by momentum, Riene stumbled forward off balance, and before she could recover, the knight swung his arm hard. Smack! Riene was flung like a broken kite, spinning midair before slamming into a stone wall with a thunderous boom. The impact shattered the wall into rubble, dust billowing everywhere. Nearby support staff rushed over, worried. Are you okay, Riene Draker? Riene coughed harshly, groaning in pain, blood trickling from her lip. Her legs trembled as she tried to stand, arms numb and useless. She stammered, I'm fine, dangerous, get back. Inwardly, in a blink, my focus got shattered, creating an opening. With my strength, there's zero chance. But can you really pull it off, Zeke Draker? She recalled right before the fight. Zeke laid out his strategy, but Riene shot it down hard. I can't agree to such a dirty tactic. You planning to tarnish an honorable duel, Draker? Zeke just countered calmly. Does honor fill your stomach? He went on. This isn't a knight's duel, it's an evaluation. It tests your ability to kill the opponent. After thinking it over, Riene gave in helplessly. Fine, since I asked you first anyway. But you really think this'll work against an advanced knight? While Riene remained skeptical, Zeke was utterly confident. Just create a situation where it can work. He added, back when we fought in the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock? Riene flustered, because I never expected you'd stoop to tricks like that. Zeke shrugged, exactly, an advanced knight's no different. Wait for my signal, it'll work. One tiny opening is all we need. Back to the fight, Zeke activated Dragon Slaying Human Technique applications, his body splitting into multiple afterimages appearing everywhere, surrounding the knight. Just looking made eyes dizzy, real from fake, impossible to tell. An unused ultimate finally unleashed today, Swift Wind Step Phantom Step technique. But the knight wasn't green, he knew it deep and instantly recognized. That's Duck's move. He scanned side to side carefully. Suddenly Zeke lunged, slashing, but the knight blocked instantly. Zeke grinned confidently. From here on, sir, better brace yourself. Right then, the blazing overhead lights snapped off, plunging everything into pitch black. The knight, surprised, lights out. So you're exploiting a pureblood Awakener's mana interference trait. Realizing that, he swung his sword, knocking Zeke back, then performed flawless swordplay in the dark. Wherever Zeke struck, he parried effortlessly, like savoring candy. He smirked inwardly, such childish thinking. Believing blinding vision creates an opening for an advanced knight. But what's this annoying feeling? In thick darkness, even he could only vaguely make out shapes, yet Zeke moved like he saw everything crystal clear. Perfect timing, I wanted to test a new dragon skill anyway. Looks like the ideal chance. Owen's not the type to blab everywhere, he told himself. Zeke instantly activated Dragon Skill Dragon Claw, fast as a gust. The protagonist toyed with the knight casually, leaving him struggling to defend. The knight stunned. This is first-year swordsmanship. Calling it swordsmanship feels off. It's way too different. Zeke Draker's long surpassed trainee level. Riene Draker seemed to move in the dark just like Zeke. Did he cut unnecessary energy sources and impose limits on me? That tactic only works against equals. Thinking that, the knight chased Zeke, attacking furiously in the blackness. Now only sword clashes sparked light. Blades met at blinding speed, hard for eyes to follow. Before sounds hit, metallic flashes lit the air, sharp and cold. Sparks burst like fireworks in the night, then died quick, leaving acrid burnt metal smell. Watching the knight's reactions, Zeke smiled inwardly, movements almost unchanged from before the lights went out. Adapted to darkness that fast. Suddenly the knight sensed something off. Instinctively he slashed hard forward, but missed completely. Frowning in irritation, vanished. I can only vaguely see shapes like fighting a shadow. He kept swinging into empty space, all missing. Zeke seemed gone from his radar. Right then a ceiling light fixture crashed down right in front of the knight. but Zeke kept cutting more, lights raining down like a storm. All per plan, the noise completely masked Zeke Draker's presence. The knight lost all trace. He stood bewildered, a bit flustered. Instantly, Zeke popped up in front, flashing a bright but sly grin. "Right now," he shouted, voice echoing. While the knight was still clueless, another light fixture plummeted toward his position. Zeke recalled Professor Fan Nong's words, "Structure and materials are simple, but kept as is, it's single use. What magic you planning to store in there?" "Explosive magic," Zeke just smiled casually. "Nah, flash magic and a bang is plenty." As predicted, a massive explosion erupted. Boom, perfect timing. Riene, the protagonist, stood plugging his ears calmly, waiting for the miracle. The knight, startled by the blast, deafening crack ripping the air, everything shaking. Reflexively, he jerked back, crouching low, heart squeezed tight. Only then did he realize he'd been tricked. Inwardly, "Guess I was wrong thinking it was excess energy." Seizing the chance, Riene and Zeke charged together. But an advanced knight is still an advanced knight. At the most dangerous instant, he unleashed Dragon Slaying Technique Chapter 4, First Form, Moon Cleaving Slash. The strike came blinding fast. Zeke and Riene couldn't react. They took it full and got blasted back. Next, a terrifying explosion rocked everything, smoke and dust choking the air. Still, forcing him to use that move was already a huge win. Wrapping it up, Zeke and Riene ultimately couldn't beat Owl and ended up floored, faces bruised like they'd been run over by a carriage. Medics rushed in fast, hauling them off for treatment, footsteps clattering like an urgent rescue tune. The knight stood unscratched, posture heroic like he'd just strolled a park. An instructor approached Owl respectfully, bowing, "Thank you for your efforts." Suddenly, a furious roar thundered from afar. "That damn Owl, you beat my disciples to a pulp like this." Following the voice, Owl turned, eyes narrowing as he recognized Duke. He bowed politely, voice low, "Greetings, Gale Knight." Duke strode up, slinging an arm around Owl's shoulders casually, grinning teasingly as always, still stiff as ever, "Huh. So how are my disciples?" As he spoke, Duke patted Owl's shoulder excitedly, making him sway slightly. Owl pondered, eyes flickering with recall of what just happened. The moment Zeke Draker's sword connected, Owl had deliberately dropped his guard, holding pure defense. Why not counter when he had the opening? Goal wasn't victory but promotion, only showing necessary strength. Thinking that, Owl spoke evenly. "Zeke Draker's already beyond my evaluation scope." Later in the meeting room, a promotion review session for trainees unfolded. After hearing everyone, the academy head sat straight and finalized, "So we're all in agreement on this resolution." Everyone chorused, "Yes, headmaster, no objections." And thus Zeke and Riene got promoted to year 5 and year 3 respectively. After that, Zeke tried living as quietly as possible, like a lazy cat curling up in a corner. After inheriting all Duke's secret techniques and style, Andre took over Zeke's spot. He kept good ties with Professor Fanon for a while but drifted apart when Zeke got selected for the Royal Magic Research Institute, gloved up, and left the academy. From then on, Zeke steered clear of powerful family heirs, dodging trouble like the plague. But interestingly, Owl kept showing up quarterly for sparring requests, like a hunting dog refusing to drop its prey. Then it seemed he had some epiphany, eyes lighting up like he'd found truth. Owl requested leave, packed up, and joined a training dojo, ditching his flashy advanced knight title behind. Time rolled on. 2 years later, Zeke graduated the academy. In the dorm, old butler Decker's excited voice echoed joyfully, "Congratulations, young master, the youngest trainee ever admitted to Valhalla. The family head must be so proud." At this point, Zeke wasn't the naive 13-year-old anymore, but a sharper, handsomer 15-year-old Zeke Draker in full prime. The headmaster personally wrote a recommendation letter, super rare, basically a precious privilege. Zeke sighed inwardly, "But this youngest trainee title makes my 2 quiet years pointless, huh?" Then he spoke casually, "About 3 months till enrollment, right?" Decker nodded beside him. Zeke continued, "Decker, head to Atlas first." Decker, startled, eyes wide like the sky fell, but reluctantly agreed, "Yes, sir." "But what about you, young master?" Before Decker could finish, Zeke cut him off firmly. "I'll rest alone in peace. I don't want anyone disturbing me, got it?" Decker didn't dare disobey, bowing his head. "Yes, young master." After that, Zeke stared at the map in front of him, mind racing with his own thoughts. The Kaisher relic is in the giant mountains. Using the vacation excuse, I'll go through the Argus Kingdom Adventurers Association to set up the expedition. No reason to reveal my destination to suspicious types. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Zeke quickly said, "Come in." Liam entered, bowing deeply and respectfully. This humble servant greets Master Zeke Draker. Zeke turned, frowning. Liam, didn't I tell you that greeting's way too formal? Just keep it simple. Decker got the hint and spoke up quickly. Then I'll excuse myself, young master. Zeke nodded. Yeah, handle the Valhalla enrollment with the black card. Once Decker left, Liam asked curiously, what brings you to summon me all the way to the Platinum Manor, sir? Zeke replied casually, I heard you got transferred to the special class this time, right? As your master, how could I just sit back and do nothing? I've compiled everything you'll need during your academy time, predicted exam questions for semester evaluations, training manuals, even essential gear for the tests. With that, he handed Liam a thick stack of papers. While Liam stood stunned, Zeke continued, head to Papner's Breath and show them this list. They'll hook you up with everything. Oh, and when you hit 4th year, you'll probably need a sword that really suits you. Go to Papner's Breath to commission one. I've already paid in full, so don't worry. I know you won't let me down, Liam. Hearing that, Liam was so moved tears welled up, eyes glistening as they threatened to spill. He immediately bowed low, voice choked. I will absolutely not betray your expectations, master. Zeke sighed, muttering, I just told you to stop overdoing it a minute ago. Liam gave an awkward laugh. I'll fix it right away, sir. The kingdom of Argus sits at the far north of the central continent, alongside Delpoa, Tebia, and Alentia, one of the 4 central kingdoms. The giant mountains mark the boundary between Beast territory and the continent, riddled with countless large and small dungeons that draw hordes of adventurers hungry for a big break. The kingdom's founding king, now just a faded name in history, linked adventurers with dungeons, turning it into the realm's core industry. With royal backing, they divided the giant mountains into hundreds of zones, set up transport routes and relay points. That became the foundation of the Argus Adventurers Association, now spread across the entire continent. At the registration counter, a monotone announcement droned. Next, number 546, 546, no 546, moving on 547. Congratulations, you're now an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Submit these papers to licensing to get your registration card. Zeke, disguised with a wig and magic glasses, had become a completely different person. He smiled gently, thanks, and walked away. This version of Zeke with fake hair and enchanted specs looked so unfamiliar even he almost didn't recognize himself in the mirror. Heh, good luck spotting me now. Looking at the papers in hand, Zeke felt extremely satisfied, thinking, if I want to move freely, best to have an adventurer identity. Can't just stroll around openly as a Draker. Soon, the adventure wagons set off one after another. Sitting inside, he mused, peak season and I still snagged a shared seat. Lucky. Suddenly, a friendly voice piped up. Hey buddy, you an adventurer too? Zeke slowly opened his eyes. The guy opposite grinned. You look so tense, first dungeon run, right? Another leaned in eagerly. What do you say, buddy? Wanna team up with us? We might not look it, but we're veterans. That area nearby's super dangerous. Solo adventurers make easy monster chow. Zeke stayed silent, thinking, no matter where you go, trash like this always shows up, huh? They kept pushing. They say your first dungeon party decides half your fate in the adventurer world. Ever heard that one? Zeke sighed inwardly in annoyance. Classic newbie bait script, use them as monster fodder or sell to slavers. What a joke. Even so, he kept quiet, neither accepting nor refusing. Their eyes all locked on him like starving wolves eyeing fat prey. Helpless, Zeke stood abruptly and snapped, shut your mouths. That stunned them. One stammered, What's wrong, buddy? Did I say something off? But the protagonist said nothing more, just walked forward. He poked his head through a small opening and told the driver, 500 meters left rear, monsters, looks like orcs, so this area's a spawn zone. The driver startled, What are you talking about? This is the safe route. Immediately, mocking laughter erupted around him. Haha, newbie nerves kicking in hard, huh buddy? Don't you know the main association route is directly managed by the kingdom? Even wild beasts can't get in, let alone monsters. But Zeke's next words sent chills down his spine. Then what's right behind you? The driver's eyes bulged in disbelief. Truth was, behind him loomed an orc with blood-red eyes, razor fangs bared in a roar, standing tall and hungry for fresh meat. Right after the wagon was swarmed by the horde. Sure enough, life throws curveballs, chaos ensued, not just one feral beast but a whole pack of monsters, axes swinging wildly. The scene plunged into pandemonium. They were massive, muscles bulging, skin rough like stone scales, eyes glowing crimson with mad bloodlust. They raised heavy axes and rusted hammers, smashing the wagon to splinters. Horses screamed in panic, rearing back, but too late. They whinnied a few times before collapsing, blood pooling dark red. Now only splintered wood and clashing weapons echoed through the forest. The loudmouth who'd tried recruiting Zeke still didn't get it, poking his head out cluelessly. But he never expected an orc had noticed him, lumbering closer. The moment he realized that huge shadow towered right in front. His face drained bloodless. In his final moment, he just hoped for mercy, begging for life. But life ain't that kind. Crack! One swing, his head exploded outward, blood splattering everywhere. What a bitter end for the poor bastard. Zeke thought silently, quickly leaping out and ducking behind a nearby thick tree to watch the orcs feast on their fresh harvest. They chomped and gnawed greedily, sickening slurps filling the air. Seeing that, Zeke mused, orcs rampaging in the safe zone means the outpost's no longer functioning properly. How long has this been going on? The monsters ate their fill and soon left, abandoning a stinking battlefield. Zeke stepped out, surveying the carnage, bodies piled like trash. Looks like I'm the only survivor, he stood there, muttering. As expected, total unimaginable mess. Even Argus soldiers got taken down, but with their forces, regular monsters shouldn't stand a chance, right? But as he looked closer, Zeke's eyes narrowed in irritation. Across their bodies ran long, slashing wounds, not something ordinary monsters could inflict. In his mind flashed the bloody scene that must have unfolded. Zeke thought, not monsters, this was done by humans. Looking at this, Zeke's face suddenly darkened. He thought to himself, the corpse is heavily mutilated, clearly staged to look like a monster attack. But if it really was a monster, the cuts couldn't be this clean and precise. Plus, most of the victims died instantly with no signs of resistance at all. This has to be the work of a squad made up entirely of Death Knights. But then he furrowed his brow and muttered, if I keep hanging around here, I'm just gonna make things more complicated for myself. Right now, the top priority is finding Kaishir's ruins. With that thought, he pressed on with his journey, his steps filled with determination. After walking a bit farther, he reached a spot where skulls and crossed bones were piled up like a small mountain. Zeke stopped and scanned the area. He thought to himself, this is a territorial marker from the barbarian tribes. According to the minimap, I'm almost at Kaishir's ruins. But he froze, a chill running down his spine. Looks like I'm being followed from behind. Zeke frowned in confusion, gritting his teeth as he thought, how the hell are the Empire's hounds showing up here? The hounds, a unit directly under the Emperor, hand-picked from the most elite knight trainees in the Empire, specially trained in tracking and assassination. At this point in time, the Hound Squad was still a complete mystery. Even inside the Empire, not many people knew they existed. But it wouldn't be long before, when the Empire ignited the Continental Great War, they would quickly rise to become a core fighting force. I carefully observed their movements on the minimap all the way here. There's no way I could forget this distinctive pursuit technique, Zeke muttered. Because before I regressed, it was these bastards who killed me. His eyes turned ice cold. Moreover, Duke once said that the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, was turning the entire continent upside down searching for something. That's right, even back before my regression, the Emperor was already fixated on ancient artifacts. His ambition to unify the continent was crazy enough, but he still greedily chased after that delusional dream of eternal life. Zeke smirked. He wondered to himself, if that's the case, does that mean the Empire has already found Kaishir's ruins here too? Guess the only way is to go confirm it myself. With that thought, Zeke vanished in the blink of an eye, so fast it left the hounds trailing behind him, looking around in confusion, exchanging stunned glances. One of them, a guy with a long scar across his face, sensed something off and quickly reached into his chest pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Zeke struck without warning, so fast the guy had no chance to react. The gun in his hand fired a meaningless shot, and right after, a hand said goodbye to its owner. Zeke's clean, brutal slash made the guy's eyes bulge in shock. Zeke spoke, his voice cold. A yellow flare is the signal for an unexpected situation. Sure enough, you're the squad leader. Only 3 of you, so this is an outer patrol team. Normally a squad has 12 people, right? Hearing Zeke say that, another one approached from a distance and shouted, who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this? Zeke didn't bother answering and simply sent the squad leader off for good. His head parted from his body in an instant. Done with that, he said, still haven't figured out the situation. I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully, you've still got 2 mouths. If one goes silent forever, the other won't be making any noise for long either. Make a smart choice. And in the end, they were all neatly taken care of by Zeke. From then on, they never saw the sun again. After slashing to his heart's content, Zeke pulled out the map to check it and muttered, "So this is their temporary base, pretty crowded. They're the ones who turned this place into a dumping ground for those mangled corpses. They even dared to touch the kingdom's soldiers. Does that mean they've really found the ruins?" He smirked, "Whatever, I'll just go in and see for myself. Anyone who dares raise a sword against me better not expect to walk away unscathed." Meanwhile, back at what used to be their peaceful base, one of the guards yawned hugely, his eyes watering like he'd just been crying. But then he looked down below and sighed. No way, right? What kind of lunatic would charge into barbarian territory with guards posted like this? The guy next to him nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's really weird." But before they could figure out what was happening, one of them was suddenly attacked. The other one met the same fate. In less than a minute, both guards were down for good, not even getting another yawn in. Someone had swept through like a gust of wind. Inside, one of the black-clad figures barely noticed something was wrong. Another one saw him standing there frozen and growled, "What are you standing there for? Get inside already," he replied. "Wait, didn't you just hear some noise from the gate?" Hearing that, the other guy glanced toward the gate and said, "I didn't hear anything," but he had no idea his comrade had already been taken out. Suddenly, red blood sprayed out, the sound drawing his attention. But all he managed was a quick glance, witnessing his comrade's head get chopped off by some stranger. He was completely shocked and yelled, "Intruder!" But before he could say more, Zeke shot forward like lightning, slamming a fist straight into his mouth and shutting him up for good. Without hesitation, Zeke sent him to join his ancestors. In no time, fresh blood coated the blade completely. He muttered to himself, "Seeing these guys really takes me back. Back when I got orders from the boss, the one who'd been exhausted from 5 straight years of faction wars, and we hit the Pavla cartel. The feeling was exactly like this." By now, Zeke was completely surrounded by them. From up high, their leader spoke, "Southern assassin dagger techniques, huh? Whether it's Meccan or Pavla doesn't matter. Once you've come this far in, you're not leaving here alive. Surrender now and I'll kill you quick and painless." Following the voice, the protagonist looked up and thought, "So he's the commander here? At best, he's just barely touching the level of a blue knight. Compared to the hounds I faced in my previous life, you guys are still way too green." With that thought, he showed no fear and shot back sharply. "Ridiculous, huh? A painless death. That's what someone who just slaughtered your comrades is saying. To avenge your fallen buddies, you should tear me apart and wipe out my entire bloodline. That's the proper way. The central continent really is full of nothing but weak cowards." Zeke's taunting words pissed them off big time. The squad leader roared, "Fuck it, let's give him what he wants. Tear him apart while he's still breathing." With that, they immediately launched their attack. Every single one swung their swords straight at Zeke, hacking away like they were chopping firewood. But the protagonist thought to himself, "Something's off. Are the hounds really only at this level? Are they just that weak, or have I gotten way too strong?" At this point, no need to observe anymore. Right away, he activated his mana reflex skill. The light around them was instantly snuffed out, plunging the entire cave into pitch-black darkness. The squad leader up high looked stunned and thought, "Power outage right at a moment like this. Could it be a Dragon Slayer's mana disruption?" Wait a second, from the start he was fighting barehanded and didn't use aura at all. The swordsmanship he used is Southern Blade formation style. Definitely an assassin, so it's just a technical glitch. After thinking it over, he called out to calm his comrades. "Don't panic, it'll come back soon, just focus on defense until then." But surprise, motherfucker, when the lights came back on, a horrifying scene greeted them. In just a few blinks, Zeke had wiped out every single hound below. Corpses lay scattered across the cold ground, blood pooling dark red. He couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring like rain, completely floored as he muttered, what the fuck is this?" Zeke had somehow appeared right behind him without him noticing and said, "The Emperor's got some real guts, daring to target hero King Kaishir's ruins, huh?" The guy trembled all over and stammered, "Kaishir's ruins? What the hell are you talking about?" But the moment he turned around, Zeke was already gone. Only his voice echoed like a ghost, "Don't worry, even if you don't spill it yourself, I'll find out anyway." In the darkness, a hand radiating killing intent pressed a razor-sharp blade to his throat. Only then did he realize death was right there, panicking, "Wait, we really don't know anything." Zeke smirked, "Oh, you don't know? Oh, you really don't know?" Blood sprayed out, and the unlucky squad leader couldn't escape his fate either. After finishing up, Zeke quietly headed toward the cave exit where blinding light poured in. He left one sword behind there and thought, "Everything that happened here will be framed as Meccan's doing." Meccan Cartel, that's the criminal organization from the southern continent I used to belong to in my previous life. A gang willing to do anything for money. After the Gusco kingdom in the south collapsed from civil war, the ruined lands became a lawless zone, split between Mecking and Pavla cartel. I could have just used dragon techniques to hide my identity, but I deliberately used Southern Blade formation swordsmanship, and even left behind Mecking's signature warning, because giving them a clear target is the safer option. He smirked. The Empire will definitely think this was the Southern gang's work. Even if they take action over this, it'll just help me get rid of Mecking. That only benefits me more. Judging from the letter found inside, the Emperor was even crazier than he'd imagined. The Emperor's orders were basically just to search for ancient ruins, but what shocked him was the accompanying campaign map. Not just the central continent, but the eastern continent, which was still in a ceasefire phase, and even the mysterious Black Sea region. He'd sent the hounds to every spot suspected of holding ancient ruins. That means their forces have already reached the scale they had in my previous life. But it looks like they still haven't found Kaishir's ruins. I'd better move fast. Suddenly, from the hound's lair, a red flare shot up into the sky. Zeke had already left the area far behind and smiled as he said, "A red flare. Could that be the signal to start the heavenly net Earth web?" Time passed quickly, and after spotting the signal in the sky above, Zeke picked up his pace, sensing that the Emperor's hounds seemed to have started zeroing in on Kaishir's ruins location. But he hadn't gone far when he suddenly felt presences appearing behind him. He glanced back slightly and thought, they caught up already. That flare's meaning splits into 5 branches. And that's the heavenly net Earth web, the signal that the threat must be eliminated at all costs. Using the flare as the center, they'll sweep the surrounding area to locate the target, then gradually tighten the encirclement. The pursuit order represents the hunters, and every hunter in the region will maintain this net until the one who gave the order calls it off, basically a death sentence. Last time, even when I stole the artifact the Emperor was after in the northern continent, I still died under the heavenly net Earthweb. But now I have the system. Thinking of that, Zeke immediately pulled 2 short swords from his gear and gripped them tightly. But now I have the system. Thinking of that, Zeke immediately pulled 2 short swords from his gear and gripped them tightly. Their sword strikes began targeting Zeke at blinding speed. Yet instead of fear, our protagonist actually felt a hint of excitement inside. He thought to himself, this might actually be worth a good fight. With that, Zeke's hands moved like machines, leaving afterimages in the air as he deflected every incoming attack. Right after, the protagonist leaped backward, breaking free from the assassin's encirclement and keeping a safe distance. Then, after carefully observing their appearances, Zeke confirmed his suspicion. As expected, these guys are on a completely different level from the ones in the cave. Just as that thought crossed his mind, countless footsteps rang out behind Zeke. It was another group of assassins who had just arrived. And just like that, in mere seconds, countless black-cloaked figures surrounded Zeke. Seeing this, even Zeke felt a headache coming on. This is getting really troublesome. He sighed and checked the system map in front of him. It was covered in countless red dots swarming the area, with more and more pouring in nonstop. He muttered, if I go all out, I could still break through. But if I do that, it'll be like throwing away the meching disguise I worked so hard to set up. No other choice, huh? I wasn't planning to use it in a situation like this. With no alternatives left, Zeke reached for a small whistle. And under the curious stares of the assassins, he took a deep breath, poured all his strength into blowing the whistle, unleashing a piercing, echoing sound that rang out in every direction. Hearing that, the assassins grew wary and started scanning around. What the hell? Is he calling in reinforcements or something? Off to the side, the scarred assassin saw Zeke suddenly pull out several small orbs in his hand and immediately shouted, "Smoke grenade." The sound was just a decoy. Grab him now. At the order, the hounds charged in to block him. Too bad their reaction was a split second too slow. Right then, Zeke hurled the orbs hard to the ground, making them explode and release thick clouds of black smoke that blanketed the entire area around them. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zeke's figure vanished in an instant. Seeing this, even though the assassin's team leader was pissed off, he stayed calm and issued orders. Don't panic. Once the heavenly net Earth web is up, no one escapes. Hold your positions and watch for any unusual movements in the smoke or shadows. After saying that, he scanned the surroundings himself. But all he saw were the figures of his own comrades. This made his eyes narrow in confusion as he thought, not a single trace. Does he really think blocking our view will make us back off? Or is it something to do with that whistle just now? That's what puzzled the team leader. And as if answering his question, right after that, a sudden scream from one of the assassins echoed everywhere. The guy's body was sent flying like a torn sack into the air, leaving even the team leader stunned. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled while frantically looking around, and finally spotted the source of the surprise attack. It turned out to be a group of shirtless, massive guys built like grizzly bears, charging in and starting to crush every single one of his subordinates. Barbarian tribes, what's happening? We didn't provoke them at all. If it was just one or two hot-headed ones, maybe, but they're attacking in a full swarm like this. The more he thought about it, the more baffled the team leader became. Elsewhere, one of the assassins in the group angrily shouted, "You filthy savages, you dare attack us." As he spoke, he wrapped his sword in aura and slashed straight at the waist of a barbarian right in front of him. But when his blade hit that massive body, it was like striking solid steel. Even his sword got knocked back and vibrated wildly. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes went blank in disbelief as he stammered out, "This." But before he could process it, the bald barbarian delivered a devastating fist that turned his head into a bloody pulp. Just like that, the assassins started getting literally crushed. Meanwhile, the team leader watching from the side was scared shitless inside. "This is bad. This is the first time I've seen them this riled up. With our current forces, this is way too dangerous." Snapping out of it, he immediately drew his gun. Realizing that to keep the remaining subordinates rushing in from becoming easy prey for the barbarians, the team leader pulled out his signal pistol, fired it into the sky, and shouted to the others, "Recall the heavenly net earth web." Meanwhile, the barbarians behind them kept chasing relentlessly. "Retreat, retreat right now." Hearing that, the assassins were overjoyed like they'd won the lottery. They turned tail and ran for their lives, pouring every ounce of energy into fleeing like hell. Only after they completely disappeared did Zeke finally reappear. He climbed out of a hole he'd dug to hide in, and grinned, "Way more effective than I expected." With that, he looked at the cracked whistle in his hand. This is a barbarian horn made for quickly relaying commands on chaotic battlefields. It's one of their tactical tools. In my previous life, I happened to build a friendly relationship with the Mohican tribe of the barbarians, so I learned how to make this horn and their signaling system. The signal I just blew means outsiders have invaded the ancestors' sacred land. The barbarians are often seen as crude savages, but they actually have their own distinct cultural traditions and civilization. With shoddy craftsmanship like this, it probably only works once anyway. With the assassins no longer bothering him, Zeke quickly moved forward following the map's guidance. Not long after, he finally reached Kaishir's ruins. However, once he stepped inside, he realized the assassins weren't the only obstacle. Something even more dangerous and terrifying lurked within these ruins. Right now, Zeke was crouched behind a wall, quietly peeking his head out to observe ahead, out of one hardship and straight into another. What he saw was a gigantic monster with 9 heads, constantly scanning the surroundings. Along with that came a system notification: detected fallen dragon species corrupted by foul demonic energy. Reading the notification, the protagonist froze in shock. What the hell is a fallen dragon species now? According to the minimap, that door up there. "System, can you open that door?" he asked himself, and the system responded, confirming administrator request, establishing connection to control system, connected to the management system at Hero King Kaishir's resting place. Proceeding to open entrance. As the notification appeared, the stone door rumbled open, revealing the path behind it. But the moment the giant monster noticed, it went berserk. Zeke could only force a wry smile. Sneaking past it quietly doesn't seem possible anymore. With that thought, Zeke took a deep breath and charged straight at the monster. Activating Wind Technique, Phantom Step. His body shot forward like an arrow and began weaving through the terrifying attacks of the giant monster. The protagonist's plan was to use Phantom Step to disrupt its vision and quickly reach the entrance. Just a little more, Zeke told himself, as the entrance was now right in front of him. But of course, nothing's ever that easy. Before Zeke could reach it, one of the giant snake heads lunged right beside him, opening its maw wide and slamming down from the side, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Luckily, Zeke managed to dodge the attack just in time, and even felt a surge of rage inside. Time to teach this snake a lesson. He immediately unleashed Chapter 7, first form of Dragon Slayer art, Dragon Severing Hand, creating countless slashes across the giant snake's body, making it roar in agony. Its blood sprayed everywhere, some landing on Zeke. Wherever the blood touched, it sizzled and smoked like acid. This forced Zeke to pause, not daring to attack recklessly anymore. Its blood is acidic. A 9-headed monster with acidic blood. Even my master in the previous life only barely managed to kill one 9-headed hydra. Alright, let's give it a shot, Zeke thought as he gripped his sword tighter. Across from him, all 9 heads of the dragon stared him down with deadly eyes. The moment the 9-headed hydra opened its venomous jaws and lunged straight at Zeke, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword to block. Clang, steel met fang, the clash ringing out like a death knell. Before he could catch his breath, another head roared, its green eyes glowing like cursed gems, exhaling killing intent that made the air feel thick and heavy like mud. He skillfully stepped back a few paces, regaining his footing, muttering like he was arguing with fate. Damn it, what the hell is so great about this dragon slayer skill anyway? Dragons are extinct, and the closest thing left is some corrupted dragon monster. But it barely does anything to them. No matter how hard I cut, it just regenerates instantly. This is so annoying. Zeke bitterly admitted that his current strength still wasn't enough to take down this monster. Right in front of him, the gate to the sanctuary loomed, only about 30 meters away. Without hesitation, he shouted, "System, close the gate." The system replied in its flat, bored office worker tone, confirming administrator request, closing the gate to Hero King Kaishir's sanctuary. Boom, the gate slammed shut, shaking the entire cave like the sky was falling. Zeke slammed his sword into the ground, cracking the stone like it was hit by a god's hammer. A burst of energy exploded outward like a tidal wave, channeling Dragon Slayer power, making the snake heads freeze with flashes of fear in their eyes. He roared, "Martial secret technique, wind sever." A blinding sword arc tore through the air and slashed into the cluster of snake heads like the Reaper's scythe. Splat, one head flew skyward, purple blood spraying like fireworks. The hydra's agonized roar echoed as if the whole cave was groaning in pain. Not wasting the opening, Zeke dashed like lightning toward the gate, thinking, good. It's confused from losing a head. Time to bail, killing can wait. But the hydra wasn't stupid. Its eyes flashed like monster spotlights in a sci-fi flick, instantly spotting Zeke's plan. One head shot forward, neck stretching like rubber, jagged fangs snapping from every angle, trying to turn him into a living sandwich. Zeke was just a few steps from the gate, thinking he'd made it, when suddenly panic hit him. What the? Boom! A lightning-fast bite tore through his left arm. Red blood gushed like a fountain, splattering across the now sealed gate. He staggered inside, face twisted in pain, but still hissed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, you filthy snake. You chased me all the way here." Rage erupted like a volcano. Zeke roared with bloodshot eyes, pointing his sword straight at the hydra. "You want my arm that bad? Then take it all." He leaped forward, charging at the nearest head, sword slashing in a steel storm. Blood poured from wounds, soaking his clothes like he'd bathed in a blood lake. But his immortal body began regenerating. A new arm grew, bones and joints forming like living magic. The hydra went berserk, roaring not just from pain but pure fury. It spewed a thick green poisonous mist, blanketing the space like a shroud of death, making the air suffocating like hell itself. Zeke frowned and muttered, "Poison bones now, you out of tricks yet, buddy?" The system coldly notified, "You have been poisoned by Hydra Dragon Toxin." Without hesitation, Zeke poured everything into a fatal strike. His sword blazed like a torch, slicing through the air in a flash of lightning, cleaving across the Hydra's body. Slash, another head flew off, purple blood raining like toxic downpour. The monster's eyes bulged in helplessness, as if regretting ever challenging an immortal. Zeke was drenched in sweat, face pale and lips blue from poison, but his grip on the sword stayed iron-tight, eyes burning with unyielding will. Not done yet. The last head roared and charged at terrifying speeds like it wanted to drag them both to hell. One life left, one shot. Zeke gritted his teeth, all in or nothing. I'm not dying here. In that critical moment, he activated DR, a GON Chinese letter. A crushing pressure exploded outward like a meteor strike, slamming down on the Hydra and making the air tremble violently, as if the cave was about to collapse. He glared and said coldly, "I'm not messing around. Get lost, unless you want to be chopped up and turned into sausage." The Hydra growled, but a second later it was shaking like a leaf, sweat pouring like beans. Its whole body convulsed, eyes wild with panic. Then whoosh, it bolted straight away like a dog fleeing debt collectors, not daring to look back. Zeke let out a huge sigh of relief, slumping down and panting like an old man after a full day of hard labor. Didn't expect DR, a GON Chinese letter, to work on a fallen dragon species. Should have used it earlier to save the hassle. But before he could celebrate, his body felt weighed down like stones were tied to his legs. Wait, why am I still exhausted? Isn't my stamina supposed to be endless? The system popped up, almost like it was trolling him. You have instilled fear into the fallen dragon species, contaminated by corrupt energy. Would you like to activate dragon species dominion authority to subjugate the target? He recalled the scene just now, how he'd made it terrified, thanks to the majestic DRAGON Chinese letter at the last second. No matter the reason, could he actually tame that ridiculous monster? Alright, let's give it a try. He opened the interface, but the moment he saw the notification, his body went rigid like he'd been struck by lightning. Insufficient administrator privileges to subjugate fallen dragon species. Subjugation failed. He choked up and yelled, "Not enough privileges." For real, I thought I was getting a badass free pet. But thinking about it, the fact that a top-tier skill had no limits at all up until now was the real anomaly. Zeke was about to curse more, but a splitting headache hit him like a dragon kicked his skull, so painful he wanted to curl up and cry. His face turned purple. Hands clutching his head, whole body shaking like a wet puppy. The system notified coldly, "Warning, Hydra Dragon toxin levels have exceeded danger threshold." Zeke hissed through clenched teeth, "Damn it, this freaky poison. Healing has no effect on it, there has to be some way." Suddenly, amid the swirling pain, a light bulb went off. That's right, level 1 Devour Dragon technique. In Devour state, everything gets digested into energy. If I swallow that monster, I can definitely absorb some poison resistance. A beast carrying poison this potent must have some bloodline ability tied to immunity. Without hesitation, Zeke activated Devour Dragon technique. The Hydra's corpse melted, smoking furiously like it was tossed into a hellish alchemy furnace. The system updated non-stop. Heads of the fallen dragon species corrupted by foul demonic energy have been violently digested. Upon absorbing the destroyed target, Devour skill upgraded from beginner to proficient, recovering depleted energy via absorption power. The system kept notifying absorbed bloodline abilities from digested creature. Only partial absorption from target received incomplete constitution 100 poisons immunity. In an instant, Zeke felt his body lighten up like soaking in a cool divine spring. All toxins vanished like mountain winds, sweeping them away without a trace. Muscles firmed up again. Eyes sparkling like stars, skin smoother than a high-end skincare model. The system confirmed, detected 9-headed Hydra Dragon toxin, effect from 100 poisons immunity constitution neutralizes detected poison. The status panel flashed up, dazzling like a gold award for top student, low-level administrator 1. Name Zeke, sect, immortal unique poison class. Titles, recipient of Ancient Dragon's Blessing, heir of Terrakin. Physique, heavenly bone body, total poison immunity. Authority, dragon species dominion. System functions, 100 slot inventory minimap beginner quest log. System skills, self-healing, strong mental defense, endless stamina, combat sense. Normal skills, martial strike A proficient, mana reflex A beginner, northern wide stance A beginner. Level 1 dragon techniques, dragon eye proficient, DRAGON Chinese letter proficient, devour proficient, dragon tongue locked. Level 2 dragon techniques, dragon scale armor proficient, dragon claw proficient. Level 3 dragon techniques unlocked requires 300 points. Karma points, 465. Trait, total poison immunity, resists and neutralizes most types of poison. Zeke smirked smugly. From now on, anyone trying poison shit will just poison themselves. He glanced at the new info panel, frowning. That most part is worrying, but with this skill, poison's no longer an issue. He froze, muttering, Devour went from beginner to proficient. Unbelievable. This thing almost never levels up unless. He nodded, eyes lighting up. Right, probably from killing the system-designated target. Hitting the monster on the system's hit list really pays off big time. Oh, useful info. So taking out the ones the system hates gives killer rewards. He jumped to his feet, shook out his clothes, and strode forward like the Hydra ass-kicking never happened. Zeke muttered, that Hydra slowed me down big time. Gotta hustle. In his mind, he thought about hero King Kaiser, half-human, half-elf, a legend etched forever in lore. Son of the wise sage and the elf king, Kaiser's life was anything but peaceful. A dark witch ripped him from his parents and dumped him in the woods like trash. Luckily, a sacred wolf, definitely SS rank or higher, found baby Kaiser and raised him like her own. That's how he grew up, ripped with six-pack abs, long flowing hair, and an aura that screamed legend. Kaiser saved oppressed humans and founded a kingdom just for them in the central continent, called the Chronos Kingdom. This is the part everyone on the continent knows, the origin of Kaiser's legend. Nowadays, no records remain, it's a true myth. But proof that hero King Kaiser and the Chronos Kingdom really existed. Standing before the ruins of Chronos, Zeke was awestruck. Crumbled fortresses stretched out, silent yet majestic, whispering ancient legends through the stones. It's here, right in front of me, laid out plain as day. Looking around, he felt it was way smaller than in the books he'd read. Couldn't believe Kaiser's ruins were literally the Chronos kingdom itself. Stepping toward the gate, he continued, and thinking back, the Dragon Slayer sanctuary actually had a similar vibe. The system beeped like a burglar alarm, analyzing, Kaiser seal confirmed, opening hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Zeke didn't hesitate and stepped in. Dim light emanated from a sparkling green crystal, like it held the soul of the kingdom itself. He touched it and whispered, "Is this the Hero King's vision?" The system dinged like a home invasion alert, initiating quest chain, Hero King Kaiser's vision. Zeke jumped, yelling, "Whoa, hold up, random quest trigger, nobody asked if I was cool with this." The system continued, cold as a bank teller denying a loan, warning, "Cannot leave area until quest chain complete." He shouted, "Hey, what the fuck? Who said you could do that?" Boom, the gate behind slammed shut like mom catching you gaming at 2 a.m. Zeke freaked, "Huh, what the hell?" The system displayed quest details, Hero King Kaiser's progress chain. Objective, in the ruins bearing Kaiser's traces, collect each of his progress steps. Time, unlimited, reward, Fairy King's tears. Zeke frowned, rereading the last line, muttering, "Quest chain, Hero King Kaiser's steps. Fairy King's tears," he rubbed his chin, mind tangled. Kaiser's mom, the entity that granted boons to humanity, and I'm getting her tears. He looked up at the sparkling crystal like an NPC's quest-giving eye for some insane task, whispering, "I'm starting to get chills." The Hero King Kaiser's mom, who can grant any wish and the rewards her tears. Zeke was still stunned, mouth agape, muttering like a zombie, no clue what it's for, but it's gotta be some god-tier ultimate treasure. He turned to the system, urgent, "How do I make progress like that?" The system beeped once, replying coldly like a pissy AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from magical recording device. Detected 546 magical videos of Hero King Kaiser. 12 videos match requirements. Playing first video. The screen lit up, magical lights flickering like a busted stage. Blurry footage appeared with an ancient voice in a forgotten tongue. System notified, auto-translating to Central Continent Common Language. Pop, a figure appeared, radiating godlike handsome aura and world-shaking power. He spoke, "What is a sword, you ask?" "It's a sword, duh." These old fogies yapping about sword Tao philosophy all day, but they've never even landed a decent swing. Total bullshit. From behind, a shout, "Hey, Satin, focus on filming." The screen shook like it got kicked. Zeke held his breath, eyes bulging. No way. The speaker was none other than legendary Hero King Kaiser, and Satin, his loyal guard from the tailies. Seeing that, he realized, this ain't fake, real footage. The video voice continued, "To master sword use, what do you do?" "Nothing fancy, just swing that sword diligently over and over." The footage rolled on, Kaiser raising his sword in the darkness. The blade gleamed coldly, slicing through the shadows. Zeke, just watching the screen, felt his heart stabbed, body trembling, collapsing backward, limbs limp, sweat pouring like a bath. In his head, one thought, that presence, that pressure, just through a screen and I'm about to pass out. Is this the Hero King's progress? Zeke's eyes lit up like a kid spotting new toys. He grinned, "I'm hooked." System, replay that last video from the start. System, administrator request confirmed. Time slipped by quietly, for days since Zeke got locked in here. In front of him were 3 doors. First room packed with food, enough for a month. Second room looks like a 5-star hotel, bed soft as clouds. Third room full of military docks, books, weapons, and training gear. Looks like a dungeon outside, but it's a custom training room for Kaiser's heir. Thanks to that, he focused purely on training, swinging the sword tens of thousands of times. Zeke spent days swinging, repeating Kaiser's moves thousands of times. But that sky-crushing aura, he still couldn't replicate it. Suddenly, the system chimed, "Learned Hero King Kaiser's progress, basic sword element." Zeke startled, "Sword element." Instantly, notifications flooded like a storm. Basic phase complete. Initiating application phase. The magical stone behind him flared brightly. He was a bit confused. Application phase. Notification panel appeared, summoning soul of Hero King Kaiser. From the light, a hazy but majestic figure emerged. The man stepped forward like rising from ancient times. Hero King Kaiser, immortal ruler of Chronos. Zeke paled, muttering, "Wah, what? Don't tell me Hero King Kaiser is really standing right in front of me." Before he could recover, Kaiser gripped his sword hilt tight, eyes icy cold like he was about to bisect him. Zeke had no clue what he did wrong. Whoosh, Kaiser blitzed like lightning, sword slashing down, reflexes kicked in, Zeke drew and blocked. Clang, metal clash shook the space. He gritted teeth, yelling, "What the hell? Sneak attack out of nowhere. What the actual fuck?" A second later, boom, Kaiser's storm force power flung Zeke like a leaf, tumbling across the ground like burnt rice paper. Covered in scrapes, panting like a fish on dry land, Kaiser's voice boomed majestically. "Get up, you think sword training's whack-a-mole?" Zeke scrambled up, thinking, beating me to teach me. "This feels familiar, just like reuniting with my previous life's master." Kaiser paced, lecturing like old times. "I was told sword mastery comes from your own grind. If past knights saw you like this, they'd rise from graves with heart attacks." Pressure from Kaiser crushed like a mountain, but Zeke was baffled. What does he want? Test me or just beat me for fun? Not giving time to think, Kaiser appeared right in his face. Kaiser swung, a powerful sword arc ripped the ground, hurtling at Zeke. He screamed like a cow chased by a bull. "What the fuck is this? You trying to kill me?" Sweat pouring, Zeke rolled aside by a hair, thinking, "Shit, can I even block this? This guy's a monster in human skin." Kaiser's face cracked a faint smile, eyes like a creep. Zeke wanted to punch him but swallowed hard, telling himself, "Don't overthink. Just go all out like always." Aura exploded like a forge blowing up. Zeke breath deep, "Let's go." Kaiser blinked, muttering, "Satin student finally succeeded. What's that power?" "Aurora." Zeke didn't answer, charging straight, sword ripping air like thunder. But Kaiser casually blocked like mowing grass, sending him flying far. He tilted his head, still not quite the style. Zeke strained, face red as a tomato, thinking, that hit drained me literally and figuratively. Kaiser smirked, countering lightning fast. "Doesn't matter. Just fun to hit. Come on, show me how long you can hang." Boom, boom, they clashed in an earth-shaking brawl. Swords met in fireworks bursts. But gradually Zeke tired, sweat dripping, limbs shaking. He knew he'd lose, but not expecting to get flattened like paper. He cracked a grin. "So this is the real Hero King's power, but I ain't slouch either." Snap! Zeke activated skill barrage. System blared like a fire alarm. Activating dragon technique 1 kill. Activating dragon technique speed burst. Activating dragon technique chain slash. Activating dragon technique dragon claw. In a flash, Zeke became a raging dragon tornado, body cloaked in aura, swordplay erupting like a volcano. He barreled into Kaiser, battle heat shaking space like it might shatter. But Kaiser matched it, summoning a massive clawed hand for a killing blow. Boom, dust and rocks flew everywhere. Kaiser stood in the haze, smacking lips. Sigh, not a dragonkin, but got dragon techniques. Intriguing. But Zeke had slipped behind somehow. A glint flashed in Kaiser's eye. He glanced back, muttering, "HMPH, Elemental Force 2. Zeke unleashed Soul God technique, body splitting into phantom images, whirling like a storm toward Kaiser. Boom, boom, massive powers collided, exploding into energy waves churning space. Sword chi, killing intent, dragon aura all blending in chaotic symphony. But after intense back and forth, the end was defeat. No comeback, no miracle. Zeke lay splat on the ground like an unflipped banzio. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, expression like waking in a war zone. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here amid shattered rocks? Beside him, Kaiser sat cross-legged, lounging like he was sipping afternoon tea. Seeing Zeke wake up, he smirked. The weakling finally came to, huh? He continued casually, "Anyway, you've got some talent. Satin skills, dragon tribe power, and elemental force too. Quite an interesting combo." Kaiser furrowed his brow like he'd spotted something even more intriguing. He leaned in close, staring intently. Hold on. Your soul is intersecting with the spirit realm." Zeke grimaced. "What the hell is the spirit realm?" Kaiser went on, lecturing like a college professor. "You've crossed the boundary between life and death more than once. For a mere human body to pull that off, it's no wonder you can wield elemental force." Zeke's eyes widened as he thought, another round of mystical logic straight to the face. He sighed, wincing. "From the start, all I've heard is you talking about Satin, spirit realm, elemental force. I don't get any of it. Can you explain it clearly for me?" Kaiser smirked, eyes sharp as blades. "HMPH, playing dumb are you? Don't you have a bigger purpose than these trivial things?" That left Zeke stunned. What?" Kaiser pointed straight at him. "You're pretending not to understand, but this is my true progress." He paused, eyes blazing, and demonstrated with magic. "What you're learning is elemental swordsmanship. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the foundation of everything in the universe. Water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elements. An elemental sword is the pinnacle forged from those legendary four. Not just talk," Hero King Kaiser explained while unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Like a divine storm sweeping the space clean, cracking the ground into deep fissures. He declared, voice booming like thunder, "This is Storm Sword, Chief Wind Force, the wind element among the four great elements. His tone rose and fell. To wield elemental sword, the core is nothing other than universal mana you've heard of before. Zeke stood behind, face pale as a ghost, thinking, wait, what is this? It sounds like magic, but the execution is pure sword technique. Before he could ponder more, Kaiser spun around. Your turn now. Zeke froze, mind buzzing like a kicked beehive. So E is the source of elemental force, but I couldn't sense any E from him, or is the secret in the conversion method? He hesitated, then took a deep breath and spoke. In that case, can you show me how to convert E into elemental force? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, scratched his chin before he could answer. Whoosh. His sword ignited, flames blazing red hot like they wanted to burn the whole space down. He grinned, yeah, just do it like that, no need for a ton of explanations. Zeke stood dumbfounded, eyes wide like a lost puppy. Why are all my future masters like this? He thought to himself, it's not that I can't sense E, it's that I sense too little. Channeling it now is like trying to catch a weak Wi-Fi signal. Takes total focus just to grab a hint. But he nodded anyway. Yes, I'll give it a try. Kaiser smirked. Pretty cocky tone you've got. In another corner of his mind, Zeke pondered hard. Don't trust everything your eyes see. Kaiser clearly called my soul god technique elemental force, so that means. Gripping his sword tightly, he smirked confidently. Soul God technique is also a power that uses elemental force. At that moment, Kaiser watched Zeke demonstrate with a puzzled look. No sooner thought than done, he summoned Soul God technique, wind system. But barely 3 seconds in, smack, a heavenly smack from above nearly blew his brains out. The culprit was none other than Kaiser, lounging and leg swinging, glaring in dissatisfaction. I said use elemental force. Who told you to mess around with that clumsy sorcery? Zeke clutched his head, eyes watering from pain and confusion. Sorcery? You mean spirit language technique? Kaiser snorted coldly. Yes, spirit language technique is a secret art only the dragon tribe can use. Dragon slayers might get a pass, but humans are absolutely forbidden from it. Every time you use that power, your body takes massive damage, right? Human and dragon souls are worlds apart. You can mimic it superficially, but the effectiveness can never compare. Whoever created that sorcery is laughable, daring to fake spirit language into some cheap knockoff technique. Alright, since you get it now, do it again. In his mind, Zeke kept thinking, I've seen spirit language technique before when I absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. Back then, I learned spirit language technique, but I also saw the notification that I couldn't execute it yet. Dragon technique, spirit language, words carrying power, locked, administrator maturity level insufficient. Zeke focused hard. If Soul God technique was built on the foundation of spirit language, then once I mature and unlock spirit language, I'll be able to control Soul God technique freely too. Another reason to hurry up and grow stronger. While Zeke was lost in philosophy, Kaiser lost patience, raised his sword skyward and yelled, Need another beating to wake up? Get up. Zeke sprang like a spring. Yes, I'm up. The application training was brutal compared to basics. But thanks to his heavenly immortal body, Kaiser's godly demonstrations, and countless unforgettable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the principles of elemental sword. It's like magic using arrays to channel mana, but elemental sword uses E as the bridge to summon spirit power. Once he understood the principle and how to use it, executing elemental sword was no longer difficult. After days of sweat, tears, and nosebleeds, mostly Zeke's, Kaiser finally declared, Now you look halfway decent. But don't get cocky, the advanced phase will make you wish you were back licking rocks instead of training. Rest for today. Zeke saluted like a rookie soldier. Yes, master. Then, as if remembering something, he scratched his head. Oh, during the break, can this disciple ask a few things? Kaiser nodded lightly, go ahead. But as he floated midair like a stressed-out immortal, Zeke paused. He noticed the faint glowing motes dancing around Kaiser like souls, so that's elemental force too. Eyes flashing, he cut straight. When we first met, you saw me use Aurora and called me Satan's disciple. What does that mean? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, then answered slowly, voice deep like recounting a dramatic legend. Aurora, yeah, that name. I called you that because the technique you used was created by that guy Satan. He always claimed humans couldn't comprehend elemental sword, yet he invented a method based on. Worse, he ignored my techniques and spread only his own. Kaiser's eyes darkened, voice bitter, that bastard Satan Draker. Zeke jolted like he'd been shocked. Satan Draker. His heart felt punched. Isn't Satan the noble knight, the most trusted aide of the hero king, the founder of the aura cultivation method known across the continent? He has the Draker surname. So the Draker ancestors aren't Terrakin like everyone thinks, but this ancient figure Satan, Why has no one ever mentioned him? Still reeling, Zeke pressed, then what exactly is this spirit realm, the place with spirit presences? Even though I've felt spirit power, I still can't picture its true nature. Before he finished, Kaiser snapped his fingers like street magic. Instantly, a roaring gale surged, twisting air into a vortex, forming an invisible wall in front. Zeke reached out to touch it, felt like solid concrete wind. He thought excitedly, Chief Wind Force can be used like this too. Kaiser's voice came from the other side of the storm, deep in storytelling. To be precise, it's complicated, but simply put, the spirit realm is the yin world, our world is yang. When a person's body leaves this realm and enters the spirit realm, it's a one-way trip, no return ticket. Once stuck there, forget coming back. Zeke was stunned, muttering, but didn't you say part of your soul is still lingering in the spirit realm? So how are you standing here in front of me in spirit form? He snapped his fingers again. Voice lazy, yeah, you're the first case like this I've seen. But there are ways to bend the rules and cross the spirit realm boundary. He stretched comfortably as he answered. Prime example, me, lucky to have dragon help. Zeke's eyes nearly popped. Dragon. He quickly added, got a problem with that. Zeke swallowed hard, stammering, that dragon's helping humans, are you kidding? I've never heard of that before. Kaiser frowned, glaring like he wanted to punch him. What the hell are you talking about? Among all races, the dragon tribe values humans the most. Zeke stood frozen like a beached fish, mind in chaos. What? Dragons value humans? Weren't monster overlords like Bahamut almost wiping out the world? He thought so. The human-dragon relationship in ancient times was completely different. What the hell is going on? Kaiser stepped closer, voice full of implication. I don't need to explain in detail, you're living proof. He approached Zeke, reaching out to lightly touch his chest. This heart and the fang used to forge your sword, weren't they both personally given by Bahamut? He chuckled, half teasing, half praising. Grumpy as a dog in the sun, but he never turns down a sincere plea. Honestly, kinda cute in his own way. Zeke didn't reply, just scratched his head, thinking, looks like Kaiser and evil dragon Bahamut were close. Better keep quiet about that old subjugation stuff. He forced a smile. Yes, exactly. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so we were rewarded for loyalty. Guess I misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Ha ha, same old him, always looking out for his people. But you must have had it rough, cleaning up messes from his explosive temper. That hot-headedness even caused fights with Kronos more than once. Zeke raised an eyebrow, pondered, then asked, wait, Kronos is a dragon's name too? He continued. I've heard tons about Kronos, but as the Kronos Kingdom. Isn't that a nation? So the kingdom was named after Kronos. Kaiser nodded, eyes nostalgic. Yes, because I was his contractor. Back then, we all brainstormed kingdom names, everyone throwing out nonsense. He just sat there sipping tea calmly. I got annoyed and just named it after him to shut everyone up. Zeke's face twisted in a forced grin, but inside he laughed. A dragon drinking tea? Don't tell me he shapeshifts like in Legends. Kaiser crossed his arms, closed his eyes, chuckling at himself. Anyway, Kronos wasn't surprised, probably saw it coming. Honestly, I just wanted his name to live on for posterity. In ancient times, when Kaiser walked the earth, humans and dragons lived in harmony like blood brothers. A glorious era now only in old books and stone carvings. But if a dragon with world-shaking power unconditionally supported humans, the world's balance would tip, pushing reality toward destruction. So the dragon tribe made a historic decision. Voluntarily restrain their power. Use shape-shifting to become human, form contracts with worthy individuals. They don't interfere directly, only support silently like great shadows behind history's flow. Those chosen who sign contracts with dragons are called contractors. Zeke muttered, so that's how it is. He thought, no wonder ancient relics are so powerful, dragons had a hand in them. But if that's true, why did human-dragon relations fracture from friends to enemies, turning into vague legends? Gotta reread the histories. Suddenly from the other side, Kaiser's grumble, hey, I've waited till my beard's grown out here, he reminded himself. When I have time, I need to reread the entire chronicles. Zeke grinned sheepishly and approached. You've waited for your successor 2,000 years, a few more minutes is nothing. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, voice icy. This cheeky disciple, let's see how long that attitude lasts. He took a deep breath and declared, the final phase of advanced training is direct sparring with me. The air grew heavy, invisible pressure crashing down like a mountain. But at this level, it wasn't much different from before. So I'm adding one rule to the training. With that, he slammed his hand down, rocks flying. From now on, no eating, no sleeping. The spar continues non-stop until I say enough. And most importantly, you can only use elemental sword with the same element as me. With that said, Zeke asked, what if I violate it? The question barely finished when he simultaneously unleashed magic. Elemental Sword, Fire Force Chapter, Fire Rain. You asked what if you violate it. He turned serious. If you have more than one life, go ahead and try. Elemental swordplay is divided into 4 schools, each corresponding to an element. First is the one based on the fire element, the Fire Force School, scorching everything with its terrifying heat and flames, boasting overwhelming destructive power. Next up is the one based on the earth element, the Metal Force School, specializing in subduing and restraining foes by freely controlling hardness and mass. Then comes the wind element based one, the Wind Force School, though not as powerful as Fire Force, but super versatile for blitz fights, speedy maneuvers, and blasting out sword chi. Finally, the water element based one, the Water Force School, handling attack, defense, subduing, or even support. It's comprehensive across the board. A flexible power that shifts like water, harmonious and multifaceted. Right then, Zeke got blasted away instantly by the raging torrent unleashed by Hero Kaisher, and his buddy took a nasty gash across his chest. Zeke's eyes bugged out wide, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, what the hell's going on? The power and scale crush mine, why's the gap this huge?" In his head, he flashed back to the moment he'd nailed the Water Force School, whipping up a massive water pillar. Zeke was thrilled at the sight. Too bad his temp master Kaisher wasn't impressed. He smacked Zeke on the head right away, making him yelp in pain. And gripe, "What now, master?" Kaisher shot back bluntly, "You moron, that's waterfall power, not some puny stream." Zeke blinked innocently. "Isn't it just activating the attribute?" Clearing it up, Kaisher floated down to the ground and schooled the protag. Other schools just amp the attribute and swing hard for damage. But how many times do I gotta say it? Water Force is all about softness. Yielding to conquer the rigid. You get that, now redo it. At the hero's explanation, Zeke cursed silently. Damn it, yielding to conquer the rigid, what kinda crap logic is that? Without power to resist, you submit. Without power to protect, you lose it. To survive, uphold trust, repay what's precious. My whole life's been chasing that power. So how's yielding conquers rigid supposed to convince me? Just as that thought hit, not giving Zeke more time to dwell, Kaisher wrapped his sword in swirling water, then charged straight in, forcing Zeke to hastily raise his blade to block. He thought, this old guy's dozing off mid-spar. Of course, Zeke couldn't hold against Kaisher's sword pressure and got hurled backward. By now his whole body shook, pain overwhelming him. Right. After day 15, I ditched that too. It's been over a month of this insane training. No food, no rest, non-stop sword clashes. That's how I learned infinite stamina ain't everything. Facing a total monster and ability. Shit, my arms are totally spent. Ground slippery too. Right after that thought, like proving the protag right, his feet suddenly slipped off the ground, body tilting back. Simultaneously, Kaisher's sword exploded huge, shards of rock flying everywhere. Zeke barely held on through the hit, but his face cracked into a thrilled grin, slipped right past that heavy blow. Yielding conquers rigid. I get it now. From sword grip strength to stance strength. Letting it all go, finally I understood Kaisher. The way I'd learned. Forcing the blade's path and chaining moves, that's what chained the sword's freedom. Snap those needless chains, cascade from above like flowing water. Let the sword carve its own path. Yeah, in my past life, I'd felt it. The instant the line between me and the sword vanished. Oneness with everything. Fierce one moment, supple the next. Right then, the protag fully sheathed his sword in water element. Around him, water streams surged wildly. Opposite, Hero Kaisher mirrored the move. Both grinned, pumped, and unleashed Water Force Elemental Sword. TH letter 1E7Y bin TUY letter 1EBFN. A blinding flash lit the battlefield. Their clash boomed, shaking the air outward. Back in the training room, no way Zeke beat Kaisher. He collapsed out cold. Looming over him, the hero grinned, satisfied, and nodded. Perfect, my successors match my stride, Zeke Draker. No clue how long passed, but finally our protag Zeke stirred awake. Head spinning, reality fuzzy. Did I black out? How many times now? First was clashing with Duke. Notification popped. Skill overuse exhaustion for user safety, consciousness forcibly paused. But then it was Dragon Spear overkill, system forcing shutdown. First pure physical blackout since regressing. With that, he glanced back, calling his master Kaisher. No hero in sight. Zeke figured he dipped back to the spirit realm. But he wondered about that quest. Pretty sure I nailed the water power at the end. Answering his curiosity, a system screen popped up before him. Tons more system screens flooded in at once, leaving him kinda dazed. Linked quest complete, bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards, Fairy King's Tears, 500 karma points, 3 random skill orbs. He lit up thrilled after that hell success. Achievement quest complete, bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards, system admin rank upgrade, 500 karma points, 3 random gift boxes. System authority to mid-level admin, new features unlocked. Rookie quest book to mid-level quest book. Equipment slots enabled. Teleport gate minimap enabled. Admin soul matured, soul growth partially unlocked. Bahamut Heart Current Seal, 90%. Staring at the swarm of system screens bursting before him, Zeke couldn't mask his shock, muttering, "Damn, that's a lot, just scanning M'll take time." First seal level check. Hit 95% after absorbing Dragon Heart. Tried unsealing ASAP, but system locked it. From experience, I know overload power too well. Now, I can handle maybe 10%. Even Dragon Tongue unlock via Karma points, Dragon Lord Domination too. All tied to seal level probably. For now, watch it, next random gift boxes. That in mind, Zeke popped the 3 boxes fast, all gear. First, Meteorite Iron Boots, tough but light, no unique, special note, set bonus activates on full Meteorite Iron set. Second, also custom, Meteorite Iron Greaves matching those boots. Last gift, earrings, delicate glass-carved studs, unique boosts, wearers mana regen 15%, special note, pairs with red dress. Of the 3, Zeke dug the earrings most. He grinned, sell to a mage, you'd rake in a fortune. Plus shoes and greaves complete the glove set. Full kit now. Then he froze. At the random skill cards too. Name says it gotta be jackpot. Zeke dove right in, spinning the skill gacha, no hesitation. System confirmed quick, C-rank static shock skill registered. Static shock, generate electricity to zap target. Registered, static shock, generate electricity to zap target. C-rank flash bomb skill registered. Flash bomb, fire compressed energy skyward, exploding blinding light to blind and obscure vision. C-rank sound break skill registered. Sound break, blast grating noise disrupting foes' hearing. Zeke's face fell disappointed at the trio. All C-rank, hell, free high ranks would make my suffering pointless. Next, he tested C-rank static shock. Instantly, his dagger sparked with electric arcs. Seeing that, a bunch of ideas suddenly popped into Zeke's head on how to apply the skill. This is just a C-rank skill. The power is pretty solid for the rank, and I can use it in tons of ways. If I combo Flash Bomb with Sound Break, I could resist debuffs even better than that artifact I used in the promotion exam. Plus the authority upgrade, it says new system features unlocked. Here we go. The Prodag let out a low hum. New system feature, equipment slots toggle on off. You can treat equipped items like skills. Faced with this feature, Zeke fell into deep thought, pondering the best applications. Using gear as skills, handing that off could be clutch in emergencies. Since I've got infinite stamina and self-healing, I should slot stuff here besides potions. That's what the Prodag was calculating. But just a second later, his eyes shifted and he shook his head. No, hold up, even perfect abilities have weaknesses. Nothing guarantees I won't run into another Kaisher-type monster who can overwhelm even my endless stamina. I still don't know the true limits of self-healing. There's always the what-if scenario where. Next, to secure his safety, Zeke bought a few life-saving items. Purchased A-rank healing elixir, remaining karma points, 1,465. Registered high-grade healing elixir to toggle equipment slot. This is Jababin Hassan's masterpiece, instantly heals severe wounds and restores vitality. Special note, due to its exceptional performance, it won't affect the same target a second time and has undetermined side effects. Zeke was pretty satisfied with the description. Overspent a bit, but at this level it's worth it. It could sub for infinite stamina or self-healing. And now the most important reward. Fairy King's Tears, he muttered as he pulled a pale blue glass vial from his inventory. Fairy King's Tears, the drops shed when hero King Kaisher fell to the Dark Sorcerer's scheme, can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once using this tier as a medium. After reading the description, instead of joy, Zeke's face turned ashen, because he'd personally witnessed just how strong hero Kaisher was. Summon the Fairy King. Legend says the Fairy King grants a wish to humanity. If all the myths about Kaisher are true, I could summon the Fairy King and get one wish. But it's only one shot, can't waste it carelessly. Right then he kept staring intently at the glass vial. Alright, I'll hold on to it for now. There'll definitely be a moment I need it. With that, he tossed the vial back into his inventory and quickly left the ruins. Time flew by, cut to some corner of the forest. Suddenly, a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Next, Zeke's figure materialized inside the array. Glancing around at the scenery, he quickly assessed. This is the Adventurer Outpost, so I really teleported. The new system teleport gate feature is seriously convenient. Just pick a spot on the minimap and you're there instantly. Only long distances cost extra points, otherwise almost no restrictions. With enough points, I could even hop continents. It's not just handy, it helps shake off anyone tailing me. This'll be huge for future plans. The Prodag nodded to himself, then scanned around and spotted branches bursting with vibrant flowers. That instantly sparked a scary guess in Zeke's mind. Flowers in winter, don't tell me, no way. Time flew by again, cut to the continent's top knight training academy in the central region, Valhalla. Inside the principal's office, the headmaster's voice rang out full of exasperation. Good grief, in 10 years as principal. I've never seen a case like this. A new student showing up a whole month after enrollment started, he said while trimming a small bonsai in front of him. Meanwhile, Zeke could only cry inside. I didn't want this. I was stuck in there for 4 months, sir. The male guide who recommended me said missing the entrance ceremony could get me rejected at the principal's discretion. Waiting till next year would kill me. I need access to Tarakan Draker's secure archives. So I have to convince the principal no matter what. Thinking that, he bowed and explained, Principal, sir, I actually entered a trance state during solo training to make up for my shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long period. At those words, Valhalla's principal, Flaubert Borges, turned with a sharp gaze. I don't see any trance. Is that the excuse you cooked up after missing the entrance ceremony? Switching to Zeke's POV, he started digging up info on this principal. Flaubert Borges, longest-serving former captain of the Tebi Kingdom's Royal Guard, a knight respected continent-wide. The story of current family head Arthur Draker personally inviting him 3 times to become principal is still famous. This guy's all about honor and principles. Showing emotion would be distasteful. With that in mind, he bowed deeper and continued. I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, even if I had 100 mouths to argue with, but it's the truth, principal. On the other side, Flaubert's brows furrowed tight, like he was weighing if Zeke's words held water. After a few seconds, he spoke. Achieving a trance state isn't easy. For any other student, I'd call bullshit right away. It's ridiculous. But you're the one recommended by the academy owner. I'll arrange a spot for you. If I judge your training results worth more than a month here at Valhalla, I'll approve your enrollment. At that demand, Zeke actually felt a twinge of annoyance inside. Even if he hated that bastard Howard pulling strings for him, now wasn't the time to be picky. Thinking that, he quickly said, Thank you, principal. Then Flaubert lightly tapped the bell on his desk. Instantly, a servant rushed in for orders. Flaubert instructed, clear a training room immediately. Gather the professors from all departments for an emergency supplemental enrollment evaluation right now. The staff nodded and hurried off to notify everyone. Cut to Valhalla Academy's private training hall. Right then, the professors had all assembled. Just their auras made Zeke break into a cold sweat. He thought, this is Valhalla all right. Every professor here is a renowned knight I've seen at least once in continent reports. Knowing that, Zeke looked toward Principal Flaubert. Seeing everyone present, he cut straight to it. Everyone's here. Show us the results of the training you've done. Up front, Zeke drew the sword from his back, pondering how much power to reveal. Let's see, what should I show them? Can't just casually flash elemental swordplay here. The pressure's insane. These guys train the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked skills won't even get a reaction. If that's the case, then maybe I should get a little serious. With that thought, Zeke began enveloping his sword in a layer of pale blue mana. But the instant they saw it, one professor blurted out in disbelief, his face utterly stunned, and involuntarily exclaimed, Wait, isn't that sword aura? Nearby, the others exchanged incredulous looks. 15 years old and already at Blue Knight realm. Before this, the youngest on the continent was Lord Abel at 19, right? As expected from a golden awakening family. Their words made Zeke flinch inwardly and curse himself. Oh crap, I forgot. After months clashing with Kaisher, I totally spaced on suppressing my aura. Good thing they still think I'm only at Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaisher, his aura really was only at Blue Knight stage. But after comprehending Water Force School and Elemental Swordplay, he'd shattered his limits, reaching the next realm, Red Knight. The clearest difference between Blue and Red Knights is Sword Aura Mastery. Sword Aura is the technique of hunting aura to sharpen the blade to its peak, amplifying imagination's power. Blue Knights can only hold the basic form, while Red Knights excel, freely maintaining and morphing the shape according to will and visualization. Lucky I stopped at Sword Aura level. If I'd gone further, explaining it would have been way harder. Zeke sighed in relief inwardly. Meanwhile, Principal Flaubert approached with a beaming smile to congratulate him. Outstanding. Compared to a month at Valhalla, these results are incomparable. An enlightenment this precious, even if delayed months, no, years, it's worth it. His unexpectedly enthusiastic attitude made Zeke's scalp tingle. He thought, he looks like a completely different person. Of course, Zeke didn't voice that, instead bowing humbly. No, Principal, allow me to apologize once more for missing the entrance ceremony due to an unexpected family matter. His modest demeanor only made the principal feel even better. Haha, I told you it's fine. What about the rest of you? Anyone object to Zeke's enrollment? Not to mention Zeke, the other professors were a bit thrown by Flaubert's grin. They all thought, he's always generous with exceptional talents. Then the professors fully agreed with the principal. No objections. Sword aura that sharp and clear, it's rare even among genius knights. Exactly, no need for further testing. Hearing that, Principal Flubbert smiled and nodded. Then it's settled. Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker. Midland Atlas, a megametropolis on kingdom scale, sits right at the continent's central Midland region. Home to Valhalla, the continent's top knight academy, and the Draker family's Four Seasons Castle. Among them, Four Seasons Castle houses the family head and core pillars, making it the true Draker headquarters. Cut to Zeke's private mansion in Atlas, just the massive architectural complex alone left our protag dazed. It's seriously extravagant. Zeke's private mansion in Atlas. Black card already, now this mansion too, kinda over the top, Zeke sighed awkwardly. Then the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, a shower of colorful confetti burst toward him, accompanied by shouts, "Congratulations, congrats on enrolling in Valhalla." The ones behind this welcome party were Master Duke and Buddy Andre. Their clownish getups caught Zeke off guard. Master, even head Professor Andre came. Up front, the scruffy old man Duke stepped forward, giving Zeke a few hearty shoulder pats and praising. "My disciple, you're truly one extraordinary kid. From the day you were born till now, this is the first time I've ever seen anyone dare skip Valhalla Academy's entrance ceremony." "All right then, since the star of the show's finally here, shall we get started?" he said while pointing toward the inside, leaving Zeke a bit puzzled, not sure what exactly "get started" meant in this context. Long story short, the moment I set foot in the Atlas mansion, I found Duke and Andre had already set up a full surprise enrollment celebration party. I kept wondering why these guys, who should have been at the academy, were here instead. Turns out Duke got summoned back by the family head to Four Seasons Castle, then casually moved into my mansion and has been crashing here for over a month now. Andre blushed while explaining his side. "I've decided to join Valhalla as an assistant instructor. Sorry about that, but looks like I'll be imposing on you for a while." Just hearing that, Zeke could already tell these two had planned everything together beforehand. Watching them chat and grin like nothing's wrong made Zeke inwardly scream in frustration. "This is MY House. What gives you the right to decide everything on your own?" Time flew by, and soon the welcome party wrapped up. After downing more than a dozen bottles of wine, Duke and Andre passed out like dead pigs right on the dining table. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly slipped away to some bar somewhere. He slid a gold coin to the bartender and ordered, "One dark ale. And I'd like to see Kay for a minute." Right after those words, the whole atmosphere inside the tavern shifted instantly. Then, as if they all shared the same unspoken thought, every guy in the place drew their weapons and silently surrounded Zeke. But facing their move, he just cracked a mocking grin, flashed the family crest on his gloves and taunted, "Well, come at me if you dare." Seeing that emblem, of course the thugs didn't dare make a sound. They awkwardly shuffled back to their seats, while the bartender's face turned pale as he stammered, "I'm so sorry, I should have stopped them sooner." Right away, he quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor. "I'll take you to see the branch minister," he said while leading Zeke toward a hidden passage in the back. As they moved, the protag took the chance to observe everything and had to nod in approval. Layers upon layers of security, magic sealing the secret door, classic K style. Before regressing, when people talked about the continent's top intelligence organizations, everyone thought of two names: the Draker family's Black Mist platform and the Roman Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But beyond those two, there was one other almost nobody knew about: the Syndicate. At first, it was just a ragtag smuggling crew. But then a lowlife errand boy named K used that very smuggling network to build an entire intelligence empire. Back before regression, after getting expelled from the academy and drifting into the criminal underworld with the Meccan cartel, I fought tooth and nail to survive and eventually climbed to assassin rank. Then K, the branch minister at the time, approached me and assigned me to clear key smuggling routes. Using those freshly cleared paths, K expanded the network and turned Syndicate into an intelligence powerhouse that rivaled Black Mist or the Imperial Bureau. Through sheer will and talent, he completely took over Syndicate and made it his own personal force. And when I lost everything at the Empire's hands, that shadowy man handed me a sheet of paper and said, "This is intel on the relic the Emperor's after. Be careful, it's not gonna be easy." Hearing that, he realized the one who actively helped him on his path of revenge was K. Even if you call it the price for helping Syndicate grow so massive, without K, I probably never would have touched that relic and wouldn't be standing here now. Information is a weapon. Just like when Abel attended the blessing ceremony, no one knows how the future will twist. The guy's insanely capable. If this deal goes smooth and we keep a good relationship, he'll definitely become a priceless ally down the line. Thinking that far, Zeke was led into a vast warehouse. He stepped forward, pulled out a chair, then noticed the match still burning in his hand. Some habits never change, huh? Across from them, a woman lightly struck another match to light her cigarette, looked at Zeke's face and said, "So, what does the Draker family's shiny new prodigy genius want with me?" On this side, our prodag didn't feel like wasting time on chit-chat and cut straight to the point. No need to beat around the bush. Let's get to it. I want to do business with Syndicate. Hearing that, the red-haired woman Kay shot him a look full of intrigue and curiosity. A pure-blooded, high-potential awakening from the noble Draker family, only 15 and already at Blue Knight realm. Why would someone like you want to deal with criminals like Syndicate? At her words, Zeke's eyes turned icy cold. He silently guessed, looks like she already knows what happened at Valhalla today. Damn, her info network is fast. With that thought, he reached into his coat pocket, pulled something out, and replied, "The way you keep trying to argue pointlessly like this, guess you're not interested. But at least take a look at the real goods." He tossed the earrings he got from the system onto the table. However, the item didn't impress Kay much. Earrings, her tone carried a hint of doubt. And Zeke figured she didn't have an eye for appraisal, so he pointed out the effect. "These aren't ordinary earrings, they're a treasure. Try them on, you'll be surprised." Following his suggestion, Kay put them on and quickly felt the boost. Let's see, mana recovery increase. This cheap kind. Before she could finish, right after fully equipping them, she dropped the cigarette in shock, her face flushing with excitement. It's not 10%, it's a full 15%. Current artifacts only give about 1%, 3% at best. That means this is 5 times stronger. If something like this ever hit the market, how could I not know? He must have a private channel or dug it up himself. Just who the hell is this kid? She thought while turning her curious gaze toward the prodag. Seeing her stunned expression, Zeke gave a satisfied smirk. So, starting to get interested in the deal yet. Next, Zeke laid out his request. Just use the personal info I sent to open a new account. I've already registered as the representative. Head to the North Atlas Bank to pick up the goods. Switching to the red-haired woman's POV, just hearing the kid's demand gave her a rough idea. One look at those earrings and I knew. It's another consignment sale of an untraceable relic. Commissions 10% per item. If total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, there's a bonus. That's exactly my ceiling price for a single transaction. And this guy even knows I'm a mage. He's definitely got a serious intelligence network. Thinking that, she quickly packed up the documents in front of her and smiled. Contract established. Looking forward to working with you, young master. Hearing that, the young protag smiled back. Same to you. Oh, and one thing I'm a bit curious about. Your ghost ship still running smooth? For some reason, the moment Zeke said that, the warehouse air turned thick with tension. Kay stared at him with sharp eyes while guards appeared from all sides, weapons drawn, eyes glowing red, ready to tear Zeke apart at her word. Luckily, Kay kept her cool and calmly asked, "Where did you hear about that?" In response, Zeke wasn't scared at all. He stayed perfectly calm. Just asking, why so tense? The intimidation's cute. But you really think that's enough to take me down? With that, he activated his dragon aura skill, maxing out his presence and pressure. Just meeting that gaze made everyone around break into a cold sweat nonstop, especially Kay. Instantly, the surrounding guards felt crushed by the overwhelming aura. She finally realized Zeke wasn't someone to mess with. Damn it, intel gap. Zeke Draker, the youngest Blue Knight? No way, absolutely not. Even if the entire Atlas branch the whole syndicate rushed him, they couldn't win. Ignoring her frantic thoughts, Zeke noticed the group calming slightly and continued. Should we maybe change seats, partner? Time passed quickly, cut to the Syndicate Atlas branch minister's office. Unlike that warehouse, this room was ultra-luxurious. In Zeke's hand was a sheet of paper that amused him. Blood oath, very mage-like. The blood oath is the standard contract mages use to ensure mutual safety. Just sign in blood and it's done. Simple but insanely powerful. Once activated, the other party's signature etches onto your arm. If one harms the other, both die. And if it's indirect betrayal, like hearing an assassin, the signature only vanishes from the traitor's arm and a non-lethal curse descends, putting them at a huge disadvantage. Back to the red-haired woman's POV, still a bit annoyed, she deliberately grumbled. Good that you understand. Hurry up and sign. I need something to protect myself too. Who knows, maybe one day you'll decide to take me out. At her words, Zeke didn't hesitate. He drew his dagger, lightly sliced his wrist, drew blood, and signed the paper without a second thought. Zeke said, if it gets your trust, I'll sign as many copies as you want. Once the signature was done, a red magic circle appeared above his head. Next, the circle turned into a beam of light that flew toward both Zeke's and Kay's arms, finally forming their signatures. Seeing it appear, Zeke casually sat on the sofa like he owned the place and continued. now I'm officially your partner. So let's pick up where we left off. The stuff you're shipping on that ghost ship is Mekin Soma, right? The red-haired woman just rubbed her temples in exasperation and complained. I don't know where you got intel on my ship, but yeah, I'm distributing Mekin Soma. Speaking of Soma, it's a banned narcotic prohibited to grow or use in most kingdoms. But in the lawless southern continent, shattered by civil war, it's a massive cash cow. On this side, Zeke spoke seriously. It's because of that recent guest-slaying order from the Transcendent family, right? Kay pulled out a cigarette, placed it on her full lips, and shrugged. Exactly. Even Mekin wouldn't dare touch a Transcendent family. The only land route connecting the central continent to the south is the desert controlled by the Ishtar Transcendent family. But a few years back, Ishtar suddenly sealed the entire border, no entry or exit. That completely cut off southern contact. Hearing that, Zeke chimed in, land route blocked, sea route in Pavla's hands. So you had to borrow Syndicate's shipping lanes, correct? Kay replied. Anyway, you're paying top dollar to us, that already makes you a VIP client. To explain a bit more, Mekin and Pavla are the two major criminal syndicates splitting the lawless south, with the central jungle as the dividing line. North is Mekin, south is Pavla. Mekin profited from land smuggling of Soma, but since they monopolized the route, Pavla had no choice but to switch to sea. Then when Ishtar closed the border, Mekin lost land access and rushed to grab sea routes. But by then, Pavla had already taken them. Back to Kay, she asked curiously, by the way, how did you even know about my ghost ship? Her question made Zeke pause for a second. Syndicate's ghost ship was Kay's brainchild, entire vessel cloaked in invisibility magic. That way it evades pirates and navies alike. It becomes Syndicate's biggest cash source, so secret it's never leaked to the outside world. Of course he couldn't say she herself spilled it in the previous life. Zeke smirked teasingly, an intel broker asking about sources. Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavla's offer first? Right, Pavla did approach me recently. They offered double the price if I cut ties with Mekin. The higher-ups are still considering. Before she could finish, Zeke advised, reject it. Don't think it's just Pavla's ploy to strangle Mekin. If you guys compromise, Mekin loses all Soma smuggling lanes. But what if Pavla is actually the same southern pirates the Silver Knights wiped out back then? Not sure who Zeke meant by the Silver Knights, but just hearing that made Kay's face pale. She shouted back, ridiculous, Pavla values rules, they're nothing like those bloodthirsty pirate scum. Zeke shrugged casually, that's just the image they project to outsiders. Pavla's real goal is to seize the one secret sea route they haven't cracked yet, Syndicate. Unlike Mekin, who'd keep the ship for long-term profit, if Pavla learns the ghost ship's true identity, they'll raid it on sight. The more Zeke spoke, the paler Kay became. She hesitated, but Pavla and the southern pirates are seen as completely separate forces. How could you? Before she finished, Zeke slammed the table and yelled, hey Kay, first things first, you gotta pay for the intel I just gave you, right? What I want is simple, connect me to Mekin's big boss. Pull that off and I'll make you the new syndicate overlord. Zeke's proposal made the red-haired woman's body twitch for a moment. Time flew by until evening. Zeke was now wandering a street. In his mind, he thought, even though Kay's got solid intel, it's still not enough. Before regression, the fastest way to take over Syndicate's network was to pacify the entire southern continent and swallow their power whole. Just wait. The little spark I just fanned will soon turn into a blazing inferno that burns your entire empire to ash. A few Academy Knights strolled back and forth, lounging in the sun across Valhalla's training grounds, the continent's premier knight academy. Zeke looked up at the sky, hands in his pockets. The vibe here felt way freer than stuffy training halls or regular academies. He glanced around casually, recalling the principal saying someone would come guide him soon if he just waited a bit. A playful teasing voice called out from behind, catching Zeke's attention. He turned and saw a tan guy walking up. No way, are you the Zeke the principal mentioned? The guy had a bold tattoo circling his left eye and eagerly stuck out his hand toward him. Zeke pursed his lips, hands still buried in his pockets, ignoring the outstretched arm and leaving the other guy awkwardly hanging. The stranger winked, stepped closer, and slapped Zeke's shoulder. Our boy Zeke still got that full academy freshman energy, huh? Zeke coldly shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. So you're the guide the principal sent. The guy didn't look mad at all, just kept glancing around and mimicking Zeke's tone in a mocking way. You're the guide the principal sent? Why's your voice so tense, man? He threw up some goofy hand signs. Don't bristle up like a porcupine. Peace, bro. Let's chill and get along. Like I said, I'm the one the principal personally assigned to show you every nook and cranny of Valhalla. Zeke glanced up, inwardly sizing him up. This guy's mouth never stops for a second. Then the stranger added, "Oh right, almost forgot to introduce myself." The name he dropped made Zeke freeze, pupils shrinking. "I'm Diego." The guy kept flashing hand signs, mouth open to flash a shiny silver tongue piercing. "I'm a new age music evangelist, blending medieval melodies with southern traditional rhythms. That's me, Diego Villa. Pleasure to meet ya, bro." Zeke spun around sharply. "Yeah, pleasure, Diego." The guy jogged after him. "Oh, the vibe just chilled out, huh, Zeke bro? You didn't really walk off, you just thought you did." Zeke rolled his eyes, side-glancing at the non-stop chattering guy beside him and thinking inwardly, "Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa. Never thought I'd actually meet one of the future 5-star knights in person." The 5-star knights were the title given to 5 knights who achieved massive feats in the Continental War before my regression. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique, the Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma, the Illusion Knight Astorella Dopo, that petite girl with short hair and a slender dagger, the Lightning Knight Rene Draker, the tan guy with the face tattoo, and the Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Zeke rolled his eyes again, pupils lifting to the sky. "Come to think of it, there's a rumor that all 5-star knights came from Valhalla. Gotta verify if that's actually true." He silently assessed the situation. "If things go smoothly, I could expand my influence pretty quick." Diego trailed right beside him, yapping nonstop. "Walking around this much makes me hungry. Wanna try some southern dishes, bro? Not really fond of those memories." "Nah bro, you just haven't hit the right spot yet, that place is." Zeke took a bite of the grilled meat stuffed bun. His eyes widened in surprise. "Damn, that's good." Diego laughed heartily. "Of course it is, bro." The guy's tone was straight up bragging about the steaming hot dishes on the table. Shark, dragon, fish cuisine, a Valhalla exclusive specialty. "Even a pure southern native like me has to admit it's peak," Zeke admitted. "Yeah, it's seriously top tier, even better than the homeland stuff." The guy got curious. "Huh, you've been to the southern continent?" Zeke answered vaguely, just saying. After finishing the food, Zeke narrowed his eyes and asked, "So a southern native like you, how'd you end up all the way at Valhalla?" Diego stirred his tea. "Oh, that story's long, but basically my mom and dad used to rule a small southern kingdom." Zeke wondered inwardly, a rhythm knight whose southern royalty. In his mind, he recalled part of the continent map, crisscrossed with connections. The southern continent was originally an alliance of small kingdoms orbiting the Cusco kingdom, most of which probably migrated central after Cusco collapsed in civil war. Diego grinned wide, twirling a small spoon. "In other words, I'm actually a noble prince." Zeke's mouth twitched, eyes rolling in disdain. "Even if that background means nothing now, I never expected royalty to be this shameless about face." Diego sighed dramatically, but those stubborn old fogies insisted on preserving the royal twin-sword tradition. "So me, the natural genius at dual blades, got shipped off to Valhalla." He flashed a bright smile and winked at Zeke. "But instead of swinging swords, I just wanna play music." Zeke's face showed clear helplessness. "What about the people who had high hopes for you then?" Diego's eyes sparkled like stars. "How about you join the New Age Southern Fusion Music Research Club too, bro?" Zeke pouted in annoyance. "No thanks." Right now the two of them were in a packed large auditorium. Is it really okay to just barge into a seniors class like this? Still got that academy freshman energy, huh? Valhalla's super free. As long as it helps your studies, anything goes. Diego's slanted eyes curved in delight. "As long as bro wants to learn, feel free to crash any class. Plus, today's not a regular one word is something mega epics waiting." Zeke sighed tiredly looking at him. This guy's mouth really never gets tired. Whispers around them accidentally drew his attention. "Is that him?" "Yeah, definitely." Everyone in the auditorium stared their way and murmured in low voices. "The newest student who joined Valhalla as the youngest ever, Zeke Draker. Heard he's direct bloodline, right? And a genius who beat an instructor too." That certain rhythm knight put on a bewildered face. "What bro's a Draker?" Zeke hunched forward, voice gruff. "What?" Zeke frowned, raised the back of his black-gloved hand, showing the prominent golden dragon emblem crossed by 2 swords. "So all this time you thought this was what?" Diego's face scrunched worse than Zeke's. "What's what?" Zeke snapped, face darkening. "You idiot, these are pureblood gloves, the emblem of the Draker family's pureblood awakened." The guy looked stunned. "What?" His eyes spun, body swaying. "What the hell, you didn't take them off even while eating? I thought it was just some cool concept thing." "Oh my god, these are pureblood gloves? I had zero clue." Zeke smirked, propped his chin, and watched the guy amusedly. "You made it to Valhalla and still can't recognize pureblood gloves." Diego looked dazed and shocked, pupils darting while still throwing hand signs. Zeke chuckled inwardly. "Well, in front of a pureblood awakened, that reaction's understandable. Things should quiet down a bit now. Suddenly, the guy burst out laughing like he'd just had an epiphany. No wonder he acted all high and mighty earlier. That explains it. Zeke gritted his teeth in a forced smile, eyes rolling irritably. This guy. Diego got even more excited, slung an arm around Zeke's shoulder. If you're a Draker, shouldn't you be treating me to food, bro? Kidding, kidding. Zeke suddenly got pinned down, mouth twitching. He thought it'd calm down, but the guy's even more hyped now. The man on the podium clapped to draw everyone's attention. He had a burly build and a commanding voice, all eyes here. Every student in the lecture hall instantly fell silent and turned toward him. Zeke pursed his lips, inwardly marveling. No wonder it's so packed. Turns out today's special lecture is hosted by the principal himself. The stern voice boomed through the speakers. Just look at the turnout. You can tell how much everyone was looking forward to this. Diego hid his face behind his notebook and whispered, "Hey bro, how's the rhyme on this one? Pretty fire, right?" Zeke seriously refused. "If you dragged me here to listen, at least pretend to pay attention." The principal continued, "All right, skipping the lengthy intro, I'll get right to it." As he introduced, a figure stepped forward from the back of the hall. A very special guest. Took a lot of effort to invite. The Black Knight of the Draker family has returned. Zeke watched intently, eyes wide with interest. He's back at Four Seasons Castle. Does this mean the comeback starts now? The red-haired, muscular man scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and waved, "Duke Draker." Students in the hall couldn't help whispering, "Is that the Storm Knight, Duke Draker? The Black Knight who vanished without a trace?" Lately, there were rumors of sightings around Four Seasons Castle. Guess it's true. Duke leaned on the wooden podium, adjusted the mic, and began, "I've been away from the front lines a long time, yet you all still remember me. Truly an honor." All the students listened eagerly. Hopping this morning would be truly enriching for everyone. And now I, Duke Draker, will tell you how I went from an ordinary class student at this academy to becoming a Black Knight. What? Didn't expect him to be this charismatic. He rambled on about everything he'd been through. The story dragged on so long that students in the hall were practically collapsing onto their desks from exhaustion. Zeke watched the flush-cheeked, beaming man still proudly speaking on stage and sighed. He's been bragging about himself for 2 straight hours now. Wonder when he'll finally wrap it up. He kept going. I told him, think again, but Arthur just before he finished, the principal rushed up, snatched the mic, and shoved him aside. Yes, sorry to cut off while the students were so engaged, but time's up. Good job, principal. He gave closing words before letting go of the mic on the podium. The second speaker is someone everyone knows, so no long intro needed. Even though he's extremely busy as a guardian knight, he still made time to come today. Zeke's pupils suddenly contracted. The Draker family ranks knights in 4 tiers. Junior Knight, Mid-Tier Knight, Senior Knight, and Guardian Knight. It's structured like a 4-level pyramid, with Guardian Knight at the top, holding authority equal to the family Elder Council. He fidgeted, leaning forward to watch. That's why there are fewer than 10 Guardian Knights. Looks like the second speaker is a big shot too. The principal glanced over. He anxiously clenched his fist as the clock ticked slowly. Long platinum hair gleamed brilliantly under the lights. Iron high heels clicked sharply against the stone-inlaid floor. Zeke propped his chin, watching closely. He side-eyed the assessment. Platinum hair and full white armor definitely stands out, but still can't place who it is. People around started murmuring non-stop. Lucky we came to Valhalla today, seriously. One of their comments made him freeze in shock. No way we get to see a silver knight in real life. He whipped around. What? Long platinum hair draped down, so that person is. The figure smiled faintly, scratched the back of their neck, hair falling to reveal narrow mint-silver eyes. The eldest child of the Draker family, Silver Knight, Carly Draker. Port City Asen, Central Continent's main maritime trade hub, Asen in the Dorda Republic. Nowadays, Asen holds such superior geographic value that it controls trade routes not just with the Dorda Trade Republic, but also the southern continent and even eastern routes. The eastern continent, however, more than 10 years ago, things were completely different. Back then, Asen was occupied by southern pirates, turned into a lawless land where every crime ran rampant. Right after becoming an official family knight, Carly Draker launched her pirate extermination campaign. And by the 5th year of her sweeps, not a single pirate remained in Asen. From then on, under Carly Draker's protection, Asen revived and grew into the region's largest port city. Surviving pirates retreated south of Dorda, hiding in the Dead Sea. Thanks to reclaiming Asen, Carly was knighted as the youngest Guardian Knight in history, a monumental feat even Abel, who once held everything before regression, never achieved. Carly stood proudly before the entire student body in the lecture hall. Zeke was momentarily stunned. He thought it was some major figure, but never expected it to be his own big sister. He stared intently at his sister standing at the podium, Moreover, a Direct Line member currently clashing head-on with Abel Draker in the succession struggle. Zeke propped his chin, muttering inwardly, "It makes sense I didn't recognize her face, because before my regression, Carly Draker had already." Carly closed her eyes and took a breath. Her fingers tapped lightly on the wooden podium. Her powerful voice boomed, "Order." The students in the hall trembled in fear. Zeke propped his chin and glanced at the shivering Diego beside him. They were all so excited just a moment ago, yet a guardian knight yelling like that, where's the decorum? Carly cleared her throat. Even with an instructor present, the atmosphere and attitude haven't calmed at all. Valhalla, where I graduated, was never this chaotic. If the seniors saw today's scene, they'd surely shake their heads in disappointment. Each iron-hard word landed like a psychological blow, silencing the students. You think the peace you're enjoying fell from the sky? No, it's bought with our ancestors' blood and sweat. She spoke sternly. If you only understand it intellectually, it means nothing. True value comes only through action. Zeke narrowed his eyes helplessly at his sister. Ah, so that's how it is. Carly slammed the podium in irritation. Only through bone-deep hardship and strict training do you earn the right to call yourself a true knight. Zeke sighed, damn, she's so long-winded. After leaving the lecture hall, students couldn't stop gossiping. That was terrifying. Told you so, suddenly Miss Lord Duke's lectures. Zeke rolled his eyes, hands in pockets, as he strode off. Honestly, her advice wasn't bad. These kids just aren't listening. He narrowed his eyes. Anyway, that Diego guy. The image of that certain irresponsible rhythm knight flashed through his mind, eyes sparkling as he waved goodbye. Sorry, bro. 5 hours deep in composing ignited the artistic flame in my soul. I've shown you plenty about Valhalla already. I'll head out first. Zeke cursed inwardly. He really just ditched like that. Zeke pursed his lips, but on second thought, maybe it's not a bad idea. From now on he'll be busy recruiting talent and adjusting to life at Valhalla. So while he still has some free time like this, he should probably head to Terrakin's secure archive and take a look. He figured he'd just go straight there, so yeah, time to head out now. A voice calling his name made him freeze. Zeke Draker. Carly stepped forward from behind and spoke up. You got a minute. The two of them stood facing each other in Valhalla's shared training arena. Carly drew her sword from its sheath, slicing a clean arc through the air. Zeke's pupils dilated wide. He stared intently at her blade. So that's the mithril sword bestowed by the Holy Kingdom. Back then, the Holy Kingdom bordered Aeson and suffered terribly from the pirate raids. But after Carly's extermination campaign freed them up, they showed their gratitude by gifting her a sword and full set of 100% pure mithril armor. Her silver knight title came straight from how she looked in that gleaming white gear. She spoke first, but Zeke calmly rolled his shoulders. I hope you won't hold back your true strength. He bent slightly, loosening up his muscles. Thought what? Didn't expect a straight-up challenge like this. Guess she's heard the rumors I reached Blue Realm, especially since I activated Sword Aura. Zeke planted his massive sword, nearly as tall as he was, down onto the ground with a heavy thud. He lightly stroked the hilt. The razor-sharp blade blurred into afterimages as it flashed. You really want me to show my full power? He dropped to one knee, dark blue flames roaring to life along the blade. Then forgive me, but I can't indulge you on that. Zeke narrowed his eyes, thinking inwardly, not just her. Probably a ton of people are curious about my real strength right now. Spilling everything to her wouldn't benefit me at all. Jane's wrapped around the surroundings, his greatsword stabbed deep like an anchoring formation. The Draker family's core rule is the strong devour the weak. Reaching blue at 15 is already an unprecedented feat. If I reveal my true Red Realm strength, Siemens, the one clashing directly with me in the succession fight, would do everything to eliminate me, and the family head would try to chain me under his control. If I have to flip my cards, it'll be after I've surpassed even the family head. A bleak, chilling atmosphere enveloped them. What I need right now is just the title of Transcendent Family Descendant. Don't expect me to obediently let the clan do whatever they want. Both charged forward at the same instant. Blades clashed, sparks crackling wildly. Carly powered through with a horizontal slash across his sword. She closed in fast, pinning Zeke's blade hard against the ground in one move. Her sword whipped upward in a flash that left him stunned. The keen edge grazed past his eye, blood spraying outward. Admin request confirmed. Temporarily disabling continuous class skill activation, healing element. Zeke's eyes darkened with killing intent. Against a guardian knight, it's entirely possible she noticed the healing factor. He recalled the red-haired guy's stare and that arrogant line, how the hell are you recovering so fast? Zeke's pupils widened. I won't repeat the same mistake I made with Duke. The two traded blows nonstop, one blocking, one parrying. Zeke launched himself into the air. His eyes narrowed as he dove downward. Carly swung simultaneously, the impact shockwave roaring like a tidal wave crashing around Zeke. He glanced aside, one shoulder already torn, blood spraying back. Sure enough, red realm, holding my power at blue limit while trying to counter is no joke. Carly stomped, cracking the ground beneath her feet. She leaped skyward, soaring straight over Zeke's head. Both hovered midair, Carly raising her sword in attack stance. A ruthless icy slash cut through like wind. Zeke raised his sword across his chest to block the incoming holy blade. A frigid wave surged in, pressure exploding into a massive blast. Thick black smoke and dust choked the entire arena. The two swords still ground directly against each other. With a normal blade, it would have snapped in half already. Carly narrowed one eye, smirking in faint praise. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Zeke sneered back, gritting his teeth as he strained to hold her blade at bay. Light flared when their swords collided again. Zeke kicked back, the spot where they'd fought now a shattered ruin. Covered in grime and blood, he casually wiped his face, reckless, going head-on against a red iron knight while deliberately capping my aura at blue level. Her words made Zeke frown in confusion on one side, his gaze darkening. I forgot about that. Carly swept low with a leg sweep, sword whipping backward. Long before earning the Silver Knight name, Carly Draker was infamous under another alias, Giant Blade, because the aura-infused sword she swung might as well belong to a giant. Her blade carved across his shoulder, pain ripping through Zeke as blood sprayed from his mouth. The arena floor around them shattered, force so immense dust billowed thick and blinding. The black smoke slowly cleared, revealing the greatsword planted deep in the ground. An invisible shockwave erupted outward with colossal pressure, thick and oppressive amid the haze. Carly frowned. Oops, went too far. Suddenly her pupils dilated wide. Smoke swirled upward. Zeke, covered in wounds, staggered out from the rubble. He leaned against the wall. Honestly, that performance was pretty solid, wasn't it? Smirking, Zeke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, so satisfied yet. Amid the ruined wreckage and rising dust clouds, Carly sheathed her sword in the haze and spoke. Truly remarkable, Zeke. She looked at the trembling Zeke rising before her and praised. You actually blocked that strike. Way beyond my expectations. Suddenly Carly furrowed her brow and took a deep breath. She hesitated, looking ahead. Zeke Draker, actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. But Zeke was already spent. He collapsed forward, startling her. Carly rushed over, shouting in worry, Zeke, are you okay? She supported him, assessing the damage inwardly. Severe internal injuries. Did he overuse aura that badly? Thinking that, Carly reached into her belt pouch. She pulled out a vial of elixir and popped the cap. Slowly pouring it into Zeke's mouth, she soothed. This is a top-grade family recovery elixir. Drink slowly, easy now. After swallowing, red light bloomed across his body, color rushing back to his face instantly. Suddenly, the system pinged. Admin request confirmed. Activating healing element skill in always-on state. Observing for a bit, guess it hasn't been noticed yet. Zeke lay there, thoughts racing. The whole thing with pausing and reactivating healing element was just an act. Even deliberately capping my strength to look like I just hit blue realm, and when that greatsword came flying. Instead of fully blocking, I used minimal defense on purpose to get swept into the slash. For some reason, right before impact there was this weird gap, so the rest played out smoothly. Then absorbing Carly's aura into a body that supposedly couldn't handle it, naturally creating internal damage. That way Carly will fully believe I can use aura, and she'll conclude the internal injuries came from overload. With that settled, Zeke propped himself up. Carly sat beside him, worried, feeling better. He gave a calculated smile. Yes, thanks to you. Really appreciate it, Carly. Seeing him stabilize, she nodded and stood. Then she offered her hand. Just call me sister. It'll be more comfortable, Zeke. In a quiet alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage stopped on the street. Inside that carriage, Carly approached and handed him a cup of tea. I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's the kind shipped from the eastern continent. Hope it suits your taste. Zeke awkwardly thanked. Ah yes, thank you, sister. An image flashed in his mind. He recalled inwardly. Even the family head once said something similar. Just how far has this Zeke likes tea rumor spread? Gazing out at the city, Zeke wondered. This is inside a carriage. From outside, no one would guess it's like this. Carly quickly explained, it's disguise magic. A guardian knight's carriage draws too much attention otherwise. Hearing that, he thought she dragged me to the arena earlier, now whisking me out of the city in this thing, then lifted his teacup and asked, So, is there something so sensitive you couldn't risk others overhearing? The moment Carly uttered the name Massacre Knight Abel Draker, Zeke's hand froze mid-sip. His image surfaced as her resolute voice rang out, "I need your help to stop him." Carly looked straight at him with unwavering eyes, making a serious request. Zeke asked in confusion, "What did you just say? Isn't Lord Abel the second son of the Draker family?" She lowered her gaze to her tea. "Sorry for being abrupt, I'll explain slowly." He took a sip, then Carly's steady voice continued. "Right now Abel is acting against the family's most important vow, the oath of neutrality. It strictly forbids involvement in national conflicts, yet he's siding with the Empire and personally intervening in the Rome Empire versus Alencia war." Zeke set his cup down, thinking Abel's already moving this early. Then he voiced, "Four Seasons Castle doesn't know about this." Carly answered quickly, "No, they know, but they're turning a blind eye." She explained gravely, "The castle is fractured now. Some Elder Council members have started siding with the Empire and backing Abel." Zeke asked, "You mean the elders have been manipulated too?" Carly replied instantly, "A few still hold neutral," but Zeke pressed, "Even a conservative council like that isn't opposing, just staying neutral? Then it's only a matter of time before they're fully subdued." She nodded, "Exactly, your assessment is spot on." She added, "We're investigating what methods he's used, but we can't just sit and wait for solid proof. If we let Abel run unchecked, war will erupt soon. It's inevitable." Zeke furrowed his brow, inwardly impressed. His prediction was completely accurate. Old memories flooded back. He realized 3 years have passed since regression, and in 7 more, when Draker falls to Abel and he allies with the Rome Empire, a great war will devour the entire continent. Countless dead and wounded, skies scorched black, earth stained red with blood and ash. Carly continued, "That's why I've made up my mind." She extended her hand, eyes burning with determination. "We must build a force strong enough to stop Abel." Carly recounted the current situation. Right now, Abel is steadily taking control of the upper echelons of the Draker family, and he believes that once he dominates the leadership, everyone below will fall in line and submit automatically. But a true knight will never bow to mere power. They only kneel before ideals and true justice. She concluded those thoughts firmly, "So I will act according to my own beliefs, gathering the commoner knights who are the real core of the 4 noble houses, rallying them to rise up for the sake of our ideals. That said, I won't force you to stand on my side. You're still young, and you're a pureblood awakened with a wide-open future and countless paths to choose from." Zeke took a slow sip of tea, his eyes thoughtful and calculating. "Now I've got a pretty clear picture of who the real Carly Draker is." He silently observed and evaluated her, a person with an iron will yet soft enough to bow for the sake of justice, someone upright and pure at heart. Zeke recalled that moment earlier, the slight opening in the swing of her massive greatsword. Maybe she was worried about me. It felt like there were 2 completely opposing sides to Carly. On the outside, she carried the tough, righteous demeanor befitting Draker blood, but deep inside, she was surprisingly fragile and tender. She lifted her teacup and continued, "If things go south and everything blows up, it could be branded as rebellion, so that's why I told you to think it over carefully." He responded gratefully, "Thank you for worrying about me." The sound of horses' hooves clopping steadily continued outside. Inside the carriage, a heavy tension enveloped everything. Zeke's voice rang out clearly, "But I've already made up my mind." Carly listened intently to his confession. "Even though I'm still inexperienced and full of flaws, please allow me to stand by your side and fight together with the spirit of a true knight." After hearing that, the corner of her mouth curved up slightly and her voice came out bright and pleased. "Thank you, Zeke." Right after that, Zeke headed to the Valhalla Research District, walking along while glancing at the system interface in front of him and thinking, "Even in my previous life, I used to keep up with the latest family news through K, but I never imagined the rot had already started long before the Great War even broke out." He remembered back then he had already planned to leave the Draker family early to escape Abel's control and quietly build his own power base in preparation for the Continental War. But now that there's someone who shares the same ideals, I no longer have any reason to walk away. Zeke kept walking at a steady pace, sinking deeper into thought. On the contrary, this is actually the perfect opportunity. By staying in the family, I can monitor Abel's moves much more easily. And if I put Carly forward as the figurehead, the suspicious eyes pointed at me will ease up somewhat. The prerequisite for that, though, is becoming an official knight first, thereby shifting public opinion toward Carly's side. She and I are like weights on the same scale. Even though Carly is the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, since she isn't a pureblood awakened or a direct descendant of the family's power core. In my previous life, she couldn't stand against Abel's influence and ultimately failed to reform the Draker family. But if I, a pureblood awakened, become an official knight and publicly declare support for Carly, Who knows, it might just flip the scales of public opinion that are currently tilted toward ape. Thinking that far, he let out an annoyed tusk and muttered, "And that's exactly why I have to go do that stupid night examination." Looking at the map on the screen, Zeke spoke out loud, "Well, whatever, looks like I'm almost there." Arriving at the Central Grand Library in the Valhalla Research District, he gazed at the ancient building in front of him and thought to himself confidently, "My main goal here in Valhalla is the absolute top-secret archive belonging to Terrakin." After stepping inside, a warm atmosphere immediately enveloped the entire interior. The system announced, "You have arrived at the secure archive." Zeke glanced around for a moment, then wondered, "This place, huh?" He disappointedly touched the books and muttered, "What a letdown, it's basically just a rundown storage room. Nothing but useless old books, not a single thing of value." "This is clearly the spot the system marked. I thought there'd be something insane hidden here like Bahamut's heart or dragon fangs or whatever." Thinking that, Zeke reached up to scratch his neck in frustration. Damn it, did I really come all this way for nothing? Suddenly, his foot stepped on some kind of switch and the system chimed, "Data access point detected." Instantly, a burst of light exploded, startling Zeke. Looking ahead, he blinked in confusion. What the? Then a system notification caught his attention, linking and synchronizing with the secure archive of another Terrakin Draker administrator. After reading it, he thought, "Another administrator, so Terrakin used the system just like me, huh?" Staring at the bookshelf that had just materialized in front of him, Zeke murmured, "If this shelf only activates with system intervention, it's no wonder no one discovered it until now." Suddenly, a series of system notifications poured in one after another. Information from Terrakin Draker's secure archive has been linked and synchronized with Administrator Zeke Draker's system. From now on, you may access Terrakin's restricted data at any time through the system. To make searching more convenient, the system suggests the following new categories: Organizational Emotion Operations, 2 Dragon Extermination Guide Ver 5.21, 3. Reference Materials, 4. Anthology of Growth Supporting Maxims. After reading, he just shrugged. Those miscellaneous categories can wait. Glancing at the titles, none of them seemed particularly special anyway. Zeke immediately ordered, "System, find me the absolute best brain scroll for growth right now." The system quickly complied and reported back, "Administrator request confirmed, most suitable document located." Spotting a glowing book in the corner of the shelf, he exclaimed, "Ah, there it is." Picking up the ancient tome in his hands, Zeke read the title aloud, "Secret Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, huh?" He flipped through it back and forth and commented, "Never heard of this technique before. Let's see, author is." After reading, Zeke's expression changed instantly, eyes widening in shock. The author of this book is none other than Shatton Draker, the most trusted close aide of hero King Kaishir. A bead of sweat rolled down Zeke's forehead as his mouth fell open in disbelief. Moonlight streamed in through the window of an ancient room. In that room, light spilled from the crack of the door just before the dragon-slaying sword art was passed down. "I, Shatton Draker, wish to recount the reason I resolved to create the dragon-slaying sword art. The bond between dragons and humanity began with the great hero King. Thanks to him, weak humans were able to form contracts with the supreme beings known as dragons. However, dragons did not aid humanity out of any noble cause. They simply pitied us because compared to other races, humans were always frail and lacking in every way. From then on, the number of contract holders surged rapidly, and around them an independent civilization blossomed across the continent. But that explosive growth filled me with unending unease. I feared the dragons. If a transcendent species like them only helped humanity out of pity, then they could just as easily turn on us at any moment and wipe out mankind with ease. And if that fear ever became reality, then humanity would surely face extinction overnight without any chance to resist. That is precisely why I began searching for a way to oppose the dragons. The first thing I considered was magic, but magic was the very first gift dragons gave humanity. Human hearts could not produce mana on their own, yet dragons engraved magic circles into our hearts so we could wield it. Therefore, using magic against dragons would mean fighting them with the very power they bestowed, which is utterly illogical. Next, I thought of the hero King's elemental sword, a power even dragons feared, but that strength was granted only to those carrying the royal fairy bloodline. So I poured all my effort into seeking an entirely new source of power that belonged solely to humans. I tried everything to surpass human limits, from primitive northern swordsmanship to the mystical arts of the East. Ironically, the one who assisted me most enthusiastically in this research journey was Kronos, the hero King's contracted dragon. When asked why, Kronos simply said it was for fun, but in his eyes I saw it was not merely a jest but a profound determination. The research stretched on, and in the end, Kronos and I discovered a new power called aura, not an element, not mana, but a strength only humans could awaken and wield. With that lead, after the hero king departed this world, I continued devoting myself fully to studying aura. Before long, the project bore fruit, and I systematized all knowledge of aura from its concept and application to sword techniques that utilized it. I then compiled it into the secret dragon-slaying sword art and distributed it to kingdoms across the land. Yet in a world where people could easily grow strong simply by using the artifacts bestowed by dragons, the dragon-slaying sword art, a swordsmanship that demanded rigorous self-training, was ignored by almost everyone. Fortunately, up to the moment I write these words, my fear of dragons betraying humanity has not come to pass. But I am certain that one day this sword art will become necessary. Standing before the large bookshelf, Zeke continued reading the book aloud. If anyone has found this secret manual, then I hope that day you will understand my true intent and devote yourself wholeheartedly to mastering it. Right then, a system panel popped up, catching his attention. The system displayed Achievement Quest. Successor of Shatten, master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Shatten Draker. Time limit 3 months. Reward quest coordinates to the treasure vault of Kronos' kingdom. After reading, Zeke wondered. It popped up right after I finished reading, huh? He smiled with genuine excitement, tucking the book away with one hand as he said, "The treasure vault of Kronos' kingdom, surely packed with artifacts far beyond anything I've seen so far." Saying that, Zeke rested his hand on his chin in thought. The problem is the 3-month limit. Does that mean it's even harder to learn than the elemental sword? Looks like for the foreseeable future, I'll have to focus entirely on mastering the dragon-slaying sword art. He propped himself up and spoke, but gotta say, in the end Shatten was right. Picturing that historic moment, Zeke mused inwardly. Even though I don't know how much time has passed since the Hero King's era, everything unfolded exactly as he feared, and the result was the War of Liberation. Thinking that, he looked up and asked, "System, in this top-secret library, is there any other useful information, something like Terrakin's diary, for example?" The system immediately replied, "Administrator request confirmed, suitable material detected." Replaying magical image record, Terrakin's diary, the notification vanished and the space around Zeke suddenly shifted, leaving him stunned. Zeke looked around warily and realized the surrounding space was changing along with him. It felt exactly like when the beginner tutorial started and everything warped abruptly. A burst of light exploded right after. Zeke found himself transported to a strange place filled only with endless desert. He wondered, where is this? He activated his ability, eyes flashing with sparks as he thought, seems like a space constructed by the system. Suddenly a beam of light struck straight down, reflecting Zeke's silhouette. He lightly lifted his foot. Releasing a surge of energy, he assumed a defensive stance against a monster that abruptly rose from the ground. The system chimed, activating Iron Will skill. Zeke's face paled as he gave a wry smile, inwardly marveling at how real it felt, like living in actual reality. That evil dragon appeared, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing it, he marveled. No wonder they were called the pinnacle of all creatures in the past, dragons. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Zeke Bahamut. He looked up at the massive evil dragon before him and understood. So that's it, he is the evil dragon Bahamut. A figure approaching from behind caught his attention moreover. A drop of sweat slid down as he glanced at the newcomer and thought, someone whose presence I didn't sense at all until he spoke right behind me. Looking at the blurred face, Zeke inwardly assessed, this guy is a monster in a completely different sense from Bahamut. Suddenly the figure passed straight through Zeke's body, making him flinch. He stared warily, feeling something odd. He just phased through me. Could it be that this time I've truly stepped into a recorded memory presented as images? And now the scene unfolding before my eyes, recorded under the name Terrakin's diary. Could this be the legendary decisive battle between the dragon slayer Terrakin Draker and Bahamut? The evil dragon raised its claws high. At the same time, Terrakin shifted to dodge it. Zeke brimmed with excitement, watching eagerly. This is it. The decisive battle that's only ever been passed down as legend is about to play out right in front of me. In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon stomped its foot down hard, sending earth and stone exploding outward. But Terrakin didn't move an inch. He stared forward emotionlessly. The evil dragon closed in, its voice dripping with mockery. What are you still hesitating for, Terrakin? Yet he gave no reply, simply lowering his head in silence before the evil dragon. It continued, how disappointing. The one I once chose to become my contractor. Zeke froze in shock. What? Confusion flooded him, eyes wide as he wondered, Terrakin was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaishir and Kronos. If that's the case, then the so-called legend of Dragon Slayer Terrakin killing Bahamut, could it be? Suddenly his eyes widened in brief astonishment. The surrounding scene glitched, filled with continuous screeching noises. Zeke cried out in alarm, "What the hell? Why is this happening all of a sudden?" Then he turned back toward them with an annoyed thought, "Damn it, I can't hear a single word they're saying." After that, Zeke quietly called out, "System, is there any way to fix this?" It responded quickly, unable to confirm administrator request. Upon hearing that, Zeke gritted his teeth as a bead of sweat rolled down. Suddenly some kind of sound rang out, startling him. Zeke's face filled with killing intent as he whipped his head toward the source of the noise. He immediately spotted a blurry, shadowy figure standing right behind him. Memories suddenly flooded back. Kaiser swung his leg casually and laughed loudly. "What the hell? A contracted dragon actually turning on its contractor? That's ridiculous beyond words." He was absolutely convinced that dragons could never betray humans. On the contrary, if there was betrayal, it would only come from the contractor's side. With those final words, the evil dragon erupted in a wild surge of purple aura, its eyes bulging wide in disbelief at everything unfolding. Right after that, the evil dragon turned into purple dust, gradually vanishing away. Seeing it, Zeke's face paled instantly in disbelief, thinking, "Bahamut's corpse is turning to ashes and dissolving right before my eyes." As the dust rose, only Terrakin's silhouette remained. Something appeared that made him flinch. What the? A dark purple heart and black claws floated amid a crimson energy source. Zeke instantly recognized them as the heart and claws of Bahamut that I obtained from the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. He felt strange and wondered, but when a dragon dies normally, it should only leave behind some remnants before turning to ash and vanishing. Zeke raised his own hand to observe, thinking, so if pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, then Bahamut was likely a special case. Suddenly, the surrounding space vanished, leaving only pitch blackness that left him puzzled. The scene abruptly turned pure white, with flickering black streaks drifting away. Back in the room, Zeke looked surprised and wondered, so the video ends here, huh? He sat down on the floor, lowered his head, and sighed heavily. Really can't make sense of what's going on. Looking at the system panel, he suddenly remembered, after visiting the Valhalla research area, I linked my system to Terrakin's secure archive, and can now check any record from anywhere. I immediately replayed Terrakin's diary, but just like before, it glitched at the very end, so there's no way to know what the two of them said in that final moment. Of course, I didn't gain anything from it, but by scanning the secure archive data, I discovered something new. The true dragon sword art is actually the original primitive source of the dragon slaying technique. Terrakin simplified the true dragon sword art and redeveloped it into the dragon slaying technique to make it easier to learn. But because it was made easier, the power dropped significantly to the point where that skill barely inflicts serious wounds on dragonkind, and hardly lives up to the name dragon slaying technique at all. However, if combined with personal traits to create applied moves, it can still deliver effective strikes, so even with reduced power, it's still a success in terms of practicality. That said, right now what concerns me more than anything is how the contents of Terrakin's diary differ so drastically from the legend of the Dragon Slayer that's passed down today. The Dragon Slayer legend people know nowadays goes like this: Terrakin defeated Bahamut, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity. A classic heroic tale you see in any age. On the surface, it doesn't differ much from Terrakin's diary, but the fact that Terrakin and Bahamut were actually contract partners doesn't appear anywhere. No, this definitely isn't just an oversight. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke carefully examined the paper in his hand. The magical script on it glowed with the following words: "Long time no see, old colleague. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in ancient matters, but as requested, I've investigated every legend about the Dragon Slayer, both within and outside the continent, including rough drafts never translated into common tongue." And just as expected, stories of humans forming contracts with dragonkind, and legendary figures like Kaiser or Terrakin being the ones who signed contracts with dragons, not a single book mentions it. But strangely, when I dug deeper, I realized all the sources seemed to speak in the same tone, as if orchestrated in advance, and right when I was about to probe further, the noble Draker family personally sent a warning letter. Upon reading, Zeke's face changed color. For that reason, our group has decided to withdraw from this investigation, as clashing with the Drakers was never part of the plan. Once finished, the letter immediately burst into flames and burned completely in midair. He pocketed his hands and walked away deep in thought, so it's crystal clear now. the Draker family is censoring information about Terrakin. But for what reason? The prestige built by honoring and elevating the name of the dragon-slaying pioneer Terrakin to the world played a major role in establishing the Draker lineage as one of the three supreme houses of today. Yet the very same Draker family is controlling information related to Terrakin and Bahamut. Whatever the reason, this matter runs far deeper than I thought. Maybe I missed something. I should check the secure room again, thinking that Zeke pushed open the door and stepped inside. He glanced to one side and called out, "System." Suddenly Zeke's eyes filled with intense killing intent. He scanned around, carefully waiting to see what was happening. But everywhere was empty, nothing at all. He suddenly snapped awake. Zeke strode down the corridor, lost in thought. Today is clearly Decker's day off and all staff are absent. Duke and Andre also reported they'd be late due to a mission. So who the hell was that? Thinking that, he silently ordered System, "Open the minimap for me." The System immediately announced, "Administrator request confirmed." A map appeared in front of Zeke. He examined it carefully, thinking one inside, one outside. For now, 2 targets detected. An image flashed in Zeke's mind. Could it be? He broke into a light sweat, wondering, did those predators from the Great Mountain Range track me all the way here? No, back there I didn't even use the long sword, let alone dragon-slaying technique. Even if they're hunting dogs, they couldn't have traced me from that. While thinking, Zeke slipped his hands into his pockets and climbed the stairs. So right now, the important thing isn't them anymore, but who ordered them to target me. After considering it, the most likely possibility is thinking that he opened the room door and right against the wall, a masked figure was lying in ambush. Zeke acted as if he hadn't noticed, closed the door with a slam. The masked man gradually revealed himself to observe. Suddenly, the window behind him burst open, moonlight outside casting Zeke's shadow. He spoke up, "Abel sent you, huh?" Not expecting to be discovered, the masked man jerked his head toward the window. Zeke dropped to the floor, hands in pockets, walking forward, thinking he's realized my alliance with Kali and sent an assassin. If that's the case, everything lines up quite neatly. He pulled a dagger from his coat pocket and said, refusing to answer is fine too. Then a sharp cry echoed through the entire room. The masked man, startled, drew his blade to block Zeke's sudden fierce attack. His long scarred eyes widened in shock. Zeke faced him, eyes blazing with killing intent, and said, "But when it comes to ways to extract information, I've got plenty." From outside the house, the continuous clash of metal rang out. The two fought fiercely, every blade contact sparking bright flashes. Zeke twisted and weaved fluidly, attacking relentlessly, forcing the other to only defend. When he struck down, the opponent blocked again, and again sparks flew from the friction of metal. The masked man swung hard, knocking Zeke back. He immediately spun, kicked off the wall, using the momentum to flip and land. Zeke stood up, body relaxed, exhaling a long breath. His eyes full of killing intent, looked up, inwardly thinking, after clashing directly, I've figured out his identity. Sweat poured down the masked man's forehead as he eyed Zeke warily. Zeke inwardly assessed him. Appearance can be hidden, but fighting style is hard to conceal. Then his gaze dropped to the knife at the man's hip. This is the signature short blade style of the northern continent's Gorma kingdom. Gorka's assassins are the strongest among northern escorts, renowned for using curved short blades called kukri in combat. With superior skills, they're often hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Zeke turned his back to the masked man's sword swung behind him, head tilted in thought. Anyway, if he's truly a Gorka assassin, then it's probably not Abel who hired him, since they don't take assassination jobs that create grudges. The dagger flew straight toward the masked man, along with the thought, moreover, this guy's defending too much, not like a typical assassin style. I deliberately left openings during the fight, but he showed no intent to stab directly. He clearly could react, but held back, so their goal isn't to eliminate me, but to capture me alive. Thinking that, a noise suddenly came from outside the window. Zeke shot a killing glare that way. Suddenly, a large bullet flew toward him in surprise. The one outside finally made their move. He slashed it in half with his dagger. Zeke instantly recognized this is a tranquilizer round meant to incapacitate. Very quickly, strange smoke billowed from the bullet. He frowned, coughing a few times, thinking, just as I guessed, the distinctive earthy smell of mandragora root commonly used for sleeping drugs. Suddenly, Zeke's arm holding the dagger went limp. The dagger quickly fell to the floor, but everything was within Zeke's calculations. He thought inwardly, alright, let's see who wins this one. Right then, the system announced mandragora root component detected. activating 100 poisons resistance skill. Zeke collapsed face down, pretending to faint. The masked man quickly approached. He hoisted Zeke's body over his shoulder, then headed toward the window where another figure waited. Zeke slightly cracked his eyes open to observe. Looking around everything, he thought firmly, if not able, then who and why kidnap me? Gotta brace myself. Dawn was just breaking with soft sunlight filtering through the reddish-brown rooftops, and a windmill turning lazily in the outskirts of Atlas Farmstead. Thick iron chains wrapped tightly around him, along with an extra sturdy lock of voice, rang out well, well, well. At that moment, Zeke sat bound to the chair, still wearing a cold smirk. I never expected the one behind this commission would be you. Cleef leaned on the wooden table, flanked by guards on both sides, his expression deadly serious as he faced the boy. Cleef Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Trading Company. If you already know who I am, things will go much smoother. Zeke furrowed his brow slightly, eyes sharp and face darkening. In thought, we did have some unfinished business from the previous life after all. The REINHEART Chinese letter, one of the top 10 major trading guilds primarily operating in the Kingdom of Arentia. Of course, if things keep progressing like this, the continental war sparked by Abel and the Empire will lead to the complete downfall of the Kingdom of Arentia, along with THAT Chinese letter. Back then, Cleef Reinhardt fiercely opposed the Empire, just like I did. However, for some unknown reason, after supplying critical intelligence that could defeat the Empire, he chose to return to the crumbling Kingdom of Arentia, and ultimately died there. His sharp-featured face thought inwardly, even though escaping had been incredibly difficult, whether it was out of patriotism or something else, to me, it was just a foolish choice. Cleef spoke up, raising one finger in gesture. Anyway, I apologize for resorting to such crude methods. The guard beside him stepped forward and removed the iron chains for Zeke. On behalf of THE Chinese letter, we will certainly send a formal apology for this discourtesy. Cleef's voice came out gentle, as if he truly wanted to negotiate, so please take your time and let's talk. Zeke lightly rotated his wrists, cutting him off before he could finish. Now let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Zeke looked up with eyes as cold and cutting as a blade, his hand subtly clenching as a terrifying killing aura emanated around him. He said coldly, "What do you want?" Cleef pressed his lips together, suddenly feeling the pressure himself. Indeed, even though he's still young, a Draker is still a Draker after all. The two sat staring at each other in silence, the atmosphere growing thick with tension. The others noticed too. Even a seasoned knight would feel tense and on guard in a situation like this, yet this one hadn't shown the slightest hint of unease from the start. Cleef furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in reluctance. Even though he'd set up the situation to seize the initiative in the conversation, the kid's presence was overwhelming. In the end, he had no choice but to speak. Fine, before we get to my request. He pushed a carefully wrapped stack of documents towards Zeke and continued, "Could you take a look at these materials?" While listening to Cleef, Zeke spread open the documents and carefully examined them. This is a list of people infected with a new contagious disease that's been spreading rapidly in the southern continent lately. Zeke flipped through the pages one by one and asked, "And why are you showing this to me?" His eyes widened slightly as sharp surprise gradually surfaced in his gaze. Cleef quickly noticed the fleeting change in Zeke's expression. Zeke gripped the documents tightly, staring at the familiar photo on it, Elena Stone. Zeke seemed to recall his very first close aide, the mother of Liam Stone, his initial personal guard. Although she had once suffered from the scarlet bloom disease, thanks to the treatment formula I provided, she fully recovered. He tossed the documents onto the table with a loud thud, then questioned Cleef, "So what exactly are you implying?" Cleef interlaced his fingers, responding gravely, "In that region, this disease is infamous under the name scarlet bloom, a painful and horrifying illness with a 100% fatality rate." Then Cleef placed two fingers on her photo and continued, "However, the only survivor who even fully recovered is Elena Stone." When asked, the attending physician only received silence. His tone suddenly turned cold and low as he countered, "Do you happen to know anything about this?" Zeke calmly curled his lips into a smirk, so he sniffed out something suspicious from the start and pretended to probe me. Typical merchant behavior. He felt a bit puzzled, wondering, so is the goal to monopolize the scarlet bloom cure? Considering the disease's fatality rate, it's definitely worth thinking about. The value alone could rake in mountains of gold across the continent. Zeke closed his eyes, silently assessing and calculating. But from what I know, this guy isn't the type to go blind for money. He wouldn't be reckless enough to kidnap a pureblood family member just for profit. He opened his eyes again, gaze both icy and commanding enough to intimidate anyone. "Of course I know," he stated stated it with such confidence that Cleef smiled a mix of triumphant joy and unease. From the very beginning, I was the one who provided that cure formula. The chair immediately crashed to the floor with a loud bang. Cleef slammed his hand on the table, face lit up with excitement like he'd struck gold, shouting, I want to buy it, name your price, anything. Zeke's hand suddenly shot up, blocking right in front of him, radiating overwhelming pressure. On his side, he smirked with amusement. The guy had fallen right into the trap. Zeke leaned back casually into the chair, sneering, why so worked up? That doesn't sound like a merchant at all. Cleef gritted his teeth in anger, quickly realizing the kid's goal wasn't money. Zeke's face twisted into a satisfied smile as he spoke, then let's make a deal like proper merchants, inwardly thinking after all it's to save a life. The two sat back down, seriously negotiating. Cleef spoke, first you want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the cure formula. Zeke nodded lightly from across the table. Yes, it's simpler than you think. The two talked and negotiated there for a very long time. As for the specifics, can you tell me in advance? No, not yet. I'll use them when the timing is right. Cleef rubbed his chin in silent contemplation, listening to Zeke's persuasion. Don't worry, I won't demand anything beyond your Chinese letter's capabilities. Zeke slightly lowered his head, hiding a sinister smirk, pleased with Cleef's words. As long as it's within acceptable bounds, mutually agreed and clearly documented, it'll be fine. After that, Cleef focused on watching Zeke jot something down. Then Zeke picked up the paper and handed it to Cleef. Here, just do exactly what's written on this. Cleef eagerly reached out to take it. Oh, so this is it. Suddenly, Zeke snatched the paper back, making Cleef miss the grab. Before that, I have one private question. He smiled nonchalantly and continued, the person who truly needs this medicine, who is it? Making Cleef freeze in place, stunned. Cleef stammered, face drenched in sweat, eyes full of panic. What do you mean? Chinese letter is simply trying to secure a highly valuable commodity. Zeke calmly laid everything out without missing a beat, mobilizing Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a pureblood family, and reacting with such extreme agitation, losing all composure. That's not the image of the REINHERT Chinese letter, I know. Cleef braced his hands on the table, buried his face, and fell into heavy silence. Then Cleef slumped back into his chair. His hands on the table clenched into fists, gritting his teeth. It's the royal family of the Kingdom of Arentia. Zeke smiled, feigning surprise. Oh, specifically which one among them? Cleef hesitated slightly, then answered, I can't tell you. ZEKE Chinese letter, pouted. Ha, do you even know how many people are in the Arentia royal family? Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widened as he realized something. He recalled that earlier period planning to return to the Kingdom of Arentia. Don't be foolish like that. Both the Kingdom of Arentia and the REINHERT Chinese letter have already collapsed. Returning means certain death-seeking refuge in the northern continent is the smartest choice. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to spend whatever life I have left in Arentia. The image of Cleef from the previous life flashed through his mind. It was different from the man now. Sorry, I can't say anything more. Zeke furrowed his brow, seriously thinking. Inwardly, his eyes now are completely different from the lifeless, hollow look earlier. This must be someone extremely important to him. He continued, recalling what Kali had said during their conversation. Anyway, the Kingdom of Arentia is currently clashing with the Empire. The conflict between the Rome Empire and Arentia is intensifying, with the Empire actively intervening. Not to mention the power struggle over the joined tribe settlements has only added to the chaos. Kingdom of Arentia, joined tribe settlements, Rome Empire with a weak monarchy. Inside, it's surely in turmoil from internal power struggles. Zeke smiled faintly, pushing the paper back forward. There's still some time before the Continental War erupts. If I can establish a connection with the Arentia royal family, now it'll definitely prove useful later. Cleef immediately took the paper as Zeke spoke casually. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. Zeke calmly declared, making the man across from him fall silent in slight surprise. Good, then the contract is established. Cleef's hand gripped the paper, trembling. He clutched it to his chest, exhaling in quiet relief. Suddenly, Zeke's voice rang out, causing Cleef's eyes to widen in shock. Sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but may I make my first request right now? Cleef hurriedly tucked the paper into his coat, stammering, oh, of course, anything within Chinese letter's power. Zeke clenched his fist, smiling with delight. Perfect, then for starters, let me join and work in your Chinese letter. A peaceful village scene unfolded under gentle sunlight, with the familiar voice ringing out. Job hunting, huh? Or planning some kind of business? Zeke's voice replied right away, more precisely, I need a temporary identity to use for the time being. In the sunlit wooden room, Cleef sat with arms crossed, skeptically asking, if that's all, then why bother going through us? Zeke calmly responded, I plan to use it in the southern continent, where it's full of seasoned criminals. If the disguise is half-assed, it won't fool anyone. Zeke rolled his eyes, raising his voice, but the REINHERT Chinese letter is the one even the cartels trust. And use right? Cleef nodded, his voice drawn out, sounding a bit hesitant, yes, though not exactly thrilled about it. Cleef furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze hand, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Fine, I get what you're saying. If that's it, then just use my cousin's name. Those guys probably won't dare question it. Zeke's face lit up with joy, smiling brightly. Great, and also I need regular transportation back and forth to the south, plus a house, one that's spacious enough since I'll be using it to store goods. Zeke rattled off casually, that's my first request. Oh, and since you guys kidnapped me here, I'm sure you've already prepared a way to get me back, right? Cleef forced a smile, but veins popped on his forehead and neck, the thick-skinned little punk. Cleef let out a light laugh, ultimately agreeing, fine, we'll contact you once everything's ready. The Rangers will handle escorting you back. Cleef slowly stood up while Zeke remained seated, arms crossed, eyes scanning around, thinking inwardly, I never expected the REINHERT Chinese letter to accept the deal so easily. That person must be incredibly important to them. After that, Cleef and the group in mysterious black cloaks stepped out one by one and left through the door. A call echoed toward Zeke, making him turn. Hey. Two burly guards stood in front of Zeke, pointing behind them this way. Stepping outside, a horse stood ready, snorting powerfully, looking quite formidable. Zeke smiled, approaching the horse led by the two guards. Oh, this warhorse looks pretty solid. Zeke flashed a scheming grin, stepping between the two guards, lightly patting one on the back, then confidently saying, I'll make good use of it. In a flash, he lightly leaped onto the horse's back. The two guards started walking away, one turning back coolly. We're done here, we'll take our leave. Zeke called out loudly, making the two guards about to leave freeze, their faces darkening. So that means the contract with Reinhardt is officially concluded, right? One of them turned, frowning slightly. You speak Gorka? Two Drakers even learn that stuff. Zeke curled his lips into a smirk, words carrying hidden meaning. Just call it a hobby anyway. Back to business this time. I have a job I want to hire you guys for. The brown-haired guard frowned, arms crossed, repeating seriously in disbelief, rescuing a detained mechan figure, huh? Then he fell into thoughtful silence, face showing hesitation. Zeke, sitting atop the horse, tilted his head slightly, asking, what's wrong? Is my offer not tempting enough? The guard quickly shook his head. No, the price isn't an issue. In fact, if the terms are similar to Reinhardt's, we'd even profit. The guard furrowed his brow, worried. The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with the transcendent families. Zeke raised an eyebrow, puzzled, giving them a dead fish stare, then sighed. What, just because of something trivial like that you're hesitating? Zeke's expression turned serious, lowering his voice. Reminder, I've already got the fake identity Reinhardt prepared, just use that to forge a commission letter to Gorka. Done, though it eased his unease a bit. The guard still hesitated slightly before replying, fine, as long as it doesn't get discovered. Zeke let out an ah, then spoke, making the guard tilt his head in confusion. Oh right, first things first, we still have some unfinished business, don't we? Zeke, sitting on the horse, grinned smugly, tossing out two daggers that embedded straight into the ground in front of them. Their calm expressions instantly turned to terrifying shock. The two sharp daggers stuck firmly in the dirt, for Gorka Kingdom's Rangers' kukri isn't just a weapon, it's bestowed only upon recognition as a true warrior. At some point, they'd slipped from the two guards' belts and ended up in his hands. To Rangers, that's a soul companion as precious as life itself. Because when he passed by the two guards, Zeke had casually lifted the daggers and kept them until now. The fact that I could take them without the owners noticing means I could claim their lives anytime. The air between the three grew tense, his words carrying an invisible weight, low and frightening. Consider it a reciprocal gift for daring to kidnap me. Absolute disparity in strength. The guard gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. What kind of monster is this? Zeke narrowed his eyes, glancing at them, voice dripping with mockery. Your continental common is pretty fluent. See you around, brothers. After leaving the meeting spot, he returned, face carrying an indescribable, thoughtful expression. After meeting Reinhardt, I'm officially entering the phase of recruiting teammates. The targets are those heroes once called the 5-Star Knights for their brilliant achievements in the previous Continental War. If I can get close to them now and pull them to my side, that'll be an incredibly high-quality force to behold. Fortunately, thanks to Principal Flaubert, who always held great fondness for me, I've investigated and as rumored all of them hail from Valhalla Academy. The issue is timing. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique has already graduated and is now a member of Thebia's Royal Knight Order. The Mystic Knight Jeffrick Salma is in his final year, busy with field internships. Aster Aladov, still a student, dropped out due to severe insomnia. Zeke furrowed his brow, concentrating. Riane only enrolls next year, but since she's also pureblood there'll be plenty of chances later. He slumped in the chair, head down, fist clenched, feeling utterly conflicted in the end. Then Zeke sat silently in the chair, murmuring helplessly, so only Diego left. A while later he appeared in a room filled with all sorts of musical instruments, jamming with them and Diego. Zeke still holding drumsticks, eyes vacant, face full of confusion and bewilderment. Wait, what the hell am I even doing here? He recalled fragmented memories on the way to this room to meet him. Right, he'd gone to Diego's club room to recruit him to his side. Then Diego slung an arm around his neck, dragging him in. Yo bro, perfect timing, there's an empty spot for drums. Zeke, still dazed, not understanding what just happened. Before Zeke could finish, Diego cut in. You were gonna say you just wanna play music, right? Yeah, I get that feeling. And somehow he'd successfully joined their band as the drummer. Face blank. Congratulations, you're now an official member of the Southern Continent's Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Then music erupted, vocals blending with instruments. Amid blinding lights, Zeke let go of everything, syncing with their energetic rhythm. Screw life, he broke into a genuine bright smile, pouring his entire mind into playing. Just enjoy it for now. The jet black sword plunged firmly into the training room floor. Zeke's voice echoed. First circulate aura around the body to open the meridians, then from small heavenly cycle to great heavenly cycle. Zeke sat seriously reading the glowing book, face astonished, exclaiming, what the hell is this, full of terms I've never heard before? Zeke frowned, pondering, then thought, yeah, now I kinda get why Terrakin simplified this technique into dragon slaying method. The book's lines glowed on the pages, holographic martial movements appeared for him to follow, because all techniques in the dragon slaying sword art premise on compressing massive aura, then unleashing it, something ordinary methods can't achieve. The sword was drawn decisively, a sword art not meant for humans, purely for slaying dragons, thus its power rivals elemental sword. Zeke gripped the sword firmly with both hands, raising it before him, closely observing. His eyes suddenly shifted, glowing intense purple like flames. He lunged forward, body radiating killing intent, freezing the air, whispering confidently in dragon-slaying methods, sword forms, every move is excessively amplified. One strike alone can cleave a giant dragon, compressing aura to the absolute limit, then swinging down. A silent footstep approached, despite the air already stirring into a light breeze. The butler silently observed Zeke's training session. After images of him lingered everywhere, countless powerful sword strikes swung out, creating chaotic spectacle. He laughed inwardly, haha, this heaven-blessed body is truly no joke. Heaven-blessed physique optimizes physical capabilities, superior technique comprehension speed, and enhanced ether conduction in the body. Corner of his mouth curled into a wide grin. Zeke relentlessly unleashed barrage after barrage, inwardly thinking, like a map unfolding before my eyes, guiding the path to perfect the skill. I can feel it, repeating more makes it clearer. He furrowed his brow, sword blazing with blue flames, finally delivering a powerful final strike. I'm mastering it faster. A shift in perception left him wide-eyed in shock. What, I've just broken through the red wall and stepped into a new realm, yet now I'm already at the black wall. He clenched his arm muscles, preparing stance. They say rushing training only makes the next wall higher, but Bahamut's heart embedded in the ether core resonates fiercely with dragon-slaying sword art, continuously surging power. Then countless more strikes rained down. Before I lose this sensation, I have to swing once more. A red symbol suddenly appeared on his chest. Zeke clutched his face, eyes turning pitch black, heart pounding wildly. Bahamut's heart reacting to Shatten Draker's dragon-slaying sword art memories etched deep within Bahamut's heart are being reenacted. He glanced around in surprise. Bahamut's memories. Pitch black darkness enveloped Zeke's entire body, too dark, can't see anything. He realized in shock something else is appearing, someone is coming. A man in black cloak, hood concealing his face, mysteriously spoke. Ruler of Twilight Bahamut, I have a request for you. A massive black majestic creature listened silently. The man reached into his breast pocket. Pulling out an ancient book, he said gravely, I wish to entrust you with the dragon-slaying sword art secret technique. I created myself as its guardian. The majestic black dragon straightened its back, finally speaking in a deep low voice, I know you're detestable, but I never expected you'd be this insane, Shatten Draker. Zeke, observing from the side, thought inwardly, indeed that's Shatten. He put the book away, silently listening to the dragon's grotesque rumbling voice laced with mockery. Truly, the pinnacle of dragon-slaying skill for a dragon. Only then did the mysterious cloaked man reply, "Yes, even Kronos has agreed you of all know the reason better, Bahamut." The ground cracked violently, sand and stone flying wildly from the dragon's powerful stomp. Black killing aura swirled everywhere in the air. It lowered its head, roaring furiously, along with spears aimed downward. Kronos has been bewitched by humans and lost his qualification as coordinator. The man shifted, lowering his center, readying for combat stance. He, a tiny human compared to the massive dragon, stood alone under countless spears pointed at him. Nonsense prophecy from someone like you. It opened its maw, bellowing, "I don't believe it." Then countless spears above activated simultaneously, thrusting downward where he stood. The sharp sword at the black-cloaked man's side flashed, drawn. He tensed, spinning his small blade, blocking the dragon's massive spear blazing with purple lightning. Then with force he deflected it aside, sending earth and stone exploding outward. Next waves of spears hurtled toward him, the man flickering in and out, blocking each one. Every clash of weapons sparked flames. The mysterious cloaked man gripped his sword firmly, unflinching, facing the opponent's deadly weapon. A massive crash erupted from the impact, thick smoke and dust billowing, blinding everything. Countless more spears were about to plunge into the collision site. Zeke stood high above, silently watching the countless spears thrusting relentlessly in a truly brutal display. He felt immense astonishment witnessing this, the supreme dark magic of dragons, the pinnacle of all species, truly an unbelievable power. If it were me, I'd probably only block 1 or 2 strikes at most. Zeke stared in shock at the tiny human figure, still completely unscathed amid the massive spears embedded deep in the ground, yet Shatun had blocked them all. That human is a monster beyond any normal bounds. Amid the thick purple smoke and trembling earth, while endless black spears rained down as if to pierce everything, the dragon's majestic voice boomed, "Get out of my domain right now, Shatun Draker," followed by a chilling warning, "or the next spears will target the kingdom of Kronos." Standing amid the surrounding dangers, Shatun remained calm, continuing the negotiation. "Are you sure about that? Doing so will bring karmic retribution upon you as well." The dragon sneered with contempt, laughing coldly as icy killing intent surrounded him. Karmic retribution, how ridiculous. It raised its claw, forming a black magic orb that drew in all the surrounding killing aura. It roared loudly, "You humans understand nothing, daring to spout nonsense. Even if I slaughter your swarming vermin, there's no reason for me to face punishment." Shatun's sharp sword plunged into the ground as he spoke. In the end, everything unfolded just as Kronos prophesied. Then Shatun pulled out a necklace with a very special pendant. Seeing it, the dragon's golden eyes widened, pupils contracting in shock. It shifted slightly, drawing a massive black-purple sword, larger than any other weapon, pointed at him, roaring, "Do you think using Kronos' power can control me?" Under the gray sky and swirling gales, the enormous purple glowing sword plummeted from above, accompanied by the dragon's furious roar straight toward the tiny human below. The pendant Shatun had just taken out suddenly blazed, intensely transforming into a clock. A clock-face magic array appeared beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light. This left Zeke completely stunned in disbelief. What he saw now was the dragon's massive sword halted right before Shatun. Bahamut stopped attacking. No, this is. The dragon now stood frozen amid blinding lights, its red eyes flashing with killing intent, but turned into a rigid statue enveloped by a massive golden barrier. Shatun had used magic to halt Bahamut. Zeke's brows furrowed, tightly, face filled with incredulous shock at the scene before him. The pendant he'd taken out was actually a clock, now freezing time. That extraordinary magic likely came from that clock. "You think Kronos' power can do anything to me?" Zeke hovered in the sky, observing it in Shatun's hand, thinking inwardly from Bahamut's reaction earlier that clock is definitely an ancient artifact containing Kronos' power. Suddenly, the dragon rose up behind Zeke, creating a massive noise. Zeke gritted his teeth, hands clamping over his ears from the deafening sound. Has the magic been broken? Zeke forced his eyes open to glance. The dragon's foot stomped hard on the ground, sending light tremors, cracks spreading beneath it. The magic array under the dragon faded, and its body was about to move again. Its claws dragged across the ground, leaving long gouges. It lowered its head, drooling, snarling, "Shatun Draker, that illusion just now, could it be?" Shatun tucked the necklace away, speaking lowly, "Yes, that was Kronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I entrusted you with the dragon-slaying sword art." The dragon stomped furiously, cursing, "Damn it, from the start dragons contracting with humans was a mistake. I agree, humans should stand on their own strength." It bared razor-sharp teeth, exhaling murderous breath, growling swirling and eerie hisses, "Fine, hand it over, let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art, your method to kill dragons." The ancient book floated midair, emitting faint light with red magical runes swirling endlessly around it. Then the book slammed shut. The dragon's blazing golden eyes looked down at the book, hovering beside Shatton in astonishment. "You dared create such a thing," he replied coldly, "to protect the world." It leaned down close to Shatton, golden eyes roaring, "Nonsense, not the world but you humans." Then it brushed past the book, taking it. "Anyway, I'll keep it, but once the prophecy becomes reality, this will never see the world again." He replied coldly, "It's fine, even without the dragon-slaying sword art, humans will eventually awaken aura on their own." The dragon straightened, huffing coldly, "When that time comes, I'll personally wipe out you foolish humans, because that's power lowly creatures don't deserve." Seeing this, Shatton gave a cold, sinister smile. "Ironically, I, the one who fears dragons and created the dragon-slaying sword art, trust you and Kronos more than anyone." He turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "Kronos once said this as a casual remark, that one day you too will find a contractor who can share your heart in a dark, damp cave." The dragon paced, then curled up, finding a contractor to share the heart. Its golden eyes narrowed, drowsily closing. "Nonsense, that will never happen." At that moment, Zeke leaned back, thinking inwardly, though from start to finish, it was all confusing. One thing is certain. He recalled when the black dragon in the cave unleashed the massive sword toward Shatton. That was Bahamut's profound distrust of humans. Through absorbing Bahamut's heart, I've somewhat felt those emotions. Zeke's eyes filled with contemplation and bewilderment. But because of that, why did he contract with Terrakin? I really can't understand. After that, he began searching books recording related matters in the library. After viewing Bahamut's memories, I started checking to resolve my doubts. But all materials on Terrakin have been falsified by the Drakers in this era. Bahamut, the one who contracted with Terrakin, is called the Evil Dragon, with no valuable records left. While Zeke had just finished bathing, he seemed to notice a letter had arrived. While continuing to train in dragon-slaying sword art and seeking new clues, I received a message from Reinhardt that the first request has been prepared. In that room, the familiar voice rang out, even though I requested an identity that wouldn't raise suspicion. Zeke smirked, looking at the card in his hand. Vice Branch Chief of the Southern Continent Branch of REINHERT. Chinese letter, isn't that a bit over the top? A loud noise caught his attention as he glanced over. Zeke smiled, looking out the window. A carrier pigeon perched on the windowsill. Looks like Kato has finally made his decision, huh? In a towering building shimmering with golden ethereal light, the secret garden under the management of Atlas Branch Organization Syndicate. Kay sat on the luxurious sofa, smiling and greeting welcome partner. VIP room bar in the secret garden of the hotel. He approached with a light smile, sitting opposite. "Now you're really calling me partner, feels kinda fresh." Then he turned to gaze at the brilliantly lit city through the glass beside him. Kay felt puzzled seeing his action. The two sat looking out at the city glowing under the night sky. Even though I've been in Atlas for a while, seeing it like this still feels strangely unfamiliar. The city scene suddenly blazed with roaring flames, engulfing everything. Panicked screams echoed, plunging the district into chaos and flying ashes. "Fire, fire, break out, call the fire mages quick." He turned back, shaking his head lightly. The glass on the table was quickly refilled. "I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this." What, enchanted by the view. Kay poured him more while speaking, majestic. "Right, this hotel is one of our syndicate's side businesses. Those in the shadows always need discreet spots to talk." He reached for the glass. "Now hold on, I'll pass on the alcohol. Next time prepare tea, it'd be better." She covered her mouth, smiling playfully. "What, don't tell me you're refusing because you're still underage. Didn't expect such a cute side." He rolled his eyes helplessly. "Come on, it's just that drinking doesn't feel special, so I skip it." Zeke recalled the last time he got drunk, feeling anxious. "Last time at the welcome party for becoming a new student, I got swept up in the mood and drank a bit. But as expected, 100 poisons immunity treated alcohol as poison and detoxed automatically. Then the system notified before regression. I often drank to get drunk. Alcohol detected, activating 100 poisons immunity detected. Toxin will be expelled now. I can't get drunk anymore, so might as well drink tea I like." The red-haired girl smiled, turning away. All right, so you just don't like alcohol. Got it. Anyway, let's chat. I have something to show you." Seeing this, Zeke gave her a dead fish helpless look. "You really don't listen to anything anything, huh? Then the red-haired girl took out a stack of documents, placing them on the table, along with some photos saying the guy you're backing, Pavla, actually started as a pirate. Kay reached forward. Their reflections in the glass beside I investigated, and the evidence is overwhelming. Strangely, no one has noticed until now. The red-haired girl leaned forward, pointing at the photos on the table, most importantly the timing when the Silver Knights purged the pirates, and they vanished perfectly matches when Pavla began rapid growth. Not only that, I got some unexpectedly huge info. Zeke's brows furrowed, slightly face grave. Then Kay pointed straight at a photo, continuing Joaquin Fernandez alias El Mencho #2 in the Meccan organization, yet secretly dealing with his rival Pavla. As soon as she withdrew her hand, he snatched the photo, examining it. This is quite shocking, so I haven't reported to higher-ups, yet it'd definitely cause chaos in Syndicate. Sometimes ignorance is better. Kay slightly bowed, glancing up at Zeke, voice hesitant. And that artifact you asked me to sell. A low voice laced with jest rang out, causing the red-haired girl's face to show horror. You've made quite the achievement, Kay. Now with a different face, he smiled sinisterly and chillingly. From now on, I'll explain the plan to turn you into the new leader of Syndicate. In pouring rain, steam locomotive heads successively puffed smoke and whistled heavily. In a narrow alley with rain dripping steadily, Zeke, holding an umbrella, glanced at the system notification. Activate teleport gate at designated position, preparations complete. He strode through the wet alley. Though using the minimap teleport function consumes quite a few karma points, it lets me completely avoid suspicion, even if minimal. Among the 3 transcendent families excelling in magic, very few can use teleportation and intercity travel. Requires at least the Grand Magic Tower gates. In other words, this plan disguises perfectly as a normal accident. Zeke curled his lips into a wicked smile, murmuring, thinking of that old bastard's face, I can't help but laugh. He stepped out into the bustling streets under clear skies, speaking softly, tonight will burn fiercely, Don Juan. As night fell, the scene blazed with roaring flames, devouring everything. Panicked screams echoed, plunging the neighborhood into chaos and flying ashes. Fire, fire, break out, hurry, call the fire mages. Panicked crowds surged toward the blazing alley, their screams rising before the red flames, while a familiar figure slipped into the crowd. If not, the fire will spread to the neighboring building. Have you contacted the building owner? When will the fire mages arrive? In the room, cigarette butts piled in the ashtray. Kay held a cigarette, lighting it with flame, thinking inwardly, that guy anyway. True to Draker blood, what a bold, reckless kid. She recalled the fire vortex forming before exploding fiercely, not just bold. The red-haired girl with cold eyes, sweat trailing down her cheek, took a drag, frowning gravely. He's completely insane. Kay recalled their earlier conversation when she'd slammed the table, standing yelling, what, you're planning to burn down all Meccans Soma warehouses in the central continent? Zeke remained calm, replying, yes, so tell me the warehouse location. The red-haired girl's face filled with worry. That's top secret info, only Meccan high-ranking officers, Syndicate execs, and I know doing that will get discovered immediately. He reached forward, immediately adding, perfect, I never intended to hide anything. Zeke pointed at a man in the photo, because I'll pin everything on El Mencho. The fewer suspects, the easier to handle. Plus, until now, Syndicate still doesn't know Pavla was a pirate, right? Yes, because I haven't reported yet. Seeing this, Kay's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading face, staring ahead, stammering, wait, could it be you? He smiled, leaning down, extending his hand on the table, knew you'd catch on quick. Then Zeke gently swept all the bottles, glasses, and everything on the table crashing to the floor. Exactly, no need for us to lift a finger much. His face darkened with an extremely sinister smile. Just drag all the Syndicate officers wavering between Meccan and Pavla into this game, then report everything to Don Juan and it's done. Hearing that, Kay's body suddenly went dizzy, the surroundings blurred, her consciousness fading. She gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her face, stammering, you know what you're saying, right? Zeke replied calmly, of course I do. Kay's face paled, hands trembling, clutching her chest, eyes wide with panic, screaming, it's an insane plan, you know full well what happens to traitors in the organization. He slammed his hand hard on the table. Then Zeke roared, making the red-haired girl flinch in fright. When all the officers get wiped out, who will be left to distinguish between traitors and loyalists? His face darkened, lowering his voice, growling, are you planning to stay a mere pawn for the organization forever? Didn't you already accept my proposal to become the new leader? Zeke gripped the wine bottle on the table, eyes blazing with anger, staring ahead. From now on, no more folding, only call or raise, choose. Kay's eyes widened in shock, staring at his expression right now. The red-haired girl clenched her hand over her heart, gritting her teeth, trembling inwardly, thinking, he's right, I didn't join the organization just to remain a lifelong pawn like this. Zeke Draker, with extraordinary intelligence, capable of uncovering Pavla's true identity, without anyone knowing. And it didn't stop there with that intel ability. He even located unpublished ancient ruins and claimed massive quantities of high-quality artifacts intact. After witnessing those absurd capabilities firsthand, I already decided to ride or die with him. Kay reached out, gripping Zeke's hand that held the wine bottle. Yet now, the red-haired girl stood trembling, snatching the bottle back, her face flushed with determination, panicking after hearing the plan. What kind of nonsense is that? Kay closed her eyes, tightly chugging the bottle in one go. She drained it completely under his astonished, admiring gaze. Kay slammed the empty bottle down, shouting, "That's it. If we fail, we're dead. Anyway, this is the biggest bet of my life." The red-haired girl flashed an excited grin, wiping the lingering wine from her lips, yelling, "No limit, all in." Zeke felt extremely satisfied, smirking. "Now you're getting fired up, huh? That bet, I promise you won't regret it." At that moment, the cigarette in Kay's hand was gradually burning out. Her hand holding the cigarette trembled, perhaps from fear. Her other hand immediately steadied it. The red-haired girl stood on the balcony, gazing into the distant. "Zeke Draker, I'll bet everything on you on the table in the room. Lay a newspaper, a series of arson incidents in the central continent, mere coincidence or deliberate crime. Last night, multiple fires erupted simultaneously across various locations in the central continent. Local investigation agencies unanimously concluded that due to geographical distances, it's unlikely to be a planned crime, with the buildings completely incinerated. No traces were found. The incidents were ultimately ruled as accidents caused by human negligence." Meanwhile, in a vast luxurious villa, a man sat silently in a pitch-dark room. "No lights needed, whoever the bastard is, I swear." He leaned back, a newspaper appearing on the desk. Don Juan held his wine glass, face darkened, gazing out the window, speaking lowly, "I won't let you die peacefully, cartel leader Mekin Don Juan." At the Grand Academy, the setting sun cast an even more magnificent and imposing glow. The rhythmic tapping of fingers on the wooden table revealed clear boredom. Zeke propped his chin, face showing obvious boredom, glancing elsewhere, lazily muttering, "Another semester's almost over, and it's been half a year since everyone learned about my Azure realm. I figured it's about time." Looking at the luxurious wooden box on the table lined with red velvet containing an invitation inside, it made him reconsider. But actually receiving the promotion banquet invitation still feels nerve-wracking. The promotion banquet is the ceremony celebrating young Draker family members who surpass the Golden Sword realm and enter Night realm. Even for Drakers, it usually takes until around 20 to reach Azure or Violet Night realm, so this event is also called the Draker-style debut. Zeke closed his eyes, recalling a meeting from long ago, thinking inwardly, "It's been nearly 3 years since I last met the family head. Hope nothing goes wrong." Afternoon sunlight streamed through massive glass windows onto the marble floor of the grand banquet hall. The banquet hall, central hall of the spring garden in the Four Noble City. Numerous distinguished guests and nobles were present, chatting, mingling, cheerfully lively. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a warm, polite voice. "May I pay respects to the head of the Draker family?" He turned, smiling. "Oh, you've arrived." Abel approached with his industrial smile, feigning friendliness. "Abel, how have you been, my lord family head?" While the lively banquet continued, the two stood apart talking. He spoke first. "Hey, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet with so many important figures." He nodded. "Yes, indeed." The family head glanced around the joyful banquet, continuing, "Well, after all, he's the youngest Azure Knight on the continent, so all eyes on him is only natural." Abel narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at him with a flash of anger, knowing full well the youngest Azure Knight before Zeke was himself, yet he deliberately mentioned it. Then the family head turned, extending his hand politely. "Anyway, seems Zeke is about to arrive. I need to prepare for the ceremony. Sorry we couldn't chat more after so long." He bowed respectfully. "Respectfully, no need to worry, my lord family head." He walked away, not forgetting to lean slightly, smiling with a reminder, "Make sure to enjoy this precious banquet." Abel maintained his bowed posture, replying, "Understood, my lord." Only after he walked far away did he slowly raise his head. His blue eyes flashed, his face now darkened, looking utterly terrible. On this side, Zeke tugged lightly at his collar, uncomfortably muttering, "So stifling." He walked the luxurious corridor with Duke, lightly adjusting his gloves, complaining, "Lately, it's so hard to meet Master Huh." The lazy uncle walking ahead replied, "Don't remind me, retired, yet dragged back to work like a damn ox, can't even go home." Duke frowned, walking face full of irritation and annoyance. On top of that, busy to death taking care of that damned Arthur, and today still forced to be your guide, then says master guiding disciple is natural shameless blockhead. Zeke glanced at him, giving a wry smile, thinking inwardly no wonder his face looks so bad overworked. He continued following Duke, asking, so now we're heading to Spring Garden. He pocketed his hands, looking dashing, walking ahead. Yes, in Four Noble City, that's the only place outsiders are allowed. He frowned, gritting teeth, still annoyed, while Zeke followed behind, quietly glancing around, observing, thinking inwardly, the main facilities of Four Noble City are divided into 4 areas. According to Duke, Spring Garden is the only place allowing outsiders, so most events are held here. Summer Rock handles all Draker family affairs and houses the family head's office. Autumn Fell is for internal ceremonies like night induction into the family direct order. Finally, Winter Cup stores the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years. He pouted, looking around, thinking inwardly, only heard about it. This is my first time actually setting foot here. Before regression, around this time I'd already been expelled from the academy. Finally, the two reached the massive, ornate door. Duke spoke, well, we're here. He looked seriously at the door ahead. From here you go in alone. This door is reserved only for the banquet's main figure. Duke gently placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder, advising, I have other duties, so I can't attend the banquet. He smiled with trust and pride, looking down at him, don't lose heart, go in with confidence. Zeke closed his eyes slightly, lips curving into a warm, gentle smile, thinking inwardly, having someone worry about me doesn't feel bad at all. Zeke tilted his head, teasing, master really worries about everything. Hud. Duke saw this, hands on hips, bursting into laughter, saying, come on, I just need you not to cause trouble, that's all. In the grand majestic hall, golden trumpets blared solemnly, red flags embroidered with golden dragons and crossed swords fluttered with a booming announcement. The protagonist of tonight's banquet, Lord Zeke Draker, is entering. Abel on one side held his wine glass, glancing over with a displeased expression. A long red carpet stretched ahead, lined with people standing rigidly neat. Then came the image of Zeke in a red cloak, descending the stairs, majestically cold eyes when he reached the center. Those around whispered in awe, oh, that's Lord Zeke, only 15 and already Azure Realm, truly worthy of golden pureblood, awakened. But I never imagined he'd break Abel's record for youngest Azure Knight. Seems he hasn't heard yet. Lord Zeke surpassed Abel's academy record. Oh, truly astonishing. Zeke approached, knelt, head bowed before the family head, already standing there holding a large sword prepared for the knighting ceremony. Arthur Draker, head of all dragon slayers, declares Zeke Draker will take his first steps on the path to becoming a knight. He drew the sword, gently placing it on Zeke's shoulder. His voice rang, echoing through the hall, witnessed by many, in the name of Draker, I bestow blessings upon the bright future of Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. Suddenly his words paused, slightly catching Zeke's attention, and his sharp golden eyes widened, filled with astonishment, hearing Zeke Draker will be officially knighted as a knight of the Draker family. The nobles and knights below, witnessing, were stunned, simultaneously granted the knight title. The grand hall buzzed with whispers. What only 15 and already official Draker Knight, even as the youngest Azure Knight, isn't this decision too hasty? Zeke glanced up slightly, eyes showing complex unease, but the condition for official knighthood in Draker family is purely based on achievements. Since Drakers are blessed with aura power, awakening early and reaching Violet or Azure Realm is almost given, so instead of evaluating by aura realm, they value achievements above all. Even Abel, holder of the previous youngest Azure Knight record, needed 3 months of accumulated achievements to be officially knighted. That shows the absolute importance of achievements in Draker. However, Arthur's announcement just now completely contradicts previous regulations. After knighting, the sword returned to its place, image of him deep in thought reflected on the gleaming blade. Though knighting is the family head's privilege with no opposition, still hard to understand what he's plotting. Immediately after the family head's voice rang, today I am deeply honored to introduce my son to everyone. He stood beside Zeke, proudly declaring Zeke is not only the unprecedented Golden Awakened, but also the youngest to reach Azure Knight realm. I believe he will become an outstanding knight, surpassing even me. Then he lifted the wine glass from the side table. I don't want to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop bragging here. The family head raised his glass high, smiling happily, yet full of calculation. Now I conclude the ceremony with a toast. Let's all toast to this talented young man's future, and pray for peace and prosperity across the continent for Draker. Everyone present raised their glasses in unison for Draker. He tilted his head back, draining his glass. All drank their wine completely. Zeke furrowed his brows, gritting teeth, glancing at his calm demeanor in the previous life when Howard expelled me. He stayed silent without reaction, yet now he plays the proud father for a talented son. A call interrupted his thoughts. Zeke placed hand on chest, bowing respectfully. Yes, my lord. Family head. The family head set down his empty glass, turning to him. Let's move elsewhere. He gave a warm, seemingly affectionate, yet fake smile, saying, I want a private conversation between us as father and son. Then everyone dispersed, going their separate ways. The blonde, bespectacled young man frowned slightly, turning to Abel behind, who coldly glared. Hey, Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a bit? His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should have congratulating his youngest sibling. His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should have congratulating his youngest sibling. Abel remained silent, lips pressed tight. He finally asked, where's the prince? He replied, said he'll come after these boring ceremonies end, probably soon. The two stood talking, Abel's voice carrying a hint of danger. Then we need to hurry. The one beside nodded lightly. I think so too. The ornate door opened. Zeke stepped through, closing it, eyes fixed on the badge in his hand. He walked, examining it closely, heart full of questions. A token redeemable for one of the family's treasures. Why did the family head give this to me? Zeke ruffled his hair, frustrated, muttering, it's probably not something bad, right? Damn, I really don't get it. He glanced at the main hall, still full of nobles, knights, influential people. But the bigger issue now is this banquet isn't one day, but multiple consecutive days. How can anyone endure this? Zeke walked, scratching his head, puzzled. How do they keep unchanging expressions and attend for days straight? Living in high society isn't for everyone. Suddenly a call made him tilt his head. Lord Zeke Draker. A hand gently lifted the hem of her dress as she spoke softly. This is the first time I've had the honor of meeting you in person. Melissa placed her hand over her heart, bowing politely. I am the first princess of the kingdom of Valencia. Melissa Valencia. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly inwardly, assessing, isn't she the prime candidate for the next throne in the kingdom of Valencia? She's currently standing in for the frail and incompetent king, implementing many groundbreaking policies aimed at the common people, and thanks to that gaining overwhelming support from the citizens. Because of this, she often clashes with the Valencian nobility, but if she officially ascends the throne sooner or later, those nobles will find ways to curry favor with her. However, before my regression, that highly anticipated princess, when the conflict with the empire escalated, ceased all external activities, and mysteriously disappeared, rumors spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the empire. But after the kingdom of Valencia fell in the war, the truth was buried forever. He pressed his lips together, glancing at her carefully as if probing, in this life, though she's been rather low profile, if she's appearing at such an official event, then perhaps things are still okay. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, as if realizing something. Wait a minute. Zeke recalled Cleef's words during their conversation, the royal family of the kingdom of Valencia, huh? Then he looked again at the blue-haired girl, smiling, extremely friendly, in front of him. Could it be? Zeke placed his hand on his chest, bowing in return. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. He smiled, extending his hand in welcome, then stepped toward her. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. It's truly an honor that you've come to my promotion banquet. Melissa let out a surprised, oh, you know of me. Zeke responded warmly, suddenly making her fall silent for a moment. Of course, I've long been interested in your highness's people-focused policies. His calm voice rang out while distinguished guests around continued their lively conversations. Many might think they're just showy policies, simply distributing what one has. Zeke tilted his head, flashing a professional yet understanding smile. But in reality, from budgeting to the tiniest details, everything must be meticulously calculated right. His extremely accurate words left Melissa momentarily speechless, unsure what to add. The blue-haired girl covered her mouth, smiling, inwardly thinking, as rumored, you truly are different from other knights. Zeke looked puzzled, quickly waving his hands to explain, did I commit some discourtesy toward your highness? She smiled pleasantly, still laughing. No, I'm just surprised someone actually understands my difficulties. Honestly, I'm a little moved. After that, Melissa bowed, politely excusing herself. Then I'll take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Zeke. Seeing this, he looked bewildered, quickly asking, you're leaving so soon? The blue-haired girl smiled gracefully. I also wish to talk more with you, Lord Zeke, but I can't monopolize the banquet's protagonist. Zeke only furrowed his brow, glancing coldly around. Fair enough, though no one said anything. Though everyone was busy with their own conversations, strange eyes still followed the two of them, clearly making her feel awkward. Melissa's sweet, gentle words made him slightly puzzled. Even so, you needn't feel too regretful. She covered her mouth, grinning with amusement. There will surely be better opportunities to meet again. Right after Zeke politely bid farewell to the last guest, he smiled watching them leave, finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. So the greetings are pretty much done at last. I can breathe a bit. Though outwardly he maintained a serious, proper image, inside Zeke was truly exhausted. These kinds of banquets really don't suit my personality at all. I'd rather train with Kaishir, it's more comfortable. Heavy clanking footsteps echoed on the floor, instantly putting him on guard. Zeke looked toward the banquet attendees, silently judging heavy clashing of iron armor. He furrowed his brow, eyes darkening, thinking, who the hell wears full armor to a banquet? A hearty voice boomed, accompanied by a fluttering red cloak. All right, finally found you. A man appeared, clad in gleaming iron armor with a long sword at his hip. You must be the protagonist of this banquet. Kara strode forward with his knights in imposing formation, smiling broadly. Zeke Draker, the youngest Azure Knight, right? The fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Karis, and the one who together with Abel caused the Continental Great War before my regression. He extended his hand in a hearty greeting. I am the fourth prince of the Great Rome Empire. Karis approached imposingly, hand thrust out decisively, eyes gleaming with arrogant confidence. Booming, Karis, Nerva Constantinus. Instead, Zeke didn't extend his hand, but bowed slightly. One hand on his chest, the other behind his back, responding with utmost respect. It's an honor to meet your highness, Karis. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet, making his face darken completely. Karis froze, his whole body stiffening at the rejection of his gesture. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Karis immediately acted carefree, slinging an arm around Zeke's neck, pulling him close, an overly familiar camaraderie. Come on, no need for formalities, let's have a drink together. Zeke gave a dead fish stare at the arm around his neck, momentarily speechless, while he looked thrilled, shouting, hey, someone bring wine quick, the best kind, worthy of this historic meeting between Karis, the most flamboyant prince on the continent, and Zeke, who will become the strongest knight in the future. Red wine poured into glasses, overflowing slightly. Then came Karis's booming, powerful voice. He grinned broadly, raising his glass. Come on, this is imperial tribute wine. Don't spill a drop, drink it all. Those around, seeing Zeke accept the glass so decisively, couldn't help but worry, whispering among themselves, accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily, like that even as the brilliant Azure Knight, he's still too young. Meanwhile, Karis was quite excited about it. Oh ho, impressive. And they couldn't help discussing him. But that prince is truly arrogant. Given the Draker family's influence, he should be more cautious with such rude behavior. Karis smiled with delight, shouting loudly, excellent, wonderful, I really like you today, let's drink until we can't stand anymore. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Your highness. Somehow Abel had appeared, placing hand on chest, bowing. Congratulations, your highness, the rising sun of the empire. Seeing this, he patted Abel's shoulder. Oh, Abel, you'll drink with us too, right? Abel replied with utmost respect, I am deeply honored by your invitation, your highness, but I have urgent matters that require private discussion with your highness. At this, Karis's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. Urgent matter, speak. Then Abel responded mysteriously, there are too many watching eyes. I believe it would be better if we moved elsewhere. Zeke had been silently observing their conversation all along. Fine, if you've said so, I'll listen. Then he strode away, dashing red cloak fluttering imposingly. Karis slightly bowed, smiling, sorry Zeke, I was the one who invited you, yet I have to leave first. Next time we meet, let's drink all night under the beautiful moonlight, sharing views on heroic epics, praising the dragon-slaying legend. With that, he left with his knights and Abel amid the trembling fear of the banquet attendees. Only after Karis fully departed did the crowd turn to each other, whispering, what kind of person is that to be an imperial prince anyway? The Rome Empire has always lacked legitimacy. But Abel's handling of the situation was truly impressive. No wonder he has such high reputation. Zeke glanced around, having heard everything, inwardly thinking all praise for Abel. If one didn't know the inside story, they'd just think he was covering for the flustered prince. He furrowed his brows, face hardening gravely, but the fourth prince and Abel making contact happening earlier than the timeline K provided before regression. And Zeke recalled how they met earlier. Moreover, from the way they treated each other, it looked like they'd been close for a long time. Right now, they were sitting together in a private room, chatting very intimately. The Continental War perhaps isn't as far off as I thought. At the grand building, sunlight further accentuating its power and solemnity. Zeke still stared contemplatively at the badge in his hand, a token redeemable for one of the Draker family's reports. He recalled his private conversation with the family head. Yes, the plan to become the strongest on the continent is progressing well. Seeing you as the banquet's protagonist today, it seems smooth. Zeke responded politely and cautiously, yes, all thanks to the family head. His seemingly harmless words carried an invisible pressure on Zeke's shoulders. What family head in such a private setting? Just call me father for comfort, Zeke. Zeke lifted his teacup, taking a sip, eyes subtly shifting. That sentence just now made him recall what Kali had once said, call me sister for comfort, Zeke. That's what Kali said. Zeke gently set the teacup down, pondering. Now I understand what felt off back then. Abel is acting boldly enough to pull the entire Elder Council to his side. Kali even noticed and prepared countermeasures, yet Arthur, the family head, doesn't realize it's illogical. That means he's deliberately turning a blind eye, even knowing Abel's schemes. If so, him repeating Kali's words is to pressure me or just coincidence? Either way, I'll act. Assuming Arthur sides with Abel to avoid any loss. He glanced at him, sipping tea, then softly replied, yes, father. He smirked, sneering, father, huh, sounds nice. All right, I'll give you a gift as encouragement to keep striving toward your goal. Then he placed something on the table, pushing it toward Zeke. Looking at the lone badge on the table, he continued, this is a token redeemable for a treasure stored in Dong Boy. He picked it up, unable to help smiling inwardly. Dong Boy, the Draker reports mentioned it, famed across the continent as holding the rarest artifacts. The family head reminded, raising his hand. However, remember this, among priceless treasures, there are also piles of trash dressed in glamorous appearances. Zeke obediently replied, I'll remember that, father. His footsteps halted at this point. Zeke stood in a dimly lit room, wondering what he's plotting, giving me this, but Dong Boy reports on dragon slayers in 4 noble city. He gripped it tightly, flashing an extremely excited smile. Whatever can be exploited, I'll exploit to the fullest. Before a massive gate, a girl spotted him appearing and spoke softly, I've been waiting for you, Lord Jack. Before you enter, allow me to briefly explain this archive. Could you follow this path, please? According to Draker reports, this place stores approximately 17,000 rare artifacts and items can be exchanged based on quantity. There's no time limit for selection, but once you leave you cannot return, so please keep that in mind. Zeke, noticing someone standing outside, wondered, a vault for priceless artifacts with no visible guards around. The girl replied nonchalantly, because it's unnecessary, leaving him stunned. She continued, explaining the security magic here rivals even the family head's office. Moreover, all artifacts inside are strictly inventoried and managed through magic, making theft virtually impossible. Jack Draker marveled inwardly, truly shouldn't judge anything by appearances. She gestured invitingly, come. Then, please proceed, insert the provided token here. Jack Draker quickly inserted the token into the small slot. Immediately a powerful tremor erupted. Accompanied by that sound, the gate before them automatically began to open. In moments, the enormous gate swung fully open before the two. His expression turned utterly wondrous, witnessing the sight. Inside revealed towering shelves holding countless artifacts. Zeke stepped in, examining the items, mouth agape in disbelief. Inside, far vaster than it appeared from outside, truly worthy of Draker. The girl spoke again, then I'll take my leave. Zeke focused on observing him. Just checking the functions of all these artifacts would probably take a lifetime system. Can I categorize the artifacts here by my desired criteria? At that moment, the system window appeared. Notification, administrator request confirmed, activating long eye linkage feature. Please use long eye to record items for categorization. Jack Draker, full of question marks, record with long eye. After realizing, he smirked, ah, got it. He got so excited his eyes sparked with fire, cracking his neck. Alright, let's warm up a bit. The window reappeared. Long Chi Long Eye enables detailed observation and inspection of targets, displaying information on detected objects per administrator request. Jack Draker stomped hard on the floor. Instantly, a surge of power burst from him. He simultaneously activated Wind Slash technique and Phantom Step. After finishing, Jack Draker landed. This field should be sufficient, right? The system displayed recorded items on the minimap. Items recorded 17,138. Jack Draker checked the screen, sighing, more than I expected. Exclude common items and single-use non-artifacts. System responding, classifying detected items per request, remaining after filtering 9,832. Jack Draker read it, looking dejected. Still way too many. Eliminate all swords with performance lower than black sword quickly. The screen filtered to essentials. He smiled, satisfied. All swords eliminated, meaning among tens of thousands of artifacts here, black sword is the strongest. Suddenly he frowned, spotting something him. His finger swiped across the screen. Why doesn't this show any information? Jack Draker began searching around. It must be nearby. System notification arrived at administrator designated coordinates. Jack Draker stopped at a spot above it, an enigmatic jade bracelet with only question marks for info. Jack Draker exclaimed in shock. A bracelet looks utterly ordinary on the outside, yet no information displayed at all. Another notification rang, drawing his attention. Reading it, Jack Draker's eyes widened, stunned. This item reacts to the title successor of Terrakin Draker. Jack Draker grinned excitedly, looking at the bracelet. It reacts to the successor title, meaning this is Terrakin's artifact. Something activated on the bracelet. The window appeared. Notification: Sacred Guardian Stone. A bracelet embedded with Guardian Stone, capable of summoning spirit beasts. Inherent ability: summon spirit beast compatible with user's soul. Special note: contains Blessing of the Fairy King within the Guardian Stone. Sacred Guardian Stone. Now linked to administrator, you may use Sacred Guardian Stone to summon Guardian Beast fitting your soul. Then the bracelet instantly fastened itself onto Zeke's wrist, startling him. Hey, wait, what do you mean linked? Who authorized this? Can't unlink it. System notification continued. Confirmed administrator request. This item linked to Terrakin Draker successor title. Linkage cannot be removed. Jack Draker stared bewildered at the bracelet. Damn, I haven't finished checking all artifacts yet. This messes up the whole plan. He tried thinking positively. Gotta stay positive. If it's Terrakin's artifact, it must be stronger than most others. Zeke could only sigh helplessly. System activate the bracelet's inherent ability. System responding. Confirmed request. Activating Sacred Guardian Stone. Searching for spirit beast compatible with user's soul. Immediately a surge of power emanated from the bracelet. Jack Draker felt pulled into a floating space, shimmering lights below a magic circle activating. System notification: thanks to Fairy King Blessing, search range expanded to higher tier spirit beasts compatible. Spirit beast found. Summoning now. A sudden burst of light appeared. The light emerged right before Zeke, leaving him utterly surprised. That light pierced straight through the artifact's storage space. At that moment, a creature appeared with mysterious and majestic appearance, accompanied by flashes like lightning. The newly summoned spirit beast resembled both horse and dragon. System notification: summoned spirit beast. Dragon horse. Zeke exclaimed in shock. This is a spirit beast. The aura it radiates is terrifying. Then he grinned excitedly, heart pounding. Even artifacts that summon spirit beasts. Just how many insane things did Terrakin possess? Suddenly the dragon horse lowered its head, touching Zeke's forehead. He reached out, stroking its head. So compatibility with soul means this first meeting yet feels like reuniting with an old friend. Then he hugged its face, leaning and speaking. Alright, I like you too, even feel strangely close. Suddenly another notification: if you name the spirit beast, you can summon it anytime via Sacred Guardian Stone. Jack Draker quickly said, how about Bucephalus? The dragon horse immediately nodded, satisfied, raising its head proudly. Zeke chuckled. Seems it likes the name too. System notification: Bucephalus dragon horse bearing auspicious spirit inherent ability. Can unleash lightning power from both Mone's note. Supreme Spirit Beast King of Dragon Horses. Jack Draker read it, pondering. King of Dragon Horses sounds impressive, but first time seeing a real dragon horse, how strong could it be? Suddenly Bucephalus moved, grabbing Zeke's hair. It left him flustered. Hey, Bucephalus, what's wrong? Suddenly some power shifted his body. Jack Draker stunned, realizing he'd been placed on Bucephalus's back. He happily hugged its neck. You want me to ride, huh? Truly supreme spirit beast, it reads my thoughts, knows I want to test its power, and lowered itself for me to mount. Then Jack Draker joyfully shouted, alright Bucephalus, let's go full speed. Bucephalus immediately strode forward. Bolts of power like lightning crackled through the space. Bucephalus shot forward like an arrow. Jack Draker thrilled, so fast, yet no hoofbeats at all. What an absurd creature I've tamed. Then Zeke's eyes widened. Bucephalus's hooves stomped on a magic circle. He laughed wildly before this power. Ha, absolutely insane. Scene change: outside, a horse-drawn carriage rolled along the road. Recalling earlier when he chose the bracelet, the gatekeeper girl was utterly shocked. You really want this one? Jack Draker sat by the carriage window, thinking the guide's attitude when I said I wanted this bracelet was completely unenthusiastic. Then he recalled Alentia Draker's reminder: in this archive are priceless treasures, but also piles of trash, flashy on the outside, so be careful. In other words, this bracelet was one of the trash Alentia mentioned. Makes sense. Before reacting to the title, even the system showed no info. No wonder people overlooked its true value. Zeke thought inwardly. I thought Terrakin's artifact artifacts only obtainable from system-guided ruins. Never expected to snag this so easily. Talk about luck. Zeke leaned back, relaxed. Anyway, this is definitely a massive windfall. Feels great. After all the exhaustion from the banquet party today, I'll head back and rest properly. Upon arriving, he heard congratulations on officially becoming a Draker Knight. Lord Jack. Zeke looked utterly bored suddenly, so formal he pocketed his hand, stepping in. The newcomer was Clift Reinhardt. He beamed naturally. Since you've become an official Draker Knight, changing how I address you is only proper. Jack Draker sat down, scratching his head helplessly. Fine, but from now on don't just pop up like that. If someone discovers our connection, the whole future plan could collapse. Clift Reinhardt. Regarding that, Clift sincerely apologized, but truly someone insisted on meeting Lord Zeke at all costs, so I had no choice. At that moment, the hooded seated figure removed the hood, revealing familiar long blue hair. She spoke. We meet again, Zeke. Allow me to greet you once more. I am the head of REINHEART Chinese letter. Melissa Alentia, first princess of the kingdom of Alentia. Zeke furrowed his brow, exclaiming, First princess of Alentia, Melissa Alentia, indeed the true master of REINHEART Chinese letter is the princess. Melissa covered her mouth, chuckling. You must have known already. Lately, Princess Melissa rarely appeared in public, then reappeared at your promotion banquet. Coincidentally, that was also when the scarlet bloom patient treated with Cliff's brought medicine recovered instantly. Anyone not a fool would connect the dots, thinking so. Zeke smiled. Yeah. Melissa raised her hand, continuing, so I'll skip introductions and get straight to the point. The reason I urgently sought you is I need your help. As she spoke, she presented a stack of documents. He asked help with what specifically? Melissa replied, First, could you please review the documents I've brought? This contains recent scarlet bloom case developments, mainly near Alentia's border regions, along with Nirvana supernatural families analysis results on the disease. Jack Draker immediately focused on reviewing the documents. Suddenly his eyes froze on one page. His face darkened, gravely asking, Is everything written here true? Scarlet bloom. He spoke with utmost seriousness. It's a pathogen created through magic. This is the analysis from Nirvana, one of the top 3 supernatural families, so it can't be wrong. Hearing the answer, Jack Draker gritted his teeth in fury. Scarlet bloom is man-made and spreads even faster than previous rare outbreaks. Could my regression have somehow altered this? While he was still seething, Melissa continued, There's more. As you can see in the documents, scarlet bloom first erupted in villages near the border between Rome Empire and Alentia Kingdom, but it never spread toward the Rome Empire. As she spoke, she pointed at the map. Melissa picked up the chalk and drew a line across a spot on it, but the spread is only heading in the direction of the Alentia Kingdom, and it's only spreading toward the Alentia Kingdom. Jack Draker couldn't believe it and blurted out, Wait a second, are you saying? Draker, his sharp eyes narrowing, confirmed, Exactly, I'm thinking the same thing as you. It's very possible that the Rome Empire created the scarlet blossom disease and deliberately spread it toward Alentia. By now the map was covered with all sorts of marked symbols. Zeke's face was full of confusion and alarm. This is really serious. The reason the Alentia Kingdom fell so easily to the Rome Empire before my regression was also because of the Scarlet Blossom disease. So that's why the princess needed his help. Having thought it through, he set the stack of documents down. What the princess wants is most likely the rights to mass produce and distribute the cure for the Scarlet Blossom disease on a large scale, right? His expression turned cold as he questioned her. Melissa replied calmly, Yes, exactly. Zeke immediately analyzed. In the previous contract, our guild only obtained the manufacturing principle. To distribute the medicine nationwide, we'd need a new supplementary contract. Moreover, the princess added a very interesting clause. That said, I have absolutely no intention of breaking the contract. Melissa cheerfully confirmed, Of course, I'd do the same. As merchants, whoever reveals their intentions first loses the advantage, but now that I have the chance to work with you, I can't really call it a disadvantage. The corner of Draker's mouth couldn't help but curl up, followed by an excited toothy grin as he openly admired. As expected, you really are the true master of the Reinhardt Trading Company. It's no wonder Reinhardt has grown into one of the biggest guilds. Melissa presented the contract. The medicine will be distributed to the people as relief supplies. You don't have to worry about the formula being exposed. Naturally, we'll pay you a very fair amount. I will give you 20% of the shares in our trading company. When Zeke Draker heard this, his expression turned stunned. Then thoughtful again, Reinhardt is currently one of the top 10 most reputable trading companies. If it doesn't collapse along with Alentia in the Continental War like it did before my regression, then the guild will grow even stronger. The value of 20% of its shares would be at least several million gold. If we can prevent the war and let the guild develop further, that value could easily climb to tens of millions of gold. At this point, Jack Draker fell silent in deep thought for a while, then looked seriously at the other party. This really is an attractive offer, but first I have a few questions I'd like to ask the princess. Who knows, maybe I'm actually someone from the Empire side, so I find it hard to understand why the princess would so openly share this information and offer 20% of the guild's shares just for relief supplies. Melissa gave a faint smile at the doubt. I'll answer your questions one by one. I'm already certain that you, Zeke, are not someone from the Empire. To put it bluntly, aside from her title, what the princess has going for her is the sharp intuition forged through repeated painful experiences. She continued, actually, after we parted at the party, I didn't leave right away. I watched from a distance. Though it was very subtle and hard to notice, you treated anyone connected to the Rome Empire with coldness. Most importantly, you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Carus. Others might think you were just politely choosing a different greeting instead of a handshake. But to me, it looked like instinctive rejection, a visceral disgust at even touching. That's why I'm certain you're not with the Empire. After listening for a while, Zeke's mouth twitched. The princess's observation skills are truly godlike. Suddenly, Melissa's expression turned serious. As for the second question, there's no need for a long explanation. With just 20% of the guild's shares, if it means saving the people, then this is definitely a profitable deal. Hearing that declaration, Zeke was momentarily speechless. Memories from his previous life flooded back, loud voices shouting, Alencia, please stop trying, we have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire right now, what's the point if the king dies? That's right, Zeke, this is your responsibility. For the sake of the future, retreating now is probably the right choice. Zeke tried to explain, you know that too, but the girl cut him off, continuing, if trading my life buys enough time for the people to escape. In his previous life, that same girl had turned away with confident words. Then that would definitely be a profitable deal. Now Jack Draker clutched his head in utter helplessness, not knowing what to do. Damn it, I tried so hard to prevent this from happening again. And yet she said the exact same thing Alencia did back then. Making the decision was incredibly difficult for him. Finally, Jack Draker spoke up, all right, it's a deal. Melissa clapped her hands in delight. Really, that's the right choice. He added a reminder, but be careful, don't let my identity get exposed, okay? She immediately promised. Don't worry, I guarantee it on that part. Very quickly, 2 weeks passed. In the basement training room of the mansion, sword aura sliced through the air, the training ground constantly being torn up by powerful strikes. Jack Draker diligently practiced his swordsmanship without pause, unleashing incredibly powerful techniques. He kept charging forward to execute them, dust and debris rising in thick clouds from his sheer power, creating a massive swirling vortex. After a while, Jack Draker's sword aura finally subsided. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. Successfully comprehended beginner-level dragon-slaying sword art. Zeke Draker read it and let out a breath. Finally done, it took about a month, huh? More notifications followed. Conditions for the Shatten's Heir achievement task completed. Achievement task completed. Extra completion time added to rewards. Task rewards include coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom Treasury, title Sword Art Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random reward boxes. Intermediate Administrator status, name, Zeke, class, one and only immortal, titles, Blessed by the Dragon, Descendant of Terrican Draker, Sword Saint Successor. Abilities, Dragon Shield. Constitution, Holy Body, immune to all poisons. System functions. 100 slot inventory, minimap, teleport gate travel, intermediate quest count, shortcut bar, potion stock, elemental class skills, advanced mental healing, infinite stamina, realistic combat sense, wind technique, air rank mastery, sword origin element, S rank mastery, beginner dragon slaying sword art, static electricity C rank mastery, thunder grenade C rank mastery, discordant sound C rank mastery, dragon technique stage 1, dragon eye mastery. Dragon's Majesty Mastery, Command Technique unlockable under conditions, Devour Mastery, Dragon Technique Stage 2, Dragon Scale Armor Mastery, Dragon Claw Mastery, Dragon Technique Stage 3, currently unviewable, unlocks at 300 karma points. Current karma, 1095. Draker broke into a satisfied grin. Oh, 2 random reward boxes. Looks like the points I burned when I torched Mechan's warehouse have pretty much been made up for. Alright, let's check this one first. Instantly, a round object appeared in his hand. Coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom Treasury. Administrator request confirmed, but the coordinates cannot be read at this time. Zeke was stunned when he saw the notification. Requires finding the seal to activate the coordinates. Collect and reassemble the scattered seal fragments to activate them. Locations of the fragments have been linked and are now displayed on the minimap. He looked at the red dots on the map, 2 in the center, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. The distances between them are quite far, it'll take some time to gather them all. Then he noticed something else, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. No wonder it never showed up before. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Locate the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, title, successor of the Chronos kingdom. Zeke stared seriously at the screen for a while, then looked exasperated. What the heck, the reward is just a title. The system popped up another message. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Locate the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, title, successor of the Chronos kingdom. Zeke read it and wondered, does restoring the seal and finding the treasure count as part of the reward too? Or like before when the relic reacted directly to the title, maybe this title has some special function. His face twisted in annoyance before he put the round object away. I'll leave it for now. As he walked, he muttered, no time limit anyway, deal with the urgent stuff first and figure this out slowly later. Good thing I just got a message from Kay. It's been a while since I met those southern drug dealers, huh? As he spoke, Jack Draker's face twisted into a terrifyingly manic grin. Scene shift, Gopaport, a southern coastal village on the continent. Jack Draker, disguised, had arrived here. The mix of sea salt and the stench of blood, the southern air was still as foul as ever. As he stepped off the boat, a line of people bowed respectfully. It's an honor to serve you, said the southern branch vice leader. Zeke Draker waved his hand. You've all worked hard. They continued, we look forward to the day you return as our vice leader. His expression went deadpan. Okay, that's enough, you're overdoing it. Jack Draker glanced around while thinking. At least the smell of the sea is still the same. Whether before the regression or now, it seems not everything has changed. Guess I should focus. While walking, someone waved and called, Murray. Jack Draker looked over, perfect timing for the mission, huh? A scene from the past flashed in his mind. Northern Rangers, that was the pair waiting for Jack Draker. They're dressed pretty convincingly as merchants. The purple-haired one replied, thanks. As Jack Draker approached, he asked, you've already memorized the plan attached to the mission letter, right? Purple Hair looked serious, of course. On the day of action, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl Mecking is holding. Hearing that, he nodded in satisfaction and tapped the other's chest. Good, looks like you get it perfectly. But the mission also includes protecting and safely escorting the target, so don't slack off until the very end. Purple Hair added, got it, but I have one question. Zeke asked, what is it? The other asked. Probably to avoid leaks, but the letter didn't explain what kind of chaos will happen on the action day. Is it some special day like a Southern Continent festival? Jack Draker's mouth curved into a grin. His pupils glowed with an eerie green. It's not a festival, it'll be far more chaotic than that because that's the day Mecking disappears from this world. That expression made Purple Hair break out in a cold sweat from sheer tension. At that moment, a voice called out, drawing Jack Draker's attention. So you're here, Vice Leader. Oh, you're in the middle of talking. I'll come back when you're done. The person scratched his head awkwardly. Zeke asked, you're the guild's guide. No worries, just finish talking and we'll head out right away. The man turned, ah yes, understood. I've prepared the carriage, follow me please. Zeke followed the guide. The two guys left behind muttered in confusion. Is he seriously planning to go to war with Meccan? He paused, then waved and called back loudly, no way, just kidding, don't take it seriously. The two were still uneasy, but when that kid said it, it didn't feel like a joke at all. Agreed. At that moment, a carriage rolled by on the road and a voice asked, did you check the place the guild prepared? Of course. From the outside it looks impressive, but the red warehouse and interior are all under our control. Hotel level quality. Lucky, right? Oh, by the way, just to go over the plan one more time, I'll summarize it quickly. Today is Don Juan's birthday. Jack Draker rested his chin on his hand and gazed out the window. This is both a celebration for him and a meeting for all the higher-ups to discuss upcoming deals. So Kay, the key figure in the transaction, and her assistant Jack Murray will both be attending the meeting, correct? The other replied, ah yes. Zeke Draker continued, we've gone over this how many times now, feels like the 5th time. I've practically memorized every single word. Kay, sitting across from him, pointed dramatically and raised her voice. Well, what can I do about it? Partner, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. I get worried, that's normal. Don't tell me you dragged me into this and now won't even let me vent a little. Jack Draker listened and gave a wry smile in his mind. I thought something was off compared to usual, but turns out it's just because of that. Kay clutched her head and trembled. What if they find out I burned the Soma warehouse? I heard Mechan's way of dealing with traitors is to paralyze their whole body and toss them into a shark dragon ship. Ah no, it should be fine. I covered my tracks so thoroughly no one could have noticed, right? Her face had gone deathly pale with terror. Seeing that, Jack Draker secretly thought with amusement. Watching her freak out like this just makes me want to tease her even more. Then he spoke up, Kay, you're a mage, they'll handle you differently, so don't worry. Kay looked curious, differently how? Zeke flashed a dazzlingly handsome grin and declared, down south they say that possessing a mage's body can ward off curses, so no one's gonna waste it as shark bait. They'll probably just dissolve the whole corpse and sell off the parts to fulfill some obligation or whatever. When Kay heard that, her body practically contorted from the sheer shock, and her scream echoed out of the carriage. So those rings the Mechan members have been wearing all this time aren't replicas, they're real fingers? Ah, I don't even want to know what they'll do with my fingers. If that happens, partner, please collect my body and bury it somewhere sunny and warm, okay? But how do you even know about this stuff? Jack Draker stayed silent, gazing out the window, thinking, how could I not know? I'm the one who understands the southern continent better than anyone. I'm also the one who guided Mechan's rise and fall as a hired killer. He recalled his previous life, the grudges with Mechan before the regression, starting with being expelled from the academy and captured by slave traders, then sold to Men's Soma Plantation. Men's Soma Plantation wasn't just a place growing soma on orders. Sometimes its workers were thrown in as cannon fodder during faction wars, and I was the only one who survived multiple times and came back. Back then, I just felt relieved to be alive and didn't question anything. But thinking back now, my survival instinct must have unconsciously used healing. Anyway, after surviving 5 or 6 cannon fodder missions, Don Juan started training me as a hired assassin. And look, he was right, hired killer work suited my abilities perfectly. Luring targets off guard and then poisoning them made taking down even Violet Knights easy. But Azure Knights were different. Even when I approached without leaving a trace, he somehow sensed it miraculously. And even after being poisoned, he could adjust his aura to burn or expel the toxin. Still, Azure Knights are ultimately human. I learned to exploit those subtle human weaknesses in refined ways, and from there, I became capable of taking them down. When the number of Azure Knights I'd killed reached double digits, I solidified my position as a top hired killer in the Mechan organization. After that, I kept expanding my influence through major achievements in wars and wiping out the Pavla organization, eventually becoming Don Juan's adopted son with the promise of officially inheriting everything. But on the night, they gathered all the top leaders to announce the successor. I killed everyone present, including Don Juan, and left the Mechan organization. And that's it, all ancient history now. While Jack Draker was lost in memories of his past life, Kay was waving her hands to snap him out of it. Hey, partner, you've been dodging my questions this whole time. Don't tell me you're actually a Mechan spy, planning to use me to swallow the syndicate whole. She pointed accusingly, her face tense with suspicion. Jack Draker raised an eyebrow at her but said nothing, then glanced back out the window. That attitude made Kay freeze like she'd turned to stone. Unable to hold back, she pressed, "Am I wrong? Say something, partner." He secretly chuckled. Kay now is different from before the regression. She's still a bit naive, so teasing her is actually pretty fun. Scene shift inside Don Juan's mansion. Inside, quite a crowd of guests had already gathered. Everyone was dressed elegantly, holding glasses of fine wine in their hands. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Don Juan, this is Kay, the syndicate operative I mentioned." Someone was introducing Kay. She quickly curtsied. "It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan." He pressed his lips together, observing the room while thinking in admiration. They really are loaded. Not just men's assassins, but infamous outlaws and even rangers. Quite the diverse lineup. This was inside the secret meeting room behind the mansion's main hall. A row of people seated at the large conference table all glanced toward the two newcomers. The mansion's owner, holding a cigar, gave a friendly smile and spoke. "Pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect a woman. A beautiful mage is rarer than any gem. I'm looking forward to hearing your wise words. Let's get started." This old man was Don Juan, the boss of the Mechan organization. At this point, Kay placed her hand on her chest, took a deep breath, and declared, "A few months ago, do you remember the warehouse fire?" Those words made everyone in the room jolt in shock. Old Don Juan extinguished his cigar and replied, Of course I remember, it's not something anyone could forget. But why bring it up now? His expression turned as cold and demonic as a devil as he questioned her. Kay, pressured by that aura, grew tense and began to stammer. That's because there's a traitor among us who colluded with Pavla to burn the Soma warehouse. Her words caused countless people to roar in fury. What the hell is this crazy bitch saying? Drag her out. Old Don Juan slammed his fist on the table, and the noisy ones quickly shut up. He radiated thick killing intent as he questioned. Those words you just said, do you dare take responsibility for them, Kay? Kay nodded without hesitation. Don Juan extended his hand and continued. Fine, then tell me who's the one bold enough to betray Meccan. The people there grew extremely anxious, terrified their own name would be called. Suddenly Zeke Draker grabbed one of them, pressed a knife to his throat to hold him hostage, and only then spoke. A pleasure to meet you, Don Juan. He introduced himself calmly. I'm Zeke Murray. Regarding the part you just mentioned, I believe I can help. Old Don Juan remained composed and replied, Zeke Murray, pleasure to meet you. It's my birthday, you come empty-handed but bring a knife. As he asked, he lit another cigar. Zeke Draker looked at the man in his grip and said, the gift's right here, isn't it? Don Juan, are you saying your dear brother Joaquin here is the traitor? Kay flashed a wicked, excited grin. Hey Joaquin, or should I say Almencho, you should know best of all. Why don't you just confess yourself? Joaquin gritted his teeth in panic. How the hell does this guy know something even the boss hasn't noticed? Then he shouted, you useless bastards, what are you standing around for? After taking so much of my money, do something useful for once. The nearby guards were confused, but even if you say that, we can't do anything. That guy's a pro, he didn't leave a single opening to get close. If we attack from range, he'll use Mr. Joaquin as a shield. He might even be a spy sent by Pavla. Zeke's eyes sharpened, not bad for Meccan's right-hand man, trusted a lot, huh? Meanwhile, you're the real Pavla spy, yet you dare turn around and suspect me. Joaquin, still with a knife at his throat, sneered, now that you're exposed you're just spouting nonsense, huh? Zeke replied calmly, pretty confident, aren't you? You think I'd do all this without evidence? At that moment Kay began activating her mage abilities. A stack of documents appeared on the table in front of old Don Juan. He quickly picked it up to examine. Don Juan silently flipped through it with a contemplative look. Then his eyes narrowed. You brought something interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only did Joaquin collude with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Pavla bastards are pirates too. Those words left the remaining people stunned. Zeke Draker thought to himself, as expected, just mentioning pirates changes the whole atmosphere. No one likes pirates, especially Southerners, who hate them more than anyone because they're closest to pirate bases and suffer the heaviest losses of any continent. And above all, Don Juan had lost his entire family to pirates, so his hatred for them was irreconcilable. Even for Don Juan, he would never overlook anything involving pirates. So what are you planning to do now? The restrained Joaquin, seeing this, gritted his teeth in even greater panic. Damn it, where the hell did you get that photo? And that report too, it clearly states I smuggled with Pavla before, and it links to the Soma warehouse fire a few months ago. Just that alone is enough to make people suspicious of me. Suddenly, old Don Juan tossed the documents onto the table. I've looked through it carefully, Zeke Murray. But if it's just this little bit of evidence, you think I'd suspect Joaquin, my own flesh and blood brother? Zeke Draker furrowed his brow and thought, looks like this alone isn't enough. I didn't want to resort to this method, but it seems there's no other choice. Then he whispered something into Joaquin Mencho's ear, making the man's body freeze rigid like stone. Old Don Juan stayed calm and continued. If that's really all there is, then you've insulted my brother unforgivably. At that point, Joaquin gritted his teeth and declared, Boss, Zeke Murray is right. The one who secretly colluded with Pavla is me. Right then, his pupils contracted lifelessly, as if he was no longer fully conscious. The room fell so silent, you could hear a pin drop. Old Don Juan bowed his head, braced himself on the table, and stood. So that's how it is. I never expected you to betray me. What a disgrace. Since you've confessed like this, you should receive treatment befitting your crimes, right? As he spoke, he stepped forward. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widened, and the old man hurled an axe toward Joaquin. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering even onto Zeke Draker. Just like that, a mangled corpse with a massive head wound and a pool of blood appeared in the meeting room. Zeke Draker swallowed hard, staring at the axe embedded in Joaquin's forehead, thinking, to think the right-hand man of Meccan would turn out to be such a pathetic mess. These Southerners really are something else. He recalled what he just whispered into Joaquin Almencho's ear. Confess that you're the traitor. If you do exactly as I say, I swear before God I won't touch your hidden family. Zeke took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. A vow before God is absolutely trustworthy. Truth is, from the start, I never intended to go after your family anyway. No surprise, he truly lived up to being the infamous crime syndicate boss. Don Juan probably never truly believed El Mencho was the traitor, so he only dealt with him because the situation forced his hand. Because a few months ago, the one who caused the fire at the Soma warehouse, the incident that dealt Mecking heavy losses, was also the one who colluded with Pavla and set the blaze. While Kay had insisted that the traitor colluding with Pavla and the arsonist were one and the same person. At the same time, I acted in the most extreme way possible, pointing straight at El Mencho's face and declaring him a traitor before immediately subduing him. On top of that came the bombshell revelation that the Pavla organization was actually a bunch of pirates all along. In the midst of such utter chaos, Don Juan somehow managed to stay calm, coldly analyzing the situation. But his subordinates sure as hell couldn't, and right in the middle of that madness, El Mencho himself admitted out loud that he was the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't actually a traitor, letting it slide would probably cause the organization's discipline to completely collapse. Sure enough, Don Juan stayed as coldly rational as ever, not changing a thing. He pressed his lips together and stared hard at the other side. The old Don Juan now pulled his axe out of the corpse, dragging along a horrifying trail of fresh blood. A bizarre, demonic aura surrounded him, his eyes ice-cold like he was staring at prey. Then he spoke again, but if Kay's report is correct and Joquin really was the traitor, then all those close associates of mine who went to cozy up to him must be traitors too. Those words made the remaining subordinates flinch in panic. The old Don Juan slammed his axe down hard onto the stack of documents. The report spells it out clearly. The burning of the Soma warehouse was just a stepping stone so you could prepare to switch sides to Pavla along with Joquin. If you confess just like my brother Joquin did, I'll send you off without making you suffer any pain. Someone tried to defend themselves. This is completely slander. The old man's sharp eyes scanned the room, one guy sweating buckets pointed at Kay. We never had any plan like that. This has to be some filthy trick from that damn witch. If you interrogate that sorceress. He didn't even finish the sentence before a blow struck him instantly, cutting him off for good. A spray of fresh blood splattered across Kay. Her expression turned to stunned shock at the scene, her body trembling as she looked down at the corpse at her feet. A questioning voice rang out. What the hell are you doing, Zeke Murray? The one who had just struck was Zeke Draker. He answered calmly, I'm just helping the boss deal with a traitor, that's all. Joquin already confessed himself and you personally executed him. The rest of these guys who went to cozy up were in on it with him anyway, so we've got every right and reason to kill them now, don't we? The old Don Juan glanced at him, thinking to himself, I kept wondering what this kid was really scheming. And it turns out his ultimate goal was to use my hand to wipe out the syndicate. The old man kept his head lowered, thinking, reputation, sounds nice. But Zeke Murray. His cold gaze fixed on Zeke. So in the end, are you a messenger from the gods sent to help me, or just a pawn of the devil here to destroy me? The corner of Zeke Draker's mouth curled up like everything was going exactly according to plan. He placed his hand on his own chest and declared confidently, I'm neither a messenger of the gods nor a servant of demons. I'm just a business partner coming to propose a new deal. Don Juan looked puzzled. A business partner. He confirmed, exactly. I figured you'd see it that way too. Boss, you want to wipe out the current corporate order and restore proper command, right? But with Ishtar's expulsion order and Pavla's control over the sea routes, the only remaining distribution network for Soma that Mecking has is through the organization right now. You're sharp enough to see all of this clearly, boss. That's exactly why you hesitated to punish them even after learning they'd betrayed you. The old man listened and thought in astonishment. You talk like you've known me for years. Zeke Draker went on, don't worry, by now the syndicate's Soma distribution has been completely taken over by Kay. Kay, still trembling, forced a nervous laugh when her name came up. Ha ha ha. Zeke Draker continued confidently. From here on out, Kay and I will take over from the syndicate and handle Mecking's Soma distribution ourselves. Don Juan sat back down in his chair in silence, feeling somewhat at ease, and replied, That's actually a damn good offer, Zeke Murray. If everything you've said is true, business deals have to be built on trust. But without trust, how can I possibly hand over distribution to you when this is our very first meeting? Zeke agreed, you're absolutely right. The old man asked, so how about this? Suddenly he threw the axe to one side, then tossed the stack of documents into the air, drew his own sword, and finally drove it straight down through the photo on top of the documents. After that whole sequence of moves, he turned back with an arrogant grin. Paulo Santos, I'm going to wipe out the territory controlled by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Paulo the Coward. His nickname came from always prioritizing safety above everything else. That's why, even though he'd been made an enforcer, his reputation in the organization was rock bottom. Don Juan calmly analyzed, "Zeke Draker, you even know details like his existence and his nickname." "Yeah, well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care." After weighing the pros and cons, Don Juan stood up and said, "All right, that guy might earn my trust. But even though I'm impressed by your boldness and guts, that place is still way too dangerous to ambush alone, so I'll send Meckin's elite assassination squad to back you up." Zeke thought to himself, "Back me up my ass, they'll just be watching me the whole time." The old man continued, "And while you're proving your courage just as a precaution, the young lady here will be under my protection." He turned toward Kay with a sleazy expression. She was incredibly tense and terrified, her body still shaking. Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened as he thought, "That's just a longer way of saying she's being taken hostage." Then he replied, "Understood, please take good care of Kay, boss. The Soma port is massive, so I'll send Meckin's elite assassination squad to support you." By now it was night, one arm raised. Kay led the assassination team as they arrived, and he immediately signaled, "Stop." At that moment, Manuel, the squad leader, glanced at him and thought in admiration. Even as the team leader, I stopped at his command without even realizing it. Well, after seeing his skills, only an idiot wouldn't follow his orders. He has more endurance than assassins like us, moves faster and more precisely, like he knows this northern forest by heart. But above all, he's insanely skilled in combat, even against powerful beasts that could easily take down the highest paid mercenaries from the wolf tribe. The guy's a straight-up monster. Manuel just kept marveling at Zeke Draker's strength for a while. Zeke Draker suddenly spoke, "All of you wait here." Manuel got flustered, but we're here as overseers, we're not supposed to help directly. Zeke Draker looked back with icy eyes. "This is the only spot where the factory can be clearly seen. Stop saying things you don't actually mean and just focus on observing." With that, he vanished forward in an instant. Manuel called after him in panic, "Murray." Manuel felt helpless dealing with this guy. One team member asked, "What should we do, boss?" Manuel answered right away, "We'll do exactly what he said and keep observing from here. Like he told us, we're only here to supervise, no need to follow him into the fight. From now on, stay sharp, make sure our camouflage is perfect so we don't get spotted." While he was talking, a fire suddenly erupted below. Manuel broke into a cold sweat at the speed. He's already charging in. Down below, a massive blaze was spreading. People were lying everywhere gasping from the fire, looking absolutely horrifying. Then a swirling pillar of flame began twisting through the air. Shouts rang out, "There's a mage among the attackers. We can't handle this alone. Request immediate backup from the magic weapon team right now." Zeke Draker held a small sword glowing with fire. Those reactions were only natural since it was their first time seeing an elemental sword. Someone spotted him and yelled, "Intruder sighted." Zeke closed his eyes and sighed. But against an organization facing off with Meckin in the north, I already expected this. Their response is damn quick. A group armed with weapons rushed in to attack him. Waves of power shot out simultaneously, met with fireballs in return. This was the elemental sword's attack. Will-O-Wisp field radiant flame. Zeke Draker dashed through, setting those people ablaze. After finishing, Zeke Draker landed back on the ground. Looking at the burning corpses, Zeke Draker muttered, "But this still isn't enough to even warm up." Suddenly he glanced to one side, frowned, and exclaimed, "That coward Paulo really is a crazy bastard." Right then, Zeke was being targeted by tank barrels aimed straight at him. He even tapped into a mana pool. How much money got wasted here? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just hire mages? The tanks quickly powered up. Cannon fire exploded out, heading straight for Zeke. He casually raised his elemental sword and sliced the massive shell in half, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Delayed explosions erupted behind him. Done, Zeke gave a satisfied grin. Yeah, unless you're a criminal, no one would accept a trade deal like that. With that, he unleashed a barrage of moves. Elemental sword, wind field, sword dance. The surge of power shattered the tanks and everything nearby. Behind the black face mask, the corner of Zeke's mouth curled up. Before regression, I probably would have run the moment I saw that mana pool. He turned his back to the still raging explosions, then swung his sword through the air. But things are different now. Sometime later, the entire area was reduced to ruins and lingering flames. Inside the underground corridor lay corpses everywhere along with pools of blood. The last ones were quickly dealt with. He fell, revealing Zeke Draker, who had just struck. As he walked in, scratching his head, after taking care of all these, it's about time for him to show up. Suddenly an arrow shot toward him. Zeke casually caught it. Abruptly, the arrow exploded into some kind of powder. The system immediately displayed, "Black Mamba poison detected. Immunity to all poisons negates the effect of the poison." Administrator command confirmed. Continuous activation of class recovery skill has been temporarily suspended. Zeke Draker frowned and glanced to one side. Finally showing yourself, huh? At that moment, the man named Paulo Santos stepped out from the shadows and spoke. What the hell is the underground army doing, letting an intruder get all the way in here? 5, 6 footsteps drew closer, accompanied by a threatening voice. What you just inhaled is deadly poison. Even someone who uses aura can't do a thing against this lethal toxin. He held up a vial of antidote and laid out his condition. I'll give you a chance to trade information about your accomplices for the antidote. A Pavla organization officer, Paulo Santos. Paulo started mocking Owen as he struggled. Looks like this was a diversion, but seeing how quiet the ground is, your buddies have probably all been taken care of, right? Why not make the trade nice and easy before it's too late? But he quickly saw through the guy's intentions. Trade for something that doesn't even exist. You think I'm that easy to fool? Just glancing at the poisoned arrow lying on the ground told him how dangerous it was. For Southerners, the fact that black mamba venom has no antidote was basic common knowledge. An ordinary person would die in minutes from it, and even a blue knight would struggle to purge the toxin and might end up with lasting damage. It really was an extreme poison. On top of that, Owen knew a lot about poisons, so he was lucky enough to avoid most of it. And with 100 poisons immunity, it had zero effect on him anyway. The black mamba poison was detected thanks to 100 poisons immunity. His body remained completely unaffected. Without wasting words, he straight up smashed the antidote vial in Paulo's hand. Paulo, now furious after having his plan wrecked, shouted, "You crazy bastard, you just destroyed the antidote, you really want to die that bad?" Suddenly, right after he finished yelling, his face froze stiff, speechless. Owen looked utterly confident as he laid out the full truth. "Relax, my body is naturally immune to poisons. Oh, and he can even shift into another form that looks super battle-ready." His eyes lit up and he threw out a threat. "The reason the ground's so quiet is because I already wiped out all your comrades." Paulo was stunned speechless by those words. What? He still stubbornly argued back on his own logic. "Don't bullshit me. They're Pavla's elite, equipped with magic weapons too." Owen kept taunting him. "If you're curious, go check for yourself, assuming you still can, that is." Paulo roared. "Who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this?" He answered calmly. "You must have already guessed a little, right?" Paulo gritted his teeth hard. He tried guessing his identity. "Don't tell me you're from Meccan." Owen confirmed, quick on the uptake, huh? Probably based on some personal deductions that led him to a reasonable answer. The only ones who could stir up Pavla this badly were Meccan, but I thought both sides still respected each other's boundaries. What the hell is this sudden move about? Owen didn't hold back on the sarcasm toward Paulo. "You really have no shame, do you?" Paulo asked in surprise. "What?" He didn't bother holding back anymore and straight up cursed him out. "The so-called respect from Pavla is just sneaking into the other side's distribution lines and waiting for a chance to smuggle goods, right?" Owen laid out a string of evidence. He even threatened, making Paulo a bit anxious. "Pavla's crossed the line. That alone is enough reason to declare war. The boss has declared he won't stop until Pavla is reduced to ashes. He even swore to sweep every last filthy pirate off the southern continent." Once he realized all his secrets were exposed, Paulo hurriedly turned to run. "He even knew your origins were pirates all along. Damn it." Owen immediately chased after him. "You think you can get away from here?" After chasing Paulo for a while, Owen ended up stumbling into a vast, wide-open room. He cautiously stepped deeper inside and carefully scanned around. "Guess the hunt ends here, but what is this place? It's completely different from that underground mine just now." On the way there, Owen hadn't had it easy. He struggled quite a bit dealing with the traps. Plus, the path here was loaded with countless snares. He'd even had to pretend to get caught in some to avoid suspicion. What a pain. Being quick-witted and knowledgeable, Owen immediately figured out the presence of those traps. Those traps weren't original to the ruins. They looked like someone had set them up recently. He cursed the enemies under his breath in frustration. "Damn Pavla bastards, what the hell are they doing here?" As Owen pressed forward, a mysterious figure had been lying in wait behind him. The figure rushed forward like a gust of wind toward Owen. Taking advantage of a moment when he wasn't paying attention, the figure drew his sword to finish him off from behind. Sensing the danger, Owen dodged just in time as the blade swung down. He closed in right next to the guy's face and said in a cold voice, "Who the hell are you, you freak?" The guy panicked from being startled by Owen and quickly pulled his sword back. He stared with eyes full of terror and extreme rage. The sword in Owen's hand began to glow, and he casually carved a few souvenir slashes across the guy in front of him. The attacker's eyes rolled back white, his body covered in wounds. Owen just looked coldly at the corpse, feeling zero remorse. He stepped decisively right over the body lying on the floor. Further along, Owen realized there were more of the same kind as before. "No matter where I go, these bastards keep showing up." He finally ran into their squad and their leader. damn it, the Empire's hunting dogs. The leader started spouting off arrogantly. That's exactly why I didn't want to cooperate with those southern scum. They should have handled their own shit within their borders. Bringing a pack of rats all the way in here, what the hell are they playing at? He growled a threat at Owen. Anyway, since you've come this far, don't even dream of leaving alive. Based on his analysis, Owen made a prediction. On the tactical maps of those hunting dogs I ran into in the resident mountains, they clearly marked ruins in the southern continent too. So this place is one of the ruins holding the artifacts the Emperor's after. Owen gripped his sword tightly. The arrogant leader cautiously warned his men. That dagger looks ordinary on the surface, but there was clearly wind swirling around it before he swung. Treat it like some ancient relic and handle it with extreme care. The soldier obeyed, understood. He shot a murderous glare, noticing something in the opponent's hand that caught his eye. A magic scroll. The leader hurriedly ordered his troops. That's a magic scroll. Get ready immediately. Owen reassured them. Hey, no need to freak out that much. He explained clearly what the magic scroll he held actually did. This is just soundproofing magic and a protective barrier, no offensive power at all. The outer door started working as he described. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, nothing that happens in here will leak outside. Owen stared straight at them, completely unfazed. No need to worry about getting discovered. Plus, chances to test out techniques like this don't come around every day, so go ahead and enjoy it to the fullest. He raised his arm high and declared loudly, "Right." The leader started feeling uneasy about what Owen had predicted. That spatial bag seems a bit off. It doesn't look like it's connecting to another space as a medium. It looks like it's created directly in the void. He was also puzzled about the opponent's gear, and that weird weapon from earlier too, a mage who can use a sword. Suddenly he froze in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. Owen's hands underwent a clear transformation. They emitted a strange light. In an instant, he held a divine sword radiating immense power. An aura sword. The leader cried out in horror, "Is that guy a blue knight?" A sharp sword slash cut through, accompanied by a flash of light in the space. Thanks to the holy sword's support, Owen could confidently handle an entire squad without wasting much effort. Dragon Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 1, Form 1, Heavenly Slash. The leader didn't escape his tragic fate either, falling victim to Owen's deadly technique. The door held by magic probably gradually faded away once Owen finished wiping out the enemies. By now the place was in ruins, with a fire lit in the middle. Owen had anticipated the current situation and used a brilliant ploy. If the bodies are burned with fire, it'll be hard to find any traces. Plus, it'll make people think Meccan hired not just knights but mages for the raid too. That way, the conflict between Meccan and Pavla could escalate even more intensely. A strange premonition rose in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, "Now I remember why Pavla and the Roman Empire are both showing up here. If I had to guess, it's probably a collaboration to search for ancient southern ruins." Owen recalled the past, immediately thinking of the most likely outcome before regression. "When I came here back then, there was no sign of anything like this." Makes sense. It was about 3 years later than now, so they probably found the artifact and pulled out by then. Owen brushed past the dust on the ground, satisfied with his own efforts. As long as the result is good, that's what matters. Even if I just stumbled into it by chance, I still wrecked that Emperor's plans. Seeing everything wrapped up, he felt at ease to leave. Guess it's really time to head back now. But suddenly realizing something, he turned back for one last glance and spotted the red robot's leg appearing again. It spoke up, what a hassle. It stepped out with an arrogant, imposing presence. I sensed a powerful, ferocious aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to check. Owen could clearly feel each step and the presence right behind him. A stern voice rang out, carrying heavy killing intent. So there's an uninvited guest after all. The air around was thick with murderous aura. Zeke turned around to look. He immediately recognized the familiar shape of the armor in front of him, and muttered suspiciously, "This armor, it looks a lot like Hersian, the magic armor granted to Draker's Crimson Knight, right?" In his mind, he pictured it along with some details, one of the treasured artifacts. Hersian was engraved with all kinds of support magic, from weight reduction to self-recovery. After observing for a bit, Zeke also noticed differences between the two, but this guy's Hersian was slightly different from the Empire's version. Zeke boldly asked him straight, "Who are you? That armor you're wearing looks just like Hersian. Are you the Empire's Crimson Knight?" Before he could react, the guy pressed his sword right to Zeke's throat in a threat. With no other choice, Zeke drew his own holy sword to counter. Both sides clashed in a fierce battle, evenly matched in power and stamina. Fierce green light glowed from the knight's eyes. Zeke gritted his teeth, pouring everything into holding him off. The fight grew even more intense as the red-armored knight turned the tables and launched a ferocious assault. Zeke barely dodged the classic shockwave strike, getting slammed straight into the wall behind him, but he refused to give up. As the Iron Knight leaped high for the finishing blow, Zeke got into a defensive stance just in time. The two collided, creating a powerful ground-shaking impact. Zeke and the Iron Knight kept clashing, neither willing to yield. Zeke realized the guy's insane endurance and iron will in direct combat. Damn it, this strength is basically monstrous. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Could Herjin have extra reinforcement magic boosting his power? Zeke's only option left was to actively dodge the guy's relentless chain of attacks. The knight still stood tall amid the thick smoke, completely unscathed, looking up with eyes that had turned terrifyingly menacing. Behind him rose a rock outcrop as tall as a person. Activating the skill, Elemental Sword Metallic Field Force. In a short time, it completely enveloped the red-armored knight inside. He easily broke through with a small gap at the top, then used his transcendent technique to slash relentlessly at the torn barrier. The overwhelmingly powerful knight quickly shattered it into fragments. He emerged prouder and more imposing than ever after breaking free from the opponent's trap. A blinding flash of light shot toward him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The knight was affected by the strange light, freezing in place for a second. Activating the skill, Flash Calamity. Then a barrage of large and small rocks came crashing down relentlessly all over his body without mercy. Taking advantage of the knight being distracted, Zeke quickly stepped forward one pace. A small flash of light streaked through the silent space. Zeke was shocked. He hadn't expected that despite trying everything, he still couldn't take him down completely. Caught it, you actually blocked an aura sword too. He boldly stepped right in front of the knight without the slightest hesitation. Zeke had encountered some disadvantages in actual combat which made him hesitate a bit while preparing a new move, activating the skill. Dragon Tribe Dragon Scale Armor. Activating the skill, Dragon Tribe Dragon Scale Armor. He was still determined to fight back with the holy sword by his side, while the knight remained chained and restrained. For the time being, Zeke prioritized safety, deciding to hold a defensive stance in one spot to be absolutely sure. Zeke looked at him with contemptuous eyes and mocked, "So you've got quite a few freakish tricks after all." The knight paused for a moment, then repeated the question Zeke had asked earlier. "You asked who I was just now, right?" Zeke furrowed his brow, clearly eager for the guy to reveal his identity. "With your level of strength, you should at least let me know your name." The knight finally revealed his alias. "I am Kane Zemens Constantinus." Zeke immediately grew suspicious about the name. His name doesn't just have Zemens. It seemed Zeke had noticed something abnormal hidden behind a secret, and there's Constantinus too. Information about his lineage had already been updated beforehand. Constantinus is a surname passed down exclusively to the imperial family of the Roman Empire. Moreover, imperial middle names can only come from the elector families, meaning the nobility with the right to vote for the emperor in the Roman Empire. From these small details, Zeke pieced together a huge story. So that means the Zemens family, the great clan of Draker, is actually one of the elector families of the Roman Empire. He began shifting into a different state. The system notified, demonic energy detected. Eliminating the bearer of demonic energy will grant bonus points. He shielded his eyes with his hand, feeling a bit confused inside. "I don't know exactly what demonic energy is." The light radiating from Kane's side was so blinding Zeke had to cover his eyes, but it was definitely extremely dangerous. He prepared a decisive strike to showcase his power and authority. "I never expected to encounter a knight on my level in this desolate place. In that case, I'll show proper courtesy myself and grant you a glorious death with all my strength." Zeke knew his limits well. He understood the scope of the opponent's power, so he calmly assessed. "Can't counter this with ordinary techniques anymore. Even using elemental sword against him, my level is still way too far behind." Zeke stomped his foot hard on the ground. He had figured out how to deal with him. If that's the case, then there's only one way left. Zeke raised his sword and began unleashing a crucial move. Dragon Slaying Sword Art Chapter 8 Form 2, Dragon Scale Thrust. But he still felt a bit worried because the counterattack wasn't fully completed, and it still wasn't enough. Zeke had already witnessed Kane's terrifying skills and power, so he was very cautious. His defense and power reinforcement were so superior they could even repel an aura sword. As long as Herjin was still there, no fatal wound could be inflicted on him. He raised his sword and lightly swept it across, thinking of a plan. "The priority is at least to drag him down to my level." Activating the skill Magic Reflection. Just as Zeke was about to act, Kane suddenly stopped, making him surprised. What? Herjin just stopped working all of a sudden. The guy turned around in confusion and asked him, "What did you just do?" Zeke felt even more puzzled than him and asked, "What? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about." Kane laughed maniacally, drawing out his spiritual power, preparing to fight. "How interesting. If you won't answer, then forget it." Kane unleashed an attacking surge of power. Determining the number of enemies himself was also one of the pleasures in battle. And several spots were hit by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It kept coming continuously, as if he was swinging wildly instead of aiming at one point. Zeke still stood firm, facing the berserker. Kane kept unleashing power to take him down. He rose up, overturning everything, turning the scene into utter chaos. The entire room was smashed to pieces by him, with no spot left undamaged. And several places were struck by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It kept coming continuously, as if he was swinging wildly instead of aiming at one point. Zeke still stood firm, facing the berserker. Kane kept unleashing power to take him down. He rose up, overturning everything, turning the scene into utter chaos. The whole room was wrecked beyond repair. It exploded to the point the ground shook, debris flying everywhere. After the clash, the room was left in complete ruins, no longer intact. Zeke was gravely wounded, blood flowing everywhere. Damn it, the demonic energy ratio in the administrator's body has exceeded the allowable threshold. The effectiveness of the class elemental healing skill has been reduced. He struggled to get up, clutching his painful wound with a heavy heart. This situation is seriously dangerous now. Kane stood in front of him, unable to hide his admiration. Truly worthy of the Draker bloodline, impressive. He recalled one of the key points from his combat experience with Zeke. Even if only for a moment, to disable Herjin's functions, it can only be the Draker family's sealing magic power. Moreover, the swordsmanship you used in that final strike, when exposed by Kane, left Zeke stunned. It was extremely similar to dragon slaying method. Sure enough, when he paid attention to every move, he immediately deduced how he used it and analyzed it in great detail. The dragon slaying sword art is originally derived from the dragon slaying method, so naturally both have many similarities. However, the dragon scale thrust I just performed only appears in the later parts of the dragon slaying method. It's a forbidden ultimate technique, not transmitted outside the family. For an imperial knight like Kane to know about it proves that the Z-mens have already offered the entire dragon-slaying method to the Empire. Zeke covered his mouth as he vomited a lot of blood. Kane approached him, preparing to give him a gift for the defeated. "Looks like your body has been heavily corroded. It must be very painful to leave you in this state. Would be disrespectful to an opponent who faced me honorably." He decisively thrust a sword into his chest, making him stop instantly. Kane held it in for a while to make sure he was gone. After confirming with his disgusted face, he calmly bid farewell. "Rest in peace." Watching Zeke motionless for a long time, Kane finally turned and left. "Even as an enemy, it's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent like this." Right as he started walking away, suddenly, a small blade shot from behind. It sliced off some hair and left a small cut on his neck. Kane glanced back and discovered Zeke had vanished. At that moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "How is that possible?" Immediately, Zeke appeared behind him, his arm gripping the sword tightly, his eyes flashing with an extremely terrifying gleam. The system had used emergency save, the highest grade recovery potion. The user's stamina and wounds were significantly restored. In the moment he let his guard down, Zeke easily took his head with one extremely light slash. Right after the attack, his body could no longer stand firm. He dropped to his knees, coughing a few times, thinking to himself, "Good thing I had the recovery potion set in the shortcut key." The emergency save is Jabalu Ibune, Hassan's masterpiece, the highest grade recovery potion that instantly heals critical wounds and restores stamina. Note: due to its superior effect, the potion doesn't work on those who have used it before and has some unknown side effect. His body started trembling from the pain. He muttered inwardly, "That was almost the end for me." But it seems the internal injuries from the aura can't be healed. The system kept warning. Attention, skill overuse detected due to excessive skill use. Fatigue has exceeded the danger threshold. He told himself, "If I repair pillars like this, my heart thinks that way." But right now his reason could no longer hold. The whole body went limp, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. For safety, the system will disconnect the administrator's consciousness. With only a few final threads of consciousness left, he told himself, "No, I need to recover more." He directed his gaze toward the recovery potion vial lying scattered on the ground, his voice full of determination. "Right now, no matter what, I have to do it." Suddenly, the image of a dragon's head appeared in his mind. His whole body, like a kite with a broken string, collapsed to the ground. In an instant, a massive surge of energy suddenly erupted outward from his body, devouring everything. The Dragon Tribe Devour skill has been activated. Kane's entire body was now being swept by the energy radiating from him. The system has devoured the fallen demon, corrupted by demonic energy. Stamina, spirit, and depleted mana are being replenished. The remaining generating energy in Kane's body, gradually merged into the demonic power he radiated. Right after that, all the demonic power returned to Zeke's body, beginning to heal him, but a cracking sound rang through the silent space. The system has absorbed the fallen demon's ability. Design. The passive anti-static skill C has evolved into electric shock skill A. After the healing finished, the golden demonic energy gradually dissipated into the air. Abruptly, his eyes snapped wide open, breathing in rapid gasps. He slowly sat up, gently checking the wounds on his body, cursing inwardly. Damn, I thought I was done for. Good thing I remembered Devour. Then his gaze fell on a suit of armor floating in front of him, puzzled. Is this Kane's armor? The system has obtained the anonymous armor. Do you wish to register as the armor user? Zeke pondered complicatedly for a moment, wondering why no name appears. But without any hesitation, he immediately selected yes on the system interface. The system has registered the armor user, but once his choice was complete, the armor rushed forward, enveloping his body. Right now, his entire appearance was no different from Kane's. The system can customize illusion form according to the users. Will among the 28 great magic arrays engraved on the armor, currently 3 magic arrays can be activated. Looking at the bulky armor, but when worn it felt unusually light, making Zeke extremely pleased. Such a badass suit of armor. Wearing this will definitely get spotted by the Empire guys. For now, put it away later, change appearance, then use it. The priority is to escape this place right now. Then he suddenly sensed some kind of scent spreading in the air. This smell is. He looked toward the direction the scent came from, exclaiming, the smell of blood and corpses. Yeah. He went to check and discovered this was a place for human experimentation. Right now, countless scientists were conducting experiments here. He gritted his teeth in rage, cursing inwardly. Damn Empire bastards. The moment they saw him appear, the mages shouted, intruder, capture him. Following their words, countless poison vials in their hands were released outward. He roared angrily, you dare use other people's lives for experiments. He summoned via the system. The system detected toxins synthesized by poison magic, surpassing the 100 poisons immunity physique, entering poisoned state. The poison quickly spread through his body, but immediately he took out a high-grade antidote vial. The system used high-grade antidote. He shouted furiously, then you all better prepare to pay with your lives, right? Following his words, the entire laboratory was completely destroyed by him, engulfed in a sea of flames. He grabbed a stack of documents in his hand, starting to examine the situation. Gotta collect the research materials from this lab. Since it's an imperial laboratory, who knows, it might be related to the red flower disease. While he was studying, suddenly a voice rang out from behind. It's you. And you've already wrecked my lab to ruins. An old man stepped forward, looking at him with extreme anger. Without a second's hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly, charging straight at the old man, preparing to attack. Seeing the light emanating from his sword, the old man let out a soft groan, sword aura. Immediately, the old man raised his hand, summoning a magic circle. But Zeke's speed right now was no joke. He moved incredibly fast, and with just a single strike, easily sliced the old man's body in half. A clean blocking move was unleashed, but the old man's body crumbled like a pile of sand. After being cut in two, it immediately regenerated in the blink of an eye. Looking at it, Zeke assessed. Judging by the magic patterns, it's a desert scorpion tribe elder who specializes in forbidden arts, 6th circle officer level. This guy's a real pain. Didn't expect the Empire to team up with scum like these. The anti-mana skill was activated in just a few seconds. The old man's body was fully regenerated. He shouted in rage, damn it, could you be a pureblood Draker? Realizing his identity, the old man tore apart the magic scroll in his hand. If that's the case, the moment the summoning paper in his hand was ripped, a massive sand dune began forming behind him. In just seconds, it had shaped into a gigantic monster, appearing right in front of Zeke. He judged inwardly, a synthesized chimera. The old man laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this is my ultimate masterpiece. Even a Draker can't hope to stand against it. The monster didn't hesitate and charged forward, swinging its claws at him. Zeke immediately used his weapon to block the attack head-on. The instant the two strikes collided, sharp metallic clangs rang out non-stop. Both sides exchanged continuous blows. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly, as if calculating something. Right after, a large amount of mana surged beneath his feet. At the same time, the monster's claw slammed hard into the floor, shattering stone and earth. He vanished from its sight in that moment. Using his agility, he slipped behind the monster, unleashing the phantom step technique of the gale wind style. The monster quickly noticed and swung its scorpion tail to attack him. But without hesitation, he swung his sword and severed the tail clean off. He marveled inwardly, it has no blind spots at all. He regained his composure, lowered his stance to the ground, and began thinking, I don't plan to waste time in a place like this. If this drags on, their guards will show up. But right now he had no other choice, except to fight the monster in front of him. Then he looked at the system screen in slight surprised, the system can activate the innate Dragon Tribe Dominion power. Do you wish to tame the Dragon Tribe target? He felt a bit doubtful. Dragon Tribe Dominion. Without hesitation, he activated the Dragon Tribe Dragon Chinese letter skill behind him. A gigantic eye appeared radiating immense pressure. He declared, "Submit." Looking into that eye filled the monster with absolute terror. It reacted like it had seen its parent. Its attitude flipped 180 degrees, now looking like a stuffed toy. The system has awakened fear from the inferior Dragon Tribe. The Dragon Tribe Dominion effect has increased. He marveled inwardly. Both Dragon Chinese letter and Dragon Tribe Dominion worked. Looks like when they created the Chimera, some Dragon Tribe traits got mixed in. The system activates Dragon Tribe Dominion to tame the Dragon Tribe target. Do you agree? He reached out and touched the system screen. Yeah, tame it. The moment he confirmed, 2 golden chains suddenly appeared, advancing to wrap around the monster's body, making it terrified. The system has successfully tamed the inferior Dragon Tribe. Looking at the notification, he grinned excitedly. Jackpot. He stepped forward, petting it, and praised, "Good boy, just like a puppy, huh?" Seeing his summoned beast suddenly become friendly with Zeke, the old man hiding behind the wall was utterly stunned. Why isn't the Chimera obeying me anymore? Zeke now turned his attention to him, his eyes cold as he commanded, "Bite him." In just a few seconds, the old man collapsed in a pool of blood filled with unspoken rage and frustration. Zeke approached to collect the spoils, starting to check. Let's see what this guy was carrying. Looking at the stack of documents, he exclaimed, "Gulabu al-Lamani. Looks like this guy's the number 2 in the Scorpion tribe." He was extremely curious, planning to turn and ask his new pet, but suddenly 2 system panels appeared, interrupting his thoughts. "System, do you wish to name the tamed Dragon Tribe? A named Dragon Tribe can be summoned at any time by the owner's call." Looking at the notification, he was surprised. "You want me to name it? From now on, you're Gurav." The system registered summon beast. Gurav, the beast's face immediately darkened. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What, don't like it? Too bad, I'm done here." After finishing up, he returned to Don Juan's mansion. Seeing him return safely, the old man clapped in praise. "Truly amazing, absolutely astonishing, Zeke Murray. I never thought you'd handle that coward Paulo too." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you've proven it. I have no choice but to believe you." Zeke replied nonchalantly, "I always keep my promises." "Exactly, you've proven it. I can't not believe you. A valiant warrior deserves respect. I always cherish and value strong warriors like my own children. I want to treat you the same way." Hearing those words made Zeke pause thoughtfully for a few seconds. He recalled images from his previous life, cursing inwardly. Children, you mean the kind of children you can use and discard like tools whenever you want. You dare say that to me, you son of a bitch. I'll kill you with my own hands someday. The old man stepped closer, wanting to show him something. "Zeke Murray, take a look. This is the gift I've prepared for you." As he spoke, countless gift boxes were stacked up, still dripping with fresh blood. This made Zeke's eyes narrow slightly in surprise. The old man continued, "Didn't you want to become my business partner? Then we need matching proof of trust, right?" Zeke approached and began inspecting the boxes. After observing from the outside for a bit, he marveled inwardly. Definitely the size and weight match like this. As he spoke, he opened one of the boxes, and immediately images of the syndicate organization's members flashed in his mind. And those were the syndicate's leadership. Seeing him silent for a long time, the old man probed, satisfied. Zeke kept his calm demeanor, not answering right away. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile as he replied cheerfully, "Of course, boss." He thought inwardly, "Perfect, everything went according to plan. This wiped out the syndicate leadership. Now just need to put K at the top." The old man turned, cutting off his thoughts. "But there's a new issue that just came up." Zeke asked curiously, "What issue?" The old man explained, "It seems Pavla has figured out we were the attackers. They're even spouting nonsense that I mobilized knights and mages." Zeke exhaled, thinking inwardly, "Well, it does look that way." The old man continued, "So while we're at it, I want to deliver a decisive warning to those filthy pirates. The true master of the southern continent is Meccan." Hearing that, Zeke thought inwardly, "So you're saying you want me to hit Pavla again?" Thinking that inwardly, but outwardly he didn't refuse. "I'll do it." Seeing him agree so suddenly made the old man very curious. Zeke explained, "I'll go to Pavla and clearly convey your will, boss. But in exchange, I have one request. Give Kay more authority so she can become the center of the new syndicate." At his proposal, the old man pondered for a few seconds, then immediately agreed. "Fine, I'll take responsibility as her guardian. And for you, I'll send my best assassin along with the cartel squad." As he spoke, he lightly snapped his fingers, and instantly 4 figures appeared extremely quickly around them. A man with an utterly cold expression appeared behind him. He stared intently at Zeke but said nothing. Don Juan explained, he'll be very useful. Looking at the man, Zeke thought inwardly, that guy is. Scene shift to Paulo Santos's area in the Pavla cartel. The intelligence bureau now looked utterly devastated after a bloody battle. Two pairs of feet slowly stepped inside. The one behind spoke up. Able, investigations done. We've checked with the Empire's intel too. There's nothing left to dig up. We've got the results already. What more is there? At least one squad of knights and mages fought fiercely here. Ignoring his words, Abel bent down to examine the scene. He found a lingering trace of mana on the ground. At this strange action, the one behind called his name curiously. Abel explained, no, there was only one person here. This shocked the blonde young man. What did you say, sir? Just one person. There are sword marks and magic traces. Abel affirmed, at least Crimson Knight level or higher. That one person cleaned up everyone here. There are signs. The intelligence bureau hurriedly covered things up, meaning there's something even we aren't supposed to know. We have to find out what the Empire is hiding. Those words suddenly sent chills down the young man's spine in fear. He stepped forward to stop him. Wait, sir, you're going to investigate the Intelligence Bureau. What about the consequences? Facing his worry, he reminded, William, there's something here I absolutely can't overlook. My instincts tell me it's right here. You know how badly I've wanted to make Draker and the Empire mine right. Scene shift to the port in Pavla cartel. The pirates' eyes were all fixed on a small boat preparing to dock. One stepped out from the crowd and called, a small boat like this, which side are you with? Zeke didn't hesitate at all, gripping his blade tightly. He immediately leaped forward with incredible speed, charging at the questioner, delivering one lightning fast clean slash, sending him straight to the other world. Down below, Simon watched, the pirate's body falling into the sea. Without the slightest hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. Once he'd locked onto the target, he launched his sword forward, pinning the pirate cleanly to the wall. That decisive action earned Zeke's silent praise. Handled it super clean, no noise, straight into the water. After finishing, he pointed behind him, reminding, up you go, Simon. The guy still wore that utterly cold expression, not bothering to reply. Simon Zapatero, in my previous life, he was the one who taught me southern sword techniques and assassination arts. Even in the Meccan cartel full of scum, he's the only one I could truly trust. Plus, even after regression, his combat coordination is still top-notch. It'd be great if I could pull him over to my side. Up in the city, countless soldiers were patrolling everywhere, Zeke remarked in admiration. Soldiers deployed all over the city. Simon asked curiously, any way to infiltrate the central area? He replied, of course there is. This place used to belong to the Holy Empire, so there are definitely underground sewers built from that era. The guy questioned back, planning to go through the sewers? That's ridiculous. How do you even navigate a maze-like sewer system? Zeke slipped both hands into his pockets, answering confidently, just shut up and watch everything has its way. At that moment, the system sent a notification, guiding route to Mateo's underground sewer room. Looking at the mini-map in front, he moved forward without hesitation, thinking inwardly. With the mini-map's navigation function, even a maze is no problem. Looks like a ton of soldiers ahead, so gotta take a detour. And it seems anyone Crimson Knight level or higher doesn't show up separately, so have to stay careful. That's how Kane caught me off guard last time. After moving for a while, he turned back to remind everyone, we're almost there. From here we split up. You guys plant bombs in as many spots as possible. I'll go handle the number 2 guy, Mateo. The group replied in unison, understood. After assigning tasks, he turned and headed in one direction. The spot he chose this time was the city's central garbage dump. He slowly climbed up the sewer pipes, thinking as he went, if I kill Mateo, Pavla's big boss will lose it. Then Meccan will go to war with Pavla. With a light tug, he yanked the iron grate off the sewer opening and slipped inside easily. While walking, he kept thinking, does Don Juan really want this sending me here? A guy so cautious he personally eliminated his own right-hand man just to keep the organization's discipline intact. No way, on the contrary, he probably hopes everyone sent here never comes back. He's using this very raid as a warning to Pavla, while showing off that sacrifices at this level mean nothing to him. But things won't go the way you want, Don Juan, because I'm actually going to kill Mateo. Right now, he was moving toward the end of the tunnel, and immediately kicked the manhole cover, flying outward. The soldiers jumped in shock, shouting, who goes there? Without hesitation, he leaped down, moving fast as the wind, giving each one a sweet clean slash right through the chest. After dealing with a few small fries, he sensed something off. Weird, Pavla teamed up with the Empire, so why isn't there a single Imperial here? The minimap isn't reacting either. Just as the thought finished, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his vision. The moment his sight cleared, countless Imperial knights and mages had surrounded him, yelling, take him alive. 3 soldiers charged at him ready to attack. He instantly swung his arm, grabbing one, using the momentum to leap into the then spun and kicked hard, driving the blade straight through another soldier's head, sending him off for good. The mage in the back ordered the mage team immediately fire. The system sent a notification, activating swift movement skill. His speed multiplied several times over, easily dodging the mage's recent attack. He dashed straight toward them, gripping tightly the sword he'd just pulled from inventory. Using the elemental sword Gale Force Field skill with one extremely simple move, he effortlessly wiped out the entire group of mages. Looking at the remaining mages, he spoke coldly, "I'll give you one chance only." Right now his body was enveloped in a brilliant aura and golden glow. The system sent a notification, Dragon Turtle skill activated. He commanded coldly, "Kneel right now and I'll spare you. Otherwise charge at me with the resolve to die." His words carried such menace the mages were terrified. After finishing off the soldiers, a sudden thought flashed in his mind. What the hell is the Empire doing all the way down south anyway? He noticed a surge of dark magic heading toward him. Up above, a mage spoke coldly, a little eel getting in the way of the grand plan. This sudden appearance left him a bit stunned. How long has this guy been here? I didn't sense a single breath earlier. He turned and asked, "Who are you?" The guy didn't answer right away, instead extending his arm from the ring on his finger. A torrent of dark magic poured outward, rushing toward the soldiers Zeke had just killed. After a few seconds, the soldiers suddenly jerked upright. Turning into zombies, he ordered, "Capture him for obstructing the grand plan. I'll personally extract your soul." Looking at the zombies in front of him, he muttered inwardly, "Zombies able to revive such a large number in one go. Is he a high-level dark mage? But aren't most dark mages of that level from the Scorpion tribe? Why doesn't this guy have any tattoos or circles?" His eyes suddenly flashed with a golden gleam. Then he sped up, wiping out the annoying small fries. The system sent notifications. Eliminated dark energy corrupted zombie, gained 10 karma points. Looking at the system screen that just popped up, he was a bit surprised. Then the corner of his mouth curled into an amused grin. Points, nice. And so a karma farming session began. For a while after, the system kept sending notifications of plus 10 karma points. He unleashed one final sword strike, taking down the last zombie, then turned back to the system screen. So that was the last one, huh? Standing above observing his battle, the dark mage just stood there silently. Then his entire body began dissolving into the air, vanishing without a trace. Looking up, Zeke marveled, "What, he just left like that?" He turned to leave, thinking inwardly, "Gotta turn that guy into a farm spot later. Anyway, this side's done. A bit further and it'll be Mateo's office." So the time's almost here. His steps were suddenly halted by something. Right now he faced it with complete calm. Speaking lightly, "I've been waiting for you, Simon." The guy still held that same attitude from the start, staring at him with utterly cold eyes. "I didn't expect you'd come all the way here. Don Juan sent you to take me out before things get any more complicated, right?" Zeke said with an ice-cold face, showing absolutely no trace of fear. That seemed to make Simon hesitate for a moment. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Then he stepped right up to the protagonist and said, "The boss intends to wipe out the Pavla cartel. There's no room in this for an outsider like you to butt in." Hearing that, Zeke frowned and asked, "Without me, wouldn't the distribution network have already been snatched away by the Pavla bunch by now?" At this point, Simon finally revealed his real purpose. "The syndicate will still need someone called K, so even without you around, it doesn't really matter." Turning toward Zeke, he didn't immediately ask the system to disable his healing ability. Instead, he swiftly grabbed Simon's wrist and yanked it straight toward his own throat. A trickle of blood started seeping from his neck. Still, Zeke taunted, "So what? Why don't you hurry up and kill me, Phantom Shadow?" At those words from the protagonist, Simon's face went blank with shock. He stammered in confusion, How do you know my old outlaw title?" Zeke didn't bother explaining much. He just calmly said, "Simon Saporito, I know your entire past and exactly why you're serving under Don Juan." What the hell are you talking about?" Simon blurted out in bewilderment, but before he could finish, Zeke cut in, "To protect the last surviving bloodline of the Cusco Kingdom. Isn't that right?" The protagonist's words struck straight at Simon's biggest secret. Instantly, Simon's eyes filled with murderous intent as he snarled, "It was you. How the hell could you possibly know about that?" Taking advantage of Simon's stunned moment, Zeke quickly stepped back, dodging the sword pointed at his throat. At the same time, he pulled a sword out from his inventory. Then he swung it down hard, clashing directly against Simon's blade with a piercing metallic screech. After that move, Zeke stared at his opponent with deadly serious eyes. On the other side, Simon struggled against him while demanding, "You bastard, just how much do you know? What the hell are you?" Zeke attacked with his sword while answering, "My identity, Fine, I'll tell you. I'm a direct line descendant of the Draker family, Zeke Draker. Because the protagonist's name was so infamous, Simon immediately recognized who he was dealing with, Zeke Draker. Could you really be the youngest person ever promoted to Indigo rank in the Legends? At that point, Simon's expression suddenly turned anxious. If the Draker family gets involved, the entire southern continent will be affected. Fortunately, Zeke clarified right away. No, this has nothing to do with the family. I'm acting on my own, you don't need to worry about that. That explanation only left Simon more confused. He asked, then, why are you so casually revealing your real name like this? You could have kept it hidden until the very end. Turning to Zeke, it seemed the protagonist had run out of patience with Simon's clueless act. He swung his arm, easily knocking Simon's sword flying, then glaring and shouting, Simon, stop being loyal to Don Juan, give that loyalty to me instead. Not only will I protect the Cusco bloodline, I'll help you rebuild the kingdom too. Hearing that, Simon froze in utter shock. What? He let out a stunned exclamation. Zeke kept up the tempting persuasion. I know it's hard to believe right away, but haven't you already realized? If you keep clinging to Mekin, there's zero hope left. Just think about it. What happens if you kill me right now on orders? What are you going to do when the Pavla crew comes charging in? Has Don Juan ever once sent reinforcements for you and your men? Simon thought for a second, then shook his head slightly. No, everything's been on our own. Seeing that, the protagonist pressed on with his persuasion. And after the Cusco kingdom fell, who swallowed up that land? The cartels, that's who. Don Juan even wants people like you, former royal knights, to just disappear so he doesn't have to deal with the debt. Because then he can sell the last lonely princess to the Cusco rebels for a fat price. As he spoke, the protagonist quickly recalled events from his previous life. 10 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom collapsed, Simon had fled to the border carrying the newborn princess. The reason he became an outlaw there was to build up enough strength one day to drive out the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful place. And the reason he joined Don Juan and became an assassin was for the same purpose. But Don Juan knew Simon's past. In the end, in the previous life, Don Juan saw him as a loose end and had him eliminated. The princess was sold to the rebels. Before dying, Simon entrusted the princess to me, but by the time I found her, there was nothing left. That's why I have to get you out of Mekin. After a few seconds of quick thinking, Simon made his decision. There's no time, so I won't ask how you know all this. But fine, Mekin, which everyone thought was unshakable, is starting to shake. And it's all because of you alone. From the boss's birth to the Pavla getting involved, everything suddenly got weird. So what exactly is your goal, Zeke Draker? Zeke waved his hand dismissively and answered in an annoyed tone. Earlier you said there was no room for an outsider like me. Whatever. For now, I just want the two cartels to slaughter each other. And when it's all over, I'll head to Mekin. At that point, Simon finally seemed to grasp Zeke's true aim. In his mind, he quietly guessed, your real target is Don Juan, isn't it? Unaware of Simon's inner thoughts, the protagonist reminded him once more, I'm dead serious, Simon, including the part about you coming with me. Simon had made up his mind. He declared loudly, then promise me two things. Not just me, my men have to get out safely too, and you have to keep your word about protecting the Cusco bloodline and helping rebuild the kingdom. You absolutely have to keep that promise. Zeke thumped his chest firmly to assure him, I swear on my knight's honor. At that, our friend Simon didn't hesitate anymore. He dropped to one knee in front of Zeke and swore, I, Simon Saporito, Chief Royal Guard of Cusco, hereby pledge my allegiance to my new lord, Zeke Draker. Zeke gave a slight nod and said, good, Simon, no need for all that formal stuff, get up, we'll talk details once we're outside. Where are your men? Simon answered promptly, when I give the signal, they'll set off the explosive scrolls and regroup to escape. Zeke instructed, then send the signal now, have all your men gather at the sewer entrance. Simon added, yes, sir. The target Mateo has already been captured and tied up inside. Excellent, see you soon then, the protagonist replied. With that, the two of them split up to take action. Zeke headed inside to meet the target Mateo. At that moment, the fat guy Mateo still hadn't grasped his situation and was barking like a mad dog. You bastard, you think Mekin's gonna just sit quietly after this? Zeke treated his threats like background noise. He smirked and said, as if, of course when war breaks out between the two sides, nobody stays safe. And it's all thanks to you. Appreciate it, Mateo. Here, bite down on this. He stuffed a piece of paper into the guy's mouth that read, rest in peace to anyone who dares split Mekin. And just like that, the fat old Mateo was taken care of right after. Zeke quickly left the room. As he walked, he thought to himself, I've already grabbed all of Pavla's secret ledgers. Looks like it's time. At the same moment, Simon came rushing over after sending the signal. "Boss, I've given the signal to the guys." Turning towards Zeke, he noticed some glowing dots behind Simon's back, so he instantly drew his sword from his inventory and shouted, "Simon, get behind me quick." With that, he slammed the sword down into the ground, using it like a shield to block the barrage of incoming arrows. Luckily, the attackers were just a bunch of nameless grunts. One of them yelled, "Intruders, grab them." Up ahead, our protagonist started activating his Fire Annihilation Sword Origin skill, causing his blade to blaze with intense flames as he charged straight into the thugs. Time passed quickly, cut to the sewer entrance. It looked like Zeke and Simon had already dealt with the small fry blocking the way earlier, so they reached the rendezvous point. Seeing the full group of subordinates assembled, Simon spoke up. "Hurry and greet him. This is our new lord." Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings to our new lord." The protagonist didn't want to waste time on ceremonies, so he cut straight to it. "We'll talk later. Move out now, chances our pursuers are already coming." And so the whole group took off running. But they hadn't gone far before Zeke started sensing someone tailing them. He stopped and gave the order, "Halt, we'll split up here. I'll cover the rear. You lead the men out first. Once you're outside, contact Kay from the syndicate. Just mention my name and she'll understand." Hearing that, Simon panicked and said, "But the princess is still in the hands of the Meccan cartel." Zeke replied, "You think I didn't plan for that?" In his mind, he recalled the moment he gave instructions to a mysterious scarred man. "You've read the attached combat plan in the commission letter carefully, right?" The scarred man answered, "Of course. The mission is to take advantage of the chaos on the day of action to rescue the girl held in Meccan." Zeke nodded. "Good, you've got it." Zeke turned back with a smirk and said, "I've already rescued the princess." At the southern continent in Don Juan's villa, a furious scream rang out that scared the birds away. "Do you really think that's reasonable? It's already been a month since we hit the Pavla cartel," he said, slamming his fist down on the table in rage. All the managers sat dead silent, not daring to breathe loudly, just listening to him curse. And yet, in that entire month, we've been attacked by them who knows how many times. The angrier he got, the harder he slammed the cracked table until his hand bled. Looking at the statue-like men sitting there, he got even more irritated and roared to emphasize, "Half of Meccan cartel's managers are dead. Half." His blood pressure spiking, Don Juan slumped back into his chair, exhaustedly rubbing his forehead and swearing, "Damn it." Thinking of Simon and Zeke, he muttered bitterly in his heart, "Those bastards are too dangerous, so this time I gave them an impossible task to deal with them, but I never expected them to provoke so successfully that it drove the Pavla cartel into a total frenzy." After a deathly silent pause like the depths of hell, a man suddenly spoke up, "Boss." Don Juan turned with a scowl and snapped, "What?" The man immediately suggested, "Sir, would you consider temporarily leaving Meccan cartel?" Hearing that, Don Juan shot back unhappily, "You telling me to run away?" Sensing his boss's irritation, the man tactfully explained, "Not at all, sir. Those crazy pirates are blind with revenge right now. They don't know their limits and will attack Meccan soon. We can use that." He paused briefly. Don Juan instantly caught on and asked, "So lure them here and wipe them all out?" The man quickly nodded, "Yes, and you'll command from the Tahuani villa." Hearing the idea, Don Juan nodded slightly in satisfaction and praised, "Good thinking." Then he sat up straight and imposingly, speaking calmly to everyone present. "As you all know, crises only make us stronger. This time will be the same, won't it?" The managers immediately jumped to their feet and shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." Meeting adjourned, everyone filed out one by one until only the man from earlier remained. Just as he was about to stand and leave, Zeke, face fully masked and appearing out of nowhere, emerged behind him. He pressed a razor-sharp blade to the man's neck and mocked coldly, "You guys talk real nice." The man froze in shock. Then he switched to terrified begging, I did what you said. I lured the boss to Tahuani. Please spare me." But Zeke wasn't listening. He said flatly, then sliced straight across the man's carotid artery, blood spraying everywhere. Zeke's face remained expressionless, his eyes ice cold as he stared at the corpse and murmured mockingly, "Thanks to you, now I can enjoy the main course." Cut to Don Juan's Tahuani villa. An ornate carriage stopped in front of a simple wooden house. Don Juan stepped down, let out a soft sigh, and thought silently, "Daring to lure me here, I'll wipe those pirates clean." Night had fully fallen, the full moon hanging high. Inside the house, Don Juan sat brooding, gazing out the window, a glass of top-shelf red wine beside him. Right then, a knock on the door broke the dead silence. Don Juan muttered low, "I didn't call for any servant, get lost." The knocking stopped, but then the door creaked open. Don Juan spun around in annoyance and shouted again, I told you to get the hell out. At that instant, the air turned ice cold and prickly, with Zeke standing right in front of him. He pulled off his face covering and sneered mockingly, looking pretty relaxed, enjoying your vacation there, Don Juan, even though things have gone to shit for you. Seeing clearly who it was, Don Juan's eyes bulged in shock as he yelled, Zeke Murray. Calming himself, he spoke slowly, you think I got to this position without ever hearing threats like this? As he talked, he grabbed the bottle of wine beside him. He casually poured a glass, then jeered, what a cheap clown show. A sword plunged straight down into the wine glass, shattering it completely. Zeke leaned in close to his face and snarled coldly, good. I was afraid you'd start bawling and begging for mercy, Don Juan, because then taking revenge wouldn't feel satisfying at all. Don Juan leaped up in rage and bellowed, insolent little punk. How dare you, guards, drag this bastard over here and make him kneel in front of me now. Zeke cut off his hope flatly, no one's coming. Don Juan stared in disbelief and stammered, what? Zeke replied calmly, because I already killed them all. Don Juan kept staring blankly at the wide-open door while Zeke continued in a detached voice. In my previous life, I didn't have enough time to make you suffer the way you deserved. That's something I've always regretted. Lately, I've been having these recurring dreams about the years I groveled under you like a dog, dreams about all the countless people I was forced to kill on your orders. As he spoke, he dragged his sword in a jagged line across the table. Don Juan backed away in terror at the chilling, killing intent radiating from him, but still stubbornly denied, what are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense. I never made you do any of that. Zeke suddenly asked, do you know what they said to me in those dreams? Without waiting for a reply, Zeke clamped his hand around Don Juan's throat and slammed him hard against the glass door. The aura around him turned eerily dark and demonic as he roared each word, please save me. Please save me from the man reveling in fame and riches built on our blood. That's what they pleaded. With that, Zeke raised his sword high. Don Juan desperately clawed at Zeke's hand while gasping out, no, I'm the savior chosen by the gods, thanks to me the poor and downtrodden. Before he could finish, Zeke shouted, shut your mouth. Without further hesitation, Zeke struck decisively. Don Juan's body dropped freely as he screamed in utter despair. Covered head to toe in fresh blood, Zeke panted heavily while struggling to regain control. After a long while, he finally wiped the blood from his face and hissed coldly at the body. Fine then, go ahead and die slowly, with exactly the same kind of pain. Through the pitch-black night, dawn slowly brightened as the sun just peeked over the horizon. Inside the wooden house, bloody footprints stained the entire floor. Zeke, clutching a blood-drenched coat, slowly descended the stairs. Downstairs, Kay and Simon were already waiting. When they saw him, they asked, is it finished? Zeke answered casually, then asked back, yeah, how's the syndicate side? Kay replied as if on cue, oh, you mean the thing I trusted you to handle. Then she explained, everything played out exactly like your script. The managers who tried switching to the Pavla cartel got killed by Don Juan himself, and since I'm the one who actually runs the day-to-day stuff, it all wrapped up without any special punishment. Zeke handed the coat to Simon to hold, then pulled out a stack of documents and passed them to Kay with instructions, good work. The syndicate takes over from here on out. Taking the papers and flipping through them, Kay looked surprised and asked, what is this? Reinhardt Trade Guild contract. While taking off his wig, Zeke explained to her, I hear the guild is starting a pharmaceutical company. We'll produce high-quality soma and supply it to them, because if soma is processed right, it can turn into all sorts of different medicines. That's the basic rundown. Zeke added nonchalantly, I'm leaving transportation to you guys. Seeing him start walking away, Kay hurried to ask, wait, what? Where's production going to happen? What about operations? And we can't ship it openly under our name, can we? Zeke kept walking and answered mysteriously, after I help the Cusco Kingdom, I'll get cultivation permission from them. I've got plans for everything else too. Then he teased, but I don't have time to explain it all right now, later, all right. Kay frowned and shouted, we're supposed to be allies. Outside, the lush green forest stretched on under layers of white clouds with a flock of white birds flying off into the distance. Zeke walked while quietly calculating to himself, all right then, time to deal with this next thing. Suddenly he stopped and dug into his pocket. He pulled out a letter, an invitation from Prince Karas Nerva Constantinus. The letter's summary said that, according to Decker, the prince hadn't returned after the banquet and was still staying in Atlas. Staring at the lines of text, Zeke couldn't help thinking, but from here to the Continental Center will take at least a few days. If I'm late, the prince or someone close to him might start getting suspicious, and they'd probably figure out why I'm arriving late right now. Even though nothing had happened yet, his racing mind had already conjured up 49 different future scenarios. But his worries weren't baseless, because Zeke Draker might currently be tied to the fall of the Meccan cartel. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, spinning out different scenarios. Maybe the prince already suspects me and that's why he summoned me back. Stop overthinking, he told himself. Even if it's just a guess, better safe than sorry, time to create a solid alibi. With that, his fingers danced quickly across the holographic screen. Zeke sighed in relief and muttered, "There it is. Please specify the destination." Destination set, Atlas Ruins, required points 600. Using the system's teleport gate function, 600 points were deducted, and in a flash Zeke vanished from the forest. Up in the luxurious top-floor lobby of the Atlas Hotel, the sky had already turned to evening dusk. Zeke rushed in, and as soon as someone spotted him, they called out loudly, "Look, Zeke's here. Over here, Zeke." Karis waved enthusiastically to signal him over, but Zeke's focus was locked on the person next to him as he thought silently, "Karis, and sure enough, he's here too." At that moment, the other man turned his face, gave a faint smile, and said casually, "You've arrived, Zeke." The man was none other than Abel Draker. Zeke bowed respectfully and said, "Sieg Draker, reporting as ordered for duty, Your Highness. What did you summon me for?" Karis lounged arrogantly in his chair and declared, "I called you here because there's a very important matter, namely." Right after that, he grabbed a bottle of wine, hooked his arm around Zeke's neck, and grinned excitedly. Karis pictured Zeke drinking and laughed eagerly. "William and Abel are great at work, but they can't handle booze. But isn't Sieg super generous when it comes to drinks? That's why I called you." Zeke glanced away helplessly, thinking to himself, did I really leave that kind of impression back then? He recalled Adele's sharp features and mused, putting that aside, Prince Karis, Abel, and William Siemens too. I can more or less guess what they've been discussing. Looking deeply into Adele's piercing eyes, Zeke suddenly realized something. Plus, it seems like Abel has something personal he wants to talk to me about. Karis happily shoved a glass of wine in front of Zeke and said, "Come on, no need to be formal, drink up." Zeke forced an awkward smile and stammered, Sure then." The two clinked glasses right away, to a good time, bottoms up. Not long after, Karis was completely plastered and had to lean on others just to stumble away. The system popped up a notification, alcohol detected, 100 poisons immunity effect activated. Toxin neutralized. Zeke watched the drunken Karis with a small smile, thinking, this is I'm the only one still sober, so I feel a bit bad about it. Suddenly Adele appeared in front of him and said, "Sorry about that. I heard you were in closed-door training, and here I am interrupting." Zeke replied with a sigh, "It's fine. Actually, I've been feeling frustrated with no progress anyway." Adele gave a gentle smile and said, "Then perfect. Sit down, let's have a drink together, Sieg." Zeke's face reflected in the wine glass. He hadn't expected Abel to set such an atmosphere. In that awkward mood, he suddenly thought, looks like he's planning to tell me something pretty important here. Out of nowhere, Adele said, "Sieg." Zeke quickly responded, "Yes." Abel went straight to the point, making Zeke freeze. "What do you think of the Draker family?" Adele hesitated, then added, "And about me." Instantly, a sly glint flashed in his eyes as he emphasized, "One day, I'm going to put an end to the Draker house." Zeke shot to his feet in surprise, making Adele remark, "The aura you're giving off is exactly like mine." He suddenly recalled the past, blood, battle, death, and victory. The image of Zeke walking alone through white snow appeared in his mind. Those are things a pureblood dragon slayer naturally possesses. You give off the scent of a predator who owns all of that. Zeke stood there listening, but his face showed clear discomfort. "As fellow predators, I think you'll understand what I'm saying." Zeke cursed inwardly in anger, damn it, again with that bloodline bullshit. He looked at Abel casually sipping his wine and asked, "So, cozying up to the Empire is also part of toppling the family?" Abel downed the rest in one gulp, slammed the glass down, and answered, "A lot of people." Abel raised his hands slightly and said, "They call Atlas the foremost continent, but I think differently. You can't just settle for one city. To truly be number one, you have to become even stronger." A miniature empire appeared on his palm. Look at the Rome Empire, they're constantly building roads, aren't they? From north to south, they're even trying to link the eastern continent into one. Abel praised with admiration, roads, culture, resources, everything flows through Rome in an instant. Then Abel clenched his fist ambitiously. "When that happens, the world will truly be far better than now, a perfect land where everything unites as one." Zeke said gravely, "That's the kind of talk only an emperor could say." He thought of the man in red armor, Cain Siemens Constantinus. That guy's middle name is Siemens too, which means the maternal side backing Abel. Zeke silently confirmed it. After hearing this, there's only one conclusion. Abel Siemens and the Empire are connected. The neatly arranged wine bottles on the table, along with the words Sieg, our bloodline. Abel continued, I believe talented people deserve fitting rewards. And if it's you, I can give you the brightest treasure I'll obtain in the future. Come under my banner, Sieg. Zeke said nothing, just thought quietly, so he wants to make me his number 2 in his faction. Immediately he bowed respectfully and replied, thank you very much for the offer, but Zeke turned coldly and walked away. I've already chosen my own path, so I'm afraid that's not possible. Abel watched him go with a frown and asked, you won't regret it. Zeke didn't turn back as he strode straight out the door. No regrets. As he walked, he gritted his teeth in anger. He thinks I'll become a slaughterer just like him, Abel. William saw the situation turning bad and stepped up to knock on the door. He approached Abel and asked, why are you alone? Where's Sieg? The flames of anger burned in Abel as he said, my dear little brother told me he's going down a different path. So William, that means I have no choice but to crush that budding threat while it's still small, right? Hearing those words, William paled in fear. Abel raged and emphasized, I clearly gave him one last chance. In front of the principal's office at Valhalla, Zeke stood confidently and pondered to himself, I'm 17 now, a second-year student at Valhalla. Of course, I have no intention of staying the full 5 years to graduate. He had already prepared an application for early graduation with the following content. Since I have become a full-fledged knight, I wish to contribute to the family as soon as possible. However, as I am still a student, it pains me that I can hardly participate in prominent activities, so I humbly request this assistance, esteemed principal. Zeke closed his eyes and smirked smugly to himself. Present it like this and I'll get scheduled for an early graduation interview right away. Suddenly someone approached and asked, you got business with the principal's office too, bro? Zeke recognized him instantly and exclaimed, oh, Diego. He asked curiously, and the guy over there is... Huh. Zeke got super curious and froze for a second. It was a face he'd never seen before. He watched Aster yawning sleepily and wondered to himself, who is this guy anyway? Don Juan, already waiting inside, spoke up, you three came at just the right time. Sieg, Diego, and Aster too. Aster, it's probably been almost a week since we last saw you, right? Hearing that, Zeke was completely shocked. His name's Aster, could it really be? He suddenly realized the Phantom Knight, Aster Aladov. The guy who was a 5-star knight before the regression but never had any information leaked about him. Right after that, Zeke switched to full-on surprise mode. He never expected to run into someone of that caliber here. Aster scratched his head and said, sorry, principal, I have trouble attending classes because of my insomnia. Zeke looked at him with a helpless smile, thinking, looks like it's pretty severe, huh? Diego quickly chimed in, bro, need a lullaby to help you sleep. But Aster dodged to the side with a grimace and replied, sorry, my head's pounding right now, could you keep it down? Zeke stared intently at him and thought to himself, in the previous life Aster worked for the Empire side, so if that's the case. Then he narrowed his sharp eyes, might as well recruit him to my side just like I did with Diego, that would be perfect. Don Juan spoke up, alright, the reason I called you three here today is simple. All three of you submitted applications for early graduation at the same time, so I figured I'd handle you together. The other professors also said your qualifications are fine, so... Zeke held the papers in his hand and read them carefully before saying, I've decided to assess your strength through this mission. He was surprised when he saw Joint Operation document with Delpoa. Don Juan clasped his hands behind his back and approached, asking, have any of you ever heard of the Black Knight Yaksha? Zeke answered promptly, from what I know, it's a public enemy of the continent, originating from the lawless outlaws. An image flashed in his mind of a figure in black armor riding a horse. Public enemy means someone the entire continent regards as a target that must be eliminated. The Black Knight Yaksha is one of them, and lately he's been staying in Delpoa. The principal explained that our mission is to cooperate with the Delpoa Knights to subjugate him. A hand gripping a dagger appeared alongside Don Juan's words. The lawless are those who awakened aura solely for the purpose of killing. Their fighting style is fundamentally different from knights. That's why they've requested only those at violet rank and above. He extended his hand forward seriously and said, this mission will be extremely brutal. If anyone wants to back out, say so now. Diego held the papers and walked over asking, question, this test, yeah, how many rounds are there, yo? Don Juan replied, 3 rounds total. This is round 1. The guy grinned excitedly, okay, 3 more to go. Don Juan asked, any other questions? Then he smiled and concluded, alright then, I'll take it that you're all participating. Go prepare thoroughly. Aster walked off alone, still clutching his head, muttering, my head hurts so much. Suddenly someone called from behind, Aster Aladov. Aster wearily looked up. It was Zeke, who asked cheerfully, hey, you need some insomnia medicine. Aster looked at Zeke in confusion and asked, insomnia medicine? Zeke rummaged inside his coat while saying earnestly, yeah, I've got some really good stuff right here. Aster just made a vague aha sound. Then he waved it off seriously, thanks but no thanks. I've tried all kinds of highly recommended stuff already and nothing works. Zeke still pulled out a strange pouch and offered with a bright smile, just try it first. If you like it, sign a contract with me and I'll keep supplying it in the future. Aster was stubbornly refusing, no, it's pointless anyway, when a strange fragrance suddenly hit his nose hard. Aster suddenly collapsed and started snoring loudly. Misty smoke filled the air and everything went quiet. After sleeping like a log, Aster woke up refreshed and beaming. I signed everything, President Sir. Zeke hesitantly took the contract from Aster's hand, a bit puzzled as he reminded him, you signed it just like that? This is a master-servant contract. You sure you read it carefully? But Aster just smiled radiantly and declared firmly, as long as I can sleep well, anything's fine. Zeke was at a loss for words and just gave an awkward laugh. Is that so? Looking at the contract in his hand, he couldn't help marveling inwardly. Having a system shop is seriously lucky. It's insanely convenient. Thinking back, he recalled using the system to buy this treasure. Just spend points and you can easily get rare artifacts. What he'd given Aster was an extremely potent sleeping drug called Sandman's Slumber. With this, Aster would stay on his side even after graduation. He glanced at Aster skipping along, humming happily. The future's so bright. This is Valhalla, huh? Zeke sighed helplessly in his heart, feeling like among the 5-star knights this guy's the only one acting so abnormally normal, which made him a little worried. Suddenly an idea hit him. It'd be a shame to leave it like this. Since we're here, might as well test his strength a bit. No sooner thought than done, he called out, hey Aster. Aster was busy dancing around in bliss, then awkwardly responded when he heard, huh? Oh yes, President Sir. Zeke hefted a massive sword and walked up to him, saying, before we head out on the mission, show me your strength for a sec. Hearing that, Aster immediately drew his familiar spear. He spun and twirled it, demonstrating a few flashy moves. Then he pointed the spear tip straight at Zeke, ready to engage. Seeing this, Zeke inwardly assessed, the moment he picks up the spear his whole vibe changes. Then he ordered seriously, come at me with everything you've got, even use your aura if you want. Aster replied casually, then I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them, the spear wielder and the sword wielder, charged at each other simultaneously. Neither gave an inch, it was dead even. When one attacked, the other defended. Zeke lightly leaped back, but he didn't forget to evaluate in his mind, analyzing Aster's strikes. Since it's a spear, the reach is huge. He's blocking my sword pretty well, more defense-oriented than offense, huh? If that's the case, then use Phantom Step. With that, he jumped high and lunged toward Aster. Aster thrust his spear forward powerfully. Zeke nimbly slipped behind Aster in a flash and raised his sword high. Attacking from the rear, he swung down hard. The blade was about to land on Aster. Aster quickly drew a smaller spear from the larger one. He spun around and blocked Zeke's sword edge. Aster now held a massive spear in his left hand and a small one in his right. Suddenly, he chose to thrust the small spear to clash with Zeke's huge sword. Zeke watched in puzzled surprise. But it turned out to be a feint. Aster seized the advantage and swung the giant spear hard toward Zeke. By chance, Zeke's sword got stuck in the ground. Taking the opening, Aster thrust forward again, but Zeke quickly grabbed the hilt, leaped up, and dodged the strike. Though the fight was intense, Zeke still had time to assess Aster. The spear splits apart, its transformations are unpredictable. This kind of attack style is something you usually only see from outlaws. Interesting, back in the fight, Zeke drew a smaller sword. He flung it toward Aster. Aster steadied himself and angled the spear at about 45 degrees. He spun the spear in circles, deflecting the flying sword, while Zeke landed back on the ground. He swiftly yanked the embedded sword free, then charged fiercely toward Aster. Aster calmly reattached the spear to its full form and blocked horizontally. Zeke suddenly stopped, observing the situation and thinking, here it comes again. But then he dragged the sword across the grass. Zeke built momentum and dashed straight at Aster, thinking confidently to himself, this move won't be blocked the same way. Because this strike used dual-wield synergy, both techniques combined, Dragon Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 2 Verse 1 and Earth Cleave. Aster froze for a few seconds seeing it. He quickly snapped out of it and spun the spear in his hands. Following suit, he unleashed two techniques at once. A Ladoff family counter skill, reverse current spear. Both sides charged at each other again for a decisive clash. Their weapons collided with a deafening explosion. As the fight ended, Aster stared at his trembling arms and couldn't help groaning, "Is the president a monster or what?" Then he clutched his head in frustration, muttering doubtfully to himself, "I'm supposed to be a recognized genius. How did I get beaten so easily?" Zeke heard him and answered bluntly without holding back, "It's because you've been living off praise as a genius. That's why your spear tip's gone dull." Then he tilted his head slightly, giving Aster a sly, mysterious look as he warned, "You're still far from enough. From now until the mission, I'll give you special training." Hearing that, Aster felt like he'd been struck by lightning, vaguely sensing his doomed fate ahead and thinking, bad premonition. The moment he got back to the villa, Zeke ran into Decker at the entrance. The man bowed respectfully upon seeing him. "Welcome back, young Master Zeke." Zeke replied casually, "Yeah, Decker." Only then did Decker say, "There's a guest waiting for you, sir." At that moment, Galleon was touring the house, marveling, "Your villa really is impressive." Suddenly, Zeke appeared before Galleon in a strange set of armor and said seriously, "Long time no see, Galleon. I called you here because there's something I want you to take a look at." Hearing that, Galleon tensed up, his mind flashing through 49 bloody scenarios as he hurriedly asked me, "Don't tell me there's something wrong with the black sword. It's forged in a magic forge, so it shouldn't scratch easily." Hearing him mention it, Zeke thought to himself, "Oh right, speaking of which, Galleon's name must be blowing up lately thanks to that magic forge I had him build in the previous life. He's producing better weapons way ahead of schedule. Sooner or later, I'll have to make him my exclusive blacksmith so no one else can poach him." Pushing that aside, Zeke waved his hand and said, "Bahamut's fine, no issues. The problem is," before finishing, he suddenly transformed fully into armored form. He swiped the visor open, revealing his face, and said flatly, "I've acquired this thing." Galleon gaped in shock, too stunned to even yell. After a long pause, he finally managed to speak, exclaiming loudly, "What in the world is this, sir?" Zeke answered honestly, "I don't know either. That's why I called you here to figure it out. This is something I don't want investigated publicly." With that, he handed the armor to Galleon and probed, "So, could you take a close look for me?" Though still shocked, Galleon nodded quickly, "Yes, of course, sir." In the private study, Galleon's muffled voice drifted out, "Sorry, sir." Sitting in a chair looking at the sketches on the table, Galleon scratched his head and asked Zeke puzzledly, "Among all the modern artifacts I know, there's nothing like this. Any characteristics that might hint at its material?" Zeke stayed silent as if deep in thought. He recalled the past and thought, "Oh right, during the fight with Kane." After mulling it over, Zeke hesitantly explained, "This armor, it deflected even an aura blade." As soon as he finished, Galleon slammed the table and shot to his feet in shock, shouting, "What? An aura blade? There's only one metal in the world that can do that. The so-called metal of the gods. It's orichalcum." Even after saying it, Galleon still hadn't fully snapped out of his daze. His emotions shifted from sheer astonishment to something far more layered and complicated. Galleon still couldn't hide his astonishment, unable to believe it. He never thought in his lifetime he'd get to see orichalcum with his own eyes. He asked in wonder, "Is this metal really that rare and precious?" Zeke replied, "More than just rare, sir. Isn't it said that orichalcum is the most perfect substance ever created by the gods? It has superior monoconductivity compared to any other metal, which means you can engrave far more magical arrays on it." Galleon marveled, "Really? So on ordinary metal armor, what's the maximum number of large-scale magical arrays you can engrave?" Zeke answered, "What do you mean by maximum? Ordinary metals can't even handle a single large-scale magical array properly." Hearing that, Zeke stroked his chin in thought. He'd already figured it was an extraordinary item, but he hadn't expected it to be on this level. He continued asking, "Is it possible to reshape this armor into a different form?" Galleon jolted in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh, you mean orichalcum? Absolutely impossible. Even divine swords can be reworked. But the problem is this armor is already in a perfected state. If you mess with it carelessly and damage the magical arrays, there's a high chance it'll turn into useless scrap. Of course, if it were my master, that would be a different story." Zeke followed up, "You mean the legendary smith Gallen?" Galleon replied, "Yes, if it's Master Gallen, he could alter its shape without affecting any of its functions." Zeke pressed on, "Do you know where Gallen is right now?" Galleon answered, "Probably still in Himonas as usual." Hearing that name made Zeke flinch slightly. Galleon went on to explain, "You might not know where Himonas is. It's way up in the far north." Zeke added, "That's the territory of the Northern Grand Duchy." His words startled Galleon, who blurted out, "Huh, how do you know that, sir? People in the central continent usually don't care about the Northern Grand Duchy at all." Zeke replied casually, "I just happened to find out. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the figure of an old acquaintance. Then he stood up and said, "Anyway, thank you so much, Galleon. If you want to study the metal more, feel free to examine it while you're staying at the villa." Galleon looked a bit surprised and replied, "Yes, thank you very much, sir." As he stepped outside, Zeke thought to himself, Himonas, why would he suddenly be there of all places? There's still plenty of time, better handle the urgent matters first before heading out. Then, as if remembering something important, he resolved firmly in his heart, "Right, that's exactly what I need to do." Scene shift to the Reinhardt Trade Guild, where he began discussing the main business with Cleef and Melissa. Cleef spoke up, "As you mentioned, producing the pharmaceuticals should proceed without any major issues. However, at least within the central continent sphere, building a factory to process Soma raw materials will be extremely difficult." Hearing that, Zeke thought inwardly, as expected, if rumors spread that the princess is backing Soma processing, it would damage the guild's reputation badly, wouldn't it? He asked further, "What if it's already in processed form?" Cleef replied, "If it's processed, it counts as medicine. As long as it passes safety verification from the Mage Tower first, there shouldn't be any problems." Zeke made the decision right away. "Then that's settled. We'll build the production plant in the southern continent and import it for distribution through the Reinhardt Guild." Melissa chimed in doubtfully, "Excuse me for being direct, Lord Zeke, but we don't have enough leeway right now to construct a large-scale factory on another continent. Just building the plant for the scarlet flower disease cure is already pushing our limits. So for another factory, we probably need to consider alternative options." Zeke reassured her calmly, "Don't worry about that part. I'll personally handle building the factory. In exchange, please take care of obtaining the necessary permits from the Mage Tower for distribution." His words startled Melissa. "You personally, Lord Zeke? Does that mean the Draker family will?" He quickly clarified, "It has nothing to do with the family. All expenses will come from my private funds." Then he handed over a letter and began explaining, "And this is the main issue for today. Take a look at this." The moment she opened the letter, Melissa's eyes widened in shock. "My God, the Empire is collaborating with the Scorpion clan to conduct synthetic poison human experiments." Zeke continued, "If the scarlet flower disease really is an artificially created magical plague, then this is likely another clinical trial the Empire has been running on the people of Alentia." Melissa trembled with rage. She clenched her fists tightly. "I had my suspicions, but I never imagined they'd do this to their own citizens." Zeke added, "Your Majesty, the reason I'm showing you this document now is that for the time being, we need to keep the Empire's crime secret." Melissa's emotions were bottled up to the breaking point. She shot to her feet in fury. "What are you saying, Lord Zeke? We have to expose the Empire's crimes immediately so they can't repeat this." Zeke remained composed and replied, "I understand how you feel right now, Your Majesty, but this evidence alone isn't strong enough to serve as decisive proof in diplomatic channels. The Empire has cleverly shifted the blame for the experiments onto the Scorpion clan. They're a notorious group of black mages, so human experimentation on their part isn't exactly shocking news. As far as the Empire is concerned, they can just deny any connection to the group and express regret, and the matter ends there. More importantly, holding onto this information for now gives us the advantage." Melissa asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Zeke explained, "The Empire has no idea we already know the truth. And since they're conducting large-scale experiments, there must be somewhere more direct evidence linking them to it." As if catching on, she exclaimed, "You mean you want to use this opportunity to seize that additional proof too, to apply absolute pressure on the Empire?" Zeke nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. That's why I'm showing you this document in advance, so we can prepare accordingly." She asked again, "Prepare?" Zeke elaborated, "If they've already run scarlet flower clinical trials in the disputed Alentia region, it's highly likely other synthetic poisons will be tested there as well. Before that happens, we need to develop antidotes for those poisons in advance." In her mind, Melissa thought, if those weapons get deployed in the disputed zone, Alentia's forces will have to fight while poisoned without even realizing it. However, if we prepare the antidotes ahead of time, not only can we minimize casualties, but we can also deliver a devastating blow to the Empire from behind. Determination flared in her eyes. Yes, my choice to bring Lord Zeke into the guild was absolutely the right one. Pulling Lord Zeke to our side was an incredibly wise decision. Zeke stood up and said, "I probably won't be able to join meetings for a while. My schedule at Valhalla is pretty packed." Melissa replied, "Is that so? In the future, if there's a chance, I'd love to invite you to visit Alentia." Zeke smiled warmly. "Alentia, huh? That's the place with all those stunning mountains and lakes, right?" Hearing that, she exclaimed, "You've been to Alentia before." Zeke smiled. "I've just heard people say it's an amazing place. If I ever get the chance to visit, please show me around those beautiful spots." Melissa happily agreed. "Of course, I'd be delighted, my lord." Then the two of them bowed in farewell. "Safe travels, my lord." After wrapping things up, Zeke returned to his training duties. After some intense sparring, his two friends were sprawled on the ground. Diego groaned, "Zeke, I'm gonna die before the mission even starts." Zeke, showing no signs of fatigue at all, replied, "Quit whining like a weakling. Instead of complaining, swing your sword one more time." Diego shot up angrily and yelled, "Zeke, you're a total demon. As expected from Draker blood, it runs true." Following that outburst, he charged at Zeke again for another round. Zeke smiled in satisfaction to himself. Gotta hit those nerves to get them motivated for training, huh? Under his guidance, after a week of training, Diego and Aster were gradually syncing up with each other. Especially Diego, unlike his previous carefree attitude, after training together a few times, he'd become much more obedient and disciplined. While they were in the middle of practice, someone approached from outside and praised, "Everyone's working really hard, huh?" Seeing the newcomer, Diego was completely surprised. The person who arrived was none other than Andre. Diego greeted him, "Oh, hello, Professor." Zeke also paused training and turned to ask curiously, "Professor Andre, what brings you all the way here?" Andre replied, "I'm here to inform you three about something." Zeke asked, "What is it, sir?" Andre explained, "You three are being assigned to participate in the subjugation mission against the continent's public enemy. Of course, we can't send just students alone, so I'll be going with you." After a few more days of training, they finally set off on the royal train. Andre's voice rang out, "I didn't expect you guys to be joining the Black Knight Yaksha mission this time. As I mentioned earlier, I couldn't send students alone. Plus, I have a few more things to explain." He looked at the three of them and asked, "Do any of you know what kind of place Del Poa is?" Zeke, sitting across from him, answered, "I've only studied it briefly in theory. From what I recall, unlike other places, mages there hold the superior position." Andre nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Del Poa operates under a very unique system. The knights in Del Poa mainly use shields, unlike elsewhere. While the knights pin down enemies from the front with shields, the mages strike from behind to finish them off." Hearing that, Aster raised his hand and asked, "Then wouldn't our frontline knights take heavy casualties?" Andre praised the question. "Good question." He explained further, "That's why Del Poa knights train more in holding shields while running than in actual combat. That's also why the Del Poa Knights Order isn't very popular among Valhalla graduates." Diego chimed in with a question, "So basically this Knights Order just serves the mages, meaning they don't even treat us like equals?" Looking out the window, Andre replied, "You got it, so don't be too surprised when we get to Del Poa. The mages there are arrogant to the point of being disgusting." A while later, they arrived in Del Poa. As soon as they stepped off the train, someone came to greet them. Andre spoke up, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Andre Draker, instructor from Valhalla." On the other side, a man replied politely, "I never expected the Draker family to send someone personally. This is truly an honor for us." He scratched his head and introduced himself, "I'm Jorge Outer, captain of Del Poa's 8th Knights Company." Andre glanced at the three behind him and introduced, "The students accompanying me are all outstanding talents from Valhalla. There won't be any issues with the mission, so please don't worry." The man smiled, "Haha, hearing that puts me at ease." He gestured toward the carriage. "The commander is inside the carriage." Hearing that, Diego asked curiously, "Commander, isn't the bearded guy from earlier the commander?" Zeke beside him coldly warned, "Quiet, Diego." Then Zeke continued, "This is Del Poa, so naturally." The moment the carriage door opened, what greeted them was a blonde man with an extremely unpleasant expression, glaring coldly at them. Diego remarked, "Well, that's one nasty-looking face." Zeke reminded him again, "I said keep it down." Diego thought to himself, so that's the commander of Del Poa's mage corps. To the point where even the knight's captain has to grovel like that. Jorge stammered an explanation. The thing is, the commander said he wants to travel separately. You might need to find another carriage." Diego reacted, "What the fuck?" Watching the carriage pull away, he shouted loudly, "What the hell is going on here? He just treated us like trash and left. No matter what, that's unacceptable. We came all this way for this joint mission." Before he could finish, Zeke suddenly kicked him hard in the leg, making Diego yelp in shock. He hugged his leg and whined, "You damn demon, why didn't even Professor Andre say anything?" Andre stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking up. "After you graduate and start operating as knights, you'll have to face situations just like this. Make sure to remember everything you're about to go through from here on out." The scene shifts to nighttime inside a room where a mocking laugh rings out. Ha ha. While his two friends were already fast asleep, Zeke was still wide awake. He sighed to himself, talk about night and day difference. Our place looks old and run down like they just threw it together half-assed. While the facilities I saw for those mages on the way here are spending money like it's water. I didn't exactly expect anything fancy, but still. Thinking it over, he sat up. Whatever, might as well step outside for some fresh air. As he walked down the hallway, he thought to himself, I don't really care that much about this crappy treatment anyway. In my previous life, I went through way worse stuff than this plenty of times. But what I'm actually worried about is that total failure of a Black Knight Yaksha mission. During the strategy meeting, from Captain Jorge Outer down to all the knights, everyone just stayed quiet the moment the mage spoke. I already expected it, but I didn't think it would be to that extent. While he was sighing, a figure approached him and asked curiously, what are you doing out here all alone? He glanced over at the person who just spoke, thinking to himself, isn't this the mage captain from earlier? The guy was still looking at him with contempt. Well, I actually have something to say too. Lucky I ran into you here. He sneered, you Valhalla folks aren't gonna accomplish jack shit. So stop messing around with magic and causing trouble, or just shut up and go home. Hearing those words, Zeke's face flushed with anger, veins bulging as he thought, if that's how it is, then why the hell are they even asking for cooperation? Can't exactly punch him in the face though. Then the guy noticed his gloves and commented, those gloves. You're a pureblood awakened from the Draker family, aren't you? He replied coldly, yeah, what's it to you? His words pissed the guy off. What's with that arrogant attitude? You'd better not take those gloves off around here, if you want to make it back alive after finishing the mission. With that, he stormed off angrily, leaving Zeke standing there deep in thought. Guy's pretty sharp. Makes sense though, purebloods have the power to disrupt mana after all. Then someone else walked up and called his name, startling him into turning around. The person continued, is that you? He turned to look at whoever just called him, a bit dazed. After a couple seconds he blurted out, Professor Payne. The other man smiled and replied, ha, it really is you. Long time no see, huh? How have you been, kid? He answered. I'm doing all right, but why are you here, Professor? The professor scratched his head and said, there's no better place than this to rack up real experience as a mage. I figured just doing research wasn't enough, so I volunteered to enlist. What about you? What brings you here? He replied. This time I came for the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Oh. Hearing that, Payne jolted and exclaimed, what? Then he continued, Zeke, come here for a sec. The words made him flinch a little. Sir, why all of a sudden? Do you have something you want to tell me? Professor Payne grabbed his hand tightly at that moment and said, Zeke, about tomorrow's mission, you absolutely cannot join it. He asked, puzzled. What do you mean by that, sir? Payne explained, it's a mission that's already set in stone to fail. So don't go under any circumstances. Those words left Zeke stunned with fear. He froze for several seconds. Right after he got back to the room, he heard Diego groaning. Damn it. It feels like I didn't even sleep. I'm so freaking tired. He was still thinking about the encounter earlier. Professor Payne had said he couldn't reveal anything more. What did it mean that the failure was already predetermined? In this situation, there were two possibilities. Either the higher-ups in the punitive force were corrupt, or they were secretly colluding with the very target they were supposed to punish. Even though Del Poa is a place where mages often abuse their power, I doubt the internal military side is rotten enough for outright corruption. If there's any foul play, the idea of them being in cahoots with the conquest target sounds way more plausible. If that's the case, then yeah, the second possibility is the one to watch out for. At this moment, everyone was gathered on a mountainside. The captain started assigning tasks. Teams 1 through 3 move up along the ridge. Teams 4 through 6 will launch a frontal assault. He turned to Jorge Outer and asked, any objections, Georger? The man replied right away, none, sir. Then he turned back to the group. All right, as for the rest of you, before he could finish, Zeke spoke up coldly. I have a question. What exactly are we supposed to do here? The guy got furious at the question and yelled, didn't I tell you yesterday to sit tight? I already went through the trouble of warning you. Zeke pressed on, I'm a blue knight and Diego and Aster are purple knights. With combat power like ours sent here to assist, are you seriously just gonna have us sit around doing nothing? Hearing that, the guy jolted, you're a blue knight. The people around them started murmuring the same thing, that young and already a blue knight, and with 2 purple knights too. Valhalla really is on another level. The old man gritted his teeth in rage. Jorge, assign them the scouting mission. Jorge stammered, why yes, sir. From behind, Andre asked curiously, why'd you suddenly do that? You're not the type to pick a fight with the captain for no reason. Zeke replied, this mission feels off in a few ways. Andre asked back, like what? Zeke explained, I suspect there's collusion between the punitive force and Black Knight Yaksha. His words made Andre flinch slightly. Andre thought for a few seconds before replying, I see. If you're saying that, then you must already have a plan in mind. Then he stepped forward and announced clearly, "From now on, we will commence scouting operations toward Black Knight Yaksha's camp. All members prepare to move out." As for the vanguard in command position, he glanced toward Zeke and said, "Zeke, you'll take charge." After the assignments were done, the groups began to move out. One squad was scouting through the forest. At that moment, the scarred guy noticed something and immediately called out, "Everyone stop. There's a dwelling nearby. Move in carefully, watch your footsteps, make no noise. If we get spotted, it'll be a real pain." While he was talking, a sword suddenly flew in from somewhere. His face darkened instantly. Then he let out pain cries as the sword now lodged deep in his thigh. Up in the trees, the trolls started moving. They leaped down and attacked the group in a frenzy. The soldiers panicked and scattered, screaming, "Help me." From behind, Diego and Aster jumped in and struck the monsters. With just one hit each, they easily took them down. The monsters were wiped out in an instant. Only then did Zeke appear and ask, "You guys are Black Knight Yaksha's patrol team, right?" The soldiers didn't dare answer, seeing that his expression turned serious. "Fine then, tell me where Black Knight Yaksha is right now." After getting the information, the whole group now stood near a fortress deep in the mountains. Aster marveled, "This fortress is built from natural stone, super solid. Looks like breaking through won't be easy." He turned back and asked, "Georgia, where's the mage unit? With just us, it's gonna be tough to breach this place." The man turned his face away and stammered, About that, after we clear the area around the fortress, they'll start providing support from the rear." Hearing that, Zeke was stunned. What does that even mean? You're planning to clear the whole fortress with just this many people? You trying to send everyone to their deaths?" At that moment, Diego suddenly spotted something in the sky. When he realized what it was, his eyes widened, and he shouted in shock, What the hell is flying toward us?" Hearing him, Zeke quickly turned around. "What? Those are cannon shells." He immediately shouted orders, "Everyone scatter, get as far away as you can." But it was already too late. The cannon shells came crashing in and exploded right where they were. Agonized screams rang out non-stop. Jorge Outer just stood there staring in a daze, muttering, "My God, what the hell is going on?" While he was still in shock, Zeke rushed over and yelled, "Jorge, snap out of it. Are you trying to get all your subordinates killed?" The man stammered back, "No, it's not." Zeke gritted his teeth in fury inside. How the hell did they know our position? There really is a spy in the ranks after all. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he just spotted something. At that moment, from deep inside the forest, a horde of soldiers with bloodshot eyes charged straight toward them. Zeke gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I didn't expect them to come rushing in like absolute lunatics." But then he paused for a few seconds. Wait a sec, those bastards, something seriously off with their state. Staring at those glowing red, lifeless eyes, he suddenly realized what it was. Oh, this is beyond saving, no doubt about it. Those scum are all Soma addicts, every last one of them. Soma had originally been smuggled in from southern gangs deep into the interior, and eventually it spread to every corner of the entire continent. Regular mages usually only use small amounts to temporarily boost their mana. But the real danger came from the mercenaries. Those guys already treated their lives like trash and saw death as a joke, so overdosing on Soma way beyond the safe limit happened as routinely as eating meals. Zeke shouted loudly right then, "Those are Black Knight Yaksha's mercenaries. Watch out, don't let them ambush you." Watching them charge like moths to a flame, Diego gritted his teeth. Have these guys completely lost their minds? Beside him, Aster added, "Damn it, their reinforcements are way too many." Zeke quickly warned them, "Diego, Aster, conserve as much mana as possible. Don't burn through your full power too early like that." He thought to himself, with the enemy attacking in this frenzied state, just the Knight squad alone will have a really hard time suppressing them. What the hell do we do now? Screw worrying about the fallout. Should we just level the entire fortress right here and now? Then a massive explosion boomed from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. That surge of power. So they finally decided to show themselves. It was the Delpoa Mage Corps, and leading them was that damn captain. The guy yelled, "The mage unit has arrived to reinforce. Everyone fall back." Standing off to the side observing, Zeke assessed. Putting aside how late they showed up, the mana radiating from them is seriously terrifying. If we seize this momentum and push the attack. Just as he was about to act, the captain stepped forward and barked, "Stop right there." The old man's face darkened. "You're really going to let a golden opportunity like this slip away?" His voice turned icy. "Hey kid, you're Zeke Draker, aren't you? Because of you, this entire plan has gone completely to hell." He roared in fury. "Do you even realize what you've just done?" Zeke still had no clue what was going on and was utterly confused. He gritted his teeth inwardly in anger. "What the hell? What are you even doing, you bastard?" The captain accused him. "I assigned you to scout the situation, not to go out there and provoke the enemy head-on." Then he turned to Andre and ordered, "Get these trainees out of here immediately. I'll handle this directly with Valhalla." Zeke clenched his fists tightly and spoke up. "So we can take it that our cooperative relationship with the Delpoa Legion ends right here?" That made the captain blink in confusion. "What?" Zeke continued. "If that's the case, then we no longer have any standing to interfere, and there's no reason we have to follow your orders anymore. From now on, we'll handle this mission on our own." The captain shouted furiously, "This is Delpoa Legion territory. What gives a brat like you the right to make decisions on your own?" From behind, Andre cut in. "Black Knight Yaksha has been designated a common enemy of the entire continent. That means, as official knights of the Draker family, Zeke and I have full authority to act independently under the Act First, Report Later rule." The captain was livid but powerless, and he immediately turned to leave. "Do whatever you want with the mission or whatever, but you'll be the ones bearing all the consequences." Jorge Outer jolted in surprise, thinking to himself, "I never expected the Mage Corps to pull out that easily. So now, how exactly are we supposed to take out the enemy?" Zeke turned to him and asked, "Captain Jorge Outer, I have something I need to ask you." He replied, "What is it?" Zeke spoke clearly. "Do you truly want to capture the Black Knight Yaksha gang?" He answered, "We knights carry the blood of knights. We don't want any knight to turn their back and walk away when evil is running rampant right in front of us." Sensing the man's resolve, Zeke replied, "I see. I understand that mindset of yours completely. If that's how it is, then there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Inside the fortress at that moment, a few guards noticed something and flinched slightly. Right in front of them, Jorge's group lined up in 2 rows and started making a racket. "Hey you cowards, stop hiding in there like rats. Come out and face us in a real fight." Seeing that, the 2 guards immediately nocked arrows and prepared to shoot. Have those guys gone completely insane? Arrows rained down continuously toward the group below. Jorge ordered, "Everyone hold your positions and withstand their attacks. How can they be this strong?" Up above observing, the blonde-haired guy sneered. "How pathetic, all your efforts are completely futile." Then suddenly his face darkened and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A voice rang out from behind. "You sure about that?" Zeke's voice came cold and calm. "Just sit back and enjoy the show, you'll see soon enough." Hearing the sound of hooves thundering, he jolted and blankly looked down below, exclaiming, "What, that guy? In a situation like this, he's charging out alone on horseback. Don't tell me he's planning to." Exactly as described, the appearance perfectly matched Black Knight Yaksha. Zeke declared, "I'm going after him. Everyone else stay here and harass the enemy. Once the main gate opens, fire the signal flare." Andre nodded. "Got it." Without hesitation, Zeke shot forward in pursuit. His voice turned icy. "Come out." Buellis, as soon as the words left his mouth, his warhorse appeared in spectacular fashion. "Now then, can someone on his level even catch up to me?" Buellis surged forward like a gust of wind. In just a few seconds, Zeke was right on Black Knight Yaksha's tail, making the guy startle and blurt out, "What kind of insane speed is this?" The corner of Zeke's mouth curled into an approving smirk. "Not bad." He immediately leaped off the horse's back and shot straight toward the top of the guy's head, right after a huge explosion rang out. But with his agility, the guy quickly dodged backward to avoid the slash. Zeke wasn't surprised by the move at all. He stepped closer and taunted, "It's the dead of night. Where are you in such a hurry to run off to?" "Black Knight Yaksha,